In this world, there exists Confucianism, Daoism, Buddhism, demons, and sorcerers. Qi'an, a graduate of the police academy, awakens in a state of melancholy to find himself imprisoned, facing exile to the remote borders in 3 days. Initially, his sole aim was self-preservation, while leisurely living as a wealthy gentleman in this society devoid of human rights. Years later, Qi'an reflects upon the past, with the specters of long-deceased enemies and countless skeletal remains behind him. The mighty Xianxia River flows eastward, its waves washing away heroes. The disputes of right and wrong, success and failure, become but fleeting memories. The verdant hills remain, as the sunsets continue to glow in shades of crimson. Chapter 1. The Misfortune of Imprisonment. In the capital of Daoism, at the prison, Qi'an stirs awake, inhaling the damp, putrid stench in the air, inciting a mild discomfort and a churn in his stomach. What is this foul odor? Did my family's Siberian husky once again relieve itself on my bed? Judging by the intensity of the stench, it surely must have happened right above my head. Qi'an owns a dog, a breed known as the Siberian Husky, colloquially referred to as Erha. After spending a decade in the north, alone and solitary, one inevitably yearns for the companionship of a dog to provide solace and distraction, though not in a physical sense. Opening his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings, momentarily bewildered. The walls were constructed of stacked stones, with 3 square windows the size of bowls. He lay upon a cold, tattered straw mat, sunlight streaming through the square windows to illuminate his chest, dust motes dancing in the beams. Where am I? In a moment of existential uncertainty, Qi'an pondered his situation and then truly questioned his existence. I have traversed time. A torrent of memories surged forth, offering him no respite, forcefully embedding themselves in his mind and flowing rapidly. Qi'an, courtesy naming Yin, is a constable in the Daoism dynasty, serving in the government office of Chang'an County under the jurisdiction of the capital. His monthly salary consists of 2 taels of silver and a stone of rice. His father, an old soldier, perished in the Shanghai battle 19 years prior, followed by the death of his mother due to illness. Reflecting on this, Qi'an felt a slight comfort. It is well known that those who are orphaned are often not ordinary. I never expected to live again, only to remain bound by the fate of becoming a police officer, Qi'an lamented, a twinge of toothache surfacing. In his previous life, he graduated from the police academy and successfully entered the system, grasping a golden rice bowl. However, while Qi'an followed the path chosen by his parents, his heart was never in the vocation of a public servant. He yearned for freedom, relished the unrestrained life, indulged in extravagance, and cherished a phrase from Xianlin's journal. Thus, he boldly resigned and ventured into commerce. But why am I in prison? He struggled to process the memories, soon grasping his current predicament. Qi'an had been raised by his uncle, and due to his long years of martial training, he consumed over 100 taels of silver annually, leading to his aunt's resentment. After reaching the peak of his training at the age of 18, he halted his progress and, under pressure from his aunt, moved out from the Shu residence to live alone. Through his uncle's connections, he secured a position as a constable in the government office, and life was initially satisfactory. Who could have anticipated that? 3 days prior, his uncle, a 7th-rank officer in the Imperial Guard, was escorting a shipment of tax silver to the Ministry of Revenue when an accident occurred, resulting in the loss of the tax silver, an entire sum of 150,000 taels. The entire court trembled, and the emperor, in a fury, issued a decree for Xu Pingji to be executed in 5 days, with his family members subjected to collective punishment, the males exiled to the borders and the females consigned to the brothel administration. As Xu Pingji's nephew, he was stripped of his constable position and cast into the dungeons of the capital. 2 days. In just 2 days, he would be exiled to a desolate and harsh borderland, spending the latter half of his life in toil. What a hellish beginning. A chill ran down Qi'an's spine, his heart sinking with dread. This world exists under the rule of a feudal dynasty, devoid of human rights. What is the border like? Desolate, with harsh climates. Most criminals exiled to the frontier do not survive beyond 10 years. Many more perish along the way, succumbing to various accidents and diseases before even reaching the borders. Contemplating this, Qi'an felt a jolt of fear, a cold sweat breaking out. System. After a moment of silence, his tentative voice echoed in the quiet prison. The system remained unresponsive. System. System daddy, please come out. Qi'an's voice was laced with urgency. Silence reigned. No system. There truly was no system. This meant he had little chance to alter his fate. In 2 days, he would be shackled and bound, sent to the borderlands. Given his physique, he should not perish en route. Yet, this was no boon, His life would be spent as a mere tool, exploited for labor until death. This is terrifying, utterly terrifying. The beautiful fantasies of traversing to the ancient world shattered like fragile bubbles, leaving only anxiety and fear. I must find a way to save myself. I cannot simply perish like this. In the cramped confines of his cell, Qi'an paced anxiously, akin to an ant on a hot skillet, like a beast caught in a trap, racking his brain for solutions. I am at the peak of my training, my physical prowess is astonishing. Yet in this world, I am but a mere pawn. Escaping is impossible. Relying on family and friends? The Xu family is not a prominent clan. Its members are scattered, and with an entire sum of 150,000 taels of tax silver stolen, who would dare plead for leniency at such a critical juncture? According to the laws of Daoism, one may atone for their sins through meritorious deeds and thereby escape the death penalty, unless the silver is recovered. Qian's eyes suddenly sparkled, akin to a drowning man grasping at a life-saving straw. He was a bona fide graduate of a police academy, possessing a wealth of theoretical knowledge, clear logic, and exceptional deductive abilities, having perused countless cases. Perhaps he could endeavor to solve the case and retrieve the silver, thereby earning his redemption. However, the brilliance in his eyes soon dimmed. To crack the case, he first needed to examine the case files and comprehend the intricate details of the incident. Only then could he proceed with the investigation and resolution. At present, he found himself deeply ensnared in a prison cell, with no hope of intervention, destined for the frontier in 2 days. It was hopeless. Qian collapsed onto the ground, his gaze vacant. He had indulged in copious amounts of alcohol at a bar the night before, and upon awakening found himself in a prison. He mused that perhaps he had succumbed to alcohol poisoning and thus traversed through time. Had the heavens granted him this opportunity not for rebirth, but because his previous demise had been too facile? In ancient times, exile was second only to death as a severe punishment. Though he had faced societal hardships in his past life, he had at least lived in a time of peace. Rebirth seemed splendid. Without hesitation, he had stolen his parents' savings to purchase a home. He then conspired with his mother to break his father's hand, who was overly fond of stock trading, ensuring he would not fall victim to the market. At that moment, the sound of chains scraping echoed from the dimly lit corridor, signaling that a door had been opened, followed by the sound of footsteps. A guard led a disheveled, yet handsome scholar, who halted before Qian's cell. The guard glanced at the scholar and stated, "Half a stick of incense is time." The scholar performed a respectful bow towards the guard, and after watching him depart, turned to face Qian directly. Clad in a pale blue robe, with his long, dark hair tied up with a jade hairpin, he was strikingly handsome, possessing sharp brows and bright eyes, with thin lips. Memories of this individual flooded Qian's mind. Su Jiaolong, Xianxia, the biological son of his second uncle and Qian's cousin, who had recently achieved success in the autumn examination. Xianxia gazed steadily at him. "The soldiers escorting you to the frontier have taken 300 taels from me. This is all the silver our family has left. You may depart with peace of mind. There will be no unforeseen mishaps along the way." "And what of you?" Qian asked almost instinctively. He recalled that the original owner of his body had a poor relationship with his cousin. Due to his aunt's disdain, aside from his second uncle, the rest of his Su family did not regard Qian kindly. At the very least, his cousins would not display undue affection toward him. Moreover, in the original owner's memories, this cousin was known for his sharp tongue. Qian replied impatiently, "I have been stripped of my official title, but with the protection of the Academy's masters, I need not face exile. Just take care of yourself. Once you reach the frontier, temper your temper. Surviving a year is a blessing." Qian was a scholar at the renowned Bailu Academy in the capital, highly regarded and a newly minted jurin. Thus, following his second uncle's misfortune, he had not been imprisoned, though he was not permitted to leave the capital and had been tirelessly running errands for days. Qian remained silent, feeling certain that Qian would fare no better than himself. He suspected that in addition to losing his title, he might also be relegated to the status of a commoner, preventing his descendants from taking the imperial examinations and rising again. Furthermore, in 2 days, the women of the Su family would be sent to the Xianxia, subjected to humiliation. As a scholar, how could Qian possibly have the face to continue living in the capital? Perhaps being exiled to the frontier was indeed the better option. Qian's heart stirred, and he lunged forward a few steps, gripping the iron bars with both hands. "Do you wish to take your own life?" Overwhelmed, sorrow surged within him. He barely knew him. Qian, expressionless, waved his sleeve dismissively. "What concern is that of yours?" After a pause, he lowered his gaze slightly, avoiding eye contact with his cousin, his expression softening, live on. With that, he resolutely turned to leave. Wait! Su Qian reached through the bars, grasping his sleeve. Su Xinyan halted, silently regarding him. Can you obtain case files? The files regarding the lost tax silver. Chapter 2. The mischief of malevolent beings. Su Xinyan furrowed his brow and inquired, What do you need this for? I wish to elucidate the case. Su Qian replied in a low tone. I seek to comprehend the events surrounding the incident. I desire clarity even in death. Otherwise, I will remain unsatisfied. Had he directly stated his intention to solve the case, Su Xinyan might have deemed him deranged. Thus, Su Qian opted for a more tactful approach. For his original persona was characterized by obstinacy and tenacity. After a moment of contemplation, Su Xinyan consented. I have perused the case files. I can share the details with you. In the past few days, Su Xinyan had tirelessly sought aid for the Su family. The case was monumental, and no one dared to intervene. In his desperation, he pivoted his strategy, attempting to navigate the situation through the recovery of the misappropriated tax funds. Utilizing the Su family's established connections and the influence of the academy, along with monetary persuasion, he managed to secure the cooperation of officials from the Jingzhou prefecture to transcribe the case files for him. However, lacking any experience in criminal investigation or judgment, he was compelled to abandon this endeavor. Su Qian raised a hand to interrupt, insisting, Please write it down. Verbal recounting lacks significance. The intricacies of the case reside within the written word, requiring careful consideration and reflection. If part of your focus is dedicated to listening, your mind cannot engage in calm analysis. In his previous life, Su Qian's logical reasoning prowess had always set him apart, rendering him a paragon among his peers. In times past, Su Xinyan would not have entertained such discourse. Contemplating that this farewell between the brothers might be eternal, he acquiesced to his elder brother's final wish, murmuring, Please wait a moment. He hastily departed. As the sound of his footsteps faded down the corridor, Su Qian leaned against the railing, his heart a tumult of anxiety. He harbored little hope of turning the tide. The desire to solve the case was a yearning, yet his dissatisfaction was genuine. The sole method of self-rescue he could conceive was this, and he resolved to make an attempt to struggle against the inevitable. In modern criminal investigations, the three essential components are crime scene examination, surveillance, and autopsy. The case of the missing tax funds, devoid of any fatalities, lacked the benefit of surveillance, and he found himself ensnared in a prison, unable to access any of the aforementioned elements. Fortunately, the case files could, to some extent, reconstruct the crime scene. While digesting the memories of the original owner, he compelled himself to cast aside all negative emotions. Only a calm mind could foster clarity of thought and facilitate rigorous reasoning. Whether he would live or die hinged upon what was to come, he murmured to himself. As a stick of incense gradually burned down, Su Xinyan returned in haste, presenting him with several sheets of freshly inked rice paper. The time has come. I must take my leave, he announced. Su Xinyan hesitated, responding, Take care of yourself. Su Qian remained silent, his gaze captivated by the characters inscribed upon the rice paper. Time was of the essence, and the script was in cursive. Had it not been for his few years of private schooling, he would have found those scribbles utterly indecipherable. Education had indeed proven beneficial. The original owner was, regrettably, illiterate. Su Qian chuckled to himself. The sequence of events regarding the missing tax funds was as follows. 3 days prior, at the second hour of the morning, 6:30 a.m., Su Pingji was escorting a shipment of tax silver to the capital. At the first hour of the dragon, upon reaching Guangnan Street, and just after crossing a bridge, an unexpected gust of wind arose, startling the horses, which bolted into the river beside the street. Moment laté, a deafening explosion reverberated, sending the river water soaring 6 zhang high, the turbulent waves surging violently. The soldiers tasked with escorting the tax silver leaped into the river to search for the lost silver, recovering only 1,215 taels, while the remainder vanished without a trace. In addition to the details of the incident, there were testimonies gathered by the Jingzhou prefecture from passers-by and the soldiers involved in the escort. Among the series of testimonies, Su Qian noticed a particular phrase highlighted in red cinnabar ink. A demon is at work. A demon at work? Su Qian's pupils constricted, and his heart sank to the depths of despair. In the rear hall of the Jingzhou prefecture, after 3 consecutive days of relentless activity, the principal figures in the missing tax silver case convened. Chen Hanguang, the prefect of Jingzhou, held a delicate porcelain teacup, its lid gently tapping against the rim. his expression grave. This official, adorned in a scarlet robe embroidered with cloud-patterned geese, sighed softly. In 2 days, His Majesty has commanded us to recover the taxed silver before Su Pingji faces execution. We must act swiftly, gentlemen. The two individuals referred to by the prefect were a middle-aged man clad in a black uniform and a dark cloak, with a prominent nose and slightly sunken eyes of a light brown hue, bearing traces of southern barbarian lineage. The other was a young woman in a yellow dress. Her oval face exquisite, her skin smooth as cream, her gaze radiant. She held a piece of sugarcane in one hand, with a deerskin pouch hanging at her waist and a bagua feng shui plate by her side. Her skirt concealing delicate boots embroidered with cloud patterns that swayed gently as she moved. These two were assisting in the investigation. The middle-aged man, named Li Yuchen, hailed from an organization feared by the officials of the Great Feng, the Night Watchmen. This organization engaged in reconnaissance, arrests, and interrogations, also partaking in gathering military intelligence and subverting enemy commanders. It was neither part of the 6 ministries nor the military system, but rather a royal intelligence body, a guillotine hanging over the heads of all officials. Every official in Great Feng had heard the saying, if one commits no wrong during daylight, then he not fear the night watchman by night. The young woman in a yellow dress belonged to the Astronomical Bureau, her status not insignificant, being a disciple of the Bureau's chief. The middle-aged man, adorned with a silver gong embroidered on his chest, glanced at the pile of sugarcane remnants spat out by the young woman, furrowing his brow. With a subtle motion of his hand, he summoned the air currents to gather the remnants in one place. He nodded slightly, revealing a fleeting moment of satisfaction before replying gravely to Prefect Chen. This case is shrouded in mystery and peculiarity. Perhaps we were misdirected in our approach. On what grounds do you say this, Lord Li? Prefect Chen inquired, frowning. The analysis of the case has largely pointed to a demon's interference, which has absconded with the taxed silver. Our time is limited. We must focus on swiftly apprehending the troublesome demon, rather than indulging in these convoluted thoughts. In recent years, the national treasury has been depleted, and various regions frequently suffer from calamities. The sum of 150,000 taels of tax silver is equivalent to the annual tax revenue of an ordinary county. Thus, Your Majesty's indignation is quite understandable. The chief magistrate of the Chun family, diligently undertaking this case, has felt the weight of responsibility pressing heavily upon him, causing him to suffer from insomnia and poor appetite. The middle-aged man shook his head, refraining from dispute, and instead inquired, have there been any new development from Su Pingji? The chief magistrate of the Chun family shook his head in response. A mere martial man, he only incessantly laments his injustice, unaware of how the taxed silver was lost. The young girl in the yellow dress remarked softly, I have observed his aura. He speaks no falsehood. Li Yuchen and the chief magistrate nodded in agreement, opting not to pursue further discussion about him. As the primary suspect, Su Pingji was subjected to thorough investigation, including interrogation regarding his social interactions and financial circumstances. Coupled with the divination techniques of the Bureau of Heavenly Observations, he has now been cleared of suspicion. However, the loss of the tax silver signifies Su Pingji's dereliction of duty, and he cannot escape the dire consequences. The expressions of the middle-aged man and the chief magistrate were grave, their hearts weighed down by the gravity of the situation. Only the young girl, seemingly untroubled, blissfully munched on a piece of sugarcane. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached as a constable rushed in, clutching a small bamboo tube in his right hand and a bag of oiled paper in his left, which contained steaming meat buns. The constable first extended the bamboo tube. The girl in the yellow dress did not accept it, her starry eyes glancing at the meat bun. Perceptively, the constable switched the order, and she joyfully began to devour the meat bun before taking the bamboo tube. Extracting a slip of paper and unfolding it to read, my informant reports that over a distance of 20 miles along the route, no traces of demonic energy were observed in the river, nor were there any signs along the banks. At last, the oppressive atmosphere erupted. The chief magistrate slammed the table in fury, his face turning ashen. 150,000 taels of silver. Where could it possibly be taken? It must have come ashore. It has been 3 days, and still, no trace of the perpetrator has been found. Infuriatingly, what sort of demon dares to intercept the taxed silver of the Great Feng? I shall ensure its total obliteration. If the taxed silver cannot be recovered, he shall bear the blame. The emperor will show no concern for his grievances. Once seated in such a position, one must accept the consequences. Such is the nature of officialdom. One may toil tirelessly to ascend, It is all too easy to fall. Xianxia exhaled deeply and resumed the previous topic. Could it be that our investigative direction is misguided? Perhaps it is not the work of a demon. The chief magistrate turned to him, taking a deep breath to suppress his irritation. If it is not the work of a demon, then how do we explain the emergence of the demonic winds? How did the silver vanish into the river, causing waves that soared several zhang high, shattering the banks? This question remained unanswered. Xianxia continued. What could be the motive behind a demon's theft of the tax silver? The chief magistrate pondered briefly. Demons act without conscience, driven by their desires. To seek understanding of their motives is merely to invite vexation. The girl in the yellow dress, however, held a differing opinion. Isn't human flesh more delectable? Please wait a moment while I finish my buns. She laboriously devoured 2 hefty meat buns, her face transforming into a dumpling itself. After swallowing hard and taking a sip of tea, she resumed her previous topic, speaking candidly about the matter of human flesh. The creatures of the supernatural act without restraint. To them, silver may not be as enticing as a living human. Even if they covet silver, stealing or robbing is far more prudent than directly seizing tax silver. In the capital of Dafeng, to rob tax silver in broad daylight is fraught with peril. The magistrate Qi'an nodded in agreement. Your reasoning is sound. It cannot be ruled out that they are being manipulated. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Then who would incite these creatures to pilfer tax silver? What could their motive be? Why must it be this particular batch of tax silver, specifically 150,000 taels? We might consider that the mastermind behind this operation requires a substantial sum, yet cannot afford to create too much commotion. More precisely, they cannot recklessly amass wealth. Qian's heart stirred with understanding. So, they have set their sights on the tax silver? The girl in the yellow dress pursed her vividly colored lips. The route for transporting tax silver is randomly determined, decided on the spot by the 100-man commander Su Pingji of the Imperial Guard. However, the supernatural beings could very well have laid an ambush in the river for the escort team, suggesting the likelihood of an insider. As Xianxia spoke, he glanced at Qi'an. Shall we visit the Yunlu Academy to consult a Confucian sage for guidance? The girl in the yellow dress shot him a sidelong glance. Do you look down upon the auspicious techniques of our Bureau of Celestial Monitoring? I have already stated that the soldiers escorting the tax silver are entirely unaware. Their thoughts faltered once more, leading to a profound silence among the three. The atmosphere grew markedly still. Xianxia lowered his gaze to scrutinize the documents, while Qi'an sighed deeply. The girl in the yellow dress fiddled with the feng shui compass at her waist, contemplating her need to depart the Jingzhou prefecture before sunset to dine with the grand princess in the palace. The culinary skills of the palace chef are unparalleled. In contrast to them, the girl named Kai Wei primarily served as a guest official, assisting in the investigation. She held no official title, though one of the case's lead investigators. She bore little responsibility. Qian's gaze flickered as he ventured cautiously. The current progress of the case is sluggish, and time is of the essence, which is truly exasperating. Masterly, perhaps we should consult with Lord Wei? The middle-aged man shot him a sidelong glance and snorted coldly. You civil officials have your own inspections, and we night watchmen have ours as well. To speak candidly, this is the very assessment Lord Wei has given me. Qi'an forced a wry smile. If this case cannot be resolved, I fear my position beneath me will not be secure. Both court and public gaze upon us. The two exchanged silent glances, the atmosphere laden with tension. If it is indeed the work of supernatural beings, then I am utterly powerless. Su Qian's complexion turned pale, sensing the universe's profound malice. This world is inhabited by monsters. The demon race has existed since time immemorial, preying upon and consuming humanity. Within the 10,000 demon country nestled in the southern mountains lies the largest settlement of the demon race. 5 centuries ago, under the auspices of the Buddhist sect, the Western nations declared war on the kingdom of 10,000 demons. This conflict endured for a full cycle of years, ultimately leading to the obliteration of the demonic realm. Historical records have designated this monumental battle as the extermination of demons in the cycle of years. Since that time, the fortunes of the demon race have waned, gradually diminishing, while the Buddhist sect ascended to unprecedented heights, flourishing in the realm of spirituality. Interpreting this through the lens of Su Qian's knowledge from later generations, it becomes apparent that humanity emerged victorious in this apex struggle of the food chain. If the tax silver signifies the treasures of the demonic entities, Then reclaiming the silver is his only recourse for self-preservation and safeguarding the Su family. As a resolute figure at the pinnacle of refinement, Qi'an felt the weight of despair pressing upon him. As autumn descended, the air grew damp and chilly, and Qi'an found himself drenched in cold sweat. Fear enveloped him. With the integration of the original owner's memories, he understood that escape was utterly unattainable, and he recognized that in this society where imperial authority loomed large, human rights were woefully fragile. The power to grant life or death rested solely in the hands of others. Previously, he had entertained fantasies of traversing back to antiquity to compose poetry and display his erudition, relishing the thought. Yet, reality dealt him a harsh blow. Not only had he crossed over, but he also faced the relentless trials of society. No, this was merely conjecture, a hypothesis from the Jingzhou prefecture's officials. I must not allow their speculations to sway me. I shall analyze the situation independently, seeking to salvage what remains. A fierce will to survive swiftly restored his composure, sharpening his logic and clarity of thought. Why would the demons covet the tax silver? Was human flesh not delectable enough? Even if they were short of silver, there seemed no necessity to fixate on the tax revenue. The text spoke of demonesses, each one a paragon of beauty with alluring figures. Were there perhaps catgirls or doggirls among them? Smack! Qi'an struck himself, resolutely shifting his reasoning. The essence of deduction lies in simplification, methodically laying out the clues for examination. Otherwise, it becomes a tangled mess, spiraling into chaos. Two glaring clues emerge from the tax silver case. 1. The demonic wind. 2. The explosion following the tax silver's plunge into the river. Aside from martial practitioners, all major cultivation systems possess the ability to summon the demonic wind. Thus, the first clue could only serve as corroborative evidence of a cultivator's involvement, lacking the specificity needed to identify a target. The suspicion surrounding his uncle, a martial man, diminished, though one could not entirely dismiss the possibility of collusion. The second clue, the explosion, posed a perplexing anomaly. In high-stakes combat among accomplished cultivators, explosions are commonplace. However, in this case of the missing tax silver, no physical confrontation had taken place, rendering the explosion illogical, unless it was an explosion that could not be avoided. Qi'an murmured, "What profession within the various cultivation systems necessitates an explosion to achieve its goals?" After a moment of reflection, he realized he had fallen into the same trap as the Jingzhou prefecture. Their reasoning had gone awry from the outset, hastily concluding that the perpetrator was a demon based on the most conspicuous clues, and then sprinting down that path, never to return. This is not incorrect. The issue lies in the hastiness of the judgment. Although Qi'an has assimilated the memories, his modern perspective remains dominant, relying primarily on the experiences of his past life. He prefers to meticulously dissect the records, savoring the subtle details that are easily overlooked before drawing a conclusion. Unable to comprehend this path for the moment, he decides to shift his thinking and explore alternative avenues. He first dismisses the notion of a supernatural disturbance, hypothesizing instead that this is a meticulously orchestrated human event. Consequently, there must be flaws left within the case. The law of material exchange informs us that any act of crime will inevitably leave either direct or indirect traces at the scene. The myriad traces can be categorized into two major types. Those specifics elude me. They should encompass footprints, fingerprints, traces of vehicles, and marks left by tools. The flaw does not reside in the most conspicuous clues, but rather among these various traces. According to the records, Qi'an mentally retraces the process of his uncle escorting the tax silver. Adrenaline surges, and his brain cells are in a heightened state of activity. If pheromones could mimic, they would be like koi in a pond, frantically competing for food, causing the surface to boil. As he repeatedly retraces the events and scrutinizes the details, the information and clues on the records converge, transforming his mind into a high-speed CPU. With the assembly of various pieces of information, the case becomes increasingly clear. Unbeknownst to him, Qi'an feels himself entering a peculiar state. His spirit soars lightly, transcending his physical form and the confines of the building. Rising above the skies of Kyoto, time seems to reverse. The eastern horizon glimmers faintly as the sun approaches the dawn. Su Pingji leads a group of armored soldiers, escorting the tax silver to the Ministry of Revenue. At this moment, they have reached Guangnan Street at the second watch of the day when suddenly a gust of foul wind sweeps through. startling the horses and sending them plunging into the river. Boom! The river erupts, turbulent waves surging forth. This explosion resonates within Su Qian's heart, and instinctively, he kicks his legs, jolting awake. His eyes, though weary, radiate excitement and elation. I understand now, I understand. Ah, Yava di miste. Su Qian laughs wildly, pounding on the bars. Someone, quickly. The guard on duty is startled, brandishing a club and scolding, making such a racket. Do you have a death wish? He strikes the bars forcefully to intimidate Su Qian. Su Qian steps back, releasing his grip on the bars to avoid injuring his fingers, and solemnly declares, I demand to see the prefect. A common prisoner, seeking an audience with the prefect, is a preposterous notion. The guard, amused, thrusts the club through the bars to prod Su Qian. Su Qian dodges once more. Dare you evade me? The guard sneers, reaching for the keys at his waist. Grinning maliciously, today I shall break your legs. I possess crucial information regarding the tax silver robbery case and must meet with the magistrate. Any delay in addressing this matter is your responsibility. Su Qian fixed his gaze upon him, causing the jailer's expression to stiffen. In the inner hall, a young girl, having finished her meat bun, continued to gnaw on a sugar cane, occasionally pulling out a few candied fruits from her deer hide pouch to accompany her snack. She appeared to be both melancholic and carefree. His Majesty has commanded us to solve the case within 5 days, for time has dragged on too long, and the tax silver may never be recovered. Magistrate Chun paced restlessly within the hall, unable to remain still. However, the urgency of the situation leaves us at a loss. Solving a case requires time. The magistrate clapped his hands decisively and stated gravely, I shall personally seek out Lord Wei and request the case files. Li Yuchen hesitated for a moment. I will accompany you. The girl in the yellow dress cast him a sidelong glance and remarked with a smile, This is excellent. With our esteemed national figure from Defeng on the case, neither of you will face the Emperor's scrutiny. However, losing favor in Lord Wei's eyes is far more serious than incurring the Emperor's wrath. She laughed, revealing a pair of pearly white canines. The middle-aged man's expression darkened. A jail official clad in black hurried in, bowing and reporting. Magistrate, the jailer has informed me that Su Pingji's nephew, Su Qian, has just claimed to possess significant leads regarding the tax silver robbery and wishes to meet with you. The three of them exchanged glances, their focus sharpening. If Su Qian's memory served him correctly, this individual was merely a peripheral figure, deemed irrelevant to the case after initial questioning and torture. After a moment's contemplation, Magistrate Chun ordered, Bring him forth. Shortly thereafter, Su Qian, clad in prison garb with dried bloodstains on his attire, was escorted in by the bailiffs, the clanking of his shackles echoing through the hall. Chapter 4. It is time to showcase true skill. Upon entering the inner hall, he felt 3 piercing gazes directed at him. The one in the crimson robe must be the magistrate, adorned with embroidered clouds and geese. A 4th-rank official distinguished by a silver gong on his chest. How intriguing. The beauty of this young lady is remarkable. Has she been wed? A glance at her bosom calmed Su Qian considerably. He quickly lowered his head, adopting a humble demeanor. Magistrate Chun sat regally in a grand chair, his expression impassive, his tone commanding as he interrogated the prisoner. Su Qian, when you were incarcerated 3 days ago, you did not mention possessing important information. Are you aware of the consequences of concealing such matters? A seasoned bureaucrat, even in a state of desperation, would refrain from inquiring about the lead directly, instead applying psychological pressure. Having arrived here signifies that the plan has succeeded halfway. Su Qian remained composed. My lord, just moments ago, the second son of the Su family came to see me, and I inquired about the case files. First and foremost, honesty is paramount. The 3 present were familiar with Su Xinyan, not due to his fame, but as the eldest son of Su Pingji, which naturally warranted investigation from the 3 officials. How does this relate to the lead you mentioned? Magistrate Chun inquired. The commoner deduced the truth of the case from the documents. Wait, interrupted the Chief Magistrate Chun, leaning slightly forward. From the documents? This is not what I anticipated. I have already solved the case. Su Qian nodded in affirmation. Chun suppressed the urge to summon guards to throw the lad back into prison, his expression grave. Pray, elaborate, but let me remind you, should you speak nonsense, 200 strokes of the cane could tear your flesh from your bones. The case of the stolen tax silver was not the work of supernatural entities, but rather a human endeavor. This statement astonished the 3 individuals present. Chun slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming angrily, Nonsense! bring him away, and administer 200 strokes. The belief that supernatural beings had absconded with the tax silver was nearly an established conclusion, a consensus among the three officials. If they had previously hoped for Qi'an to provide valuable clues, they were now utterly disillusioned, dismissing his words as nothing more than the frantic ravings of a foolish youth. The middle-aged man, however, brightened slightly, dismissing the guards who had rushed in. Lord Shun, let's remain calm. He turned his gaze to Qi'an, intense and expectant. Speak, if you will. Qi'an recognized the chief magistrate's volatile temperament and understood it was time to assert himself. According to the testimony of the city gate guards, my uncle entered the city at the second watch, and at the first watch of the third hour, the convoy carrying the tax silver arrived at Guangnan Street. At that moment, a strange wind arose, startling the horses, which then plunged into the river. He endeavored to maintain a tone that was neither submissive nor arrogant, projecting calmness to enhance his persuasiveness. Shin nodded. This is our reason for concluding that a supernatural entity lurked in the river, waiting for an opportunity to seize the tax silver. No, Qi'an retorted vehemently. The supernatural wind was merely a distraction, and the explosion in the river was also a ruse, intended to divert your attention from a fatal flaw. Shun pressed urgently. What flaw? The middle-aged man adopted a listening posture. The girl in the yellow dress, chewing on a candy, gazed at Qi'an with keen interest in her bright, expressive eyes. They had examined the documents many times and were well acquainted with the sequence of events, yet they had failed to notice any flaw. My uncle was transporting 150,000 taels of silver. May I inquire, esteemed officials, how much does 150,000 taels weigh? The middle-aged man's expression stiffened, while the girl in the yellow dress tilted her head, pondering for a long time without arriving at an answer. Shun, growing impatient, said, Speak plainly and do not keep us in suspense. Qi'an had initially intended to provide a hint, allowing the officials to uncover this significant flaw themselves. But it seemed he had only complicated matters. Your ability to calculate is rather lacking, you ancients, he remarked. It is 9,375 jin. According to the weight conversion formula of this world, 1 jin equals 16 taels. Therefore, 150,000 taels of silver weighs 9,375 jin. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, sensing he was on the verge of understanding something. The girl in the yellow dress frowned, questioning, what does this signify? Her voice was as melodious and clear as a silver bell, indicating a certain lack of intelligence on your part. Qi'an inquired, what is the distance from the city gate to Guangnan Street? The middle-aged man replied, 30 li. How many bustling markets do we pass along the way? 4. What about the pace of the slow horse? At this, the middle-aged man suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment and sprang to his feet. His expression transformed into one of realization, as if awakening to an unexpected truth. After 3 days of relentless pursuit with no trace of a demon, this seasoned night watchman began to suspect he might have gone astray. However, with no clear direction in mind, he had dismissed the earlier denial from his thoughts. The magistrate of the Qin family felt a twinge of unease, for he still could not discern any issues, which made him appear rather unwise in his position. Casting a glance at the girl in the yellow dress, his spirits lifted somewhat. The girl, visibly frustrated, asked, where's the problem? The middle-aged man, feeling invigorated, replied, it's the timing. The timing is off. Guangnan Street is a full 30 li from the southern city gate, with the slow horse's pace and passing through 4 bustling markets. Entering the city at the second hour, it is impossible to reach Guangnan Street by the first hour of the third. Influenced by preconceived notions, he assumed that a demon was responsible for the theft of the tax silver. However, after Qi'an's meticulous unraveling of the details, he quickly recognized the issue. Yet, the tax silver had indeed been transported to Guangnan Street during the third hour, and many citizens had witnessed a horse plunging into the river, making it implausible to be false. The girl in the yellow dress chirped. The magistrate nodded in satisfaction and inquired, what does this mean? The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, instinctively looking towards Qi'an. For the convoy was not carrying silver at all, Qi'an asserted emphatically. Absurd, the magistrate retorted. Let us not discuss whether your uncle and the soldiers escorting it possess keen vision. The records include testimonies from the citizens present at the time, who saw the horse plunge into the water, with glistening silver rolling into the depths. Is that also a fabrication? Acknowledging that seeing is not always believing, the commoner offered to elucidate the matter for the magistrate, his gaze settling on the table. May I borrow paper and pen? The magistrate waved his hand, granting permission. Qi'an, shackles in tow, approached the table, poured water, ground ink, and unfurled the rice paper, beginning to write in a somewhat haphazard manner. "My lord, please prepare the requested items on paper." Upon completion, he handed the rice paper to the magistrate. The magistrate glanced at the paper and was left bewildered. "Let me see." The girl in the yellow dress chimed in, eager to join the excitement, extending her delicate white hand to take the rice paper. Yet, she too was left in a fog. The middle-aged man, Qi'an, took a glance at the paper, maintaining a blank expression, and discreetly folded a corner before passing it to the magistrate. Chapter 5. Unraveling the Mystery. A quarter of an hour later, 2 officials entered, bringing in the items and placing them in the hall. The 3 adults cast a glance at the apparatus before turning their attention to Qi'an. Chun Fuyin spoke in a solemn tone, stating that everything Su desired was present and insisted on a satisfactory response from him. His demeanor had shifted. For a quarter of an hour, this 4th-rank official racked his brain, ultimately conceding that Qi'an's deductions bore considerable merit. However, many enigmas remained unresolved, such as the undeniable fact that the tax silver had plunged into the river. The intricacies behind this eluded his comprehension. Qi'an nodded and crouched before the instruments, which consisted of candles, salt, porcelain cups, and iron wire. The task before him was rather straightforward, grounded in high school chemistry: the extraction of metallic sodium. In ancient times, such an endeavor would have been utterly impossible due to 2 significant challenges: electricity and the melting point of sodium chloride. Yet in this world, Qi'an was aware that a profession existed capable of achieving this feat: the 6th-rank practitioner of the Astronomical Bureau, the alchemist. Alchemists were a well-known profession in Daoism, their myriad inventions and creations having long since permeated the lives of ordinary people. Qi'an was uncertain whether the explosive tax silver was indeed metallic sodium. This detail was not of utmost importance. What mattered was opening a line of thought to elucidate the phenomenon of the tax silver explosion. In the process of solving a case, bold hypotheses and rigorous reasoning were essential preliminary steps, followed by verification and evidence collection. In his previous life, he had encountered a murder case that remained etched in his memory. Detectives had toiled through the night, using clues to expand their imagination, formulating several hypotheses regarding the case's progression, which served as the foundation for evidence gathering. Ultimately, they had to overturn their assumptions and reanalyze. The tax silver might not be metallic sodium, but it was certain that an alchemist could achieve such a result. That was sufficient. His aim was to guide the esteemed officials back onto the right path. Once the direction was correct, they could follow the clues to unveil the hidden mastermind. If they continued to grapple with the notion of malevolent creatures causing chaos, the case would remain unsolved, and even if it were resolved in the future, he would already be far removed from the court. He dissolved coarse salt in water, stirring it before covering the cups opening with a piece of raw silk and gradually pouring in the brine. After filtering, he placed the porcelain cup over a candle to heat it, continuously stirring with a bamboo skewer. Before long, the salt water evaporated, leaving behind crystals of sodium chloride. Essentially, this was a process of further purifying the salt. Chun Fuyin, a middle-aged man, and the strikingly beautiful young woman in a yellow dress stood nearby, intently observing. Qi'an looked up and flashed a smile at the young woman, inquiring if she was a disciple of the Astronomical Bureau. He had noticed the feng shui compass at her waist. Such an item was utilized solely by the disciples of the Astronomical Bureau. The young woman responded with an affirmative hum, her smile brightening as she replied, "My master is indeed the head of the Astronomical Bureau." The exquisite and radiant oval face resembled a freshly cracked egg, pure and flawless. The disciple of Xianxia dismissed the matter of his chest with a gentle tone, requesting his sister to assist in melting these crystals. The sodium chloride required a temperature of approximately 800 degrees Celsius. The girl in the yellow dress pouted slightly, asserting that controlling fire was a skill reserved for alchemists, as she was merely a geomancer. However, she mentioned that her master had gifted her a magical artifact. With a shift in her demeanor, she removed a feng shui plate from her waist, deftly manipulating it with her jade-like fingers, channeling energy until the character for fire illuminated. "Step back." Qi'an retreated immediately, and in the next moment, a flame erupted, blindingly bright, engulfing the porcelain cup. "Stop," he called out, swiftly inserting 2 iron wires into the cup, inquiring if it was electrified, as it was a thunder technique. "Be cautious with the voltage. This step is quite challenging and may yield numerous failures." She turned the feng shui plate, her fingers igniting the character for thunder. And arcs of electricity danced through the air, striking the iron wires. The sizzling sodium chloride underwent a violent chemical reaction. Stop! Su Qian held his breath, leaning over the cup to observe as a glistening silver metal mass began to form, with edges still composed of untransformed crystals and impurities. To his astonishment, it was a success on the first attempt. The voltage was just right. He had prepared himself for repeated failures, yet fortune favored him, and he succeeded at once. Chun Fuyin and the middle-aged man eagerly leaned in for a closer look. Inside the cup was a mass of silver-colored metal that bore a striking resemblance to silver. Chun Fuyin's pupils contracted, his heart profoundly shaken. Li Yuchen clenched his fists tightly, staring blankly at the silver metal mass as if a bolt of lightning had struck, dispelling all confusion. Esteemed gentlemen, please observe, Su Qian poured out the sodium metal, wrapping it in rice paper and weighing it in his hand. This substance is significantly lighter than silver, yet its appearance is remarkably similar. If someone were to use this to impersonate silver, could it truly deceive? The gentlemen were invited to weigh it themselves. He handed the sodium metal to Chun Fuyin, who noticed its luster gradually dimming until it closely resembled silver. The middle-aged man accepted it, weighing it thoughtfully, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Indeed, it is much lighter. If this were the item being transported, it would be entirely reasonable. Miss Kaiwei, do give it a try. The girl in the yellow dress took the metal, weighed it, and then fixed Su Qian with a peculiar gaze. You are an alchemist? No, I am not. I am merely a transporter of chemistry. The scholarly mind was evidently more agile, after his initial surprise. Chun Fuyin suddenly shook his head, solemnly declaring, no, that cannot be right. Even if silver were replaced with this, what explains the explosion? If there were no lurking demons in the river, how could false silver cause an explosion? Su Qian refrained from responding, reaching for the sodium metal and walking to the desk, where he tossed it into the ink-washing tank. The fierce flames ignited, and thick smoke billowed. Boom! The sodium metal reacted violently with water, causing the ink pot to shatter with intricate cracks. The magistrate of Chun was left astonished. This counterfeit silver, upon contact with water, explodes, providing an explanation for the intense detonation that occurred when the silver fell into the water. Su Qian elucidated. The middle-aged man murmured, from the very beginning, we have been misled. The mastermind behind the scenes orchestrated the explosion and the sinister winds, making us believe it was a malevolent entity at work, thus diverting our investigation towards tracking and apprehending. No wonder the observations of the Imperial Observatory could not detect any supernatural beings. Su Qian added, after the tax, silver fell into the water. The soldiers only recovered a little over 1,000 taels of silver, if I am not mistaken. This silver is likely concealed in layers to evade detection. Every detail aligns perfectly. Su Qian, the middle-aged man's eyes brimmed with approval. Well done. You are quite impressive. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as he noticed Su Qian's crooked collar. Li Yuchen proceeded to adjust it neatly. Su Qian was taken aback, astonished by the regard shown to him by this esteemed official. The magistrate of Chun frowned. If the silver is counterfeit, then where has the genuine silver gone? Upon hearing this, the young lady in the yellow dress displayed a solemn expression. The tax silver was transported to the capital through multiple hands. Should there be inquiries, a multitude of officials would face imprisonment, and recovering the silver would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, this matter exceeds our jurisdiction and must be reported to His Majesty. The magistrate of Chun nodded in agreement, for this was precisely his intention. The middle-aged man, however, held a differing opinion, his voice low. The tax silver was escorted to the capital and passed through many hands. If it were counterfeit, it should have been discovered long ago. The only possibility is that the switch occurred recently. The magistrate's eyes brightened, greatly narrowing the scope of the investigation. Someone, prepare the palanquin, quickly prepare the palanquin. I must take my leave. The magistrate of Chun rushed out of the inner hall. The middle-aged man followed closely behind. Su Qian called out urgently, my lord, do not forget the promise made to the commoners. Chapter 6. The Bewildered Uncle. Hey, the young lady named Kaiwei, with her sparkling eyes, exclaimed, how can salt be transformed into silver? After a brief hesitation, she pulled out a piece of sugarcane and offered it to Su Qian. Here, have this. Is she trying to bribe me? The two officials had vanished from sight, and Su Qian withdrew his gaze, pondering before responding. I once encountered an alchemical manuscript in ancient texts that spoke of transforming salt into silver. The young lady in the yellow dress widened her eyes. Which ancient text? Where is it? Who is the author? It is titled Advanced High School Chemistry. As for the author, well, perhaps the People's Education Press? Qi'an replied. The ancient text has long been destroyed. However, I still remember its contents. The young lady's breath quickened. Hurry, tell me. Qi'an sighed. The commoner is in grave danger and truly lacks the spirit to teach others. The young lady shot him an exasperated glance. You are indeed quite cunning. Our Bureau of Celestial Administration refrains from interfering in state affairs. Thus, how to handle you ultimately lies within His Majesty's discretion. Engaging in such negotiations with me is utterly futile. Why not simply accept me? Given the esteemed position of the Chief Administrator, acquiring a mere accomplice should pose no difficulty. Qi'an stated, adding a layer of precaution for himself. In case the tax revenue could not be recovered, the young girl in the yellow skirt, her bright eyes glimmering, scrutinized him from head to toe. You are clearly a warrior. Why aspire to be a sorcerer? The path of cultivation should commence early. Most practitioners lay their foundations from a young age. Transitioning from a warrior to a sorcerer at this stage is indeed too late. Whether one seeks to cling to a powerful patron is of little consequence. My admiration lies solely in the grandeur of the Chief Administrator. Qi'an spoke with earnestness, his expression solemn. Then first, enlighten me on the contents of the alchemical ancient texts, she pondered, her eyes as clear and luminous as a pristine lake, with large apricot-shaped pupils, starkly defined in black and white. Qi'an had only encountered such clean and beautiful eyes on children in his past life. The content is somewhat esoteric and profound. Merely reciting it would likely be beyond your comprehension. It requires a meticulous and thorough explanation to truly take root, Qi'an teased. Chu Kaiwei rolled her eyes, indignant. In the vast realm of the 9 provinces, when it comes to alchemy, our Bureau of Celestial Administration sorcerers should be considered the foremost. Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon, sodium, magnesium, aluminum, silicon, phosphorus. Qi'an recited them effortlessly. What is he speaking of? The young girl was momentarily bewildered, her brows furrowing. You are deceiving me. Our bureau only accepts disciples who are children. She snatched the sugar cane from Qi'an's hands and gracefully departed, her skirt billowing. I am but a child as well. Qi'an opened his mouth to protest, only to realize that the Bureau of Celestial Administration indeed recruits disciples from a very young age. Well, that path was closed off. 2 days swiftly passed, and Qi'an spent them in his cell, engulfed in dread. He feared the tax revenue would not be retrieved in time, if it were to be after his exile. Even recovery would not alter his fate. Furthermore, what if the magistrate of the Chun family were a vile wretch, claiming the credit for himself? It would still be a deadlock. Yet, there was nothing more he could do. As a prisoner, what could he achieve? Qi'an once again felt the terrifying grip of feudal society. Fate shall take its course, he sighed. Clang! The iron door at the end of the corridor swung open, and a guard wielding a fire baton entered, producing keys to unlock the door. Qi'an, you are free to go. Qi'an was overwhelmed with joy. Clenching his fists tightly, the tax revenue has been recovered? Follow me to sign the documents, and you shall be free to leave. The guard scrutinized him. You are indeed fortunate. And want my second uncle? Qi'an inquired urgently. Enough chatter, just come along. The guard snapped with irritation, rapping the baton against Qi'an's rear, hastening him out of the cell. At the courthouse, under the arrangement of a clerk, he signed the necessary documents and subsequently received the clothing that had been stripped from him upon his imprisonment. A bailiff led him away from the government office, exiting through the back door. At that moment, the eastern sky was faintly brightening, and the streets lay desolate and cold. A sudden clang startled Su Pingji awake. He opened his eyes, bloodshot and weary. Disheveled and unkempt, Su Pingji bore a resemblance to Su Qian, yet his biological son, Su Xianxia, with his strikingly handsome features, appeared markedly different from them both. In a cell across a narrow corridor, the slumbering Li Ru jolted awake, her body trembling, revealing a countenance worn with distress and an expression of profound terror. The couple exchanged glances across the corridor, and Li Ru, her voice tinged with sorrow, declared, My lord, even in death, I shall not enter the Bureau of Courtesans. At 35, she was a well-preserved beauty, exuding charm despite having endured 5 days of trepidation in prison. Her allures still shone through her ashen visage. What manner of place was the Bureau of Courtesans? It was a hell for women. Su Pingji, battered and bruised, opened his mouth but found no words tears streaming down his cheeks. My dear wife, I have wronged you. In the afterlife, let us journey together. And in our next life, I shall toil as your servant to make amends. Alas, for our children and my nephew. 5 days had passed, and what awaited him was a sentence of execution, while his family faced the fate of the bureau. Apart from Li Ru, the Su family had 2 daughters, the eldest, a delicate beauty in her prime, and a 5-year-old child. They huddled in a corner of the cell, now startled awake. The youngest rubbed her eyes and murmured for her mother, blissfully unaware of her grim fate. The 16-year-old girl sat up, her disheveled hair framing a pale, oval face. Her lips were thin yet rosy, and her large, expressive eyes sparkled with life. Unlike most women, her nose was not dainty but proud, giving her features a remarkable three-dimensional quality, a delicate beauty akin to a finely sculpted figure. She instinctively moved closer to her mother, her thick eyelashes trembling in fright. Several prison guards, swords at their sides, strode in with an air of authority. Despair and determination flickered in Li Ru's eyes. Su Pingji gripped the bars tightly. His knuckles pale, teeth clenched. Having lost the tax silver and committed dereliction of duty, he accepted his fate. Yet the thought of implicating his wife and daughters filled him with dread, especially the youngest, at merely 5 years old, destined for the bureau, a future shrouded in darkness. As a parent, how could he bear such a fate? Su Pingji, come out with us. After signing, you may leave, announced the guard, unlocking the cell door without shackling them, gesturing for them to step outside. Su Pingji, a man devoted to his country and loyal to his sovereign, found it hard to believe. What do you mean? We can leave? He questioned, bewildered. You just said we could leave. At that moment, incredulity washed over him. What is happening? Aren't you taking me out to be executed? Unknown, replied the guard curtly. This is an order from above. If you wish to know more about your release, inquire further. Li Ru felt a mix of confusion and trepidation as she held the hands of her 2 daughters, silently trailing behind the prison guards towards the end of the corridor. Could it be that the master was deceiving us? Surely, this is no trivial matter. Su Pingji, injured and limping, shared in the bewilderment, experiencing both the joy of survival and the perplexity of his circumstances. A thought struck Li Ru. It must be the new year. He's been working tirelessly to negotiate on our behalf, which has led the court to show us leniency. The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed, and she exclaimed with excitement, Do not forget, dear husband, that during the new year, the Vice Minister Justice from the 18th year of Yuanjing is our teacher. The 18th year of Yuanjing was over 2 decades ago. Su Pingji sensed something amiss, but could not fathom who else he could depend on in the bureaucratic realm without a powerful backing. Perhaps it is so. I always said our family's new year is a dragon among men. Back then, I wanted him to practice martial arts. But you insisted on having that little rascal Su Qi'an train instead. Mother, the bunny is so cute. I want to eat the bunny. The youngest daughter tilted her small face up, nibbling on her little finger, her eyes filled with longing. Li Ru, always preoccupied with food and quick to temper, instinctively scolded her, but softened upon seeing her daughter's dirty little face. Be good. You shall have bunny to eat very soon. Su Pingji refrained from explaining to her that their son lacked the talent for martial arts. No matter how many times he reiterated this fact, his devoted wife would conveniently overlook it. In the eyes of a mother, her son is forever the most outstanding. Upon reaching the place for signing, Su Pingji took the pen from the clerk, his fingers trembling slightly. After he signed his name and pressed his seal, he felt as though he had attained a certain elevation, akin to a seed buried deep in the earth sprouting forth to greet the sun. Suddenly, the world seemed overwhelmingly beautiful, even though no extra coins were in sight. His wife and daughters merely needed to press their seals without signing their names. Unable to contain his curiosity, Su Pingji clasped his hands together and inquired, Might I ask, esteemed sir, why we have been absolved of our offenses? Li Ru immediately turned her gaze to the clerk. The case has been resolved, and the tax silver has been recovered, the clerk responded. The tax silver has been recovered? Huh, excellent. How dare that vile creature rob us of the Great Fang's tax silver? Su Urshu was quite elated, but soon after, he realized that according to the laws of the Great Fang, although the tax silver had been recovered, his dereliction of duty was undeniable. Recovering the tax silver was not his merit. How could the court pardon him from death? Even if leniency were shown, it would likely result in exile to the frontier. Sir Su, this is your official robe. Please take it. The clerk presented the green robe of a 7th-rank military officer that had been previously removed. To Su Pingji's surprise, he was reinstated to his former position. Realizing something was amiss, He accepted the robe and solemnly asked, "Esteemed sir, may I seek clarification on this matter?" Holding the official robe in his hands, he felt a newfound confidence in addressing himself as this official. Logically, even if he were spared from the death penalty, reinstatement to his position should not be the case. According to the laws of the Great Feng, if a senior member of the family has committed an offense, the descendants may take on the responsibility and earn merit for their father, the clerk explained. Indeed, it is the year of the sun, my lord. The sun has assisted the court in recovering the tax silver. Li Ru was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her face. Xia Pingji, with moist eyes, exclaimed, "My dear son." The clerk cast a glance at the excited couple and informed them, "It is your nephew, Su Qian, who helped Lord Fu Yin solve the tax silver case. He has just left. This chapter spans 3,000 words. Do not claim it to be brief." Chapter 7. What a beautiful sister. Ningyan. Su Pingji was taken aback. Li Ru still bore traces of her tears, her joyous expression frozen in time. 2 days prior, Su Qian had been clamoring in prison to meet the Fu Yin, claiming he had crucial information to report, and shortly thereafter, the Fu Yin resolved the case. According to the laws of Defeng, those who commit crimes but then contribute to their resolution shall face no repercussions, the clerk stated. Is that so? Su Pingji said, he had raised his nephew since he was as small as a kitten. How could he not know what kind of person he was? Su Pingji suspected the clerk was lying, yet he had no evidence to support his doubts. It must be that rascal nephew. Li Ru's complexion paled. Isn't it our son who has used connections to save the family? How could it be that unfortunate nephew when he is imprisoned? With a heavy heart full of confusion, Su Pingji led his wife and daughter out the back door of the government office, where they encountered Su Qian anxiously waiting at the entrance. His hair arranged in a makeshift style. The moment he saw his nephew, the buried doubts became trivial. A warm current surged within the heart of the man from a martial background, his eyes reddening. He stepped forward, intending to embrace his nephew, but feeling it too sentimental. He settled for a hearty pat on his shoulder, saying, "Ning Yin, well done." He nearly knocked Su Qian off his feet. "Second uncle, you are at the pinnacle of Qi cultivation. We are separated by a rank," Su Qian naturally remarked, without any hint of awkwardness. He was astonished by this camaraderie and, glancing past his second uncle's shoulder, caught sight of the 3 women behind him. "Hey, Aunt, you seem to be in quite a disheveled state." That thought emerged uncontrollably. However, the emotion of Schadenfreude did not linger long, as he was captivated by his sister's beauty. The young girl, clad in loose prison garb, had her disheveled hair cascading around her delicate, classical melon-shaped face, her prominent nose giving her a striking resemblance to a mixed-blood beauty. Yet at this age, she embodied the purest and most graceful years, exuding an irresistible charm. "Wow, I actually have such an exquisite sister." Su Qian was astonished. The original owner's memories of his sister's appearance were rather vague, likely due to a lack of attention, and because of his aunt, he harbored a certain resentment that extended to his cousins. Sensing the intense gaze of her elder brother, Su Lingyue timidly called out, "Elder brother," lowering her head in slight embarrassment. "Elder brother." Suddenly, a small voice piped up. Su Lingyin, merely 5 years old, scampered over, coming to a halt in front of Su Qian, looking up at him with eager eyes. Su Qian waved his hand dismissively. "I have no sweets to offer you. I have only just emerged from prison myself." It is worth mentioning that the original owner harbored a disdain for cousins, yet showed some fondness for this younger sister. For her appearance was a welcome departure from the resemblance to her mother. "What is a cell?" "It is merely the place where you have been sleeping these past few days." "And what of the other brother? Did he bring any sweets?" "He did not come." The little one's expression fell in disappointment. Her other brother was Su Xinyin, her biological sibling, though she remained oblivious to the distinction between a cousin and a brother. This younger sister lacked intelligence, a foolish little child, a trait she undoubtedly inherited from her mother, or so the original owner believed. Finally, he turned to his aunt, Li Ru, a woman who had always flaunted her authority before Su Qian. She likely never imagined that one day she would find herself humbled, needing to express gratitude to her unfortunate nephew. The elegant woman stiffly averted her gaze and, with evident reluctance, uttered, "Thank you, Ning Yan." At that moment, a vague memory surfaced in Su Qian's mind. When he was initially banished to the neighboring courtyard, he had furiously sworn to the heavens, "I, Su Qian, shall certainly achieve greatness in the future. Do not regret this day." Reflecting on it now, he felt a wave of embarrassment. It was akin to a version of "do not underestimate the youth" from his aunt's perspective. observing the relationship between the original owner and his aunt from a third-party viewpoint. Qi'an recognized that the beautiful woman was not entirely to blame. Qi'an trained rigorously, consuming over 100 taels of silver each year, equivalent to the savings of an ordinary family accumulated over 2 or 3 decades, especially one as devoted as his. It was no wonder his aunt harbored resentment. Thus, Qi'an sincerely reassured her, "Aunt, do not rush to thank me. Let us wait until we return home for dinner, and then you can express your gratitude once more." Li Ru's eyes widened in disbelief, glaring at her unfortunate nephew. Su Pingji felt a chill run down his spine and spoke in a grave tone. "Let us return home first." Su Xianyan, clutching a wine flask, staggered back to the Su residence, the home he had known for 19 years. Now, the door bore a seal, and the place stood empty, a scene of profound desolation. Su Xianyan kicked the door open, stepped across the threshold, and after a few unsteady steps inside, turned back to close the door. Committing suicide by hanging was hardly a dignified act, especially for someone of his scholarly disposition. He could not draw the attention of the authorities. He valued his reputation. As he traversed from the outer courtyard to the inner courtyard, it felt as though he were journeying through the entirety of a long life. He had recognized characters at 3, recited poetry at 5, and by 10 had thoroughly studied the classics of the sages. He entered Yunlu Academy at 14 and achieved the status of a scholar by 18. To say he was gifted would not be an exaggeration. His intellect, his vast knowledge, shaped his proud character. In the presence of his family, he had always been proud, promising, radiant, the future pillar of the Su family. As a man of stature, he would rather die a heroic death than live in disgrace. Upon this reflection, Su Xianyan drained the flask in his hand and forcefully shattered it upon the ground. Fueled by a surge of intoxication, he burst into the room, ground his ink, and seized the brush to compose the most exquisite farewell poem of his life. With a triumphant laugh, he clutched the rice paper and dashed out, retrieving the prepared hemp rope to hang from the ginkgo tree in the inner courtyard. To his astonishment, he found himself unafraid in the face of death, feeling an exhilarating sense of liberation previously unknown to him. Suddenly, he began to comprehend the reckless abandon of those wild scholars. It is only when the heart knows no fear that one can gaze defiantly upon the world. If he was unafraid of death, what else in this world could instill fear? The capital, renowned as the foremost benevolent city in the realm, thrived with splendor. Su Qian meandered slowly through the bustling ancient city, where carriages flowed like water and horses galloped like dragons. On either side, shops stretched endlessly, with banners and cloth fluttering vigorously in the wind. A line of poetry surfaced in his mind: smoke-wreathed willows, painted bridges, wind-draped emerald curtains. A haphazard cluster of thousands of households. In truth, the capital was even more prosperous than the Qiantang depicted in the poem. According to the geographical records of the Great Feng, during the early years of Yuanjing, the population of the capital exceeded 1,960,000. Now, in the 36th year of Yuanjing, the population must have surpassed 2 million. The Su family courtyard, with its 3 entrances and exits, had once employed 7 or 8 maidservants and servants. Now, the servants and maids had long been dismissed, the grand doors tightly locked, and the residence stood empty. Su's aunt glanced at the plaque on the door, her heart filled with mixed emotions. "I wonder how he is faring. He must be quite worried about us. That child promised before his imprisonment that he would rescue us." She spoke as she walked inside. In the capital, real estate prices are exorbitant. This 3-entry courtyard would cost no less than 5,000 taels of silver. With a 30% down payment, that amounts to 1,500 taels. Why must I still ponder real estate prices, even in a different world? Su Qian smiled wryly. Su Pingji reassured him. Xianyan is well-versed in the classics, steady and reliable. He is undoubtedly still striving for our sake. When he returns, we shall surprise him. Suddenly, Su Qian's expression shifted. He was aware of Su Xianyan's intention to seek a premature end. In the eyes of his uncle and aunt, Su Erlang was resolute, unsmiling, steady, and reliable, a tenacious scholar. Ha ha ha! I, Su Xianyan, am a free spirit in life and a defiant ghost in death. I, Su Xianyan, endowed with exceptional talent, yet the heavens are unjust. If heaven does not give rise to me, Su Xianyan, then the great foam shall endure like a long, interminable night. Beneath the ginkgo tree, the scholar, standing on a chair, suddenly cast aside his hairpin, shaking his head vigorously to let his hair fall free. He was untamed and unrestrained, thrusting his head into the noose. only to be met with the stiff expressions and vacant gazes of his family. I, Su Xianxia, am a free spirit who loves freedom. I am endowed with exceptional talent. Yet the heavens are unjust. If heaven does not give rise to me, Su Xianxia, then the great foam shall endure like a long, interminable night. Upon witnessing the unexpected return of his family, Su Xianxia felt that he had delayed his demise by a step too late. Chapter 8. Sister. What are you peeking at your brother for? In the stillness of the air, Aunt was the first to react, letting out a piercing scream. Niner. The couple worked in unison to rescue their son, who displayed no will to survive, while Aunt held him close, weeping profusely. Uncle stood nearby, sighing deeply. Su Qian observed his cousin, whose soul seemed lost, and felt a profound understanding. The three most embarrassing situations for a young person include being caught in slow motion by their parents while trying to distinguish between their left and right hands, having their comments about a teacher's figure overheard, and having their cringe-worthy fan fiction exposed to the public. Each of these scenarios could induce a deep sense of shame. While he evaded physical death, he had certainly experienced social demise. I am trained, and regardless of how amusing it may seem, I do not laugh at Su Qian's side. Su Lingwei turned her head, casting a reproachful glance at her elder brother, silently accusing him of reveling in the misfortune. Su Lingdin, who had intended to ask her brother for some candy, was deterred by the unfolding scene. Su Xianxia, being a studious individual, demonstrated quick wit and devised a coping strategy, rolling his eyes and feigning fainting. In Su Qian's small courtyard, within the side room, he shed his garments and immersed himself in a large tub filled with cold water, the chill seeping into his pores, bringing him immense relief. His physique, honed to its peak, exhibited remarkable resistance to cold. The greatest advantage of a martial artist lies in their resilience and toughness. After escaping the clutches of death, he finally had the opportunity to reflect on some philosophical questions about life. Why did he possess no memories of the original owner's death or the moments leading to unconsciousness? Su Qian clearly recalled how he had perished, likely due to alcohol poisoning, yet the original owner seemed devoid of such recollections. As for Su Qian himself, his demise was indeed, due to alcohol poisoning, a consequence of celebrating a promotion with exuberance. After resigning from the police force, he chose to venture into entrepreneurship, only to be met with harsh realities the following year. After some painful reflection, he started from the ground up, becoming a diligent worker. With his remarkable work ethic and the determination of solitary artisan crafting his future, he eventually caught the attention of his employer, earning a promotion and a raise, successfully ascending to the ranks of the middle class. Su Qian laughed heartily as he stepped outside, arranging to meet a few friends at a bar to celebrate. After all, his future now appeared bright. He could afford a mortgage, pay a bride price, and as long as his future wife wasn't named Wang, life would be tranquil. With a resounding slap, he struck the water's surface, sending droplets flying, and exclaimed in frustration, having finally secured my ticket to the middle class. I am abruptly relegated to a feudal society. How absurd! With 600,000 yuan saved for a house deposit, he mused that the most tragic fate is not that one still lives while their money vanishes, but rather that one loses themselves while their wealth endures. Well, considered a legacy for my parents. I wonder how high the inheritance tax is. Give me another season, and I could surely reach the pinnacle of success. He had yet to watch the final season of Attack on Titan, and with the national football team failing to secure a championship, he sighed. Perhaps I should let that one go. Alas, I failed to delete the 120 gigabytes of inappropriate content from my computer's hard drive, and my parents discovered it, leading to my social demise. Unbeknownst to me, I drifted into slumber, only to awaken with the sky already dimming. My skin had turned pale from prolonged immersion, and my fingertips were wrinkled. Su Qian changed into clean attire and began to tie his hair in front of a bronze mirror. The mirror reflected the visage of a youthful man, with dark, bushy eyebrows and sharp eyes, his facial contours hardened from years of martial practice. Although he could not compare to the striking beauty of Tony Leung from his previous life, or the humble charm of Louis Koo, he considered himself passably attractive and nodded silently in approval. Moreover, his physical form was infinitely stronger than in his past existence. After all, he was a warrior. Yet, this might not necessarily be a blessing, for he would have preferred to traverse into a more conventional ancient era, where everyone would be equally mediocre. In contrast here, there were far too many formidable experts, and one could lose their head before even realizing it. This world is not only inhabited by demonic beings, but its cultivation systems are diverse and intricate. In addition to the so-called non-Lucca martial artists, There exist sorcerers, Confucians, Buddhists, Taoists, shamans, and poison masters. 600 years prior, the Great Feng dynasty was established, and the first chief of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau delineated the ranks of various systems. Qi'an belonged to the non-lucky system. Classified as a 9th grade refined essence realm, his uncle was at the peak of the 8th grade Qi refinement realm, and the 7th grade was the spirit refinement realm. Beyond that, Qi'an had little knowledge. However, he was well acquainted with the sorcerer system of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau, as it was unique to the Great Feng dynasty and remarkably prominent. The innovations and creations of the 6th grade alchemist had permeated households far and wide. The sorcerer system is categorized as follows: 9th grade physicians, 8th grade prognosticators, 7th grade Feng Shui masters, and 6th grade alchemists. Beyond this, Qi'an was unaware of what lay ahead. His understanding of other systems was quite limited, having lived in the capital since childhood. At that moment, a young girl clad in a green dress entered through the courtyard door. She was the personal maid of his aunt, known as Green, young master. The master has summoned you for dinner. Green's eyes sparkled with joy, yet they betrayed a weariness and haggardness. She had been sold to the Su family at the tender age of 10 to serve her aunt. After the Su family's misfortune, the servants were dismissed, and she was troubled about her future livelihood. To her surprise, just 5 days had passed, and the Su family had regained their footing. She had heard from the eldest young lady that it was all thanks to the young master. The 18-year-old, charming little maid now appeared somewhat shy and timid before Qi'an. "Please, do not call me young master," he replied awkwardly. "But young master is indeed young master." Greenie pondered. "Never mind, I do not share the Wu surname anyway." The two departed the small courtyard side by side and entered the Su residence. Greenie hesitated for a moment before saying, "Just now, the master and madam were arguing." "What happened?" Qi'an inquired. "It seems that madam insists on uncovering how the tax silver case was swapped and who was responsible." The master could not provide an answer, and after some back and forth, they began to quarrel. Greenie whispered, "The young master must know something, right?" On the way back, Qi'an informed his uncle that the tax silver had not been stolen, but rather swapped. At the time, his aunt said nothing, but evidently, it lingered in her mind. Upon entering the inner hall, Qi'an was greeted by the piercing cries of his little sister, Su Lingyin, who, with her tiny arms raised behind her, leaned forward, her head held high, emitting a cacophony directed at their mother. His second uncle remained unfazed, sipping his drink, while Su Lingyue bowed her head to her meal. And Su Xinyan was still reeling from the collapse of his persona, silently consuming his food. His aunt, with a hand to her forehead, appeared beleaguered, and upon seeing Lu Er approach, promptly declared, "Take her away." Qi'an glanced at his wailing younger sister and, with a gentle demeanor, inquired, "What is the matter?" The little one cried out, "Mother deceived me. She said if we return home, she would take me to Guiwei Tower." Su Lingyin sobbed, "Father just mentioned Guiwei Tower." Guiwei Tower is the premier establishment in the capital, frequented by nobles and dignitaries, and does not cater to commoners or wealthy merchants. As a child whose siblings' names eluded her, her recollection of Guiwei Tower stemmed from a single visit, suggesting that she was not foolish but rather misdirected in her talents. Qi'an noted his uncle, who was nonchalantly enjoying his drink, and his aunt, who appeared helpless yet pained. The little girl was the very essence of her aunt. A mere jest had led to such a situation, prompting a sigh from his aunt. "You even deceive a child. How can you lack integrity?" Qi'an instinctively retorted, causing the beautiful woman to breathe heavily in exasperation. Brother, take me." Seeing Qi'an's kind expression, the little girl joyfully scampered to his side, tugging at his trousers as she attempted to climb. Guiwei Tower, with an average cost of 1 tael of silver, Qi'an stated solemnly, "Lu Er, take her away." The little one was escorted out. His aunt kicked her husband subtly, gesturing with her lips towards Qi'an. His second uncle felt a twinge of embarrassment, glancing at his son, who was usually inquisitive, but alas, Qi'an was in a state of social demise, unable to speak, merely consuming his meal. The food was mediocre, lacking a rich broth, as they had only just returned home. Qi'an chewed through his meal with a grimace, casting a disgruntled look at the graceful younger sister. "Linghua, why do you keep staring at me?" Chapter 9, The Outburst of the Ant. The young girl's face instantaneously flushed crimson, and in the eyes of her family, her embarrassment only deepened. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes glistened with a layer of mist sparkling in the candlelight. Although he favored his elder sister, Su Qian mused that it was rather satisfying to tease a younger sister who could cry for an extended period over a mere punch. Su Lingwa puffed out her cheeks defiantly, raising her head to meet Su Qian's gaze. I just want to know how you solved the case from the documents. Meanwhile, Su Xinyan, who had been pretending to be invisible, could no longer maintain the facade and quietly lifted his head. He prided himself on his intelligence and had perused the case files repeatedly, yet remained utterly perplexed. However, on the day Su Qian requested the documents, he promptly solved the case. His aunt refrained from expressing her opinion, but her chopsticks, poised to pick up food, halted, and she ceased to chew. There exists no flawless crime. Except for coincidences, any human-perpetrated case can reveal traces of evidence, Su Qian remarked. Su Xinyan straightened his posture, listening intently. Firstly, I discerned the issue with the taxed silver through the weight during its transport. Su Qian articulated his reasoning process. With each passing word, Su Xinyan's eyes sparkled brighter, akin to a student receiving enlightenment from his teacher. His hands, hidden beneath the table, clenched into fists. Upon Su Qian's conclusion, Su Erlang maintained a calm demeanor, remarking, "Not bad." Su Erlang was known for his disparity between words and heart, a trait the family had long grown accustomed to. His exquisite 16-year-old sister lowered her head, concealing the glimmer of admiration in her eyes. Su Pingji, invigorated, slapped the table and exclaimed a vulgarity in slang. So it was like this. How did I not realize? Su Xinyan shot a glance at his father, thinking it peculiar that he could discover anything at all. Su Qian looked at his second uncle, recalling a phrase, "Alas, my father lacks education. A mere exclamation suffices to traverse the world." His second uncle was a man of brawn, with his education limited to scrawling his name, which he did in a crooked, chicken-scratch manner. "You brute, can't even measure?" His aunt derided her husband. Su Qian inquired, "Did they wear gloves while counting the silver?" Su Erlang pondered for a moment, then replied in astonishment, "It seems they did." "How do you know? Was it really sodium metal?" Su Qian gazed at him pensively. "Why was this not mentioned in the testimony? It's a trivial matter. What is there to discuss?" "Su Erlang zito, gu xing. It's all that Lu fellow's fault for handing me a pot of osmanthus honey. You know, my drinking capacity is unfathomable. So I indulged a bit and neglected the rest. I would have forgotten had you not mentioned it. The most worrisome thing is having a teammate like you. Had this detail been in the case file, I could have deduced the truth of the matter far more swiftly, saving countless brain cells," Su Qian sighed. To his second uncle, this was akin to noting what others wore or how they styled their hair. He had no awareness that this was a significant clue. It appeared that the individual named Lu, as mentioned by his father, was most likely the one who had framed him, Su Xinyan pointed out incisively. "It's my fault for being foolish. I nearly jeopardized the entire family." Su Pingji suddenly felt a pang of sadness. "Ningyan, back in the day, your father and I fought shoulder to shoulder in the Battle of Shanghai, vowing to survive and prosper together. I survived, but your father perished in battle. At that moment, I realized that to live better, I must change my way of life. I could no longer be cannon fodder. Thus, I sent Yinner to study and chose to have you practice martial arts. In truth, I harbored selfish motives." Aunt shot a sidelong glance and remarked, "Indeed, your heart seems to belong entirely to your dear nephew. Over 100 taels of silver a year, no less. Are you implying that Erlang is not your own?" Su Qian swore that he had not intended to utter such words. It was instinct that transcended thought. The original owner harbored considerable resentment towards his aunt. "What ill intentions prompt you to utter such words, you little rascal?" Aunt exclaimed, striking the table in indignation. Su Erlang and Su Lingwa lowered their heads, quietly eating, seemingly accustomed to the discord. Su Ershu felt a shiver run down his spine. "Enough. I have barely managed to salvage my life, and yet I must endure your bickering. It would be better to perish." The table fell silent as everyone focused on their meal. Recalling the Battle of Shanghai, Su Qian had a vague impression of it. The world was vast and boundless, with the Dafeng dynasty reigning over the Central Plains, proclaiming itself the legitimate authority of the realm. Established through martial prowess and governed by Confucian principles, Dafeng reached its zenith with nations coming to pay homage. To this day, its dynasty had endured for 6 centuries. 2 decades prior, Dafeng had allied with the nations of the western regions to engage in a decisive battle against the barbaric tribes of the north and the south, culminating at Shanhai Pass. The armies from both sides numbered in the millions. The conflict, from inception to conclusion, lasted merely 6 months, during which countless lives were lost. It was one of the most devastating wars in history, known as the Battle of Shanghai. Su Qian's father perished in that conflict. With the knowledge of a keyboard warrior and the insights gleaned from popular literature, Su Qian had formulated a theory. No dynasty could escape the 300-year law. He had coined this term himself. As an amateur historian, he derived this principle from 5 millennia of history, noting that aside from the Zhou dynasty, which was marked by fragmentation and ignorance, no dynasty had sustained its fortunes beyond 3 centuries. Even the Song and Han dynasties were merely reconstituted realms. Reflecting on this, he pondered the enduring legacy of the Dafeng dynasty, which had persisted for 6 centuries, likely tied to the unique power dynamics of this world. Little Dou Ding was brought back by Lu Yi, her hunger quelled, and she ceased to cry, being too small to reach the dining table. She sat on Lu Yi's lap, being fed. "Mother, why do we have to live in a dark house? We are never full," she lamented, recalling her recent hardships. She referred to the prison as the dark house. The table fell into silence, and Aunt S' expression softened with sympathy. Su Ershu sighed. It was father who erred. Little Dou Ding responded, "I woke up hungry yesterday and caught a bug. It was on my head." She raised 2 tiny fingers to indicate. It was a cockroach, notorious alongside rats, as the 2 primary scourges of the prison. The expressions of everyone at the table shifted, mingling shame and pity. It was their failure that a mere child should endure such suffering. "You ate it?" Li Ru stammered, her lips trembling, her eyes reddening. She had given birth to this daughter in her 30s after much hardship and loved her dearly, despite her shortcomings. Little Dou Ding, Su Lingyin, chirped brightly. I later heard my mother's stomach rumbling. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence, with a heavy weight settling in everyone's hearts. The aunt's delicate face turned pale as she trembled, asking, "And then?" "Then I stuffed it into my mother's mouth, and she ate it quite eagerly," the little one replied, wearing a proud expression. The aunt swayed slightly. Su Xinyan gradually placed his utensils down, saying, "I'm full." Su Lingye echoed, "So am I." Su Qian added, "I'm satisfied." Satisfied with a chuckle. Su Ershu remained silent. The aunt, taken aback for a few seconds, suddenly lunged under the table, retching. Soon, the plaintive cries of a child echoed through the night sky. Chapter 10. The County Office Murder Case. The night sky was clear and bright, dotted with stars. At the pinnacle of the great Feng capital stood the star-watching tower, the office of the Astral Bureau. A girl in a yellow dress ascended gracefully, and upon reaching the 7th floor, she heard a cacophony of voices emanating from the alchemical chamber. A group of alchemists clad in white were embroiled in a heated dispute. Their faces flushed. Why did it fail again? The steps are so simple. I told you it's definitely the salt's dosage. No, I believe it's the water. It must be the fire. I just saw Senior Brother 1 boiling the salt. This is too difficult. The alchemical method to turn salt into silver is exceedingly complicated. I can't do it. The girl named Kai Wei twitched her lips, muttering to herself, "These people are still trying to create counterfeit silver." 2 days prior, she had returned to the Astral Bureau with her achievement of transforming salt into silver, but her senior brothers had initially dismissed her claims. Salt can turn into silver? Not even a 3-year-old would believe that. However, it wasn't long before the counterfeit silver case was resolved, and the emperor, recognizing the immense power and peculiarity of the counterfeit silver, ordered the Astral Bureau to produce it. Thus, the alchemists of the Bureau began to work tirelessly, immersing themselves day and night in their grueling endeavors. From that day onward, they toiled relentlessly, facing repeated failures and setbacks. "Kai Wei, it's Kai Wei Jr. sister," someone exclaimed excitedly. Instantly, weary faces turned toward her, eyes lighting up with hope. "Kai Wei Jr. sister, how is the counterfeit silver produced? Come help me see if there's a problem with the steps. You're the only one who has succeeded in creating it." They surrounded the girl in the yellow dress. Reluctantly, Kai Wei entered the alchemical chamber to observe the process of her brothers attempting to create counterfeit silver. "Another failure," lamented one of the white-clad alchemists on site. "Kai Wei Jr. sister, where did it go wrong?" The group of white-robed alchemists assumed a humble posture, eager for guidance. "There's no issue. I initially used the same method. Kai Wei Ponde Lao. This is an ancient alchemical technique, profound and obscure. It is not something one can master simply by learning. It requires thorough and insightful instruction to take root deeply. Let me impart a mnemonic to you all. Remember it well." The brothers arranged themselves to listen attentively. Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon, sodium, magnesium, aluminum, silicon, phosphorus. Zhu Kai Wei gathered her energy, articulating each word of the remarkable incantation with precision. Yet, what does this incantation mean? The senior brothers were perplexed, yet impressed. They comprehended each individual character, but when combined, they found themselves bewildered. I too was at a loss regarding its meaning, while Zhu Kaiwei maintained a facade of profound mystery with her silence. A true prodigy indeed, remarked a brother in white attire. The creator of such an incantation must be a genius of alchemy. Where lies the genius? Do not indulge in fanciful thoughts, senior. Zhu Kaiwei's smile remained unchanged. Junior sister Kaiwei, who imparted this incantation to you, have you encountered a master of alchemy who has shared their wisdom? Zhu Kaiwei thought to herself, well asked. She deftly deflected the inquiry. The individual you seek is Su Qi'an, the nephew of Su Pingji from the Yudao camp. A mere martial artist. Upon learning he was a warrior, the brothers in white were displeased. What a farce. As esteemed members of the Tianjian, brimming with talent, must we rely on outsiders to concoct counterfeit silver, especially a mere martial artist? Such news would be nothing short of a joke. A fascinating hierarchy of disdain had emerged based on differing cultivation systems. The Taoists looked down upon the Buddhists, who reciprocated the sentiment. Sorcerers scorned shamans, who in turn derided poison masters, who then held contempt for sorcerers. Collectively, Taoists, Buddhists, sorcerers, shamans, and poison masters all regarded martial artists with disdain. As for Confucian scholars, I must candidly say, all present are beneath contempt. However, in contemporary times, Confucianism has waned. Junior sister Kaiwei, please guide us, they implored. With a playful huff, she responded. Next time, surely. She extricated herself from the circle of white-clad brothers and ascended the steps once more. In truth, she too was uncertain. During her previous endeavor in the government office, she had successfully created counterfeit silver in one breath, but upon attempting it privately afterward, she failed. She had replicated the process exactly as before, yet the outcome was a disappointment, leaving her bewildered. Atop the star observation tower, rather than a conventional eave, there existed an octagonal platform, subtly reflecting the principles of the Bagua. Thus, it was referred to as the Bagua Terrace. At the edge of this terrace, an elderly gentleman in white attire leaned over a table, a wine cup in hand, resting his head on the other, appearing both intoxicated and sober. Gazing down at the capital city, the young girl in a yellow dress, discerning the mood, refrained from intrusion. Her master often neglected serious matters, preferring to sit at the Bagua Terrace, sipping wine and admiring the scenery, disliking interruptions. Squinting at his cup of wine, he stated he was focused on observing the world below. Has Kaiwei arrived? The elderly gentleman inquired with a smile. Master, the girl in yellow beamed, trotting over to stand at the edge of the terrace, her skirt fluttering. What rewards did the emperor bestow? A few hundred taels of silver and several bolts of silk. She answered, Master, what exactly is counterfeit silver? I myself am unaware, he replied. Is there truly anything in this world of which a master is ignorant? Indeed, far too many. The elderly man in white chuckled, saying, Master, you have no idea where those thieves from 19 years ago have gone. You often express your disdain for those petty criminals from that time, yet you never reveal their identities or what they stole. Rising to his feet and standing at the edge of the octagonal platform, he sighed heavily. What was taken is of great significance. Do you know who forged the counterfeit silver? The Astral Monitoring Bureau is the birthplace of the sorcerer system. Even alchemists not originating from there are inevitably linked to it. Behind the taxed silver case lies the involvement of an alchemist who has produced such extraordinary items. Undoubtedly no ordinary individual. Naturally, I am aware of this. In a small courtyard in the main room, Su Qi'an lay on his bed, staring blankly at the intricate beams of the ceiling illuminated by the bright moonlight streaming through the window. He was engulfed in worries about his future, feeling a mix of anxiety and fervent ambition. As a product of a 9-year compulsory education, he possessed knowledge that felt superficial. He believed he could easily distinguish himself in a backward monarchical society, blooming as the finest flower. However, a society that prioritizes imperial power often implies a disregard for human rights. Today, as favored young models may find themselves conscripted or exiled by tomorrow. This phenomenon is one that would evoke deep concern in any modern individual. Lost in thought, Su Qi'an soon fell asleep, only to awaken with the dawn's bright light. He donned his dark official attire, fastened his belt, tied up his long hair, and hung a simple dagger at his waist, standing tall and handsome. He had to admit that ancient attire enhanced both appearance and demeanor, though it was quite cumbersome when it came to personal needs. He climbed over the wall to his uncle's house for a breakfast, and the two of them set out for work together. Su Pingji resumed his official duties, and everything returned to normal. The Chang'an County office was an outlying district of the capital, situated within the city itself, a distance of 6 or 7 li from Su's residence. Lacking a horse or carriage, Su Qi'an took the number 11 bus, arriving at the county office in a quarter of an hour. Chang'an County office faced south, flanked by 2 stone lions the height of a man at its entrance, with large, red-brown doors adorned with drums that had peeling paint. The structure of the county office was noteworthy. The highest authority was the county magistrate, referred to as the chief official, who had 2 deputies, the county deputy and the chief clerk. These 3 were appointed officials of the court, holding established positions in Su Qian's era. Beneath these 3 court officials were the clerks, also known as the leading officials, though they held no rank and were considered lesser. Following them were the 3 classes and 6 departments. The 3 classes comprised the black class, the swift class, and the strong class, responsible for ceremonial duties, public safety, and apprehension, while the 6 departments corresponded to the 6 ministries of the court. Su Qian belonged to the swift class, commonly referred to as a constable. Upon entering the office, he encountered the clerk, who was calling the roll. The clerk, Li, stood at the front of the hall and paused upon seeing Su Qian, who bore the dagger at his waist. The expression on his face was one of astonishment, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. The constables noticed a peculiar expression on their leader's face and turned to look, each wearing a similar ghostly countenance. Xia Qian, are you a human or a specter? Someone stammered. Li Dian, the magistrate, observed the shadow cast by Xia Qian on the ground and felt a slight relief. His tone steady. What nonsense is being uttered in the court? Do ghosts have shadows? At his words, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. Xia Qian pondered for a moment and added, perhaps it is merely a walking corpse. Li Jian was taken aback, and the constables felt a twinge of anxiety. Xia Qian quickly clasped his fists. It was but a jest. I have met with Magistrate Li and esteemed colleagues. I have been released from prison. Li Dianing Kidat. What transpired? The Xia family had been imprisoned due to the tax silver case, and they had heard the rumors. Naturally, it was a matter of redeeming oneself through merit, and the sovereign had shown leniency, absolving the Xia family of their transgressions. Xia Qian recounted the events once more, attributing the credit to his uncle, and presented the certificate issued by the Jingzhou Prefecture's court. He was also aware that although the tax silver had been recovered, the verdict had not yet been delivered, indicating that the case of the missing tax silver was still unresolved. After all, there were procedures to follow, and matters did not progress swiftly. Thus, the constables of the Chang'an County Court remained unaware of this development. Once the roll call concluded, several familiar constables approached to extend their congratulations. Ningyan, you must treat us to drinks. In this era, friends were addressed by their courtesy names rather than their given names. While introducing oneself, the given name was used over the courtesy name. Indeed, surviving a great calamity must bring fortune. A feast is in order. I heard that the brothel on Linshui Street has recently acquired a new batch of courtesans, Ningyan. Shall we go together tonight? While I can certainly host a drinking gathering, you expect me to pay for women as well. That is excessive. Just as Xia Qian was about to decline, citing a lack of funds, he suddenly stepped on something hard. Looking down, he discovered a piece of broken silver. Was this truly a sign of fortune after calamity? He promptly stepped on it, maintaining a facade of observing the scenery. After the others had moved a few paces ahead, Xia Qian quickly bent down to pick it up and discreetly tucked it into his purse without altering his expression. After traversing the corridor and sitting in a side hall on the west side for a few minutes, Li Dian entered with a grim countenance. Turning to Captain Wang, Old Wang, the county magistrate has summoned us to the inner hall. Captain Wang's face darkened as he silently exited. Xia Qian watched Wang's retreating figure and inquired, "What is amiss?" The captain's expression is rather unfavorable. You have been in the big jail these past few days. There's been a murder on Kongping Street. The victim was a wealthy and influential merchant, and the county magistrate has been furious, berating Captain Wang daily. Was it truly necessary for the magistrate to be so wrathful over the death of a merchant? Xia Qian cracked open seeds. Since ancient times, human life has always been of great significance, but as the magistrate of a county adjacent to the capital, of the 5th rank, he should not react so vehemently. The merchant had connections to a certain esteemed official, which likely exerted pressure from that side, one constable remarked. Moreover, this year is the year of Gengzi. The year of Gengzi? Xia Qian was momentarily puzzled. Xianxia, the constable clarified. Chapter 11. fishing for opportunities. In the capital of the Great Feng Dynasty, the official evaluation system mandates assessments every 3 years, utilizing a framework of 4 categories and 8 methods as the basis for promotion or demotion. Officials deemed unqualified face demotion or even expulsion from office. This is easily understood, particularly when considering that one may have relatives in distant regions who could instigate a dismissal. The backlog of unresolved cases in Chonglu County presents a potential avenue for political adversaries to launch attacks. How did he die? Su Qian inquired nonchalantly. A tenant was collecting rent and returned home late at night, only to encounter a thief in his own courtyard, resulting in his demise, a colleague remarked, clicking his tongue in disapproval. Were there any witnesses? Su Qian asked, when his wife heard the commotion and came outside to investigate. She found him already lifeless in the courtyard. However, we discovered footprints on the outer wall. Is it possible that an enemy disguised themselves as a thief to commit the crime? Su Qian pondered, pouring himself a cup of tea and adding a few candied fruits from his colleague. His tone mirrored the discussions he once had at the police station regarding murder cases. I have inquired with the wife, children, servants, and neighbors. None indicated that the deceased had any recent feuds. To the night patrol question, anyone? The Imperial Guard reported that no suspicious individuals were seen in the vicinity that night. The capital is fortified with 3 layers of walls: the palace city, the inner city, and the outer city. Although the outer city has patrolling soldiers, there is no curfew. The city gates remain open throughout the night. Merchants can freely enter and exit as long as they file the necessary reports in advance. This system significantly enhances commerce and economic development in the capital. Su Qian nodded in agreement. Thus, if it were indeed a thief, it must have been someone familiar with the area around Kongping Street. How can you ascertain that? The officials questioned, taken aback. For a thief to navigate the household undetected by patrolling soldiers indicates prior reconnaissance and an intimate knowledge of the Imperial Guard's patrol patterns. As Su Qian analyzed the situation, he instinctively reached into his pocket for a cigarette, only to find it empty. This absence brought back memories of his days at the police station, where colleagues would gather to smoke and discuss cases, a habit he had unwittingly adopted. Several colleagues looked surprised and scrutinized Su Qian. That is indeed a sensible deduction. How did we overlook such a detail? After a stint in prison, Ning Yin has become quite astute. In this era, devoid of systematic training, detectives rely solely on experience, with the most successful among them rising to the rank of head constable. While you may not have considered it, Head Constable Wang certainly has. Have inquiries been made in the western part of the city? Su Qian remained modest, refraining from boasting. His colleague replied, We've been inquiring for 2 days, but have yet to identify a suspect. The Western District is a slum, populated by petty criminals, typically when security issues arise. The officers, accompanied by the white uniforms, can apprehend culprits without fail. How much silver was lost? Su Qian instinctively began to piece together the puzzle in his mind. Posing the question, a colleague cast a glance at Su Qian, sensing a hint of the county magistrate's demeanor in his tone, and replied, nothing was lost. The deceased had just returned from collecting rent, all of it in small silver coins, copper cash, and grain. How could a thief, after committing murder, possibly escape with heavy chests of silver? Wait. Su Qian narrowed his eyes. If I were the thief, having surveyed the area, I would certainly choose to steal the following day rather than today. He kept this doubt to himself, munching on sunflower seeds while continuing to listen to his colleagues' idle chatter. What a pity for that beautiful woman, forced to live in mourning at such a young age. That figure, that bosom, tut-tut, one would struggle to find such an exquisite woman in the brothels, even if it cost a few taels for a single night. I would gladly oblige. Though not young anymore, she is merely 20 years my senior, seemingly in her early 30s. Women of this age are the least capable of preserving their widowhood. Upon hearing this, Su Qian remarked, women in their 30s are delightful. They understand the nuances of the bedchamber, offering boundless pleasures. His words, though seasoned, did not earn the approval of his colleagues, who looked at him and chuckled, teasing you. A mere fledgling who has never even set foot in a brothel. Know nothing. To pursue the path of martial arts, one must break through the Qi refining stage. Without doing so, one cannot attain true mastery. Once the primal essence is leaked, the heavenly gates become difficult to open. Thus, Su Qian, possessing the sea-settling needle for 19 years, had yet to conquer a female demon. In the rear hall where the county magistrate resided, the dark-skinned Captain Wang, resembling an old farmer from the fields, lowered his head, listlessly enduring the magistrate's reprimands. The magistrate, surnamed Zhu, was corpulent and prosperous-looking, hailing from Yenzhou. He was a third-degree scholar from the imperial examination of the 20th year of the Yuanjing era, skilled in maneuvering but lacking in administrative competence, a scholar who understood the art of governance yet was devoid of practical ability. His virtues included a semblance of conscience, being only somewhat greedy and not overly corrupt, while his shortcomings lay in his poor temperament towards subordinates, often resorting to foul language. What utter incompetence! Knowing that Captain Wang had yet to yield any results the previous day infuriated Magistrate Zhu. You are at least an experienced hand. A mere homicide case, and you have found not a single clue after so many days. Sweat beaded on Captain Wang's forehead, his back prickling with anxiety. With the imperial inspection approaching, Magistrate Zhu grew increasingly irritable. Historian Li Dian, despite having a long-standing friendship with Captain Wang, dared not interject. He understood that the magistrate yearned for promotion, which required two conditions: a powerful patron and tangible achievements. Without achievements, possessing only a patron made one vulnerable to impeachment, leading to an unstable position. Only with both achievements and support could one ascend steadily. But where were such achievements to be found? The imperial inspection was a crucial criterion for evaluation. A quarter of an hour later, Magistrate Zhu withdrew his gaze and lifted his teacup for a sip. In the courtly etiquette, offering tea signified the dismissal of guests. Upon noticing this, Historian Li tugged at the taciturn Captain Wang, and the two left in a rather disheveled manner. Wang, the head constable, returned to the break room with a grim expression, and the previously chaotic atmosphere fell into an uneasy silence as everyone cautiously observed him. Did Magistrate Zhu scold you again? One of the constables ventured. Wang rolled his eyes and took a swig from his cup. Damn it, when a person dies and the thief escapes, where are we to find them? What a wretched day, I even lost a coin. That coin was yours. Qi'an retreated slightly, sipping tea to mask his unease. The silver seemed clearly out of reach for him. After Wang's lament, a young constable proposed a rather dubious idea. How about we fish for someone? Qi'an's brow twitched. Fishing was a term from the lower echelons of the bureaucratic world, meaning to find a scapegoat. Due to limitations in technology and resources, most ancient cases were unsolved mysteries with a notably low resolution rate. Sometimes officials, under pressure from superiors or in pursuit of political gain, would seek a scapegoat to satisfy their superiors. The process was as follows. Local clerks would select a batch of habitual offenders, write their names on folded paper, and the official would randomly pick one. Whoever was chosen would become the scapegoat, hence the term fishing. Once the unfortunate soul was identified, the clerks would apprehend them and bring them to the yamen, where a process known as coerced confession would ensure even the most obstinate individuals would yield. Satisfied superiors would commend the middle-ranking officials, and the clerks would receive rewards, creating a facade of mutual benefit. The scapegoat, being well, would not suffer unduly. Sending them to the cycle of reincarnation could be seen as a mercy for the surrounding populace. Such underhanded tactics were rampant in the bureaucratic sphere. Wang nodded. It must be done. Xiao Li, you handle this. Pick a few of the usual troublemakers, preferably older ones. Just as Xiao Li was about to agree, Qi'an interjected. Wait, head, this case has numerous ambiguities. It is not without avenues for investigation. Qi'an did not subscribe to this rationale. Although he had not been a constable for many years, the moral compass he had established remained intact. Despite their criminality, these ruffians did not deserve death. Even if they were culpable, it was still a matter of justice. Finding a substitute would only serve to benefit the true perpetrator. Wang's expression darkened, and he remained silent, casting an irritable glance at Su. The others began to persuade him. Ning Yin, don't meddle. The head is often scolded, and what can be done? Besides, he is just a habitual offender. Those with closer ties remarked, Head, Ning Yin has recently faced a great calamity. It's natural for him to be sensitive to such matters. Wang, ignoring their words, fixed his gaze on Qi'an, displeased, and with a stern demeanor commanded. Tell me how to investigate. Hand me the case files. Qi'an replied forthrightly. Chapter 12. A flurry of activity as fierce as a tiger. Wang sat at the head of the table, maintaining a stoic silence. In recent days, the first act of Magistrate Zhu upon rising has been to inquire about the progress of the case. When Captain Wang is unable to provide any valuable information, he resorts to colorful language. All the pressure rests upon his shoulders as the captain, while his subordinates seek refuge beneath his umbrella, offering no assistance and even engaging in banter with him. Captain Wang has every reason to feel aggrieved. He believes he is bearing a burden of stress that one of his age should not have to endure. Sitting at the table, Qi'an attentively peruses the case files, surrounded by his colleagues who exchange silent glances. Qi'an's reasoning is quite astute. The best way to appease old Wang is to solve the case. If that proves impossible, perhaps he could invite Wang to the Peach Blossom Spring for some leisure, for their years of camaraderie have forged a sturdy friendship. Moreover, Qi'an's reluctance to indulge in idleness is not solely due to his moral convictions, but also stems from a desire to alleviate old Wang's troubles. The deceased, Zhang Yurue, aged 51, was a prominent dog owner residing on Kongping Street, possessing several acres of fertile land in the outskirts of Chang'an County and operating 3 shops in the capital that sold silk, cosmetics, and sundries. His first wife had passed away, and he had remarried a woman 2 decades his junior. Zhang Yurue had 1 son, the offspring of his late wife, and no other heirs. The age difference was striking. An old stick with a new bait, Qi'an mused inwardly. This is the so-called reality. As long as one strives to earn wealth, one's future spouse may still be in kindergarten. For days prior, Zhang Yurue had gone to the countryside to collect rent and was returning home around the hour of the tiger. His wife, who was deep in slumber, suddenly heard a blood-curdling scream. Upon stepping outside to investigate, she found Zhang Yurue lifeless in the courtyard and saw a dark figure scaling the wall in escape. Such is the sequence of events. When Qi'an perused the coroner's report, he discerned an inconsistency. Patiently, he continued reading, examining the testimonies of the deceased's family and servants, then closed his eyes to organize his thoughts. Captain Wang, with a scoff, jested, "Pray tell, Su, who is the murderer and where might he be?" "Patience, my chief," Qi'an replied, opening his eyes. "I noted in the records that footprints were found on the outer wall of Zhang's residence, leading you to infer that the thief escaped by scaling the wall, thereby validating the young woman's account." Captain Wang acknowledged this with a grunt. "The footprints are facing outward, indicating they were left during the escape." Qi'an elaborated. "Were there any issues?" Captain Wang inquired, frowning. "Why were there footprints left?" "Because the soles were muddy." "And why was there mud?" "Because there is a flower bed by the wall." Qi'an nodded. "Then why, in the records, are there no footprints leading into the courtyard?" Captain Wang was taken aback. In the ensuing silence, the other constables, sensing his embarrassment, offered their input. Perhaps the thief was cautious upon entering and left no traces. Another suggested, yet after committing the murder, in a haste to flee, he may have inadvertently left behind his footprints. Qi'an cast a glance at them, pondering the possibility. Thus, beneath the wall lay a flower bed. Did it hold the footprints of the intruder? Logically, if the thief could leap from outside the wall, soaring over the flower bed without a trace, then during their escape, there would be no need to press against the wall for leverage. The crowd exchanged glances, unable to provide an answer. Yet, Qi'an discerned the truth without their input. It was not a matter of presence or absence, but rather one of uncertainty. The constables had neglected to investigate this aspect. "Mingyan, what is there to dispute?" Some voiced their dissent. Qi'an offered no reply, instead directing his gaze towards the frowning and contemplative head Constable Wang. Continuing, "The deceased met their end from a blunt force trauma to the back of the head, correct?" Head Constable Wang nodded. "Died on the spot." Qi'an inquired, "I have a question. Why was it a blunt instrument?" The perpetrator, engaged in such a nefarious act, would naturally be armed. Wouldn't a blade deliver swifter, more decisive execution? The side room fell silent, as it became evident that everyone had grasped the significance of this question. Youngly ventured, "Perhaps the thief did not initially intend to kill?" "No, this time, it was not Qi'an who countered, but head Constable Wang, rising with widened eyes to strike the back of the head with a blunt object, resulting in instant death. Implies a murderous intent." He resumed his seat, murmuring, "Indeed, why the use of a blunt instrument? Why not a sharp one? Unless the killer lacked a suitable weapon at that moment." Qi'an responded. Head Constable Wang's eyes suddenly sparkled, as if he had caught a glimmer of understanding. Yet the full realization eluded him. "There is one final point which holds particular significance for me," Qi'an remarked, glancing at the case file. When the deceased family inquired at the county office, Mrs. Zhang fainted from prolonged kneeling. The doctor diagnosed her as pregnant, an unborn child. How tragic. The child lost a father before even being born. The onlookers, ever intrusive, chimed in with their speculations. "Mrs. Zhang has been married to the deceased for nearly a decade. Why is it that she is only pregnant now?" Qi'an waited for their interruptions to subside before seizing the opportunity to speak. "Perhaps the child is not the deceased at all? If both parties were healthy, It would be improbable for them to remain childless for 10 years unless they were intentionally avoiding conception. One of them must possess a physical ailment, rendering procreation difficult. Given the ancient methods for treating infertility, while not entirely impossible, the success rate would certainly be low. Head Constable Wang's breathing became noticeably heavier. Ning Yin, elucidate this clearly. Make it plain. Su Qian took a sip of tea to soothe his throat. Perhaps this is not merely a case of burglary, but rather one of infidelity and murder. Mrs. Zhang Yang, betraying her husband, may have been involved with another man, who could either be an outsider or the deceased's own son. The two may have engaged in a secret rendezvous while the deceased was out collecting rents. Who could have anticipated that the deceased would return early, catching them in the act? A conflict ensued, and in a fit of rage, the lover seized a vase or some other blunt object, striking the deceased fatally. Zhang Yang and her illicit partner hastily managed the scene, dragging the deceased into the courtyard and fabricating a tale of burglary. Given their clandestine rendezvous, the lover had previously scouted the area, discerning the regular patrols of the guards, thereby avoiding detection by the Imperial Guard soldiers. If the intruder were truly motivated by greed, they would not have chosen that particular night to act, but rather waited until the deceased had exchanged the rental income for banknotes, which could easily be pocketed and taken away. Zhang Yang's narrative conveniently leveraged the context of collecting rent, steering their thoughts towards the idea of financial gain. The room full of constables stood in stunned silence. Could it be that merely reviewing the case files could lead to identifying the murderer? Ningyan, this is no trivial matter. Do not speak so recklessly. Yet, does it not seem remarkably plausible? Su Qian's approach left them with a sense encapsulated in 4 words. Profoundly impressive, yet unclear. I am merely speculating based on the case's intricacies. This may not represent the truth and requires further verification. Su Qian responded to the astonished colleagues. The process of solving a case involves gathering clues, followed by reasoning and analysis, culminating in verification, the collection of evidence. The intruder evaded the guards, the timing of the theft was inconsistent, and the blunt instrument used for murder rather than a sharp one. Zhang Yang's pregnancy, through Su Qian's contemplation, revealed these seemingly trivial details coalescing into a coherent thread of logic. Head Constable Wang felt as if a new door had opened in his career, taking a deep breath to steady his tumultuous emotions. He pondered one aspect of Su Qian's assertions that left him perplexed. Why did you believe the lover was the deceased's son? I suspect 2 reasons. Su Qian leisurely sipped his tea, as he gradually articulated his thoughts under the eager gazes of Wang and his colleagues. The deceased's son, Xianxia, stated in his testimony that he was in the study reviewing accounts that night and did not sleep with his wife. If he was awake, how could he not have heard the commotion in the courtyard? Zhang Yang was awakened by the screams, indicating a significant disturbance. Yet this alert individual claimed not to have perceived any sound. Does that seem reasonable? The second point, if no traces were found in the flower bed left by the intruder, it is highly probable that this so-called burglar does not exist. From this deduction, the son's suspicion becomes substantial. A revelation dawned upon Head Constable Wang, who inquired, so, the footprints on the wall were likely left deliberately to mislead us? Su Qian conjectured, indeed, precisely. We should compare them to the boots of the deceased son. He certainly wouldn't leave his own footprints, remarked Head Constable Wang. Su Qian, filled with admiration, showered him with praise. Truly, you are astute and discerning. A paragon of the Daoism's finest. Su Qian had just made a bold proclamation, establishing his image, only to pivot and wholeheartedly flatter, which was quite gratifying. A smile blossomed on Head Constable Wang's weathered face, feeling his stature elevated significantly. I immediately sought out Lord Zhu, instructing my companions to prepare for yet another visit to the Zhang residence. Captain Wang, with his sun-baked, weathered visage, revealed an impatient excitement. He pointed a finger at Su Qian, emitting a series of guttural chuckles akin to a tractor, before hastily exiting the lounge to seek the county magistrate in the back hall. Chapter 13, Interrogation. Su Qian regarded his retreating figure with a sense of pessimism. After several days, the prospect of gathering evidence seemed daunting. The inability to collect fingerprints rendered the task nearly impossible. The shoe prints could hardly belong to Xianxia himself. Excluding these leads, he pondered what methods available in this era could assist in unraveling the case, rummaging through his thoughts for solutions. These incompetent clerks, adept at milking every opportunity like cunning monkeys, transformed into utter fools when it came to serious matters. The county magistrate was in the inner hall, furious over the murder case, which was further complicated by the victim's connections to Lord Su of the Grand Secretariat. Who were those serving in the Grand Secretariat? They were self-proclaimed paragons of integrity, vicious watchdogs ready to pounce on anyone they deemed unworthy, quick to file accusations against those who displeased them. Beside him stood the gaunt Su, sporting a goat-like beard, offering a congenial smile. If you continue to press, my lord, they may very well become complacent. These seasoned bureaucrats were all too aware of the machinations at play, while the clerks were merely at an elementary level in the realm of officialdom, with the highest echelons residing in the imperial court, followed by provincial governors. Complacent? Lord Zhu snorted. In days past, perhaps. But with the upcoming imperial inspection, should I be accused of coercing confessions, how would I justify my position? Just as he spoke, hurried footsteps echoed, and Captain Wang entered the inner hall. Pausing respectfully at the threshold, his voice brimming with excitement. My lord, I have made significant progress in the Zhang case. Please issue an order. I shall apprehend the suspect immediately. Lord Zhu and Clerk Su exchanged glances. The former sneered, while the latter wore a knowing smile. Sensing their disquiet, Captain Wang urged, My lord, time is of the essence. Slamming his palm on the table, Lord Zhu retorted, Fool, what time do you think this is? You still wish to idle away the hours? Are you as dim-witted as a pig? Coercing confessions may be feasible under normal circumstances, yet a crucial issue loomed. Once a suspect confessed, the testimony and case files would be submitted to the Ministry of Justice for verification and subsequent judgment. With the imperial inspection approaching, the atmosphere among officials in the capital was fraught with tension, as they simultaneously tidied their own affairs while keeping a watchful eye on one another, eager to catch political adversaries off guard. This was a time when cases could be overturned with a mere whim. Captain Wang hastily defended himself. My lord, you misunderstand. I am genuinely confident in capturing the true culprit. This is no idle pursuit. Please, trust me. Do you think I am unaware of your capabilities? Lord Zhu's skepticism was palpable as he scrutinized Old Wang. Speak clearly. Captain Wang thought to himself. It is finally time for me to shine before others. Esteemed gentlemen, allow me to elaborate on the numerous ambiguities surrounding the Zhang case. Old Wang meticulously recounted Su Qian's deductions to the two gentlemen. Initially, Magistrate Zhu wore a sardonic smile, but as he listened, he unconsciously straightened his back. By the end, he fell silent, a grave expression adorning his face as he pondered deeply. Remarkable. Clerk Su clapped his hands resoundingly, brimming with excitement, peeling back the layers of the case. The reasoning was so clear that it could decipher the entirety of the matter from these seemingly insignificant details. Even seasoned veterans of the Ministry of Justice could hardly compare. Although further verification is necessary, this line of reasoning undoubtedly directed the perplexed officials of the county office towards clarity. Captain Wang chuckled modestly. You flatter me. Magistrate Zhu scoffed. Dushare, who taught you this? After a brief contemplation, Captain Wang suppressed his desire for recognition and replied truthfully, the swift-handed Su Qian. Swift-handed does not refer to a live streaming platform, nor is Su Qian streamer. It is a term denoting an efficient clerk or constable. Magistrate Zhu was the first to realize, it is he. Having shared a few drinks with Su Pingji, Zhu had some acquaintance with him. A few years prior, Su Pingji had spent 20 taels of silver to secure the lucrative position of swift-handed for his nephew. In the Great Feng dynasty, official posts could indeed be inherited by sons, a steady and lucrative position. It could only be him, Zhu chuckled. Clerk Su's eyes flickered as he recalled the tax silver case that implicated the Su family and immediately inquired, What do you mean by that? Captain Wang also leaned in. Attentive. Magistrate Zhu smiled. The uproar over the stolen tax silver primarily affected the Su family, who should have been held accountable. Do you know why the Su family escaped culpability? Captain Wang promptly responded. I heard that Lord Su of the Imperial Sword Guard assisted in the case, earning the Emperor's grace and having his crimes absolved. This was information he had just gathered from Su Qian. Clerk Su, glancing at Magistrate Zhu's expression, ventured cautiously. Is there some hidden truth to this case? While Clerk Su had yet to grasp the intricacies of the tax silver disappearance, Magistrate Zhu, as the county's chief official, occupied a position of significance, albeit a subordinate one amidst the powerful elite in the capital. Yet, one could not maintain such a position without a strong backing. Magistrate Zhu scoffed. Su Pingji is merely a crude warrior. He is but a scapegoat in this affair. Abruptly pausing, seemingly reluctant to divulge too much, he continued. The true reason for the Su family's redemption lies not with him. Who then? Captain Wang instinctively inquired. Clerk Su's mind raced, anticipating Magistrate Zhu's next words. It is Su Qian. He unveiled the truth behind the tax silver case, a matter recorded in the official documents. A colleague of mine served in the Jingzhou prefecture during the same year, Magistrate Zhu stated. As the saying goes, debts incurred by a father must be repaid by the son. Though he is but a nephew, the principle remains the same. Clerk Su gasped after the incident. Su Qian should have been imprisoned in the county jail. How could he possibly achieve this? Zhu, county magistrate, pondered. Initially, I found this unbelievable. Yet now it all makes sense. Su, the clerk, similarly struggled to comprehend the situation, merely based on the documents. Even Wang, the head constable, was perplexed. Such bureaucratic secrets were seldom spoken of by the three esteemed officials above him. What astonished him was the notion that Su Qian had played a significant role in the robbery of the tax silver, thereby rescuing the Su family. Wang mused to himself. This cannot be right. It defies reason. When this young man first arrived, he was simple-minded and stubborn, only focused on his work, truly a naive greenhorn. How could such an inexperienced lad suddenly possess such remarkable deductive abilities? Upon returning to the lounge with the summons, Wang found Su Qian slumped over the table, asleep. The previous night, he had been preoccupied with a multitude of chaotic thoughts and had only succumbed to slumber after the third watch. When someone attempted to rouse Su Qian, Wang immediately intervened, lowering his voice, let him sleep. He selected 2 individuals and instructed, accompany me to the Zhang residence. 3 swift men, each bringing their respective laborers, totaling 9, hurriedly departed from the Chang'an County office. The laborers, temporary workers composed of common folk, received no wages, nor were they provided food or lodging. However, there was a moral aspect to their role. They were not held accountable for failures. Su Qian was jolted awake by a commanding voice, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth as he made his way to the county hall. He surmised that the suspects had already been apprehended and that the magistrate was conducting an interrogation. In the courtroom, Zhu County Magistrate sat high behind the official desk, flanked by court officials and attendants. Below the desk, 3 groups of constables stood on either side, while 2 individuals knelt in the center. A young man clad in a blue robe adorned with cloud patterns and a beautiful woman in a purple silk skirt. The woman appeared terrified and anxious, while the young man maintained a relative calm. With a resounding slap on the wooden bench, Zhu County Magistrate declared, "Who stands before the court?" The woman instinctively glanced at the young man, who offered her a reassuring look, straightening his posture. "I am Xianxia." The woman spoke softly. "I am Yang Zinzhen." The magistrate demanded, "How did the 2 of you come to kill Zhang Yurui? Speak the truth." The woman trembled in fear, her long eyelashes fluttering, revealing her distress. Zhang Xian exclaimed in astonishment, "Your Honor, how could I ever harm my own father?" The magistrate pressed, "Where were you at the time of the incident?" "In the study," he replied. "Why were you not sharing the bed with your wife?" "I was reviewing accounts." "Yet is there any witness?" "At such a late hour, who could possibly be a witness?" Zhang Xian's responses were coherent and collected, suggesting either a clear conscience or a well-prepared defense. Based on his reasoning, Su Qian leaned toward the latter possibility. Though he lacks an alibi, there is equally no evidence to implicate him in murder, while reasoning may suggest otherwise. In the absence of concrete proof, one must presume innocence. The county magistrate turned his gaze towards the woman and inquired, "Zhang Yang, I ask you, you have been married to Zhang Yurui for a decade without issue. Why is it that you are now with child? Speak honestly. Have you been unfaithful with your stepson and conspired to murder your husband?" Zhang Yang was taken aback. Weeping, "My lord, I am wronged. My health has been poor. I have been nurturing myself for years and have finally conceived my husband's offspring. How can you unjustly accuse me of murdering my husband based on this?" She began to sob profusely. How could any truth emerge from such an interrogation? Su Qian gazed at the ethereal woman for a moment, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. Chapter 14. A battle of wits with a resounding clap. Magistrate Zhu slammed the gavel and bellowed, "You claim to have seen a shadow fleeing after the murder. Yet why did our constables find no footprints or signs of disturbance in the garden below the wall?" Zhang Yang was momentarily stunned, her beautiful almond eyes darting about in confusion. Zhu Xian quickly interjected, "My lord, how could the thief have entered the residence? How can my mother know? If the constables cannot uncover the truth, you cannot lay the blame upon us. Do not besmirch the term mother and son. That is a stepmother you speak of." Su Qian could not tolerate such an affront. Magistrate Zhu, enraged, retorted, "You speak with such cunning. Seize him and administer punishment." In those times, the interrogation process typically unfolded in this manner. Coercion and torture, a necessity in the absence of evidence. Thus, confessions were often extracted through duress. The difficulty of gathering evidence, compounded by the lack of resources and expertise, rendered such measures indispensable, albeit fraught with ethical dilemmas. Xianxia proclaimed loudly, "Is this to force a confession? My uncle holds a position in the Ministry of Rights. Do you not fear repercussions?" The term uncle referred to a distant relative. Yet despite the remoteness of their blood ties, their relationship was close, for the Zhang family often provided benefits to this far-off kin. With piercing clarity, Magistrate Zhu's brow furrowed. He was aware of the Zhang family's slight influence. "You dare to threaten me? Seize him and administer 20 lashes." For constables advanced. Two secured Xianxia by the neck, while the others stripped him of his trousers, the sound of strikes echoing throughout the court. Xianxia's anguished cries filled the air. Magistrate Zhu maintained a stoic demeanor. 20 lashes would not suffice to elicit a confession of murder, but 50 might, albeit at the risk of death. Moreover, even if Xianxia confessed, the case would ultimately be submitted to the Ministry of Justice, where he could still appeal, not to mention his connection to a high-ranking relative. This could lead to accusations of coercion against him. Amidst the chaos as Xianxia was held down and punished, Su Qian gestured subtly towards the attendant beside Magistrate Zhu. After hesitating for a moment, Gung Ding retreated a few steps and then jogged over. "Please convey a message to the master, requesting a temporary recess. I have an idea." Su Qian whispered, "What did you possibly propose?" "Do not speak recklessly and implicate me," Gung Ding replied with skepticism. "Since we have not yet reached a conclusion, the master is in a predicament. He will agree." "I'll treat you to a drink later," Su Qian assured. "Very well." Gung Ding hurriedly approached Magistrate Zhu and whispered a few words. Zhu immediately turned to Su Qian's direction. After a moment of contemplation, he withdrew his gaze and struck the bench with authority. "First, detain the two individuals. We shall recess." Inside the inner chamber, Magistrate Zhu held a cup of hot tea offered by maid and took a sip. After several years navigating the bureaucratic system, Su Qian, who had only a rudimentary understanding of official protocol, quickly followed suit and sipped his tea. "Suning in, what is your idea?" Su Qian was taken aback by Magistrate Zhu's surprisingly gentle demeanor, devoid of any official arrogance. In his memory, Zhu had never been so courteous to the clerks in the county office. Could it be that after my transmigration, his appearance has improved? I can give it a try, without resorting to torture? Naturally. Zhu became even more intrigued, setting down his teacup and inquiring, "Do elaborate. You wouldn't comprehend the intricacies of game theory, so what's the point?" Su Qian chuckled. "Allow me to keep you in suspense. Await my good news." In the quiet confines of the detention room, Yang Zhenjin was brought in, her expressive eyes darting restlessly. Initially, she thought the clerks would trouble her, but to her surprise, they simply left her here, though that did little to alleviate her unease. Creak! The wooden door swung open, revealing a young man clad in the attire of a constable, tall and imposing, with sharp facial features and a reasonably handsome countenance. "Don't be nervous. We are merely having a casual conversation." The young man even brewed tea, his face beaming with a smile. "You may call me Su, sir." Sushi? Unaccustomed to such gracious treatment, Yang Zhenjin remained silent, her gaze fixed warily upon him. Su Qian, in turn, scrutinized the beautiful woman before him. It was no wonder she had caught the eye of a wealthy man, possessing natural beauty that surpassed even that of the women in his household. At the age of 30, she was in the prime of her life, the most alluring and vibrant period, reminiscent of his previous life. "With your adornments. It seems Zhang Yurue treats you quite well." Su Qian initiated the conversation. Yang Zhenjin refrained from responding. "In truth, considering your age and the years without conceiving, it is likely a matter concerning Zhang Yurue," Su Qian suggested. Initially anticipating an interrogation, Yang Zhenjin was taken aback by the young man's unexpectedly gentle attitude and tone, which starkly contrasted with her preconceived notions of officials. Moreover, in discussions surrounding infertility, the blame was often placed solely upon women, yet Su Qian's words were notably fair. Gradually, she began to lower her defenses, softly murmuring, "It is all the fault of the common woman. Her womb has proven uncooperative. After so many years, she finally conceives, yet the master encounters misfortune at this very moment." As she spoke, her eyes reddened once more. "Death cannot be reversed." Su Qian offered a word of solace, then inquired, "Does Zhang Yurue frequent brothels?" "Indeed," she affirmed, "from ancient times to the present." Where do high officials and wealthy gentlemen not indulge in such establishments? I dare say, at over 50 frequenting brothels with a depleted treasury, I can almost ascertain that the child within you is the offspring of the neighbor Wang's amorous escapades with nightclub girls. The vigor of pregnancy would hardly be lacking. The same applies to a lonely woman in a secluded chamber. Suddenly, I find myself understanding you. Qi'an clucked his tongue. A woman at 30 is as fierce as a wolf, at 40 as fierce as a tiger, and at 50, she is but dust upon the ground. Xianxia, having crossed the half-century mark, indulging in brothels while neglecting you, is only natural that infidelity might arise. Yet, murder is inexcusable. Yang Jinjin's complexion shifted. The common woman does not comprehend what the officer is implying. Qi'an chuckled softly. I have perused the case files, and that Xianxia is a full 7 years your junior. Yang Jinjin's expression hardened. What do you mean by that, officer? This is akin to an eagle preying upon a chick. The common woman is perplexed. This time, Yang Jinjin truly did not grasp the meaning. Let us speak of matters you understand. Qi'an intoned gravely. Xiangyang, you, confined to your solitude, could not withstand the silence. Thus, you seduced your stepson, committing an act of shameless betrayal. On the night of the incident, while Xianxia was away collecting rents, you engaged in an affair with your stepson. Little did you know, Xianxia returned unexpectedly, discovering your indiscretions. A scuffle ensued between father and son, wherein you struck Xianxia from behind with a vase, ending his life. To cover your crime, you dragged Xianxia's corpse into the courtyard, fabricating a tale of thieves committing murder. Xianxia deliberately left footprints on the wall to corroborate your story. Yang Jinjin's face turned pale, disbelief etched across her features as she stared at Qi'an. I did not do it. I am innocent, she exclaimed loudly, her fists clenched, palms clammy with sweat. Panic gripped her, and Qi'an, having honed his skills in interrogation, adopted a cold, expressionless demeanor that exuded indifference. Are you not curious as to how I possess such clarity? Because Xianxia has already confessed. This is impossible. A flicker of emotion crossed Yang Jinjin's eyes. Her face paled further as she feigned calmness, still denying the accusations. The common woman is wronged. Do you not believe your lover could confess? Qi'an's expression remained inscrutable. Despite lacking threats in his tone, the beautiful woman grew increasingly unsettled. For you believed your scheme flawless, yet it is riddled with flaws. Xianxia left only footprints leading away from the residence, yet none leading into it. Should a thief possess commendable agility, the act of fleeing would surely compel them to harness their potential, leaving no trace. That is point 1. Point 2. Xianxia succumbed to a blunt force, not a sharp weapon. According to the laws of Defoe, any intruder entering a home without cause at night is subject to 80 strokes. Should the homeowner kill them immediately, they are not to be questioned. Qi'an rapped the table. Pray tell, which thief breaking into a home would venture forth unarmed? Yet, it is most peculiar that Xianxia met his demise at the hands of a blunt instrument. Yang Jinjin wore a look of stupor. I had not yet concluded my discourse when Qi'an let out a cold laugh. After shattering Yang Jinjin's psychological defenses, he proceeded to deliver the fatal blow. Chapter 15. The unchanging flaws of humanity through the ages. Thirdly, why does the county office insist that it was you who murdered Xianxia rather than a burglar? Dragging Xianxia's corpse into the courtyard and disguising it as the work of a thief is indeed a clever ruse. However, you have erred. When Xianxia died, his body lay in the courtyard, feet directed towards the house, and head facing outward, with a fatal wound at the back of his skull. This indicates that the assailant struck from behind, using a blunt object. How could this be? If the culprit were a gentleman of the rafters, upon sighting the masteress return, he would either remain still or retreat, rather than boldly attack and kill, only to return empty-handed. Li Jinjin was taken aback. She had not anticipated such numerous flaws in their plan. Qi'an's words struck her with immense force, inducing a sensation as if her actions had been laid bare under the glaring sun, leaving her with no avenue for escape. A wave of panic nearly overtook her. Have you nothing to say? Xianxia, too, was left speechless, which is why he implicated you. He claimed that you, devoid of shame, seduced him, and although he wished to sever ties with you, you threatened him with the child in your womb, coercing him. That night, it was indeed you who, amidst the chaos, struck down Xianxia. Xianxia is an innocent victim. Aware of the numerous inconsistencies, he realized he could not evade his fate and thus confessed to the county magistrate. offering 500 taels of silver to smooth over relations and shift the blame onto you, compelling you to bear the sin of murdering your own husband alone. As Yang Jinjin listened, her fear deepened, despair etched upon her face. Upon learning that Xianxia had betrayed her, her once lovely visage drained of color, devoid of any trace of blood. You are most familiar with the character of Xianxia, are you not? Su Qian said deliberately. He knew not what manner of man Xianxia was. He merely doubted the solidity of a relationship founded solely on desire, devoid of genuine affection. Moreover, Xianxia, being the scion of a wealthy family, had the means to indulge in countless delicacies. Why would he hang himself upon a single abalone? Yang Zinzen Sukjumbetu Despire. However, Su Qian gently coaxed, the county magistrate, embodying integrity and righteousness, does not blindly trust Xianxia's one-sided account. He has sent me to inquire, should you confess? The magistrate promises to spare you from capital punishment. Yang Jinjin abruptly lifted her head, tears welling in her eyes, as if she had grasped a lifeline, and asked sorrowfully, "Is that truly so?" Su Qian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is true. Seeing that he had finally shaken Yang Jinjin's resolve, Su Qian promptly opened the door, beckoning the clerk waiting outside to come in and take notes. With her psychological defenses breached, Yang Jinjin recounted the truth in its entirety. She had indeed engaged in an affair with her stepson and was carrying his child. However, there exists a discrepancy with what Su Qian has just articulated. It was not she who acted of her own volition. The liaison between her and Xianxia can succinctly be encapsulated in 8 words. Stepson, please conduct yourself with dignity. Stepson, please act autonomously. Xianxia had long been infatuated with this stepmother's beauty, seizing the opportunity to infiltrate her solitude when she was left alone in her chamber. Yang Zinzen, Dogsamohat reluctant, acquiescet. The fleeting pleasure of infidelity often leads to familial ruin. After the events of that fateful night, a conflict erupted between father and son, culminating in Xianxia's tragic blunder of fatally striking his father with a vase. In a bid to evade culpability, he conspired with Yang Jinjin, feigning the guise of a thief. Alas, being mere commoners, their scheme was riddled with flaws, and they unwittingly crossed paths with Su Qian, who was particularly astute. Last night, after the interrogation, Su Qian and the magistrate departed the restricted room. The seasoned magistrate, who had dedicated over 20 years to the county office, found himself utterly impressed by Su Qian's audacious methods. A gentleman's worth is to be re-evaluated after a mere 3 days apart, he mused, having never encountered such an investigative approach in his lengthy career. The predicament of the prisoners is an age-old trope, yet it appears to astonish you ancients. Su Qian waved dismissively, a mere trifle. He chose to leverage Yang Jinjin as a focal point, taking advantage of her ignorance of the law, embodying the quintessential characteristics of women in this era: long hair, scant knowledge. During the magistrate's inquiry, Su Qian observed Yang Jinjin for an extended period and discerned her inherently weak character, devoid of decisive opinions. Thus, he conceived this strategy. He had just deceived Yang Jinjin. According to the laws of the Feng, adultery and the murder of a husband would lead to the woman facing death by slow slicing, while the paramour would be executed and displayed. There was no possibility of avoiding the death penalty. In this case, Xianxia was the perpetrator of murder, having committed patricide, which also warranted the same gruesome fate. Su Qian harbored no objections to the demise of such a beast. He merely deemed Yang Jinjin a secondary accomplice, her crime not deserving of death. This stance conflicted with the legal principles he had cultivated in his previous life. Every era possesses its own rules. Adapting to prevailing trends is the key to survival, Su Qian reminded himself. Confronted with Yang Jinjin's testimony, Xianxia was caught off guard, rendered incapable of further deceit. And in his despair, he confessed. Su Qian carried both statements into the inner chamber. Magistrate Zhu, holding a teacup in his left hand and a scroll in his right, glanced up as Su Qian entered, setting aside his book and tea. What news? Su Qian placed the 2 statements upon the table. I have fulfilled my duty. Magistrate Zhu immediately seized the testimonies, shook the papers, and scrutinized them closely, erupting in anger. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. Old Zhu felt that his scholarly principles had been challenged. After his fury subsided, he turned to Su Qian, his impression of the young man soaring to unprecedented heights. Ningyan, this official shall acknowledge your merit. Your skills are commendable. It is all due to the master's thorough guidance. I have merely gleaned a few minor tricks from the surroundings, Su Qian replied with flattery. Magistrate Zhu's expression brightened considerably. As the evening shift concluded, Captain Wang expressed his desire to treat his companions to a celebratory drink, taking 8 swift hands to the tavern. With the stability of the silver standard, a single coin could secure a lavish banquet at a grand establishment, let alone at a tavern. Due to his remarkable deductive reasoning and equally impressive interrogation skills, Qi'an has emerged as the protagonist, even prompting Captain Wang to seek his counsel on the interrogation process. The woman, possessing a gentle disposition, could not withstand intimidation. In truth, there was nothing of great significance. Qi'an, seasoned and unpretentious, refrained from boasting and remained grounded among the masses. Yet, Captain Wang and his colleagues were thoroughly entertained, feeling as though they had unlocked the door to a new world. They graciously raised their glasses in Qi'an's honor. As the drinks flowed, the conversation among the gentlemen inevitably veered towards the brothels and pleasure houses. In this regard, Captain Wang took center stage. He clapped Qi'an on the shoulder, saying, "Ningyan, today I shall take you to a pleasure house for some revelry." The group chuckled knowingly, aware that Qi'an was still a novice. "Are you footing the bill, Chief? That would cost quite a sum." Captain Wang declined. "Should you not treat us?" Qi'an stated with a serious tone. "I'm not that kind of person. Once I lose my innocence, I shall never attain the Qi training realm." Speaking of the traditional culture surrounding brothels, it harbors profound knowledge. Qi'an listened intently, mentally summarizing. Pleasure houses cater to the common folk, while brothels are more upscale, serving wealthy merchants and dignitaries, essentially akin to salons and clubs. In the Dafeng dynasty, discussions of brothel culture inevitably lead to the Ministry of Music. "The women from the ministry are truly beautiful," Captain Wang remarked. "They are all the families of officials, each one delicate and fair, as if they could be squeezed for water." Earlier in the year, I had the fortune of visiting with the county magistrate, where I had a fleeting encounter with the enchanting Lady Fu Xiang, whose beauty took Captain Wang by surprise. "Who is Lady Fu Xiang?" Little inquired. "Chief, did you sleep with her?" Fu Xiang is the courtesan of the Ministry of Music. Had she not already had a patron that night, I would have taken her to bed, Captain Wang boasted. "How much for a night?" Qi'an's interest was piqued. 30 taels. Qi'an tossed him a handful of peanuts, saying, "Here, have some peanuts. You look quite intoxicated." 30 taels is an exorbitant sum, enough to indulge several courtesans at home. The unchanging flaw of humanity through the ages is the inflation of prices. One must be rather foolish to seek the courtesan of the ministry for a night. Chapter 16. Qi'an's Diary. Today is the year of the metal rat, the month of the earth dog, and the day of the wood horse. What a hodgepodge. Had this been the past, I would surely be utterly perplexed. Fortunately, I have inherited the original owner's memories. Based on my deductions, it should be the year of the rat, on the 18th of October in the Gregorian calendar. Well, I shall begin writing my diary, for I am not a person of respectable standing. My second uncle was right. I must change my way of life. In this absurd society, climbing too high may not necessarily be advantageous. Many officials in ancient times faced confiscation of their estates. What kind of person can truly lead a comfortable life? Upon reflection, it appears to be the middle class, living a life of abundance, devoid of high-stakes conflicts. This social stratum enjoys a certain comfort, often undisturbed by minor setbacks. Additionally, I stumbled upon a coin at the market today. On October 19th, with the weather overcast, I find myself in need of funds. In this world, gold proves more reliable than silver. Though merchants occupy a lowly status, one could argue that with gain comes loss. I am contemplating resigning from my position as a constable in a few days. Earning merely 2 taels of silver and a stone of rice each month hardly affords me the luxury of indulging in the pleasures of the courtesans. On October 20th, the weather remains gloomy, and I shall delay my resignation, focusing instead on establishing my business. Today, I witnessed a colleague extorting merchants with his tickets, a sight that left me somewhat unsettled. Yet, I recognize this as a societal norm. Had I been the impassioned youth of yore, I would have reprimanded such behavior without hesitation. Life has dulled my edges. When confronted with insurmountable circumstances, one must learn the art of silence. Moreover, I found another coin at the office today. On October 21st, the sun graced us with its presence. Today, Captain Wang escorted me to the pleasure quarters, altering my perception of such establishments. They serve as venues for music, theater, and sensual indulgence. Alas, as I am still in the refining stage, my desires remain unfulfilled, leaving me in deep melancholy. After much observation, I found no one more beautiful than my aunt. She embodies a blend of voluptuous beauty and dignified grace, contrasting sharply with the frivolous women of the pleasure quarters, whose allure is tainted by their worldly ways. In this light, both Sister Lingyue and my aunt possess striking beauty. Once again, I discovered a coin in the pleasure quarters, just enough to cover my expenses for the evening. Perhaps fortune has smiled upon me lately. On October 22nd, I reveled in the melodies of the pleasure quarters. October 23rd continued the trend of musical enjoyment. On October 24th, while indulging in the pleasures of the quarter, Captain Wang inquired about my apparent joy. I confessed that the thrill of enjoying without cost brings me delight. On October 25th, "Oh, Su Qi'an, how would you have fallen so low? This cannot continue. Have you forgotten your aspirations? It is time to set a modest goal, to amass a fortune of 100 million. On October 26th, I returned to the pleasure quarters. The same occurred on October 27th, though today I found no silver, merely paying a coin for my entry. Bah, what a wretched place! I shall not return. On October 28th, this world possesses both gunpowder and firearms, and the soap word has proven unexpectedly effective. My plans for soap making have been dashed. I harbor a disdain for alchemists. By the way, glass. I can create glass, a splendid material that these ancients have surely never encountered. On October 29th, glass is now within reach. I must seek alternative paths. Today I discover my uncle's hidden stash at home, amounting to 1 coin. On October 30th, I indulged once more in the pleasure quarters. On October 31st, I stumbled upon a new entrepreneurial idea. I can improve the quality of paper, with a flourishing of the great Feng-s literature. If I can produce superior paper, I shall reap riches daily, savoring the finest delicacies and sleeping with the most exquisite courtesans. I ponder the intricacies of the paper-making process. Well, let us not dwell on trivial matters such as paper. I have conceived a more splendid idea, producing cement. I am well acquainted with its constituents: calcium carbonate, silicon dioxide, aluminum oxide, and iron oxide, meticulously blended according to specific physical and chemical standards. Today, I stumbled upon a small fortune at the market. What is this? Am I perhaps finding money too frequently? This notion unsettles me. On November 2nd, my plans for cement met with failure. Theoretical knowledge and practical ability are indeed worlds apart. How painfully true. On November 3rd, I depleted my savings and sought a loan from my uncle, who, being rather impoverished himself, had nothing to lend. Upon learning of my plight, Su Qi'an first expressed his disdain, then mocked me, before ultimately bestowing upon me 5 taels of silver. Despite his sharp tongue and pride, my cousin is, in truth, quite commendable. If it were not for our brotherly bond, I would have crowned you as the heroine. Su Qi'an, blushing and indignant, stormed away. On November 5th, I accompanied the constables from a yamen to a tea house to pass the time. For the first time, I listened to a storyteller recount tales, and it struck me. If I could transcribe the martial arts novels of future generations, the 4 great classics, and online literature, I could earn a living while reclining in comfort. I truly am rather clever. Today, I discovered yet another tale of silver. With this, I will have enough to visit the brothel tomorrow. On November 7th, I realized how naive I had been. A novel spans hundreds of thousands, even millions of words. Could I possibly transcribe such volumes with a brush? I could craft charcoal pencils, yet my memory fails to retain the stories. A fortnight has passed, and I have achieved nothing. I feel as though I might burst. November 8th brought rain, mirroring my current mood. While I possess a modicum of understanding, the challenge of converting knowledge into wealth, of creating something from nothing, reveals my considerable shortcomings. I have genuinely felt the failures of an examination-oriented education. In conversation with my uncle today, he recounted numerous tales from the political sphere, including my own experiences as a constable. I suddenly realized that this world is far worse than I had imagined. Corrupt officials roam freely, and even minor corruption is deemed acceptable, while virtuous officials are as rare as a maiden in a brothel. On November 9th, the sky was overcast. Why has Miss Kai Wei from the Astronomical Bureau yet to seek me out? Does she not desire the legendary alchemical secrets? Her beauty rivals that of Lingyue, with her charming, delicate oval face and large, captivating eyes. With my unparalleled skills in courtship, I might just win her heart. The status of her master is of little consequence. What truly matters in this indifferent society is my yearning for love. Come to me, for I no longer wish to strive. On November 10th, still unwilling to accept the demise of my novel project, I recounted the basic plot of Xianxia and Zhu Yingtai to my 2 younger sisters. The story was rather rudimentary, as I had forgotten many details. After listening, Ling Yue's eyes glistened with unshed tears, while Ling Yin remained stoic. I playfully struck her, and she burst into tears. I deemed this an appropriate burden for her age. On November 11th, I shared a drink with Li Xianxia, in a state of mild inebriation. He remarked that the princess of the Northern King is the most beautiful woman of our era. When I inquired about her beauty, he could not articulate it, as he had merely heard it from the county magistrate. That evening, upon returning home, I discreetly sought out my second uncle. His expression was quite peculiar as he endeavored to describe the princess's allure with his limited vocabulary. I distilled his words to their essence, astonishingly magnificent. This piqued my interest and anticipation regarding the princess. By November 12th, I found myself in a state of unaccomplished endeavors, feeling a sense of shame towards my homeland and fellow time travelers. November 13th marked the first month since my arrival in this world. My salary was disbursed, and I resolved to dedicate myself to my work, allowing my business pursuits to unfold gradually. On November 14th, I indulged in the melodies of a tea house. Chapter 17. Daily Exchanges with Aunt. In the small courtyard, Su Qian stood beneath the eaves, casually tossing a diamond-shaped throwing knife without any serious aim. Yet, it accurately struck the bullseye of a wooden post 20 paces away. This was not a testament to Su Qian's skill in throwing daggers, but rather a stroke of luck. He muttered to himself, convinced that something was amiss with his physique. His good fortune was remarkable. Over the past month, he had found a total of 2 taels of silver, equivalent to half a month's salary. This sum could sustain an ordinary family of 3 for 3 months with frugality. Strangely, he consistently found 1 tael each time, which transcended mere luck. Without needing to consult Yuan Fong, one could perceive the oddity of the situation. System daddy? Come forth. Do not hide from me, Su Qian called out tentatively. The system remained unresponsive. Throughout the past month, he had made countless attempts to awaken the system, only to discover that it did not exist. How then could he explain his unusual fortune? It was unexpected for someone like him, who had never won even a small lottery prize in his life, to evolve into such a fortunate being. Yet, the life of a fortunate individual is often fleeting. Su Qian mused with a bitter smile. One thing was certain. The original owner of this body possessed no extraordinary luck. If he did, his aunt would not disdain him, but would revere him as a treasured ancestor. The entire family would rely on him, living off the fortune he stumbled upon. Such inexplicable gifts stirred a sense of unease within Su Qian. With a furrowed brow, he sighed. I can only take 1 step at a time. On this day of rest, Su Qian leaped over a wall measuring a foot high and made his way to his second uncle's house for breakfast. The small courtyard he resided in had originally been home to an elderly steward of the Su family, separated from the main residence by a mere wall. After the steward's passing, the courtyard lay vacant until Su Qian, in a fit of anger following a quarrel with his aunt, moved in. The original owner had a stubborn temperament, typically preparing his own meals, while his uncle would occasionally bring over wine and dishes to share a drink with his nephew. Currently, Su Qian sees no need to bear the burdens of the original owner's obsessions. Rising early to prepare breakfast proves difficult, and dining out would be a waste of money. Why not indulge in the melodious tunes at the brothel, especially when one can gaze upon young ladies clad in sheer silk dresses, swaying gracefully? In the inner hall, an aunt dressed in a deep crimson, wide-sleeved gown caught sight of Su Qian's entrance. She pursed her lips and lowered her gaze to her bowl of congee. Not hailing from a wealthy family, her father was merely a scholar, barely qualifying as part of the cultured elite. Yet, due to her upbringing, she was reasonably understanding. Having recently accepted the misfortunes of her unfortunate nephew, she couldn't bring herself to dismiss him. Now, seeing her once impoverished nephew flourishing, she chose to turn a blind eye. Little Do Ding stood before a round stool, where her breakfast lay. 3 meat buns, 2 yo chow, fried dough sticks, a plate of pickled vegetables, and a large bowl of white congee. She called out to her elder brother in a muffled voice. Where's Cigio? Su Qian inquired. Cigio was Su Xinyan's courtesy name, an embellishment to his given name. He's locked away in his room, writing poetry, Su Pingji replied. Su Qian took a seat as Green Lotus brought him a bowl of congee, 6 meat buns, a plate of pickled radish, and a bowl of tofu pudding. A martial artist of the refining essence realm possesses a much larger appetite than the average person, while someone like his uncle, at the qi cultivation stage, eats no more than an ordinary individual. Only partially satisfied, Su Qian glanced at little Do Ding and, with a gentle demeanor, said, Ling Yin, would you mind sharing a meat bun with your elder brother? The others looked on, knowing the family's youngest daughter cared little for anything but food. Anyone daring to seize from her bowl would face her fierce retaliation. No, little Dou Ding instinctively spread her arms, protecting her food like a hen guarding her chicks. Hold on, dear sister, your brother Wan Ti let you suffer, Su Qian reassured, placing a meat bun on her plate. He pointed to the 4 remaining buns and proposed. Shall we divide these equally? Wouldn't it be fair? Little Ling Yin tilted her head, pondering, and then nodded. You take 2 buns, I take 2 buns. I'll also give you half a youtiao. Doesn't that mean you come out ahead? Little Ling Yin caught up in the moment. Felt she had struck a great deal, her face lighting up with joy. Su Lingui. Su Pingji cast a glance at his nephew. Aunt, she exclaimed, how could I have given birth to such a dim-witted daughter? You drive me to frustration. Little Dou Ding felt quite aggrieved. After all, she had indeed gained half a youtiao. Why was her mother scolding her? At that moment, Su Xinyan entered, muttering to himself, his eyes unfocused. He sat down, eating while contemplating. Aunt exhaled, disregarding her foolish daughter, and turned her attention to her promising son. Xinyan, why are you wasting time on poetry? Each person has their strengths and weaknesses. Do not let the opinions of outsiders affect you. Su Xinyan excelled in strategy and debate, while poetry remained his Achilles heel. As the old year wanes, when shall you transcend and attain the 8th rank of self-cultivation? Su Qi'an Su Denli Inquit. Su Xinyan followed the Confucian path of cultivation. The Yunlu Academy, established by a foremost disciple of the Confucian sage, boasts a history of 12 centuries, rendering it a revered sanctuary for scholars across the realm. The Academy's exalted status stems not only from its founding by a disciple of the sage, but also from its uniqueness as one of the last bastions where Confucian teachings can be diligently studied. The 9th rank of Confucianism, enlightenment. Enlightenment merely enhances memory, allowing for rapid assimilation of knowledge, yet one remains woefully inadequate in combat prowess. Currently at a standstill, the mentor advised self-reflection. Su Xinyan regretfully shook his head. You might consider the realm of enlightenment, Su Qian suggested. How is one to achieve enlightenment? Su Xinyan zeplet. To master the sacred texts of the sage and internalize them as one's own constitutes enlightenment. The former demands considerable time for memorization, while the latter relies on innate discernment. Su Qian nodded thoughtfully, recognizing the parallel with the martial arts refinement process, which is similarly a grueling endeavor of physical cultivation over many years. Then, in the pursuit of self-cultivation, must one also refine the body? Su Qian Guivi. Su Xinyan pondered briefly before responding. A Confucian scholar in the realm of self-cultivation possesses an unwavering heart. Every word and action commands respect and inspires ambition. I am endeavoring to deduce the methods of cultivation from the capabilities manifested in self-cultivation. Have you found success in this? Su Xinyan feigned ignorance and turned to his mother, saying, an elder from the academy has been appointed to a position in Qingzhou. The journey is long, and the academy students shall bid him farewell and present poetry on the morrow. At this juncture, Su Xinyan expressed his distress. I have yet to compose the farewell poem. Su Lingwei softly remarked, second brother lacks poetic talent. The aunt shot her a disapproving glance and retorted, your second brother is indeed gifted. He merely has not applied himself to poetry in the past. Su Pingji scratched his head, just write a few lines. I believe the verse you spontaneously recited the other day was quite striking. Su Qian Juka He Titili. Su Xinyan's mouth twitched, and he stiffly diverted the conversation. That elder is a renowned scholar, exceptionally skilled in poetry. Those bidding him farewell are all students of considerable poetic talent, motivated not only by admiration for the elder, but also by the desire to forge connections. Gaining the elder's appreciation would yield numerous benefits. At last contemplating the value of networking, Su Xinyan mused with pride, often quoting the adage that a gentleman's friendship is as serene as water. After enduring this recent crisis, he finally recognized the advantages of such connections. Su Qian, as the eldest brother, felt immense pride. The fact that the second brother, typically lacking in poetic flair, was exerting himself to make connections indicated the significance of the individual in question. The aunt, in a fluster, exclaimed, what shall we do? Su Xinyan responded resignedly, Mother, articles arise naturally. They're the product of serendipity, and poetry is no different. Upon finishing his words, he sighed. Had I forged a connection with this esteemed literary figure earlier, perhaps I could have rescued you from the confines of this prison, sparing you from utter helplessness. His aunt immediately wore a troubled expression, for she cared deeply about her son's future. A true scholar possesses character. Mere monetary gifts are futile. One must appeal to their interests, making them feel that you are worthy of their acquaintance and regard. Su Pingji furrowed his brow, stating, "Your grandfather was much like you, solely adept at writing, devoid of poetic talent." His aunt retorted, her elegant brows arching. "What do you imply? Is it my father's fault? Achieving the status of scholar during the exams is entirely the merit of the Li family," as he followed my lead. "Look at Lingyin. She followed you and has yet to receive any enlightenment." Su Xinyan and Su Lingwei inherited their mother's striking appearance, their beauty inciting envy. In contrast, Su Lingyin, being small and adorable, bore her father's features, which rendered her endearingly naive. Su Urshu was left speechless. Su Qian disagreed. "Aunt, your statement is flawed. If I take your words to heart, does that imply that the Su family's lineage is lacking in intellect?" Unfamiliar with the concept of genetics, his aunt scoffed. "Had you possessed the aptitude for academia, you wouldn't have pursued martial arts. Given Su Erlang's notorious temperament, he must have been quite proactive in seeking connections. The stature of that elder from the academy must be significant. Erlang's network is my network. My network remains my own, and it must assist him." Su Qian contemplated, reflecting on the timeless masterpieces that could serve as farewell poetry from his past life. "Although I do not intend to navigate the literary realm, why not judiciously leverage resources for mutual benefit?" Soon, he formulated a plan, honing in on a particular poem. Su Qian took a hearty bite of his meat bun, declaring, "So you wish to compose poetry? Allow me to enlighten you today. Every member of the Su family possesses exceptional talent." He now pondered whether this poem might be excessively brilliant. It is well understood that only the finest verses earn a place in textbooks. Chapter 18, A Shopping Excursion with the Sister. The essence of poetry lies in the manipulation of tones and rhythms. As long as this principle remains intact, even in an alternate realm, the poetry retained from my 9 years of compulsory education will still hold significance. Su Xinyan cast a glance at him, lifting his chin. "In the heavens there's a bird, on the ground a worm. The bird swoops down, while the worm cycles back." Su Lingwei stifled a giggle behind her hand. However, upon receiving a fierce glare from Su Qian, she blushed and lowered her head. "How acerbic! I long to strike him." Su Qian's lips twitched. This was a poem penned by the original owner at the tender age of 10. Created during the enlightenment of the Su family's 3 siblings. Su Lingyin was still a tadpole at that time, by none other than his aunt's father, the scholarly grandfather. On one occasion, the scholarly grandfather assessed their poetry, and thus, this remarkable piece was born. His aunt derisively remarked, "Ningyan, it's not that I disdain you. The old Su family has only produced one literary seed in this generation. The calligraphy of you two, uncle and nephew, resembles the crawl of insects. If you cannot even write properly, how can you compose poetry?" Aunt pouted, her eye-rolling demeanor exuding an undeniable charm. Uncle, feeling somewhat awkward, cleared his throat. "Ningyan, let's refrain from meddling in the affairs of scholars. Today is a day of rest. Shall we lend a hand in the courtyard?" The implication was clear. You, young man, should refrain from inserting yourself into matters beyond your comprehension, lest you embarrass yourself and cause me to be ridiculed by my wife. 1,000 miles of yellow clouds. "The bright sun dimmed," said Su Qian nonchalantly. Aunt rolled her eyes and lowered her gaze to her bowl of porridge. Uncle Su then wiped the grease from the corner of the little girl's mouth. However, Su Xinyan furrowed his brow. A single line may seem inconspicuous. Yet the fact that Su Qian could compose such a meticulously structured 7-character quatrain was indeed surprising. "The north wind blows, wild geese scatter snowflakes. Su Xinyan, pauset." A vivid imagery blossoming in his mind. Su Lingwei lifted her head, her expressive eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at her cousin. Su Qian returned to his porridge, choosing silence. What happens next? What follows? Su Xinyan pressed eagerly, feeling as if he were in a tea house, listening to a storyteller narrate a riveting tale, only for it to abruptly halt at a critical moment. To know what transpires next, please await the next installment. It was infuriatingly tantalizing. "I cannot compose poetry," Su Qian remarked lightly, casting a glance at Aunt, who he believed was particularly graceful and alluring today, with no hint of expectation for an apology. Aunt widened her captivating eyes and turned to her son, inquiring, "Is this poem truly remarkable?" Su Lingwei replied softly, "It possesses great depth." Though her exposure to literature was limited, She could discern that the opening couplet was exceptional. Seeing the attitudes of his daughter and son, Su Pingji was taken aback. Staring unblinkingly at Su Qian, his eyes reflecting both astonishment and anticipation. Do not worry about a future devoid of confidence. Who in this world does not recognize you? Su Qian chewed on a fried dough stick, casually offering the next two lines. With a clatter, Su Erlang's chopsticks fell onto the table. Do not worry about a future devoid of confidence. Who in this world does not recognize you? He muttered to himself, lost in the profound essence of the lines. Su Lingwei shivered slightly, goosebumps rising on her skin. Su Pingji grimaced. By heavens, why does it evoke such a spine-chilling sensation? Aunt, though begrudgingly, found herself agreeing with her husband. The power of poetry lies in its ability to resonate deeply, delivering a spiritual shock. Even those unfamiliar with the craft or the nuances of rhythm can feel an uncontrollable shiver when encountering timeless masterpieces. Su Qian had often been moved by such revered works during his studies. 1,000 miles of yellow clouds, the bright sun dimmed, the north wind blows. Wild geese scatter snowflakes. Do not worry about a future devoid of confidence. Who in this world does not recognize you? Su Xinyan could not help but rise. A flush of excitement coloring his cheeks, enhancing his already striking features. One exquisite piece. Though he may not excel in the art of poetry, as a scholar, who does not yearn for a cup of wine accompanied by 100 verses? Upon hearing exquisite lines, one cannot help but clap and sing, with passion surging within. Or shall you compose poetry? Su Xinyan's gaze remained fixed on Su Qian, his eyes bright, astonished, and filled with curiosity. What did I ever claim I could not write poetry? Su Qian chuckled softly, saying, the verses crafted in my formative years cannot represent my current self. I have always possessed poetic talent. I merely choose not to display it. It turns out that Ningyan is indeed the scholarly seed of our Su family. Su Ershu was overjoyed, his face beaming. Had I known earlier, I would have encouraged you to pursue your studies instead of clinging to martial arts. Annie was unconvinced, opening her mouth to retort, but finding no compelling counterargument. No, if that were the case, I would be inept in literature. And what of the martial prowess of the second? Su Qian was acutely aware that the original owner was academically challenged, where studying was merely a waste of time. It would be more productive to abandon education and toil at a construction site. Su Xinyan was not suited for martial training either. Could one expect a delicate young man to lift weights and forge a robust physique? However, this poem was penned by Ning Yen. Merely hearing it suffices. To discard the old, one must not claim it as one's own, for that is unbecoming of a scholar. Su Xinyan scoffed dismissively at his father's words. Was he truly that sort of person? He turned to Su Qian and said, may I borrow this poem? I will clarify that the author is you. The one courting danger is I. Su Qian slightly nodded. Go ahead, take it and present yourself as a learned man. Such is the affair of scholars, indeed, to shine before others. The poem was initially intended for Su Xinyan to foster connections. The name attached was of little concern to him. He was not mingling in the literary circles, and poetry held little significance for him, which explains why he had not showcased his poetic talent in the past month. The circumstances did not permit it. Spending days among a throng of sword-wielding constables, reciting poetry to them would be less effective than teaching them to sing the Ballad of the Horseman. What is the title? Su Xinian in Guit? I have forgotten. Su Qian replied, his expression stiffening. This poem arose from my sentiments. Lacking a title, you shall have to make do with it. After breakfast, Su Xinyan took his father's beloved steed from the backyard and hastily departed. The uncle and nephew practiced in the courtyard. Their exchange is brief, yet significant. Indeed, your skills have improved. To progress further, one must enter the realm of Qi cultivation, yet the essence must resonate with the heavens and earth to be born. Su Ershu remarked, taking the towel offered by a servant to wipe his face. Apart from medicinal baths, one also requires a master of spiritual refinement to open the heavenly gate for you. Otherwise, you will never step into the realm of Qi cultivation in your lifetime. The realm of spiritual refinement is the seventh tier in the path of martial prowess. What do you wish to convey, second uncle? Su Qian asked, wiping away sweat. I earned my military merit through life and death battles in the sea and mountain campaign, which granted me the opportunity to have a master open the heavenly gate for me, enabling my entry into Qi cultivation. Su Ershu sighed. The year after I returned home, New Year was born. In these relatively peaceful times, You lack even the opportunity to accumulate military merit. How can you cultivate qi? Without cultivating qi, does that mean you cannot establish a family? Ningyun, Daoism. Your uncle, now aged, harbors but one wish, to witness you wed and bear children, thus honoring your deceased father. Let's take one step at a time. Qi'an replied nonchalantly. Apart from accumulating merit, there exist other avenues for advancement, one of which is the expenditure of wealth. Medical prescriptions and skilled practitioners can all be resolved with silver. The chivalrous, in defiance of prohibitions, have led the court to impose stringent controls on the number of martial artists. It is explicitly stated that those at the divine refinement level are forbidden from privately opening the heavenly gate for anyone, should one wish to do so for their offspring. They must report to the authorities. However, the current bureaucratic culture of Dafeng is deeply flawed, with corrupt officials rampant and the court's authority waning. Even if they dare not brazenly flout the law, numerous divine refinement experts still seek out transactions in the black market. Qi'an toils to amass wealth, harboring the notion of substituting riches for merit. Otherwise, remaining stuck at the refinement level. What use is this iron rod to me? His aunt approached with her 2 daughters, standing beneath the eaves of the corridor, and called out, "Master, the warm sun beckons. Why not take Lingyin and Lingwei for a stroll?" I have matters to attend to. Isn't today a day of rest? I have arranged to dine with colleagues shortly. He then suggested, let Ning-yin take them out to play. Young ladies from scholarly families are typically raised in seclusion, not permitted to roam freely. The Su family, being a lineage of martial generals, does not impose such stringent upbringing. Qi'an turned to glance back, meeting the clear, bright gaze of an 18-year-old maiden, her beauty surpassing the jade of her predecessors. She bit her lip, exhibiting a shy demeanor, her head slightly bowed, having nothing pressing at the moment. Qi'an nodded in agreement. Reflecting on the past, he recalled taking a 16-year-old girl out shopping during his youthful, golden years of 18, though at that time, she could not compare to Su Lingwei. Chapter 19, Farewell Poem. On the outskirts of the capital, at the Shi Pavilion, several luxurious carriages stood by, braving the piercing cold of the countryside, with the rolling hills donning a light brown hue. The sun hung languidly in the sky, bestowing a warmth that was not lacking even in early winter. The esteemed Xiang scholar of Yunlu Academy was set to embark on a governmental career. For the academy, whose influence in the officialdom has been waning, this was indeed a momentous occasion. The academy's scholars clapped and sang, the students rejoiced, all feeling a sense of pride as the days of glory seemed to be approaching. Within the pavilion, 3 elderly gentlemen sat together, sipping tea. One clad in a purple robe, his hair frosted with age, was the guest of honor for this send-off. Yang Gong, styled Ziqian, known as the Xiang scholar, was the top scholar of the 14th year of the Yuanjing era. He had taken leave from his official duties the following year to return to Yunlu Academy, where he imparted knowledge for 22 years, nurturing a generation of scholars who spread across the land, becoming renowned throughout the realm. He was destined for greater prospects. A position in the cabinet was undoubtedly within reach, yet he chose to depart the political arena in its prime. This decision sparked much discussion among scholars, with some claiming he had offended the emperor, forcing his retirement. Some assert that he had offended the current prime minister, lacking the means to contend, which led to his ignominious retreat. However, after 22 years, he has finally returned to the political arena, assuming the role of governor in Qingzhou, a true regional official. The other 2 individuals accompanying him also bear significant status. Their renown, both within the confines of Yunlu Academy and beyond, rivals that of the esteemed Yang. Dressed in a gray robe with a goat beard is Li Mubai, a grandmaster, once hailed as the foremost in the art of chess. 5 years prior, he faced off against Wei Yuan in 3 matches, all of which he lost, leading him to angrily upend the chessboard and vow never to play again. Clad in blue, Xianxia is a master of military strategy. His early work, the 6 treatises on military strategy, remains an essential read for high-ranking military officials in the Great Foam. He stands as the only strategist comparable to Wei Yuan. Outside the pavilion, a group of promising students from Yunlu Academy has gathered to bid farewell, among them Su Xinyan. With Xiang finally emerging from seclusion, should he take notice of us, our futures in the officialdom are bound to flourish. A familiar classmat guispert. Sixin. Have you prepared your poem? My brother has prepared it for me, and it's only half a 7-character regulated verse. Su Xinyan replied nonchalantly, Yongshu, you are far too mercenary. The 7-character regulated verse demands a strict structure, 8 lines, each containing 7 characters, forming 4 couplets. The poem Su received from Su Qian consists of only 2 couplets. After dinner, when Su Xianxia pressed for the remaining lines, his cousin hesitated and deftly changed the subject, refusing to divulge the final couplets. This is not mere pragmatism. The realms of learning and governance are akin to navigating turbulent waters, where diligent effort serves as the vessel and cunning as the oars. A friend, seemingly aware of Su Xianxia's lack of poetic prowess, refrained from further inquiry. Xianxia is right. The current bureaucratic atmosphere is rife with corruption. Officials collude with corrupt ministers to exploit the common folk, and with years of natural disasters, if one wishes to alter this predicament, one must be more resourceful. Another student joined the conversation, and the student named Xianxia nodded, turning to Su Xianxia. You often claim that poetry is trivial, yet decades hence, who will remember your prose if it does not endure? Poetry has the power to transcend time. Poetry is indeed trivial. It cannot govern or benefit the populace. It is merely a superficial elegance, Su Erlang nearly retorted, but upon considering that he was about to employ this very superficiality to charm an elder, he swallowed his words, offering a vague agreement instead. Xianxia looked at him in surprise, noting that he did not engage in a rebuttal. The Grandmaster Li Mubai sighed, Brother Yang, had you possessed their finesse back in the day, you would not have languished for over 2 decades. Xiang chuckled softly. That is not quite accurate. The military strategist Zhang Shun chuckled over his tea. Brother Yang, your ambition is commendable. You are paving the way for your destiny. Hearing this, Xiang sighed. In the end, you are still marginalized from the political sphere. This is not your failing. The individuals hailing from the National Academy will not allow our Yunlu Academy to rise. A cadre of individuals who are adept solely at flattering those in power and engaging in the machinations of authority have, in less than 2 centuries, wrought devastation upon the realm. This matter pertains to a rather intriguing historical episode. Confucianism, rooted in the teachings of the sages, finds its most illustrious institution in the Baidu Academy, which prides itself on being the epitome of Confucian orthodoxy. Indeed, this is substantiated by historical fact. However, 200 years ago, due to the contentious issue regarding the national foundation, it fell into the disfavor of the reigning emperor. At this juncture, a traitor emerged from the Baidu Academy, as the academy itself would label him. Originally a teacher at the academy, this renegade seized the opportunity to establish his own faction, seeking to please the emperor with the philosophy of preserving celestial principles while extinguishing human desires. With the emperor's support, he founded the National Academy, thereby becoming a master of his time. From that moment forth, the National Academy supplanted the Baidu Academy as the principal institution for the cultivation of court officials. The dispute over Confucian orthodoxy thus persisted for 2 centuries. The esteemed Yang recluse spoke gravely. I embark on this journey to expand the influence of the Baidu Academy and to lay a solid foundation within the bureaucratic realm. However, to rejuvenate the Academy's former glory, my efforts alone will prove insufficient. We must unite our strengths and, more importantly, we require exceptional young talents. Li Mubai and Zhang Shun exchanged knowing smiles, the latter turning to the students outside the pavilion. Is there anyone willing to compose a poem to bid farewell to the esteemed Xiang recluse? To compose poetry must come with an incentive, lest it lose its allure. The recluse removed a piece of purple jade from his waist. The one who pens the finest verse shall be rewarded with this jade pendant. The pendant shimmered with an enchanting violet light, exuding a sense of the extraordinary. The students outside the pavilion beamed with anticipation. A jade pendant from a great scholar, imbued with the essence of talent, would undoubtedly be of immense benefit to its possessor. Moreover, the recluse's use of the purple jade carried a deeper significance. Such personal treasures are bestowed only upon juniors and students, implying that whoever receives this pendant shall become my disciple. A student expressed his willingness to compose a poem to honor the Xiang recluse. A tall scholar clad in a cerulean Confucian robe, adorned with a jade pendant at his waist, stepped forth and saluted the 3 eminent scholars in the pavilion. Li Mubai remarked with a smile, "This is my student, Zhu Tuizi, who possesses a notable poetic talent." The Xiang recluse nodded with a smile. After the student, Zhu Tuizi, recited his farewell poem, the recluse's smile deepened. Clearly pleased with the performance. Indeed, praised the esteemed strategist Zhang Shun, offering no further commentary, as the 2 other scholars present surpassed him in poetic prowess. Yet, A promising beginning does not guarantee a favorable conclusion. The ensuing performances could be aptly described as a dog-ass tale being added to a weasel. The subsequent verses were mediocre at best, barely meeting the standard. Li Mubai lamented. Ever since the National Academy resumed the compilation of the sage's texts, advocating the preservation of celestial principles while extinguishing human desires, scholars across the land have become ensnared in the rigidity of classical texts, burying themselves in words and phrases. Over time, they have fallen into the shackles of verbose and convoluted expressions, unable to extricate themselves. The vitality of prose and poetry has been extinguished. As he spoke, his heart ached with sorrow. This also marks the beginning of the decline of Confucianism in modern times. Looking back 2 centuries, Confucianism proclaimed, the Buddhist path is commendable. The Daoist path is admirable. And indeed, sorcerers have their merits as well. The shaman and witch, exploring alternative avenues, possess a certain spirituality worthy of praise. As for the crude warriors, kindly take your leave. This is a gathering for the refined. And please, take the aberrations of the demon race with you. To the esteemed company remaining, I must speak frankly. You are all worthless. Such was the audacity of Confucianism in its heyday. And now, within the various cultivation systems, one might ask, what is the matter, dear brother? Confucianism trembles. How infuriating. The Zen master Zhang sighed. Enough of these discussions. Esteemed scholars, is there anyone willing to compose poetry? After a prolonged silence, no one responded. Zhu Tuizi gazed intently at Ziyu, his eyes aflame, convinced she was within his grasp. Sir, I have a poem. Su Xinyan stepped forth from the crowd, approaching the pavilion. He had remained silent until now, as he was humble and wished not to embarrass his peers by presenting a fine poem too early. This was certainly unrelated to the mutual flattery exchanged with Zhu Tuizi in the past. In Chapter 20, a half-couplet of 7 words astonishes the great scholar, Su Cigio. My student possesses a profound understanding of military strategy, making him a promising talent. Xianxia introduced him, noting he was not a poet. This remark weighed heavily on his heart. Zhang, perplexed, wondered why Su would step forward when he could not compose poetry. Zhu Tuizi, who believed victory was certain, felt a moment of caution upon hearing the voice. However, upon recognizing it was Su Xinyan, he dismissed it with a mere glance. After years of camaraderie, they were not strangers, yet each was aware of the other's strengths and weaknesses. Su Xinyan excelled in strategy and military affairs, but poetry remained a challenge for him. The jade pendant still belonged to me. The eyes of the students turned toward Su Xinyan, who reveled in their attention, displaying an air of indifference as he gazed at the sun languidly hanging in the sky. 10,000 miles of yellow clouds, the white sun sets. The masterful Li Mubai nodded, stroking his beard. This line, although a simple description of scenery, vividly reflected an expansive spirit. The north wind blows, and wild geese scatter in the snow. It was the onset of winter. Although snow had yet to arrive, it was imminent, rendering this statement not an exaggeration. At dusk, amidst the flurry of heavy snow, one could see the distant, solitary geese against the howling north wind, conjuring a vivid image. These 2 lines set the backdrop beautifully, perfectly aligning with the farewell occasion. Zhang Shun was greatly astonished, scrutinizing Su Xinyan carefully. Given his student's poetic prowess, these 2 lines of 7 words must have been a labor of love. If he could maintain this standard, he might even rival Zhu Tuizi. Among the 3 venerable scholars, Zhang, who boasted the highest poetic skill, savored the 2 lines, feeling inexplicably melancholic. The imagery of thousands of miles, twilight, north wind, solitary goose, and falling snow painted a desolate and forlorn scene. It felt as though he was not embarking on a career, but rather being relegated. However, it truly resonates with the essence. This time of official engagement, seemingly marked by the court's favor and the bestowal of power, raises the question, will the factions originating from the Imperial Academy allow him to ascend unimpeded? Will they permit him to establish a foundation for the White Deer Academy within the corridors of power? The journey to Qingzhou, in truth, is fraught with uncertainty and obscurity. Suddenly, Su Xinyan spread his arms wide, his handsome visage illuminated by the gentle sunlight, exuding an immaculate and exquisite aura akin to jade. He raised his arm, gazing intently at Zhang the recluse, and emphatically declared the final 2 lines. Do not fret that the road ahead lacks comrades. Who in the world does not recognize you? Instantly, silence enveloped both inside and outside the pavilion. In that fleeting moment, goosebumps erupted on the skin of those present. Zhu Tuizi stiffly turned his head, staring blankly at the proud and resolute Su Xinyan. Do not fret that the road ahead lacks comrades. Who in the world does not recognize you? Li Mubai imbigurata. Clapped his hands. Magnificent. The first two lines convey a sense of melancholy, while the latter two provide a turn of fortune, illuminating the heart and uplifting the spirit. Zhang Shunshin observed Su Xinyan, rendered mute. The esteemed Zhang the recluse was still immersed in the profound ambience of this 7-character quatrain. His heart stirred. A splendid poem. A splendid poem indeed, he murmured. Why is there only half a stanza? The master of military strategy, Zhang Shun, saw that his student had ceased reciting and could not restrain his curiosity. Su Xinyan's lips twitched. This poem consists of only half a stanza. Only half a stanza. The scholars present widened their eyes, struggling to comprehend such a statement. How could one compose a poem only halfway? Is that even human? No wetties, no wetties. Half a stanza is already extraordinary. Zhang the recluse composed himself, a profound smile gracing his features. Su, this poem, does it have a title? No. Su Xinyan maintained his pride, genuinely at a loss for how to explain. Only by retaining a lofty demeanor could he evade further inquiries. No hitty, no hitty. Zhang the recluse's smile broadened. This poem is a farewell gift for me, correct? Su Xinyan not that hapfi my si. How about I propose a title for you? What do you think of a farewell to Yang Gongji at the Shi Pavilion in Qingzhou? The esteemed scholar's eyes sparkled with anticipation. That works. Su Xinyan instinctively responded with a hint of arrogance, then realized his tone lacked respect, adding, I leave it entirely to your discretion, esteemed sir. Unrepentant old rogue. Oomph. The two eminent scholars felt a pang of jealousy. Such is fate. Zhang the recluse let out a hearty laugh, proudly bowing to the two scholars. In this era of waning poetry, should this poem circulate, it would surely stir a sensation among the Confucian scholars and be sung by students across the realm. Zhang the recluse's reputation would rise correspondingly, for his maneuver effectively bound his name to this poem. Should this poem become a timeless masterpiece, the name of Zhang Jusher shall echo through the ages. Such exquisite works are indeed likely to endure. In the eyes of the two esteemed scholars, the most shameless act was Xunyan, presenting a poem to his mentor under the guise of a student. His own name should not have graced the verses. It ought only to have been represented by a courtesy name or a pseudonym, as only peers or close friends may inscribe a name within poetry. This reveals the depths of vanity to which this rogue has sunk in his quest for fame. What, then, is the greatest aspiration of scholar? Is it the cultivation of self, governance of a nation, or the pacification of the world? No, these are ideals, not dreams. For millennia, the singular dream of scholars has been to leave their mark upon history. The two great Confucians found themselves envious of this separation of essence and appearance. Zhang Shun, the mentor, sensed that this poem might not have been penned by his student, yet he chose not to expose the truth. The fact that his student had garnered the favor of Zhang Jusher was a stroke of fortune, and as a teacher, he felt a sense of joy. Amidst the fervent discussions of the students, Xunyan cleared his throat and candidly revealed, esteemed teacher, gentlemen, this poem is not my work. It belongs to another. The debates ceased abruptly. The expressions of the three scholars varied. Zhang Shun appeared enlightened, as if confirming a suspicion. Li Mubai seemed taken aback, genuinely surprised. But Zhang Jusher exhibited the most pronounced reaction, stepping forward with urgency to inquire. Who is it? Is it one of our academy's students? Are they present here? His gaze swept over Xunyan, searching among the students. It is my elder brother. Xunyan raised his chin slightly, maintaining an air of pride. The silent students resumed their chatter. Zusikiu's elder brother? Where does he study? How have we never heard of such a person? If memory serves, Zusikiu seems to be the eldest son? Pray tell, what is your elder brother's illustrious name? And who is his mentor? Speak up, for we are utterly in the dark regarding such poetic talent. The students were agitated. The three scholars turned their attention to Xunyan. Oh no, I have been influenced by my coarse father. I should not have mentioned my rough elder brother. Xunyan suddenly realized his blunder, observing the eager eyes of his peers. The pride of scholars is evident. Xunyan shares in this pride, as do the scholars of Yunlu Academy. If someone were to be recognized as a scholar, admiration and reverence would abound. Yet, should it be revealed that he is merely a lowly constable, it would breed discontent. How could a mere minor official compose such exquisite poetry? Where would our dignity lie? Xunyan steeled himself. My elder brother dedicates himself to the study of classics at home. He is neither in Yunlu Academy nor in the Guozijian. He is of a reserved and uncontentious nature, disinterested in fame and fortune, content only to delve deeply into his studies. Such integrity is indeed commendable, a paragon for our generation, evoking admiration from the students of Bailu Academy, who felt an urge to befriend him. Without any unexpected developments, Ziyu entrusted Su Xinyan with the first prize. Ziyang, the scholar, bid farewell to the crowd with a radiant expression, feeling a sense of enlightenment as he departed in a luxurious carriage, leaving behind a poignant remark. Such extraordinary talent must not be obscured like a pearl covered in dust. Pure and serene, one must speak with discretion. What do you think? The two esteemed scholars, whether genuinely perplexed or merely feigning ignorance, silently saw Ziyang off. As the carriage receded into the distance, Li Mubai suddenly grasped Su Xinyan's hand and pulled him aside. Farewell to the old year. I have unexpectedly developed a desire to take on a disciple. Since today is free of obligations, take me to meet your brother. Xianxia was taken aback and exclaimed, if you and your brother were to kneel before me as a student, it could indeed become a cherished tale. Whether or not he composes poetry is inconsequential. I simply do not wish to let such talent go unnoticed. Should he, in the future, craft a masterpiece, perhaps something akin to my master Xianxia, it would be splendid. Li Mubai retorted with displeasure. Military strategy is not the essence. A scholar should first study the classics, comprehend principles, and cultivate one's self and one's family. So the art of chess is the essence now? And yet, you are one who cannot bear to lose, having never claimed a victory under Wei Yuan, Xianxia scoffed. Old rogue, hold your tongue, and do not mention Wei Yuan in my presence. I have always cherished talent, and this student is certainly mine to take. You call that cherishing talent? You are merely coveting his poetic gifts. Shameless old thief, I shall unleash my righteous spirit upon you, as if I were not capable of standing my ground. Su Xinyan felt a shiver run down his spine. In the distance, the students were visibly alarmed, uncertain of the cause, as the two scholars engaged in a heated argument, verging on physical confrontation. Chapter 21. The Arrogance of Bullies Throughout History. By the end of November, the temperature in the capital was frigid, likely below zero. This was inferred by Su Qian upon rising and observing a thin layer of ice forming on the water tank in the courtyard. The Great Feng dynasty stood majestically in the central plains, proclaiming itself the legitimate ruler of the realm. The climate of the capital was characterized by a temperate continental monsoon. In such regions, winter without heating can be exceedingly harsh. In this era, it was all too common for the cold to claim lives, a natural occurrence indeed. Su Qian sighed inwardly, regretting his insufficient prowess in mathematics and chemistry, which hindered his ability to engage in agricultural endeavors in this underdeveloped and materially scarce time. Such efforts could greatly benefit the populace. The sun hung languidly in the sky, while a spirited young girl strolled through the bustling streets, hand in hand with her 5-year-old sister. Her autumn-like eyes sparkled with curiosity, and a delicate smile graced her exquisitely sculpted lips. Today, the younger sister donned a light green robe, adorned with floral vines at her cuffs, the fabric blooming radiantly at her neckline. The billowing sleeves lent her an ethereal quality. Su Qian could not help but reminisce about the beautiful maidens of a bygone era, contemplating that the women of this time, while elegant, adhered to a more conservative style, lacking the flamboyance of their historical counterparts. An idea suddenly struck me, a potential avenue for financial gain. Might I enhance women's garments, rendering them more exquisite and alluring? In a flash, countless revolutionary designs for women's attire flickered through my mind. Lace, black silk, garter belts, and tantalizing openings. Halt! I must cease this train of thought. I risk being led to the execution grounds. The bustling marketplace of antiquity unfolded before me, animated by the clattering of horse-drawn carriages, the goods-laden vendors' carts, hurried passers-by, and a myriad of shops lining the streets. After a month of acquaintance, my cousin Su Lingyue's perception of me had significantly evolved. The barriers that previously existed had all but dissipated. In the past, due to the influence of our aunt, she harbored an aversion towards me. Apart from her fondness for the youngest cousin, Xiao Do Ding, as well as her 2 siblings. Initially, she would call me Big Brother with enthusiasm, but after numerous rejections, our greetings had dwindled to mere nods. Now, our relationship had improved considerably, yet a trace of estrangement lingered. The strikingly beautiful younger sister walked alongside her petite sibling, deliberately maintaining a distance of 2 paces from me. Xiao Ding was captivated by the various sights and sounds of the street, attempting several times to break free from her sister's grasp, only to be firmly held back. "Candied hawthorn," she exclaimed, pointing eagerly at a vendor. "Do you not wish for your teeth?" her sister admonished, pulling her forward. The Su family had encountered great misfortune, their wealth depleted, and life had become quite frugal over the past month. Su Lingwei lacked the coins to buy her sister the desired treat. I trailed behind, observing my elder sister, who possessed a tall and graceful figure, radiating youthful innocence and elegance. Her silhouette resembled the budding willow shoots of spring, while perhaps not as voluptuous as a mature woman. The vivacious charm of youth was uniquely hers. Big brother, Xiao Ding cried out in urgency, her little body wriggling as she struggled against her sister's hold. Su Lingwei bit her lip, her expression a mix of anxiety and irritation. I, too, had no silver on me, but soon enough, I signaled for my younger sister to remain calm. As I spoke, my foot encountered a hard object. Looking down, I discovered a dull piece of silver. I bent to retrieve it, weighing in my hand. It was indeed worth 1 Qi'an. In the past month, I had frequently stumbled upon such fragments of silver. Su Lingwei's eyes widened in astonishment. "You found silver?" Today's funds for the performance at the pleasure house were now assured. I realized it had been 2 days since I last visited, as I had not found any money. A sense of joy enveloped me as I clutched the silver. Approaching the vendor. 3 strings of candied hawthorn, please." "Certainly." The sun-kissed vendor beamed as he handed over 3 strings, totaling 6 copper coins. Unable to break the silver, the vendor hurried to a nearby shop, keeping 6 pieces for himself and returning to me with 94 copper coins, neatly strung together. In the monetary system of Daoism, 1 tael of silver equated to 8 Qi'an and 101. Gold remained a luxury, excluded from the currency framework. In impoverished families, one may never encounter gold throughout their lifetime. Su Qian accepted the copper coins and candied hawthorns, biting into a string himself before offering 2 strings to his younger sisters. Su Lingwei, with a modest demeanor, graciously accepted them and softly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, brother," as she took a bite, relishing the sweetness. Her large eyes crinkled into crescent moons, a sight that could tenderly touch the hearts of men. Su Qian nodded, then turned to his little sister, who was already gnawing on her treat. "Brother, is your candied hawthorn sweet?" Su Lingyin inquired, her cheeks puffed out, her words muffled. "Do you wish to have some?" Su Qian discerned the girl's hidden desire. "Huh? How did you know, brother?" Su Lingyin was taken aback, surprised that her thoughts had been uncovered by him. Truly, he was impressive. Su Qian chuckled, warning her that too much candied hawthorn could lead to the growth of worms in her mouth. "What kind of worms?" The little girl's face displayed a hint of apprehension. Su Qian pondered for a moment and described, "They are plump and white, greasy all over." As soon as he finished, he noticed his younger sister swallowing hard. "Marvelous," Su Dao teased, presenting the candied hawthorns with both hands. Leading his 2 sisters across the bustling streets, the vibrant sights of the capital flashed by his eyes, yet his heart felt anything but joyful. "By all that is holy, I found silver again. This defies logic." Having come from a police academy background, he was particularly sensitive to such inexplicable occurrences. Could it be related to my transmigration? Su Qian distinctly remembered that before his journey to this world, he had neither touched antiques nor been laughed at by an old man while patting a dog's head. Is this my golden finger? But what are the daily silver coins, precisely the amount needed for entertainment? Thus, was it divine fate that I frequent such establishments? First, I must find a way to break through to Qi training. For now, regardless of any issues with my body, collecting money is undoubtedly advantageous. I shall upgrade first, then observe whether any changes arise. Moreover, he was still unaware of the limits of martial prowess in this world. With enhanced abilities in the future, perhaps he could uncover the reasons behind his extraordinary luck. Su Qian remained vigilant regarding this peculiar stroke of fortune. If it were a system, he would gladly accept it, as it fell within his realm of understanding. On this street stood a brothel named Guiwei Tower, classified as a third-rate establishment. Thanks to the teachings of Captain Wang and others, Su Qian had acquired ample knowledge about brothels, significantly enriching his cultural repertoire. The suffix of a brothel could indicate its rank. First- and second-rate establishments typically bore endings such as courtyard, hall, or pavilion, while third- and fourth-rate ones often carried names emphasizing their status. Even before noon, the young women of the brothel had opened their doors for business early. Several beautiful ladies donned in vibrant attire leaned against the second-floor balustrade, smilingly scrutinizing passersby. Spotting a particularly appealing gentleman dressed in silk, one of them waved a colorful handkerchief and called sweetly, "Sir, come up for a drink." Even in a third-rate brothel, one must part with at least 2 coins for the entrance fee to indulge in the company of a lady. Depending on the quality, a mere 5 or 6 coins may suffice for the more modest offerings, while the more exquisite might demand 1 or 2 taels. After a moment's reflection, Qi'an concluded that he was not in a position to indulge in such expenditures. There was little necessity for it. His entire fortune amounted to only a few taels. He gazed at the languorous beauties lounging on the second floor, and a wave of nostalgia washed over him, recalling his youth when he donned a thin scholar's robe, rode upon a horse, and leaned against a slanted bridge, with red sleeves beckoning from every corner. This was the dream of every man. "Your poetic talents should be employed in more appropriate pursuits," Su Lingyue remarked lightly. She silently contemplated, letting out a discreet sigh. Perhaps her second uncle was indeed correct. Her elder brother was a scholar at heart. "Elder brother, the ladies upstairs are truly beautiful," piped up the little one. "Those in business must, of course, present themselves well," Qi'an replied. "What business?" "Selling abalones." "Abalone?" The little one's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed up at the brothel, reluctant to move on. "Elder brother." Su Lingyue stamped her foot, half shy, half scolding, reproaching Qi'an for discussing such matters with her younger sister. Qi'an turned to glance at her. "What are you upset about? Have you understood my jest?" Leaving the brothel behind, they passed by a fish and meat ball shop, where the mouth-watering aroma caused the little one to root her feet to the ground. Su Lingyue cast a few longing glances that way, swallowing discreetly. Since their release from prison, the Su family had been living frugally, sometimes going 3 days without meat. At her growth spurt, her appetite was immense, particularly for meat. "Wait, I'll buy some for you." The shop was small, and many were queuing to buy. Qi'an instructed his sisters to wait by the side of the road while he squeezed his way through. "Elder brother is so kind," the little one remarked, swallowing hard and looking at her sister. Su Lingyue grasped her sister's small hand, watching Qi'an's retreating figure, a smile unconsciously curling her lips. Soon, Qi'an returned with 3 portions of fish meatballs, neatly wrapped in butter paper. Upon his return, he observed 4 or 5 attendants surrounding Su Lingyue, not touching her, but teasing her mercilessly. The 16-year-old maiden was like a trapped deer, attempting to protect herself while trying to break free from their encirclement, yet always being forced back. She was nearly in tears, her face a mask of fear, as the attendants laughed uproariously. Nearby, a well-dressed young gentleman sat astride a fine steed, watching the spectacle with amusement. Seeing her sister being bullied, Su Lingyue, with her short legs, rushed to the gentleman's side, throwing herself forward with her hands clasped behind her back, then burst into tears, launching an auditory assault. The noise startled the young gentleman, who instinctively raised his whip, only to halt abruptly as a cruel glint flickered in his eyes. He yanked the reins, compelling his steed to rear up, ready to trample Su Lingyue beneath its hooves. Su Lingyue let out a piercing wail. Chapter 22. Teaching the young master a lesson. A surge of malevolent fire ignited within Qi'an's heart. As the horse's hooves lifted, he swiftly produced a handful of copper coins from his bosom and hurled them with all his might. Simultaneously, the cobblestones beneath him cracked with a resounding snap, and his figure darted away like lightning. 72 coins whistled through the air, cascading towards the well-dressed young master. The young master displayed no reaction to the imminent lethal assault, his countenance still adorned with a smirk akin to one who crushes an ant beneath their heel. Instead, one of his attendants, sensing the danger, leapt forward with a grim expression, tackling the young master and bringing them both tumbling to the ground in a chaotic heap. Some of the copper coins missed their target, while others embedded themselves into the horse, staining Su Lingyue's face with a spray of crimson. Bang! At that moment, Qi'an arrived, his body tilting as he rammed into the horse, sending it careening several meters away, leaving a glaring trail of blood on the stone-paved street. The townsfolk scattered in a frenzy, retreating to a distance to witness the unfolding spectacle. Qi'an immediately cradled the small figure of his younger sister in his arms, holding her tightly as he observed her expression, urgently reassuring her, fear not, big brother is here." Little Do Ding pouted, finally breaking free from her stupor, and burst into tears. The attendants surrounding Su Lingyue ceased their attention on her and rushed towards the well-dressed young master. Seizing the opportunity, Qi'an handed his younger sister to Su Lingyue, whose face had turned pale, whispering, Take her to the magistrate's office in Changle County. Beat the drum, and say it was my command. Then have Captain Wang send someone to summon my uncle, Zhu Baihu, from the Imperial Blade Guard. On Huanglin Street, swiftly. Su Lingyue cast a deep glance at Su Qian before fleeing with little Do Ding in her arms. You dare to harm my horse? The young master sneered as he extricated himself from the attendant's grasp, gesturing for them to encircle Su Qian. I intend to take your life as well. That horse was a rare, snow-tailed black dragon steed, one that only those of vice commanders and above could ride in the military. Su Qian, having been influenced by his military uncle, instantly recognized the steed's pedigree. In modern terms, it was akin to a Lamborghini. Only the elite second-generation offspring could afford such luxury. And in those times, the wealthy scions held no value without status. Beyond the magnificent snow-tailed black dragon steed, the elaborate sky blue and smoky purple embroidered attire, the intricately carved white jade belt adorned with dragon motifs, and the jingling pouches and jade pendants further hinted at the young master's exalted lineage. He was undoubtedly a top-tier official's son. I am Su Qian, the nephew of Su Pingji from the Imperial Blade Guard. The two earlier are my sisters. I'm unaware of what offense my sisters may have caused you, young master. Su Qian said, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect, suppressing his anger, and speaking in a conciliatory tone. In an effort to save my younger sister, I inadvertently harmed your cherished steed and shall surely compensate for it. The reason behind this altercation was clear to Su Qian. It was evident that this young master, captivated by Su Lingyue's beauty, had harbored lascivious intentions, possibly even contemplating abduction. After a month of mingling in the magistrate's office, Su Qian was well acquainted with the arrogant and overbearing demeanor of such affluent young masters who often acted with impunity. The forceful abduction of women is merely the tip of the iceberg, and the shedding of innocent blood occurs with alarming frequency. Resolving such matters is a trivial endeavor, merely a matter of coercion and temptation. For those who dare to resist, their entire family may face annihilation. The higher the rank of the elder within the household, the more pronounced this reality becomes. Would the court truly dismiss high-ranking officials for the plight of a few commoners? In the eyes of this bureaucratic elite, oppressing the populace is not perceived as creating trouble. Only those of the same ilk can vanquish the offspring of officials. Su Qian can barely be considered a scion of the bureaucracy. Su Pingji, holding the lowly rank of a 7th-grade official, is certainly not an ordinary citizen. The offspring of officials are brazen in their oppression of the common folk, yet they exhibit caution when dealing with those who also draw a salary from the court. After all, the intrigues of the capital run deep. Upon hearing this, the young master paused in surprise and inquired, Su Pingji, the one who lost the tax silver? Indeed. Su Qian exhaled in relief. The young master's expression suddenly darkened as he ominously declared, eliminate him, leaving just enough breath to linger. Su Qian nearly unleashed a curse at the absurdity of it all. His entourage, composed entirely of skilled combatants, swiftly drew daggers from their pockets. In the capital, one cannot bear a sword without an official title. Offenders face 80 strikes and a fine of 100 taels. Gathering to wield blades results in immediate execution. However, daggers are an exception, allowing this group to exploit a loophole in the law. The 5 bodyguards not only possessed martial prowess, but had also mastered coordinated attack techniques. Their movements seamlessly synchronized. As 2 of them lunged forward in unison, thrusting their daggers, Su Qian raised his hands to seize their wrists, preparing to counterattack. Yet, he observed as they split apart, and the bodyguard who had rescued the young master leapt into the air, delivering a fierce knee strike. Su Qian had no choice but to retract his hands and cross them defensively over his chest. With a resounding thud, the solid knee collided with his arm, igniting a sharp pain. The remaining 2 bodyguards flanked him. One's dagger missed its mark, while the other inflicted a gory wound upon Su Qian's side. Sever his tendons and render him useless. The well-dressed young master snarled. Su Qian cast a sidelong glance at him, remaining silent as he mentally assessed the situation. All were skilled at the refining essence stage, though not at its pinnacle. In a one-on-one confrontation, he could easily incapacitate any one of them. However, their training in combined tactics posed a considerable challenge. As the daggers lunged once more, Su Qian relied on the martial arts he had studied in his previous life to parry, feigning a gradual decline in stamina. A martial artist at the refining essence pinnacle possesses inexhaustible energy. One does not easily tire. Yet, he could not allow them to discern his true capabilities. or he would forfeit any chance of survival. Noticing that his bodyguards were struggling to subdue Qi'an, the well-dressed young master furrowed his brow. Standing at a distance with a mocking tone, "Su, kneel and bow, calling out grandfather twice, and I may spare your life." Qi'an responded loudly, "Grandfather." The taste of great-grandmother is truly delightful. Instead of provoking Qi'an, he found himself incensed, and the young master commanded fiercely, "Kill him." After engaging in a fierce exchange with the most formidable of the attendants, Qi'an feigned defeat, staggering backward. The other 4 attendants, seizing the opportunity, closed in around him. At that moment, the blue brick beneath Qi'an's feet cracked, his leg muscles bulging against his trousers as he surged forward like an arrow, striking the attendant to his left, causing him to spit blood and fracture his sternum. The attendants, caught off guard by his concealed strength, were unprepared for his sudden escape from their encirclement. Qi'an did not flee, but charged directly at the brocade-clad young master, gripping his neck amidst the terror etched on the latter's face, delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen. The young master's body bent like a shrimp, retching violently. Unfazed, Qi'an delivered several more punches, forcing the brocade-clad young master to clutch his midsection and collapse to the ground. Only when the surge of malevolence within him subsided did he refrain from further violence, turning to the approaching attendants and commanding, "Stay right there, or I shall take his life." The attendants, wary of the consequences, complied and remained still. Well, the brocade-clad young master raised his head, his expression filled with venomous resentment. "Do you know who I am?" "Bang!" Qi'an stomped his foot onto the young master's face, pressing it into the filth beneath. The silent force of his foot elicited a heart-wrenching scream from the young master. "Then allow me to impart a lesson, my dear young master." Qi'an's face darkened. "Even a mere commoner can harbor wrath, and when such wrath is unleashed, blood shall spill 5 paces." The 2 parties faced each other for a brief moment until a group of constables clad in dark uniforms, brandishing simple blades, arrived, led by Captain Wang. Initially furious that his younger brother had been assaulted, Captain Wang's expression froze upon seeing the young master's finery. A flicker of realization crossed his eyes before he resumed his angry demeanor. "Who dares to brazenly brawl in the jurisdiction of Chonglu County?" Noticing that his colleagues had drawn their blades and surrounded the attendants, Qi'an finally released the brocade-clad young master. The young master, pointing in fury, shouted, "Arrest him! I shall have him tortured to death." Captain Wang feigned ignorance, cursing, "You ruffians, take them all away," regardless of how the young master protested his identity. Captain Wang maintained a demeanor of ignorance, embodying the brutishness of an unrefined man with a lack of education. Perhaps recognizing the constable's ignorance and lack of intellect, the young master ceased his protests and was escorted towards the county office by the officers. Captain Wang lagged a few steps behind, approaching Qi'an, "Brother, you've landed yourself in serious trouble. That young master is of no ordinary status. Have you considered how to resolve this?" Old Wang's keen insight was undeniable. "I, Lu Jiaming, have no options," Qi'an whispered. "Have you informed my second uncle?" As they conversed, they soon arrived at the county office. Chapter 23. The Ministry of Justice Pursues Criminals. As soon as Qi'an stepped into the county office, he heard a voice tinged with tears exclaiming, "Elder brother." It was Su Lingyue, adorned in a light green robe. Standing gracefully, her fair, delicate face bore traces of tears, with reddened eyes resembling a pitiful little flower. Amidst the absence of Su Lingyin, presumably in the side hall, Qi'an offered her a reassuring glance. The already informed magistrate Zhu sat at the head of the desk, startled as he observed a group of constables escorting a furious young nobleman clad in brocade. Alarmed, he hastily rose to greet him. "Ah, is this not young Master Zhou? How fares Deputy Minister Zhou?" The brocade-clad young man abruptly waved his sleeve, pushing Magistrate Zhu aside, and with a fierce glare directed at Qi'an, declared, "This man committed an act of violence in public, intending to kill me. Seize him at once." "Your words are rather severe, my lord." Magistrate Zhu replied with a forced smile, turning to Qi'an and bellowing, "Qi'an, come forth at once." Steeling himself, Qi'an approached. "You reckless fool. How dare you lay hands on the son of Deputy Minister Zhou? Do you possess any sense?" Magistrate Zhu delivered a swift kick to Qi'an, then turned back to young Master Zhou with a facade of servility. "Young Master Zhou, this is merely a case of misfortune befalling our own. Kindly overlook this trifling matter and do not hold it against this insignificant individual." Outside the crowd, Su Lingyue watched her cousin being reprimanded on her account. Tears streaming down her exquisite face, her nose reddened from weeping. Su Qian felt a heaviness in his heart. In the bureaucratic realm of the Dafeng dynasty, the influence of an official is gauged not by rank, but by their connections and power. While many held the titles of first and second rank, only a select few truly resided at the pinnacle of authority. The ministers of the 6 ministries fall into this category. Having struck the son of a deputy minister, this incident had escalated significantly. Spare me your theatrics. If you refuse to act, I shall take matters into my own hands. Young Master Zhou commanded his attendants with a sweeping gesture. Seize this wretch. He could hardly believe that within the county office, this individual would dare to resist. Magistrate Zhu interjected. Who dares to commit violence within the county office? Such actions are met with lethal force. At his command, a trio of constables surged forward, drawing their sabers and placing them against the throats of the attendants who had moved to act. The white-clad officers stood ready with their clubs. Zhu, do you dare to touch my people? Young Master Zhou pointed an accusatory finger at Magistrate Zhu, unleashing a torrent of insults. Young Master Zhou, do not misunderstand. I am a government official acting in accordance with the law. Magistrate Zhu maintained his obsequious demeanor, wiping the spittle from his face. Herein lies a complaint, accusing you of reckless violence and bullying a respectable woman. The complainant is Su Lingyue. This strategy had long been prepared by Magistrate Zhu. Had the opponent been an ordinary constable, he would have sought to downplay the matter. However, he had never anticipated that the principal party involved would be the son of the deputy minister. With a scoff, young Master Zhou retorted, reckless violence? Who have I harmed? Bullying a respectable woman? Ask around, Zhu, have I touched a single hair on her head? She must have mistaken me for someone else. Magistrate Zhu, with a grin, tucked the complaint back into his sleeve. Alas, Magistrate Zhu finds himself at a loss, and I must devise a means of self-rescue. If all else fails, I shall flee. Yet I am certain that would implicate my uncle and his family. Su Qian felt a surge of anxiety. In this era, only the offspring of officials could contend with their peers, and his standing was far too inferior. Not only he, but even his uncle, a 100-man captain of the Imperial Guard, was nothing in the presence of the Deputy Minister of Revenue, merely insignificant. As for regret, there was none. With a knife at one's throat, would one simply allow oneself to be slaughtered? In the midst of his frantic thoughts, he observed one of young Master Zhou's attendants departing the county office, and Magistrate Zhu did not intervene. Su Qian's heart grew heavier. Approaching Captain Wang, he whispered, Chief, I find myself in dire straits today and wish to entrust you with a task. Captain Wang paused, then replied quietly, Speak. Over the past month, their camaraderie had flourished, spending each day in revelry and forging a profound friendship. Please lend me a couple of taels of silver. Captain Wang rummaged through his belongings, producing a handful of small coins, but it amounted to less than 2 taels. Su Qian accepted the coins and tucked them away, then continued, Chief, ride swiftly to my home and retrieve a book from the cabinet beside my bed, a blue-covered book. Be careful not to mistake it for another. The diary has a pale yellow cover. After you secure the book, proceed immediately to the Bureau of Astronomy and seek a young lady named Kai Wei. Convey this message. Su Qian is in peril. Hasten to his aid. The Bureau of Astronomy. Captain Wang's face reflected hesitation. That place was no realm for someone of his status. To gain entry, there was akin to allowing an ordinary individual into the imperial palace. He lacked even the courage to approach. Su Qian anticipated this response and whispered, If I were to meet with misfortune, no one would return these coins to you. Captain Wang's eyes widened. Assist me in this matter, and I shall allocate my entire salary for next month to you. Su Qian's audacity provoked a string of curses from Captain Wang as he dashed from the county office. Su Pingji received word and borrowed a steed from a colleague, hastening to the county office of Chang'an. Upon crossing the threshold into the courtroom, he first beheld his daughter, trembling and weeping, followed by the tense standoff between the officials and attendants. Su Pingji averted his gaze and approached his daughter, his expression grave as he inquired, What has transpired? Su Lingyue, seeing her father as a savior, cried even harder, sobbing as she recounted the events to him. When she mentioned young Master Zhou trampling his innocent daughter beneath his horse's hooves, Su Pingji's eye twitched, and his countenance darkened further. If it weren't for your uncle, Lingyin would be lost, she lamented. Ningyin observed his nephew's figure, closing his eyes for a moment to regain composure before quietly saying, You go to the side hall, and keep a close watch over Lingyin. Do not emerge. Watching his daughter's small form retreat, Su Pingji advanced in silence, fixing his gaze upon the well-dressed young man. Young Master Zhou, can this matter be resolved? The young man met his eyes, as if sensing the palpable intent to kill. Recalling Su Qian's words from the street. The words lodged in my throat remained stubbornly unspoken. How imposing is Su Baihu's authority? What, if my young master does not relent? Do you still wish for bloodshed? An elderly man clad in a blue long gown, adorned with golden trimmings at the cuffs and collar, and a jade pendant hanging from his waist, entered through the county office's grand entrance. His hair was predominantly white with scant black, his visage gaunt, and his gaze sharp, as if concealing a needle within. Initially, he spoke from the threshold, but by the end of his words, he had already reached the courtroom. Uncle Chun, the young master in embroidered garments exclaimed with delight. How could my young master be so grievously injured? Which wretched beast laid hands upon him? I have watched him grow, and even the slightest wound pains me deeply. The elder, upon observing the young master's blood-crusted earlobe, felt a mixture of sorrow and fury. I have repeatedly urged the master to assign you a skilled practitioner of the Qi refinement stage, yet he consistently rebuffs me, citing your penchant for causing trouble. And what of it? It is far better for others to suffer than for you, young master. Feeling as though he were ensnared by an unseen force, Su Pingji descended into a chill, a sensation akin to a serpent slithering along his spine, teetering on the precipice of life and death. Such feelings often arose amidst the chaos of battle, rendering him paralyzed with fear. This elder was a master of the spirit refinement stage. May I inquire as to your identity? Magistrate Zhu coughed. I dare not. The elder interrupted nonchalantly. I am merely an old servant of the Zhou residence. Unworthy of your esteemed address, Lord Zhu. You speak with great humility, esteemed elder, Zhu replied with a forced smile. The intricacies of court hierarchy were well known to seasoned officials, and he added, this situation is merely a misunderstanding. As the capital inspection draws near, let us prioritize harmony. Esteemed elder, what do you think? The elder smirked coldly. A few insignificant individuals cannot possibly impede the master's capital inspection. The Zhou residence has always relied on virtue to command respect, adhering strictly to the court's regulations. Initially, the crowd was puzzled by his words, but moments later, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the office. A contingent of armored soldiers burst in, led by an official clad in a green robe embroidered with a white pheasant, surveying the room with a commanding voice. The Ministry of Justice is here to apprehend a criminal. All idle persons withdraw. Should anyone interfere, they shall face the same punishment. Pausing, the green-robed official flashed a smile toward young Master Zhou. Young Master, I beseech you, where is the criminal? Young Master Zhou pointed decisively at Su Qian. Arrest this scoundrel. With a wave of his hand, the green-robed official commanded, seize him. The soldiers surged forward, producing shackles to restrain Su Qian. My lord, what crime has my nephew committed? Su Pingji imlot ugenti. Whether he is guilty or not is for me to determine, the green-robed official replied coolly. As a magistrate of the Ministry of Justice, I shall uphold the law with utmost impartiality. Su Pingji attempted to speak further, but was firmly restrained by Magistrate Zhu. Take him away. Chapter 24. The Blue Book. The personnel from the Ministry of Justice swiftly departed, taking away Su Qian, who bore the label of a criminal. The elderly gentleman with graying hair then retracted his aura, not even glancing at Su Pingji, and grasped the arm of young Master Zhou. Young Master, allow this old servant to escort you back to the residence to tend to your wounds. As young Master Zhou followed him out, he shouted, I want that scoundrel dead. Rest assured, old servant will see to it, the elder replied with a benevolent smile. No, I shall go myself. As you wish, young master. The two departed the county office with their retinue, their figures fading from sight. Su Pingji suddenly gasped for breath as if he had nearly drowned, his entire being soaked in sweat. I will file a petition, Su Pingji stated emphatically. You will not gain an audience with the emperor. The palace is a forbidden ground. Not when a mere captain of the Imperial Guard can enter. You lack the authority to submit a petition, sighed County Magistrate Zhu. Let it go. No, it cannot be. It cannot be. Su Pingji's expressions oscillated between fierce rage and despair. After a moment's contemplation, County Magistrate Zhu remarked, the only course of action available to you now is to seek out Cigio. He is a scholar from Yunlu Academy and may possess a solution. Although Yunlu Academy faced severe suppression in the officialdom, rendering it nearly unviable, the individuals residing within were not mere scholars devoid of influence. They were disciples of the sages. adept not only at reasoning with others, but also at wielding rationality effectively. Thus, it was only by their intervention that Su Xinyan was able to escape the fate of exile, albeit stripped of his titles and relegated to a lowly status. Xianxia Tower. Captain Wang rode forth to the tallest edifice in the capital, where no soldiers stood guard, yet upon approaching, one would notice the complete absence of common folk nearby. The Astronomical Bureau was a place steeped in legend, where the chief astronomer observed celestial phenomena and established calendars, a figure who could commune with the immortal beings above. The alchemical creations of the Bureau's practitioners were widely disseminated among the populace, benefiting the common people, compared to other institutions. The sorcerers of the Astronomical Bureau were the most accepted divine figures by the masses. In a residence of deities, none dared to tread. Captain Wang, several times, contemplated reining in his horse and returning home, yet he restrained himself. Burdened by immense psychological pressure, he halted before Xianxia Tower, trembling as he secured the reins to the carved railing on the stone steps. Gritting his teeth, he ascended the stone steps. The foundation of Xianxia Tower stood a full 6 meters high, surpassing the rooftops of ordinary homes. With a heart full of trepidation, Captain Wang arrived at the first level of Xianxia Tower, which was well lit, sunlight streaming through rows of holes in the walls, dust particles dancing in the beams. He beheld rows of apothecary cabinets, saw young men in white attire gathered together, fervently discussing matters. He noticed some clutching scrolls, studying intently, others sprawled on tables in slumber, and some busy boiling medicinal herbs. Rumor had it that the deities of the Astronomical Bureau were all masters of medicine, healing the sick without charge. Captain Wang now believed it. "Who are you?" A figure clad in white took notice of Captain Wang and approached him, scrutinizing him intently. The vicinity of the Qi'an observatory was devoid of soldiers on guard. However, few commoners dared to approach unreservedly. Only those afflicted with grave ailments, who recognized their fate, would venture here in search of fortune. Captain Wang appeared somewhat uneasy, swallowing hard as he stuttered. "I'm the captain of the county office in Chonglo." And? The white-clad man regarded him in silence. His piercing gaze seemed capable of penetrating the very soul, imposing immense pressure on Captain Wang, who nearly abandoned his younger brother. Su Qian, and turned to flee. I have come to find Miss Kaiwei," Captain Wang finally managed to say. "Senior Sister Kaiwei?" The white figure appraised Captain Wang once more, noting his empty hands and thinking to himself, "You have not even brought provisions, yet you come seeking Senior Sister Kaiwei? What is the matter?" From within his robes, Captain Wang produced a book bound in deep blue. "A friend has asked me to deliver this book to Miss Kaiwei, along with a message. Su Qian is in trouble, urgent rescue required." The white-clad man accepted the book, casually flipping through its pages. The writing appeared distorted, resembling the scrawl of a chicken's foot, utterly unworthy of esteem. Losing interest, he remarked, "Senior Sister Kaiwei is not here. She has gone out. You may either wait here, return later, or hand the book to me, and I shall convey it on your behalf. Then I shall trouble you, sir." With this, Captain Wang fled in haste. "Senior brother, what was that about?" inquired another figure in white, observing Captain Wang's hurried departure. "A captain claimed to be seeking Senior Sister Kaiwei. It must be urgent. Please deliver this book to the 7th floor and present it to Senior Brother Song," inquiring about his thoughts. Song Qing was the foremost among the 6th-rank alchemists, the 4th disciple of the overseer. At the Qi'an Observatory, all may publicly identify themselves as disciples of the overseer. However, the true acolytes whom the overseer had personally taught were merely 6, known as the 6 sons of the Qi'an Observatory. Other disciples were merely students of these few, acting as proxies in teaching their juniors. Kaiwei, being the youngest disciple, had yet to complete her training and was temporarily ineligible to instruct others. Song Qing had recently returned to the capital and, upon learning of the tax silver case, took on the task of refining counterfeit silver amid the eager anticipation of his fellow disciples. The white-robed alchemists, basking in the blessings of their endeavors, were nearly moved to tears. "Failed again, Senior Brother Song? Even you cannot succeed? Nonsense. How could Senior Brother Song possibly fail? Each endeavor in alchemy necessitates countless failures for refinement and understanding, as long as he can grasp the intricacies of the craft. We at the Qi'an Observatory will acquire yet another skill." After toiling for 12 consecutive hours, Song Qing waved his hand dismissively. "Enough talk. I wish to be alone." Despite a sleepless night, Song Qing's eyes remained bright and spirited, even exhibiting a hint of exhilaration. As a fervent enthusiast of alchemy, He embraced every challenge within the realm of his craft. The issue at hand is not merely the dosage of salt. After several reflections, it can be reasonably deduced that the flame's temperature must be regulated to the point of melting the salt without allowing it to boil. The crux of the matter lies in the ponderings of Song Qing. He has grasped the essence of the problem, but lacks a conceptual understanding of voltage, compelling him to repeatedly experiment with the intensity of the lightning technique. The simplicity of salt can yield counterfeit silver. The genius who conceived this alchemical process is indeed extraordinary. Song Qing muses that if he could forge a connection with such a talent, his life's creative endeavors might achieve monumental breakthroughs. At that moment, a figure clad in white ascends the staircase to the 7th floor, where alchemists congregate. The white attire is the uniform of the disciples of the Xianxia, seemingly indistinguishable at first glance, with the notable exception of the insignia on the chest. Alchemists bear an emblem of a furnace, while the newcomer displays an embroidered representation of herbs, signifying his rank as a 9th-tier physician, also known as a healer. Senior brother. A constable sought out Sister Kaiwei moments ago and conveyed a message. Su Qian is in trouble. Urgent rescue required, announced the disciple adorned with the herb insignia. I surmise that it might be a matter of great importance, perhaps a plea for assistance from a friend of Sister Kaiwei, hence my assent to inform you. The name Su Qian seems vaguely familiar to Song Qing, though he cannot place it. Did he mention anything else? The disciple with the herb insignia extended a deep blue book, stating he left behind only this volume. The handwriting inside was grotesquely distorted, akin to chicken feet, which startled Song Qing as he accepted the book and turned to the first page. The opening line read, Equivalent Exchange, the Unchanging Principle of Alchemy, Edward Elric. Chapter 25, Reinforcements. The phrase equivalent exchange struck Song Qing's mind like a lightning bolt, as if his soul had been struck by some unseen force. This sensation mirrored the impact of cherished poetry upon a scholar. Indeed, equivalent exchange is the immutable principle of alchemy, he murmured to himself. Each time he successfully transmuted a substance, the corresponding raw materials would vanish or transform into something else. This phenomenon had always existed, yet few paid it heed. Perhaps some noticed, but did not ponder its depth. His mentor once imparted that the essence of alchemy is not transformation, but conversion. So, this is what equivalent exchange signifies. This succinct revelation sent a shiver down the spine of this fervent alchemy enthusiast. Once his excitement subsided, Song Qing began to contemplate the significance of the name Edward Elric. Is it merely a name? What a peculiar one indeed. Is it a code, or perhaps a form of clandestine terminology within the realm of alchemy? He found himself at a loss, an itch of curiosity gnawing at him. Song Qing took a deep breath, steadied his emotions, and eagerly turned to the next page, meticulously reading the distorted and unsightly fonts. The opening phrase read, Step into the world of alchemy. Is this meant to instruct one on entering the realm of alchemy? How audacious! Song Qing mused. Alchemy has always been taught through word of mouth and personal example. Those of keen intellect can grasp its essence in a year or a year and a half, while those less gifted may toil for 3 to 5 decades without success. Even the Astral Monitoring Bureau lacks a proper textbook. However, the initial statement granted Song Qing sufficient patience. The first section, the changes and properties of matter. The natural world is replete with countless examples invisible to the naked eye. These examples constitute matter, which interacts in various ways and undergoes continuous transformation. I categorize these changes as chemical and physical transformations. As Song Qing pondered this, he found himself lost in thought. What is chemistry? What are atoms? What am I reading? Why do I comprehend each word individually, yet find the overall meaning eludes me? The classics of the sages come with annotations, yet here there is naught but emptiness. Nevertheless, Song Qing was not without insight. He keenly recognized that this was an unparalleled tome of knowledge. It elucidated the true nature of the world and delineated the fundamental structure of all things. A tremor coursed through Song Qing's body. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated tearing the book asunder, for these secrets were meant only for the divine, not for mere mortals to pry. Yet deep within, a force urged him on, the primal human thirst for knowledge. The alchemical chamber was enveloped in silence. The scholars in white exchanged glances, hesitant to disturb Song Qing, their concern palpable over the unpredictable expressions crossing his face. What unthinkable alchemy was he contemplating now? Indeed, last year he had attempted to transform the flesh and blood of a cat into a tree, so that even if severed, it could regrow, but was confined for a month by the supervising teacher. Lost in his own world, Xianxia oscillated between fear and exhilaration. As he continued reading, his eyes suddenly brightened upon discovering a detailed explanation of how to refine tack silver. Step 1. First, filter the brine to purify sodium chloride, refined salt. Step 2. Evaporate the brine to precipitate crystals, then melt them at a scorching temperature of 800 degrees Celsius. Step 3. Caution. This step is crucial for refining tack silver. Success hinges upon it. Xianxia's heart raced with anticipation as he finally, at long last, approached a resolution to the dilemmas that had long troubled him and his fellow scholars. Truly, this was a sacred text. Yet as he neared the bottom of the page, he found himself dabbing his fingertip with saliva in his eagerness to turn the page. A blank page. Xianxia. Is that all? Is there nothing more? What exactly is the third step, and why is it not recorded? Who authored this book? Such a fragmented approach to writing deserves to be thoroughly scrutinized. Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood in exasperation. He opened his mouth, momentarily forgetting something, and said in a low voice, "Who delivered this book? I did not pay attention. I did not hear. I have forgotten." The responses of his junior disciples were strikingly sincere. Xianxia promptly descended the stairs, seeking the disciple who had previously attended to Captain Wang, and inquired in detail about the events that transpired. This was a conclusion drawn after an analysis by Xianxia. "Brother, what is troubling you?" The disciples in white trailed down the stairs after him. "What is the issue with this book?" Xianxia's expression was extraordinarily grave as he surveyed the faces of those present. "Fellow disciples, listen to me. This is an opportunity for the Qi'an to rise rapidly. It is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Alchemy may usher in an unprecedented brilliance." Mutton Pavilion. 2 carriages moved slowly along the official road, each carrying a pair of eminent scholars who had just finished a lively discussion. Xianxia, along with several classmates, rode behind on horseback. I should not have spoken the truth just now. Xianxia felt a pang of regret. The 2 scholars were arguing fervently, on the verge of physical confrontation, when Xianxia candidly remarked, "In truth, the teachers and Mr. Mu Bai are merely after a timeless poem, are they not?" The atmosphere had been quite awkward, although he had prevented the eminent scholars from coming to blows. Xianxia realized that speaking the truth was not the right course of action. His mother was correct. "I've always struggled with words. This must change." Xianxia engaged in yet another moment of introspection. He reached into his bosom to touch the smooth jade pendant, and as he gazed joyfully into the distance, a figure galloping towards him caught his eye. In an instant, the outline of that figure came into focus. It was his father, Su Pingji. Xianxia was taken aback, spurring his horse forward to meet him. "Father, what brings you here?" Upon uttering these words, a weight settled in Xianxia's heart. The expression on his father's face signaled that something dire had transpired, despite his ignorance of the specifics. Su Pingji quickly conveyed the situation to Xianxia. The son of Deputy Minister Zhou had brazenly harassed his sister in the street, nearly trampling brother Lingyin with his horse. And now he had been taken to the Ministry of Justice. Xianxia felt a surge of anger rise within him. "Your brother's life depends on you now. Father, do not worry." A flurry of thoughts raced through Xianxia's mind, and soon he devised a plan. He turned his horse around, halted the carriage, and called out loudly, "Teachers, Mr. Mu Bai, I have an urgent matter to discuss." The curtain was lifted, and Xianxia and Li Mu Bai poked their heads out, inquiring what the matter was. "My elder brother is in trouble. I implore both teachers and Mr. Mu Bai to lend their assistance." Xianxia recounted his father's account of the events. Xianxia fixed his gaze on him and said gravely, "Is he the talented individual who penned the lines? No one understands my path ahead. Who in this world does not recognize you?" His tone was serious, as if this mattered greatly. "Indeed, Xianxia not that up fi my see." Xianxia was about to speak when Li Mu Bai, seated in the carriage beside him, interjected, "Leave the matters concerning your elder brother to me. You and your teacher should return to the academy." Xianxia scoffed coldly. "Interfering outsiders should refrain from meddling. I shall handle my students' affairs." Su Pingji, filled with unexpected delight, realized how influential his son had become. "Teacher, Mr. Mu Bai, my elder brother has been taken to the Ministry of Justice. Please hurry. Delay may bring unforeseen changes," Xianxia urged anxiously. "There is no time for banter now." Chapter 26. Virtue. Li Mu Bai suddenly waved his hand, causing the coachman to be lifted by a gust of wind and gently land by the roadside. Li Daru seized the reins and took the wheel himself, stating, "This is a steed of unparalleled quality, capable of traversing 1,000 miles in a single day." An astonishing scene unfolded. The horse, which had been an ordinary brown steed, suddenly whinnied in exhilaration. Beneath its brown hide, sinews bulged, and its body expanded, growing nearly twice the height of an average horse in the blink of an eye. Li Mubai's carriage sped away like a phantom. Xianxia coldly huffed, "You too shall dismount." He ushered the coachman to the roadside, took his place, grasped the reins, and spoke in a deep voice, "This horse is not only large and robust, it has 6 legs." Another remarkable transformation occurred. The black horse, like its counterpart, swelled in size, its muscles rippling. The difference lay in its abdomen, where flesh parted, bones elongated, and nerves intertwined, giving rise to 2 new legs. The black horse galloped with 6 hooves, kicking up a cloud of dust, swiftly catching up to Li Mubai's carriage. "Old rogue, your shamelessness knows no bounds. How can there be a 6-legged horse? Li Mubai fumat. What I say exists. Very well, then my horse possesses 8 legs. Humph, shameless old rogue. You wish to compete for my disciple, do you? My carriage is as light as a feather, soaring with the wind." A gust of wind swept by, and Xiangxia's carriage floated away like a feather, carried off into the distance. Li Mubai, refusing to yield, shouted, "My carriage rides the clouds." A white cloud materialized from the ground, adhering to the wheels of his carriage, lifting it into the sky. Su Pingji stared in astonishment at this spectacle until both carriages vanished into the horizon, swallowing hard. Scholars truly have a knack for boasting. Su Xinyan gazed at the sky, filled with longing, murmuring, "This is no mere boast. This is the Confucian virtue of the 5 disciplines." Virtue? It bore another name, derived from the mockery of Lord Jianzhong after a drink. Confucians disrupt the law with their literature. In the Ministry of Justice's prison, Su Qi'an sat shackled, cross-legged on a tattered straw mat, leaning against the cold wall. He inhaled the damp, decaying scent in the air, as if he had returned to the confines of the magistrate's prison. According to the records he had perused in the archives, countless instances of abuse by officials in the capital went unreported to the emperor, suppressed before they could reach his ears. The phrase "up to the heavens" carries a weight akin to that of Mount Tai, and therein lies the reason for its significance. However, this is during the Xianxia period. Is one not wary of political adversaries launching an offensive? Su Qi'an chuckled softly, "Swiftly eliminating me, and then coercing my uncle with the lives of my family to endure humiliation and bear the burden. Wouldn't that resolve the matter? I was mistaken. While the middle class enjoys a certain comfort, inciting the ire of those in power just once can lead to irrevocable ruin. To live a life of significance, I must possess authority and strength." With a clang, the iron door at the end of the corridor swung open, and footsteps approached, growing louder. Before long, a prison guard appeared, escorting 2 armed soldiers to the bars. "You're about to face the guillotine," the guard mocked with a grin. He opened the door, but did not enter. Instead, he stepped back and bellowed, "Step out." The 2 soldiers grasped their sword hilts, their expressions watchful. Despite being shackled with specially designed restraints, the man before them remained a peak martial artist. In desperation, he might fight back, posing a threat to them as well. "You would do well to cooperate, for you surely do not wish for us to shoot through your tendons and drag you out," the guard warned. Su Qi'an fell silent for a moment before rising. In the Ministry of Justice, Minister Sun was engrossed in his work, papers and documents piled high upon his desk. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he looked up toward the window. Moments later, 2 dark figures approached swiftly, their outlines gradually becoming clearer. 2 carriages, one riding the gentle breeze, the other soaring through the clouds. The carriages raced side by side, competing fiercely, before landing simultaneously in the courtyard of the Ministry of Justice. The majestic steeds, upon landing, finally collapsed in exhaustion, as if all vitality had been drained from them, twitching as they succumbed to death. The soldiers on duty at the ministry immediately surrounded the scene. Minister Sun, clad in crimson robes, furrowed his brow as he approached, his square face reflecting a serious demeanor. "Brother Chun Jing, Brother Jin Yen, what brings you to my Ministry of Justice?" Minister Sun maintained a hopeful disposition, although the long-standing rivalry between the Imperial Academy and Yunlu Academy was well known. The joint visit of these 2 eminent scholars was enough to prompt him to adopt a respectful attitude. Xianxia clasped his hands, speaking in a solemn tone. "The Ministry of Justice has detained one of my disciples, named Su Qi'an. I kindly request Minister Sun to release him." "Detained a student of Yunlu Academy?" "The elders of Yunlu Academy, were notoriously protective of their own. Minister Sun replied, "The Ministry of Justice administers the law and would not apprehend individuals without cause. I ask you both to clarify the situation." He did not readily acquiesce. For although the Imperial Academy had long suppressed Yunlu Academy within the political arena, thanks to its status as a government-operated institution, this did not imply that Yunlu Academy could be treated as a pliable entity. Yunlu Academy held the teachings of Confucianism in its grasp, serving as a sanctuary for scholars across the realm. The gentlemen of the Academy are notoriously protective, and thus, unless a crime has truly been committed, the officials of the Ministry of Justice will not proactively seek trouble. Before the two esteemed scholars could utter a word, several panicked constables rushed over, exclaiming loudly, "My lord, a group of white-clad disciples from the Astronomical Bureau have stormed the gates, and we are unable to hold them back." Sun Xianxia and the officials present turned their gazes toward the commotion, witnessing a throng of white-robed disciples from the Astronomical Bureau forcefully entering the ministry. Leading them was a man adorned with an embroidered furnace on his chest, possessing thick brows and a prominent nose, with dark circles under his eyes that seemed never to fade. This was Song Qing, the fourth disciple of the director of the Astronomical Bureau. The aggressive demeanor of the intruders caused Sun Xianxia's brow to furrow in concern, and he bellowed, "You dare to trespass upon the Ministry of Justice? You have already violated the law. Depart at once." Song Qing halted, performed a courteous bow, and replied coolly, "My lord, we have come to the ministry seeking a person." At this declaration, Sun Xianxia's heart skipped a beat as a suspicion arose within him. He asked in a deep voice, "Who is it?" "Qi'an, who was apprehended without cause by the ministry today." Again, it was Qi'an. Who exactly is this person? That he could simultaneously attract the attention of the esteemed scholars from Yunlu Academy and the white-robed disciples of the Astronomical Bureau? In the Great Foam, no one dares to offend the director, not even the self-proclaimed orthodox Confucians of Yunlu Academy, who, despite being ridiculed by the wine-loving director for their literary transgressions, begrudgingly accepted it without attempting to reason with him. What is going on? Who is Qi'an? I have never heard of such a figure. Are you simply uninformed? The tax silver case, do you recall? The one who solved it was Qi'an, but he is merely a martial artist. How could he possibly be connected to the Confucians and the Astronomical Bureau? Strange. Why is our ministry apprehending him? Murmured the gathered officials of the Ministry of Justice. Sun Xianxia beckoned to one of the officials, inquiring, "Today, did the ministry issue an arrest warrant for someone named Qi'an?" The official whispered a reply before hastily departing, returning shortly with a stack of documents. "My lord, there is no mention of Qi'an in the arrest warrants." "None?" Sun Xianxia's expression darkened. Who was responsible for the apprehension? The official, with a flicker of his eyes, pointed towards a figure in a blue robe within the crowd. It was Huang Longzhong. A wave of gazes converged upon him. The blue-robed Huang Longzhong, who had merely returned to the ministry long enough to sip tea without yet having the chance to bask in his own glory before the young master of the department, felt a chill run through him. Chapter 27. The Summoning. Sun Xianxia cast a cold glance at Huang Longzhong, who, feeling as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, lowered his head and hurriedly approached. "My lord, the situation arose unexpectedly, and I did not have time to procure the arrest warrant. The primary reason is that this individual is a martial artist and the nephew of the Imperial Blade Guard Su Pingji, possessing the ability to flee in fear of punishment." Huang Longzhong thought to himself, "The distance between the slap of the esteemed lord and myself is but 6 feet. Yet I can shift the blame in a mere fraction of a second." Young Master Zhou dispatched his attendants to submit a lawsuit, claiming that he was assaulted by thieves in the street and that they threatened to spill his blood in 5 steps. Given the urgency of the matter, I decided to apprehend the assailants first to prevent their escape. The officials from the Celestial Monitoring Bureau and the esteemed scholars of Yunlu Academy were present, and I dared not lie, nor was there any need to do so. The public brawl was indeed a matter warranting heavy punishment. Apart from lacking an arrest warrant, I acted in accordance with the established protocols. Numerous instances exist within the Ministry of Justice where warrants were supplemented post factum. The officials of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau furrowed their brows. Li Mubai exchanged glances with Zhang Shan, and the former stepped forward, solemnly stating, "The sage says, a gentleman must be sincere." With a thud, Huang Longzhong felt his heart race violently, blood rushing to his face, overwhelmed with shame for having lied. Feeling utterly humiliated, he loathed the deceitful version of himself, his spirit protesting vehemently against his despicable actions. His mouth, fueled by anger, spoke uncontrollably. Young Master Zhou wishes to see Su Qian dead, to perish in the dungeons of the Ministry of Justice, to vent his pent-up resentment. I wish to do a favor for young Master Zhou. Relieved, Huang Longzhong collapsed onto the ground, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. A commotion erupted around him. With over 10 officials from the Ministry of Justice casting looks of disdain, scorn, schadenfreude, and some simply shaking their heads in pity. Despicable and shameless. I shall undoubtedly pen a memorial to impeach you tomorrow, one official from the Ministry of Justice declared with renewed vigor. The fifth-rank official, Minister's son, remained inscrutable. Casting a glance at the pale-faced, dazed Huang Longzhong, and instructed his subordinates, relay my orders, release the individual. Amid the clanking of shackles, Su Qian was brought to the interrogation chamber. Young Master Zhou changed into a dark blue robe, thick yet not unseemly. He sat confidently, one foot propped upon a chair. His ear, which Su Qian had injured, wrapped in a fine white cloth. A lean elder, clad in a blue gown with golden trimmings at the collar and cuffs, stood beside him, his sharp gaze fixated on Su Qian, unabashedly revealing his murderous intent. Additionally, 2 jailers stood near a collection of torture instruments, observing Su Qian with evident delight. The well-dressed young master waved his hand, and one of the jailers produced a piece of paper from his pocket, tossing it before Su Qian. You now have 2 paths to choose from, young Master Zhou sneered. Confess and sign, or endure the full array of instruments here. And then confess and sign. Su Qian glanced at the confession, which stated that he, Su Qian, a quick-handed man from the Chang'o County office, had engaged in a verbal dispute with Zhou Li, harboring murderous intent and resorting to violence, resulting in serious injury to Zhou Li. Subsequently, the constables arrived, and quick-handed Su Qian was apprehended. To commit such an act in broad daylight, especially against the son of a minister of revenue, would surely lead to severe consequences. If I were to sign that confession, the lightest penalty would be exile. With some influence from the Zhou family, I could even face execution. This left me no avenue for survival. Su Qian withdrew his gaze, fixing it upon the elegantly attired young gentleman, to sign and seal, thereby suffering less corporal punishment. Mr. Zhou raised an eyebrow, akin to a child toying with an ant, and mockingly replied, No, my proposition is this. Shall you sign first and then endure the punishment? Or shall you suffer the punishment before signing? Several jailers erupted into hearty laughter. Su Qian's expression darkened. The more he displayed his dismay, the more Mr. Zhou reveled in it, deriving pleasure from the loathing he inspired, coupled with the powerlessness of his victim. How frightful! Indeed, Zhou Li chuckled. Uncle Chun, are the shackles secure? What if this scoundrel suddenly rises to commit murder? The gaunt elder smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, young master, a mere ant I could crush with a single slap. Then I shall be at ease. Zhou Li rose and approached the array of torture devices, speaking with gusto. Here lie 24 instruments of torment, each capable of inflicting excruciating pain, yet sparing life. Perfect tools for extracting confessions. I have no intention of killing you. That would be too merciful. It is said that in the dungeons of the Night Watchman, there are as many as 108 devices, and none who enter emerge alive. Alas, you are not destined to enjoy such a fate. How unfortunate. Su Qian could not help but glance at the instruments of torture, chairs studded with iron nails, rusted steel needles, and iron saws stained dark red from years of bloodshed, each one exuding cruelty and savagery. His throat constricted and his complexion paled. By the timeline, Miss Kaiwei from the Astronomical Bureau should have received the captain's notification. Why had she not yet arrived? Was she unwilling to rescue me? No. The book I penned was irresistibly enticing. Any alchemist who glanced upon it would be tormented with an insatiable desire to uncover the subsequent revelations. Should she fail to come to my aid, even if I survive in the end, once these instruments are employed, I shall be rendered a mere shell of my former self. Su Qian felt beads of sweat begin to form on his forehead. He was but a man, and fear seeped into his very being. Mr. Zhou, ever observant of Su's countenance, noted his distress with satisfaction. This game of cat and mouse delighted him immensely. And he continued, I have heard you were raised by your second uncle, Su Pingji, and that your bond must be profound. I have grounds to suspect that this affair is a scheme devised by you and your uncle. He scrutinized the prominent veins at Su Qian's temples. Mr. Zhou, there is no confession recorded, a constable stammered. Fool, simply draft another jailer barked. Then what are we waiting for? Write it here, in his presence. Mr. Zhou laughed maniacally, his laughter echoing through the interrogation chamber. Suddenly, the heavy iron door creaked open, and a jailer ushered in an official clad in a blue robe. The official cast a swift glance around, relieved to see Qi'an unscathed and free of blood. "Take him away," he commanded. At long last. Qi'an felt a wave of relief wash over him. The several jailers in the interrogation room instinctively glanced at young Master Zhou. "Esteemed sir, we are in the midst of questioning a prisoner." Young Master Zhou shifted his gaze from the blue-robed official, a symbol of the fifth rank, to the official's face. His expression tinged with displeasure. The blue-robed official, with a mocking smile, retorted, "This is the Ministry of Punishment, not the Ministry of Revenue. If young Master Zhou wishes to interrogate a prisoner, perhaps he should return to the Ministry of Revenue, if they also handle criminal matters." With that, he barked, "You worthless dogs, didn't you hear what I said? Take him away." Chapter 28. Crush this ant beneath my foot. Wait. Young Master Zhou halted the jailers, glaring at the blue-robed official. "This man committed an act of violence in public, attempting to take my life. I am the aggrieved party." He narrowed his eyes, articulating meaningfully, "Esteemed sir, do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you." The official, a legitimate fifth-rank officer, was not to be compared with his father, akin to comparing clouds and mud. However, he was indeed an official of the Ministry of Punishment, unrelated to the Ministry of Revenue. Young Master Zhou was reluctant to speak too harshly, merely hoping the official would grasp that offending the son of a vice minister was exceedingly unwise. In the political arena, it was most unwise to create unnecessary enemies. To his surprise, the blue-robed official appeared unfazed, instead sneering, "Young Master Zhou, perhaps you should take that remark to the minister." Young Master Zhou frowned, exchanging glances with the elderly man beside him. Uncle Chun whispered, "Minister's son has a cordial relationship with the master." The implication of his latter words was clear. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he would not intervene. Conversely, if there were issues, then it would be a different matter altogether. Unwilling to let a cooked duck fly away, young Master Zhou closely followed, determined to seize Qi'an as soon as possible, ready to employ torture to eliminate this scoundrel. Upon exiting the Ministry of Punishment's prison, the bright sunlight poured down, causing Qi'an to squint, alleviating the discomfort in his pupils. He followed the blue-robed official into the courtyard of the ministry, where a multitude had gathered. There were officials from the ministry dressed in various official robes. A dozen young men clad in white, 2 horse-drawn carriages, deceased horses, and 2 scholarly elder gentlemen with remarkable bearing. Seeing the crowd, young Master Zhou felt bewildered, uncertain of the unfolding events. He heard the clanking of shackles come to a halt as the detested Qi'an paused, turning back to declare clearly, "You should be grateful that I did not apply any torture. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am a newly accepted disciple of the chief supervisor." The old man's face turned ashen. Young Master Zhou's expression instantly unraveled. This was impossible. He could not possibly be a disciple of the chief supervisor. Yet, upon seeing the courtyard filled with white-clad officials from the Astronomical Bureau, both young Master Zhou and the elder fell silent. Qi'an paid no heed to the two, striding forward and casting a glance at the white-clad individuals, surprised to find that Miss Kaiwei was not among them. "Where's that charming young lady with the egg-shaped face?" Captain Wang delivered the alchemical manuscript, but Miss Kaiwei is absent. "Did the alchemist from the Astronomical Bureau come to rescue me after seeing the contents of the book? Perhaps Miss Kaiwei is preoccupied with matters and has entrusted her fellow disciples to rescue me." Qi'an inhaled deeply, and amidst the clanking of shackles, he encountered several senior brothers. "Senior brother?" Song Qing paused, scrutinizing Qi'an. "Did you compose this book?" His gaze bore an unfriendly glint. Qi'an nodded. "This is not the place for discussions. Once we depart from the Ministry of Justice, if you wish to inquire about anything, Ningyan shall share all without reservation." Observing Qi'an conversing with the white-clad officials of the Astronomical Bureau, young Master Zhou appeared momentarily dazed. Reluctantly, he averted his gaze, unwilling to believe the reality before him. He hastened to the side of Minister Sun, whispering, "Sir, those from the Astronomical Bureau." Minister Sun cast a brief glance at him. "They seek someone from me." Young Master Zhou staggered slightly, his breath quickening. Could he truly be a disciple of the chief supervisor? This is inconceivable. Moreover, if he were indeed a disciple, the tax silver case could not possibly implicate the Su family. The tax silver case. The lean elder contemplated a possibility. What if he had been accepted as a disciple after the tax silver incident? He had indeed unraveled the secret of the tax silver and forged counterfeit coins. Such a prodigy in alchemy, self-taught. The chief supervisor might have taken an interest and exceptionally accepted him as a disciple. The likelihood of this is not negligible, even considerable. Furthermore, if he were not a disciple of the chief supervisor, what grounds would these white-clad individuals have to gather here? At that moment, the lean elder noticed the two silent Confucian scholars and the oddly deceased horses. He focused intently for a moment, and suddenly, a jolt coursed through him as he recognized the two eminent scholars from Yunlu Academy. The lean elder swallowed hard. My lord, those two scholars are also here to seek someone. Minister Sun remained impassive. Young Master Zhou's face stiffened as he slowly turned to the elder. Are you Su Qi'an? Su Qi'an turned to look. The speaker was an old man clad in a gray robe, sporting a goatee. He thought to himself, who might you be, old sir? I am the former teacher of Xianxia, replied another elder in a blue robe, smiling warmly as he regarded Su Qi'an. Do not worry about the road ahead lacking kindred spirits. Who in the world does not recognize you? But did you write this? My humble work has elicited laughter from your esteemed self, Su Qi'an replied. My courtesy name is Ningyan. Introducing oneself with one's courtesy name is the most fundamental etiquette, as addressing someone directly by their name is considered inauspicious. Failing to introduce one's courtesy name subtly implies a desire to refrain from forming connections. The elder in the blue robe smile deepened. Once this matter is resolved, we shall depart from the Ministry of Justice. Song Qing could not help but urge. Immediately, a prison guard approached to unshackle Su Qian's fetters and stocks. Very well. Su Qian nodded. The officials of the Astronomical Bureau displayed smiles, their objective achieved. The person was about to be returned, and they eagerly anticipated the forthcoming discussions. Scholars Li Mubai and Xianxia were also reluctant to linger, for what awaited them would be a fierce contest. As Su Qian observed the crowd departing, young Master Zhou felt an overwhelming sense of relief mingled with an unacknowledged fear and trepidation. Suddenly, Su Qian halted in his tracks. The officials from the Bureau of Celestial Phenomena and the two esteemed scholars regarded him with curiosity. I have one more matter to attend to, he declared, slightly cupping his hands in a gesture of respect before pivoting towards young Master Zhou. As he passed by the jailer, he swiftly seized the wooden stocks. What are you planning to do? Young Master Zhou exclaimed, retreating in alarm. Su Qian, my father, is the Deputy Minister of Revenue. Do you dare lay a hand on me? Do you dare act against me in the Ministry of Justice? Lord Sun, Minister Sun, quickly apprehend this scoundrel, Chen Shu, and rescue me. With a resounding crash, Su Qian swung the stocks with ferocity, striking Zhou Li upon the head, splintering wood in the process. Young Master Zhou's eyes rolled back as he fell rigidly backwards, crimson blood oozing from his hair. Su Qian, with an impassive expression, fixed his gaze upon the gaunt elder. Kill me, he urged. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Before my fellow disciples and the esteemed officials of the Ministry of Justice, before these two scholars. Strike down this insignificant insect of mine. Do it swiftly. The fury that surged within the elder ebbed away like a receding tide, leaving him frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. Indeed, it seemed only those born to privilege could confront their own kind. The fairness and justice of the law were but illusions, applicable only among the common folk. Bathed in the early winter sunlight, Su Qian felt as though he had been reborn. Upon exiting the Ministry of Justice, Su Qian spotted two swift horses racing towards him from the far end of the long street. It was Su Erlang and Su Ershu, the father and son. Upon recognizing Su Qian encircled by the white-clad officials of the Bureau of Celestial Phenomena, visibly relaxed. What are the people from the Bureau doing here? Su Ershu's eyes flickered with confusion. Being a peak practitioner of the Qi refinement realm, and having participated in the Battle of Shanhaiguan, he was not one to idolize the sorcerers of the Bureau as ordinary folk might. Su Xinyan reined in his horse and, with an inconspicuous glance at his cousin, exhaled softly, bowing deeply. Thank you, esteemed teacher, and thank you, Mr. Mubai. Su Qian, having first offered a bow to the officials of the Bureau, then joined his cousin in bowing once more to the two scholars. Li Mubai lamented, such poetic talent, yet you find yourself in the role of a constable. Ningyan, would you be interested in joining Yunlu Academy to pursue the Confucian path? In less than a quarter of an hour, Ningyan had already mentioned Xianxia, adding, it would be a perfect opportunity to study under me. Su Qian was taken aback. Chapter 29, bidding farewell to the old, brother, you have been kind to me. He glanced at his cousin, who wore a stoic expression. I am deeply honored by the kindness of my esteemed seniors, Ningyan replied with trepidation. However, My focus lies in martial arts. Though I studied in my youth, I have neglected my studies in recent years. Qi'an, unable to comprehend the situation, dare not respond affirmatively. It matters not. The pursuit of knowledge is a lifelong endeavor. It is never too late. Li Mubai smiled, stroking his goatee. Qi'an was astonished by such generosity directed towards him. He pondered for a moment, then an idea struck him. Casting another glance at his cousin, he smiled and remarked, "Indeed, the ocean of knowledge is boundless. I, as a junior, possess a certain aptitude for studying, and I am grateful for the recognition from both esteemed gentlemen. Should I attend the academy, I shall undoubtedly surpass my predecessors." Upon hearing this, Su Tsijiu let out a scoff, his tone brimming with pride. "What the teachers and Mr. Li Mubai admire are your poetry, such as sending Yang Gongji to Qingzhou from the sheep pavilion." At that moment, Erlang's expression stiffened, and he dared not meet the gaze of his teacher or Li Mubai, casting his eyes downward. So this is how Yang Gongji is perceived by Su Qian. Having cleverly navigated the prideful and sharp-tongued Su Erlang, Su Qian grasped the implications of this statement. After a moment of contemplation, he comprehended the intentions of the two great scholars. This truly is a shortcut to eternal fame. Just look at Wang Lun, who managed to immortalize himself effortlessly by ingratiating himself with Li Bai. This illustrates that flattery can indeed be an art form. In ancient times, sycophants could earn everlasting renown, while in modernity, they often find themselves with nothing. The disparagement of the present in favor of the past is not unjust. The path to power within Yunlu Academy is fraught with difficulties. If one cannot attain high office, they shall not be inscribed in the annals of history. At this juncture, the significance of Su Qian's poetry becomes even more pronounced. With a slight twitch of his lips, Su Qian felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. For the esteemed gentleman did not choose him for his striking appearance or steadfast character, but rather for his poetic talent. The two venerable scholars remained unfazed, their smiles unwavering. After a moment's reflection, Su Qian expressed, "I am grateful for your kind regard, esteemed teachers. Ningyan, am wholeheartedly devoted to my studies and shall not decline your generous offer. Recently, inspiration has struck me, and I have crafted several fine poems. Once I resolve the current matter, I shall visit both of you at Yunlu Academy." Su Tsijiu's cousin, possessing a far more astute mind than he, observed this exchange with keen interest. Li Mubai, visibly relieved, wore a smile upon his face. If he were to compete with Xianxia for disciples, his chances would be slim given Su Tsijiu's relationship with the latter. Su Qian's eloquence was commendable. "In that case, we shall await your arrival at Yunlu Academy," Xianxia declared, casting a deep gaze at Su Qian. "Tsijiu, to cultivate oneself, one must first nurture their character. You have been enlightened for a year now, yet you have yet to transcend the realm of self-cultivation. Return home and transcribe the sayings of the sages 300 times and present it to me in 10 days." Su Qian felt as though struck by lightning. The old man strides 30 yards with each step. With that, Xianxia turned and vanished in a single stride. Li Mubai, seeking to showcase his prowess, traced a circle with his toe, glanced at Su Qian, and solemnly stated, "I exist within a realm that does not belong here, but rather the city gate." With that, he abruptly disappeared. Su Qian's eyes widened in astonishment. "Tsijiu, what level of mastery do these two great scholars possess?" Still reeling from the despair of transcribing the sage's teachings 300 times, Su Erlang chimed in, "According to what I have heard, it pertains to the 5th rank of Confucianism, virtue." He eagerly recounted the scene he had witnessed outside the city to his nephew. "As long as I boast grandly enough, there is nothing in this world that I cannot accomplish." Su Qian was once again taken aback. Su Qian exhaled a sigh of frustration, casting a regretful glance at Su Dalong, who had ensnared him in his schemes, and retorted, "The realm of virtue can regulate a person's conduct and manipulate others through words. The essence of this realm lies in the preliminary grasp of the profound truth that one's words can manifest reality, enabling a certain degree of alteration of the laws governing existence. Hence, it is also known as disrupting the law with literature. Naturally, the means employed by two esteemed scholars are not something an ordinary practitioner of virtue can achieve." The two martial men listened with rapt fascination, while Su Urshu lamented, "Every major system possesses its own wonders. Only martial men revel in brute force." Thus, the proud Confucian Su Qian, considering that the two rough men were his seniors by virtue of their lineage, refrained from voicing his thoughts. He then noticed his cousin gazing at him with intense scrutiny. Second brother. Yes. Brother has treated you well over the years. Before you speak, please consult your conscience. I have a request. Speak. When the day comes that you reach the realm of virtue, I require a promise from you. Speak. Second brother must inquire of me. Where is brother's Jiaochan? Oh, brother's eagle is entwined at his waist. You insolent wretch. Su Erlang waved his sleeve and departed. Su Bingdi, upon hearing his nephew's words, fell into contemplation. Su Qian intended to visit the Star Observation Bureau, while Su Pingji and his son went to the Changla County office. Before leaving, Su Ershu reminded his daughter to remain in the side hall of the Changla County office. Upon his first visit to the Star Observation Tower, the tallest structure in the capital, Su Qian exclaimed, taking a keen interest in his surroundings. Have you visited the Star Observation Tower before? Song Qing inquired. This is my first time, he replied. Yet your demeanor suggests a lack of astonishment, Song Qing noted, perceiving the mundanity reflected in Su Qian's eyes. Anyone seeing the Star Observation Tower for the first time would find it to be a magnificent marvel. Its foundation is twice the height of an ordinary building. Its columns are several times sturdier than the dragon columns of the Imperial Palace, and its bricks tower over a person. The resources expended on it amount to 1/3 of the annual tax revenue of the Great Feng dynasty. What the members of the Star Observation Bureau take pride in most is the unparalleled height of the Star Observation Tower, unmatched by any other structure in the world. The alchemists of the Bureau collaborated with the Ministry of Works to design and construct it, a process that took 12 years, rendering it a unique marvel in the world. Because I am accustomed to towering edifices, Su Qian remarked with a smile. My second uncle often says that I have possessed a tranquil heart since childhood, remaining unperturbed even in the face of calamity. Perhaps this is a gift. Song Qing's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she exclaimed. Only this tranquility is worthy of engaging in matters with me. Su Qian, observing the dark circles under her eyes, began to feel that perhaps he had misspoken. Upon reaching the 7th floor of the stargazing tower, I encountered the familiar figure of Chu Kai-wei, dressed in a delicate egg-yellow gown. She sat beside a table laden with an array of exquisite dishes. The tantalizing offerings included steamed lamb, bear paw, venison tail, roasted duck, and young chickens, which briefly flitted through Su Qian's mind. What trouble have you stirred up this time? Chu Kai-wei glanced at the small constable, her cheeks puffed, greeting him with a muffled acknowledgement. Weren't you at the stargazing tower earlier? Su Qian had already learned about the unfolding events from Song Qing. I was visiting the princess, she replied. Feeling a pang of hunger, Su Qian casually took a seat at the table and reached for a chicken leg. Smack! Chu Kai-wei swiftly swatted his hand away. Her large apricot eyes filled with caution. Haven't you eaten? No, he admitted. Song, please take him back after he finishes dining. I can almost envision the grown-up version of Su Lingyin. Su Qian choked on his food, uncertain whether to laugh or protest. What led to your altercation with that surname Zhou? Chu Kai-wei asked mid-bite. I was out shopping with my sister, and that Zhou fellow took a fancy to her. Is your sister beautiful? As lovely as you are. Indeed, she must be a celestial beauty, unlike mere mortals. Su Qian glanced at her, the sunlight filtering through the wall's crevices illuminating her exquisite oval face, radiating health and warmth. Her large, round apricot eyes sparkled like stars, an uncommon sight that evoked a sense of whimsical charm. This beauty seems to be a perfect match for my past life, she mused. The tax silver case has concluded. Do you know who replaced your uncle's tax silver? Chu Kai-wei licked her fingers thoughtfully. Su Qian shook his head. I am but a humble constable. She raised her gaze, then resumed nibbling on the crispy-skinned roast duck. The one who swapped the tax silver was Qianhu Lu Changji of the Imperial Blade Guard, along with Xianxia, the head of the Ministry of Revenue. And? Su Qian arched an eyebrow. I have heard that Deputy Minister Zhou Xianping is their protector. Su Qian felt a surge of frustration. A jolt of realization coursed through his mind, illuminating many truths. Thus, upon hearing my name, that Zhou was determined to eliminate me. For I unraveled the tax silver case and disrupted his grand scheme. He seeks retribution. Or perhaps today's events were orchestrated by him all along. Zhou's residence lies in the inner city, a considerable distance away. How coincidental that he would stroll near the Su residence, unless he was deliberately lingering nearby. Zhou must have investigated me. How could he not recognize Ling Yue's beauty? His advances towards a respectable woman were mere theatrics, a pretext to provoke me and ultimately ensnare my life. A chilling sensation crept upon Su Qian's spine as a shiver of foreboding filled his heart. Chapter 30, Chemistry Class. The man with the surname Zhou merely appears to be an empty-headed scion of privilege. Yet could he truly be feigning? It is not necessarily an act. A scion of privilege does not inherently lack intellect. He adeptly employs the means of his station to stir trouble, manipulate connections, and force confessions in an attempt to ensnare me. Moreover, the repercussions of such actions are minimal, although the capital's scrutiny looms. Eliminating an inconsequential clerk or county constable hardly poses a threat to a dignified third-rank official of the Ministry of Revenue. Little did Zhou anticipate that I not only established ties with the Astronomical Bureau, but also managed to engage a renowned scholar from Yunlu Academy to intervene. I, Su Qian, felt an exhilarating thrill akin to walking a tightrope. Ever since I unraveled the tax silver case, I had unwittingly offended the Deputy Minister of Revenue and found myself ensnared in a web of intrigue. I had envisioned a life distanced from imperial power, aspiring to be a wealthy gentleman with numerous wives and concubines, leading a life of mundane simplicity. Had it not been for Erlang's timely delivery of poetry to the Academy's elders, or my sudden whim to recall and pen some chemical knowledge, I might have met my demise. I was even oblivious to the true cause of my potential downfall, attributing it merely to the ire of a privileged second generation. The series of fortunate coincidences that allowed me to navigate this crisis felt like sheer luck. Su Qian inhaled sharply, a sudden thought striking him. Miss Kaiwei, can you glimpse the aura? Indeed. Chu Kaiwei swallowed her food, explaining that an 8th-rank sorcerer is referred to as an aura master. Aura reading is the foundational ability among sorcerers, upon which various subsequent wonders are built. She spoke of her cultivation system with enthusiasm, her words flowing. However, do you know why the 9th rank among sorcerers is not the aura master, but the healer? Su Qian shook his head, playfully prompting her. Surely it is not, because all sorcerers possess a heart for saving lives? Chu Kaiwei straightened her petite figure, adopting a serious demeanor, evidently relishing her role as an instructor. All things in the world possess a destiny, particularly humans. The 8 sufferings of life and the 6 desires are all manifestations of this fate. Healers, in their efforts to save lives, inevitably become entwined with the cycles of birth, aging, illness, and death. Over time, this experience bestows upon them a pair of discerning eyes that can see through the intricacies of fate. I find such an articulate and candid lady quite delightful, Su Qian remarked. Can you perceive my aura? Chu Kaiwei dabbed her lips with a handkerchief, her gaze piercing as she scrutinized him. A clear light flickered in her dark, lustrous eyes, gradually enveloping her pupils. Under the gaze illuminated by this ethereal glow, Su Qian felt his instincts pricked, an uncomfortable sensation akin to a thorn in his back. After a moment, the clarity in Chu Kaiwei's eyes faded, her countenance returning to normal. Your aura is a pale red intermingled with black. What does that signify? The red indicates that you are a servant of the state. However, its faint hue suggests you are but a lowly clerk. The black aura symbolizes misfortune, a reality I believe you are acutely aware of. Su Qian furrowed his brow, probing further. Is there no other color? Perhaps one that represents the Son of Heaven? You may express such sentiments in my presence, but should they fall upon the ears of those with ill intent, it would constitute a grave act of disrespect. Aside from the Emperor, no one dares to claim the mantle of the Son of Heaven. Chu Kaiwei was taken aback, setting aside the notion of disrespect. From whence did this person draw the audacity to consider himself the Son of Heaven? Dragon, O dragon, open your eyes and behold once more, she thought. Perhaps her inability to discern was a matter of rank, or perhaps my fortunate disposition bore no relation to fate. Su Qian maintained an outward composure, yet internally, thoughts surged like waves. With a swift motion, Chu Kaiwei once again slapped Su Qian's hand away from the food, puffing her cheeks to signify her displeasure. Wait until I am full before you are served. Su Qian glanced at the half-consumed, lavish meal, inwardly speculating on the extent of her hunger, akin to a woman several months into her pregnancy. By the way, what is the current situation of the Minister of Revenue? Su Qian adjusted his posture, diverting his gaze from the food. The Minister of Revenue was recently impeached by the Assistant Minister Zhou. However, the memorial was suppressed by His Majesty, Chu Kaiwei replied, pausing before adding, both men committed suicide out of fear of their crimes. Is there no evidence then? In these times, if the Emperor truly desires someone's demise, evidence is often unnecessary. Mere suspicion can lead to factional strife or reveal the Emperor's ulterior motives. I am unfamiliar with court matters, having never been involved. I ought to consult a seasoned bureaucrat for insight. Thus, Su Qian began to probe indirectly. Yet Chu Kaiwei showed little interest in court affairs, offering no valuable information. Oh, how bothersome. We at the Astronomical Bureau do not concern ourselves with court matters. When pressed, her brows furrowed, and she wore a displeased expression. It seemed he had inadvertently bruised her pride as a teacher, prompting Su Qian to refrain from further inquiries. How much silver does this table represent? He asked, thoroughly enjoying his meal. After indulging in food and drink, Chu Kaiwei meticulously counted on her fingers for quite some time, only to falter thereafter. Su Qian looked up. I gave the innkeeper 4 taels of silver, and received 1 tael and 3 qian back, totaling 60 copper coins, Chu Kaiwei lamented. So how much did I actually spend? Her furrowed brow was endearing, reminiscent of a 7-year-old girl grappling with a math problem. Su Qian pondered for a moment. I am unsure. 1 tael equals 8 qian, and 1 qian equals 101. The lack of a straightforward 10:1 ratio complicates matters significantly. Observing her demeanor, it appeared she was literate but lacked formal training in arithmetic. Thus he refrained from playing the role of a mathematical savant. Upon hearing this, Chu Kaiwei's eyes brightened, sensing a kindred spirit. Then how did you manage to solve cases so adeptly? I contemplated for quite some time, he replied. Oh, Chu Kaiwei gazed intently at him. You seem to be enjoying your meal less than expected? Not at all. The taste is merely average. Nonsense. This establishment, Zui, Xianxia, is renowned as the finest tavern in the southern city. I have tasted even better fare, Su Qian countered, eliciting a sudden spark in Chu Kaiwei's eyes. Su Qian then remarked, whenever you have the time, do come to my home. I shall prepare a feast for you. In the alchemy chamber, a group of individuals clad in white surrounded the experimental apparatus, intently observing Song Qing's every move. A porcelain cup, as delicate as an eggshell, was suspended over a flickering flame, steam curling upwards as the water within evaporated, leaving behind crystalline formations. With a snap of his fingers, a vibrant flame enveloped the crystals, gradually melting them. If only I possessed such a skill in my previous life. The ability to conjure fire with a mere gesture would undoubtedly be a powerful charm in courting. Su Qian mused, feeling a twinge of envy towards the flamboyant sorcerers. As the sodium chloride crystals began to melt, a grave expression crossed Song Qing's face. He had repeatedly faltered at this very juncture in the past. Lightning strike. Instinctively, he glanced at Su Qian beside him, including the wide-eyed and adorable Chu Kaiwei. The other individuals in white turned their gazes towards Su Dalong with an impassive expression. Su Dalong mevili not dead. The absence of verbal guidance indicated that every step I have taken thus far has been correct. Song Qing felt a wave of reassurance wash over him as he snapped his fingers. Suddenly, a faintly luminous arc of electricity sliced through the air, continuously feeding into the porcelain cup. Holding their breath, the onlookers were startled when they heard Su Qian's voice. Without hesitation, they all instinctively inhaled deeply. In truth, even if they were to directly inhale toxic fumes, this group of extraordinary beings would remain unscathed. Su Qian merely urged them to hold their breath out of habit. The next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded that left the members of the Tianjin, garbed in white, in utter disbelief. An irregular, silvery mass formed within the cup, indistinguishable from silver itself, with the edges clinging to untransformed fine salt. It worked, it truly worked. Senior brother Song Qing, how did you achieve this? The white-clad individuals were astounded. How was it that previous attempts had failed? Yet this time, success came at once with the production of faux silver? As expected, the day when Miss Kaiwei managed to create faux silver in one attempt was not merely a stroke of luck. It was undoubtedly influenced by my presence. Su Qian silently reflected, affirming his inner conjecture. Song Qing glanced at the faux silver, then at his excited junior disciples, his expression slightly dazed. I haven't changed anything. It's always been like this. Upon this thought, he instinctively looked at Su Qian, only to find that the young constable was entirely unfazed, his eyes shadowed, as if he had already anticipated this outcome. A realization struck Song Qing. Su Ningyan, do you know the reason? At that moment, Chu Kaiwei, who had been deep in thought, immediately turned her gaze towards Su Qian, with the other white-clad individuals following suit. Su Qian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his lips. This question is not one for me to answer. A mature alchemist should learn to think independently. I believe you ought to discern where the crux of the matter lies. Chapter 31. This is not merely exploitation, It is an exchange of equivalent value. The crux of the matter? Song Qing's mind raced, analyzing the correlation between his previous failures and this recent success. The preceding steps remain unchanged. The true transformation lies in the final step, the lightning strike. How does this lightning differ from the last? A few faint arcs of electricity flickered through his mind, and Song Qing trembled with excitement, exclaiming, I understand, I understand. Suning Yin, you are indeed an extraordinary alchemical genius. Although you have not witnessed our previous failures, you have already grasped the underlying truth, haven't you? You have long known the real reason for our failures. No, I only know that your thoughts have gradually been enlightened. Su Qian replied with a smile, remaining silent. What is the crux of the matter? Brother Song, what have you comprehended? Oh, do not keep us in suspense. Just tell us. This alchemy is becoming my mental demon, the white-robed alchemists urged anxiously. Song Qing cleared his throat, surveying his junior brothers, and spoke solemnly. It is the intensity of the lightning strike. Upon concluding, he cast an inquiring gaze at Su Qian. Su Qian smiled and nodded, suggesting, I have named it voltage. The voltage required for the synthesis of sodium metal must be controlled at 615 volts. Voltage? Song Qing was taken aback, encountering yet another term he had never heard before. He understood electricity, but what exactly was voltage? Instinctively, he sensed that this was a remarkable piece of knowledge, as profound as the essence of all things described in that blue book. One of the white-robed alchemists stepped forward, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect towards Su Qian. Please enlighten us. What is voltage? We seek your guidance. The other white-robed alchemists echoed in unison, offering their salutation. Standing aside, Chu Kaiwei felt a pang of envy. She relished the notion of being a teacher, guiding apprentices. Alas, she was merely a geomancer and not yet qualified to instruct disciples. Voltage, also known as electric potential difference, is a physical quantity that measures the energy difference produced by the variation of electric potential across a unit charge in an electrostatic field. Of course, all that I am saying is beyond your comprehension. Su Qian coughed lightly, his expression serious. Electricity flows similarly to water. It moves towards lower points. He raised a teacup and poured out its contents, noting that spilling it on anyone would cause no harm. However, if one were to stand beneath a waterfall, the force of the water could shatter bones and even claim a life. Electricity operates on the same principle, and I refer to this phenomenon as voltage. He employed this straightforward analogy to elucidate the concept of voltage. The white-robed members of the Qi'an Jian furrowed their brows, lost in contemplation, as they struggled to fully grasp Su Qian's words. Despite being alchemists endowed with the ability to manipulate thunder and lightning, this did not equate to an understanding of the essence of electricity. Suddenly, Song Qing grasped the implications. His spirits lifted. So, during rainstorms, lightning strikes trees because they are situated at lower points? The same logic applies to striking humans. Furthermore, if only a faint current is present, we may merely feel a numbness. But if one endures a bolt of divine thunder, it could lead to death. The truth is that the voltage of heavenly thunder exceeds the limits of mortal endurance, akin to a magnificent waterfall. In contrast, the feeble current resembles a mere cup of water, which one can bear. Upon hearing Song Qing's words, the alchemists in white suddenly grasped the concept. Their hearts stirred with the thrill of enlightenment as they cast inquiring glances towards Su Qian. Is this indeed the principle? Is the phenomenon of trees being struck by lightning not due to the conductivity of rainwater? Su Qian himself was uncertain, yet a smile adorned his face. The youth is indeed teachable. Is this also recorded in that alchemical tome? A young alchemist inquired, his face alight with curiosity. Yes, that alchemical manuscript is known only to me. I have studied it thoroughly. I have had someone deliver the contents from the Celestial Observation Bureau's notes. Though it is but a drop in the ocean. Pausing, Su Qian spoke gravely. This ancient alchemical text not only contains knowledge, but also many unheard-of alchemical techniques. At the mention of unheard-of alchemical arts, the breath of all present grew heavier. Su Qian smiled, casting forth a promise that ignited fervor among the alchemists. I have decided to share the alchemical manuscript with the Celestial Observation Bureau. A chorus of excitement erupted among the nearly 20 alchemists, their spirits soaring. The blue-bound book I have given to the Celestial Observation Bureau is a token of gratitude for saving me, guiding you to refine the technique of crafting faux silver, as well as imparting the knowledge of voltage just now. It is not without cost, Su Qian articulated confidently. Indeed, this includes subsequent alchemical texts. Never forget, the principle of alchemy is equivalent exchange. Song Qing nodded in agreement with Su Ningyan's reasoning and then represented his junior colleagues by asking, "How much silver do you desire?" "Crass." Su Qian replied solemnly, "Alchemy cannot be measured in mere silver." He silently added, "What costs nothing is the most precious." In the side hall of the Chongli County office, Su Lingwei cradled her sleeping younger sister, clutching a handkerchief as she wept softly. The sight of the weeping beauty, like a pear blossom drenched in rain, shattered the hearts of the swift hands around her. They had not anticipated that Su Ningyan had such a stunningly beautiful sister. Even the head of the police who had visited the brothel was taken aback by her charm. The atmosphere in the side hall grew oppressive, with the swift hands wearing gloomy expressions, appearing utterly deflated. The head of the police poured a cup of tea and placed it before Su Lingwei. This little beauty had been crying incessantly, her tears flowing like water, proving that women are indeed made of water. "Miss Su, do not despair. The captain will devise a way to rescue Ningyan." Other swift hands chimed in to console her, vehemently cursing young Master Zhou. Su Lingwei was somewhat astonished by the camaraderie between her elder brother and his colleagues. The expressions of the swift hands did not seem feigned, as if sensing her surprise. The head of the police smiled. "Ningyan is a person worthy of respect." "Respect?" Su Lingwei paused, her sobs subsiding slightly as she whispered, "Officer Wang, could you share some details about my elder brother?" The head constable Wang fell into a moment of silence, instinctively lowering his voice. "In truth, individuals like us rarely have clean hands. It is only natural for us to extract benefits from the wealthy merchants. Yet, your elder brother refrains from extortion, whether dealing with commoners or affluent individuals. Recently, considering the calamity that has befallen the Su family, I resolved to assist him in acquiring some funds." At this juncture, Wang's expression turned peculiar, a mixture of awkwardness, shame, and admiration. He cheerfully agreed, and afterward, I distributed 5 coins to him, only for him to quietly return them later. One might say he is sensible, yet does he not grasp the adage that too much clarity leaves no room for fish? Conversely, if one were to argue that he lacks understanding, he navigates social situations adeptly, maintaining good relations with everyone. He is quite shrewd. Thus, when he encountered trouble, it affected us all deeply. Su Lingwei listened intently, and her brother's image in her mind transformed into something grand, luminous, and noble. She had idolized Su Xinyan since childhood, believing that among all pursuits, the pursuit of knowledge held the highest value. As her mother often instilled in her the notion that her elder brother was the sole scholar within the Su family, the future pillar of strength. This admiration reached its zenith when Su Xinyan successfully passed the imperial examination this autumn. However, the subsequent tax scandal led to the imprisonment of the entire family, casting them into despair. It was during this dire time that her elder brother forged a path to salvation for them all. Su Lingwei redirected her attention to her brother, now filled with curiosity about him. Only today did she realize how dependable he was, akin to the moment a month ago when he rescued them from their despair in prison. At that time, her feelings were not as profound as they were now. The sight of her brother saving her in that instant rendered him equal in stature to her second brother in her heart. In this moment, upon hearing Wang's reflections, an image of a principled and morally upright man emerged, elevating him in her esteem beyond even her long-admired second brother. Just then, the light shifted at the entrance of the side hall, and Su Pingji and his son finally returned to the county office, relieved to find their sister safe and sound. Su Lingwei raised her head, tears streaming down her face, and cried, "Father, you must save my brother. If he does not return, I shall not live either." Chapter 32. Su Ershu was profoundly moved, feeling that his 2 decades of mediation were not in vain. Although the women in the household still disapproved of his nephew, the bond among the younger generation remained strong. Su Ershu gently took the sleeping child from his daughter's arms, offering comfort. "Ning Yin has already been released. The ordeal is over." Su Lingwei was skeptical. Despite Su Ershu's assurances, she remained doubtful, casting her gaze toward her second brother. Su Xinyan ziplit non tialen. It was merely a minor issue. At this, Su Lingyue's belief was solidified. A person as proud as her second brother would not lie about matters of such significance. County Magistrate Zhu closely monitored the developments of this situation. Upon learning of the news from the clerks, he hurried over without delay. "How do you resolve the matter concerning young Master Zhou?" Magistrate Zhu was filled with uncertainty. Unless young Master Zhou himself chose to relinquish the matter, he found it improbable. I have engaged a teacher, Su Xinyan stated. Ah, I see. Magistrate Zhu responded, yet a sense of doubt lingered. The prominent figures in the court were all graduates of the Imperial Academy, notoriously at odds with Yunlu Academy. Even if Su Xinyan's mentor were a revered scholar, it was unlikely that Minister Sun of the Ministry of Justice would so readily acquiesce, leading to inevitable disputes. Undermining the dignity of a scholar from Yunlu Academy would not be an easy task. And Mr. Mu Bai, Su Xinyan added, as well as the white-robed from the Astronomical Bureau. What? Magistrate Zhu exclaimed in surprise, his demeanor shifting to one of caution as he adopted a more respectful attitude. A tiger begets no dog. Congratulations, Master Su. Your son is exceptionally talented, not only receiving attention from Yunlu Academy, but also maintaining connections with the white-robed of the Astronomical Bureau. His future is indeed boundless. How enviable. Does second brother know the white robe from the Astronomical Bureau? Su Lingwei immediately turned to Su Xinyan, a profound sense of security swelling within her. Typically, a woman's reliance is upon her father while at home, and upon her husband after marriage, reflecting her dependence during both stages of life. In her father's house, he and her elder brother served as her supports. Su Xinyan shook his head. Mr. Mu Bai is not my invitation. It is merely my elder brother's connection. I am not acquainted with the white robe from the Astronomical Bureau. He is also a connection made by my brother. When had Su Ningyan become acquainted with the esteemed scholarly Mu Bai from Yunlu Academy? Perhaps it was Su Xinyan who had facilitated their meeting. Yet how could the white-robed from the Astronomical Bureau know someone of such humble standing as clerk? Magistrate Zhu stood there, his mind clouded with disbelief. Su Ningyan had been under his employ for several years, a taciturn individual who had maintained a low profile among his peers, his relationships neither particularly close nor distant. He possessed little exceptional talent beyond his physical prowess. Recently, however, he had transformed into a clever and cunning figure, sharing camaraderie with Captain Wang and indulging in revelry with his colleagues. Nevertheless, it seemed improbable that he had garnered the favor of a scholar or the camaraderie of the white-robed. If this were the case, Su Ningyan's status would be elevated beyond comparison. Even I must treat him with greater courtesy upon his next attendance. I shall cautiously probe the matter further. Magistrate Zhu contemplated. Su Lingwei widened her captivating eyes in disbelief. Yet, her astute mind quickly connected the dots. Was it that poem? The farewell poem her elder brother had composed for her second brother, which had captured the esteem of a renowned scholar, hence facilitating his assistance. However, how had the celestial beings of the Astronomical Bureau come to know her elder brother? His aura of mystery continued to deepen. Su Qian followed Song Qing along the corridor, where beams of light streamed through the air vents on the right wall, illuminating their path. The stargazing tower lacked windows, and Su Qian felt a pang of regret at not being able to gaze upon the distant scenery. Before long, they arrived at a hidden chamber. Song Qing produced a key to unlock the door and lit the candles within. The room was filled with an array of bizarre artifacts. Some were weapons like bows and crossbows, while others were utterly unrecognizable. Su Qian perused the items as one might in a clothing store, when suddenly he was startled by a peculiar object. What is this? It was a large glass vial containing clear water, within which floated a strange creature resembling a cat. Its body adorned with wooden patterns, and its abdomen even bore wooden growths. Strangely, it was alive, the protruding growth pulsating gently like a heartbeat. This is a remarkable experiment. Song Qing intoned gravely. Its essence is that of a cat, and I endeavored to fuse it with wood, granting it the ability for regeneration. In truth, I was close to success. Even if you were to sever its head, it would regenerate within 3 days. Its only vulnerability lies in its heart. However, I ultimately failed, as it became entirely tree-like, devoid of movement and thought, confined merely to existence in water. Are you some sort of devil? Su Qian's gaze towards him shifted. What do you think of my idea? Song Qing queried, his tone tentative. Noticing Su Qian's disconcerted expression, he frowned, a trace of disappointment surfacing. Do you also find it problematic? Maintaining his composure, Su Qian shook his head. I merely believe you are pursuing the wrong path. For I have contemplated alchemy in this regard as well, though I refer to it as hybridization. Hybridization, Song Qing mused over the term, his eyes brightening with intrigue. We could begin with small endeavors, hybridizing similar species, such as crossbreeding 2 different cat breeds to create an entirely new species. What kind of species might emerge? Song Qing inquired eagerly. I am uncertain. Perhaps a novel and superior breed will arise, or perhaps something entirely contrary, Qi'an replied. But therein lies the allure of alchemy. Do you not agree? You just mentioned alchemy. You just mentioned alchemy. Song Qing exclaimed, his excitement palpable. What is it? Qi'an felt a heaviness in his heart, doubting his previous words. I believe alchemy is not limited to inanimate objects. I contend that living beings also fall within its realm. Thus, I altered this cat. But my teacher disagreed, asserting that life lies beyond the scope of alchemy. For this, I was confined for a considerable time. Well done by the chief supervisor. Qi'an remarked sternly. Whether right or wrong, only time will reveal the truth. After a moment's thought, he continued, if you wish to challenge the chief supervisor yet avoid confinement, I have a suggestion. Speak. Song Qing regarded Qi'an as a kindred spirit. You might consider approaching it from the botanical angle, Qi'an suggested. Plants are also living entities, albeit with diminished complexity. I have encountered a form of alchemy in ancient texts that aligns with your thoughts. He refrained from elaborating further. Speak up, Song Qing said, feeling an unbearable discomfort, her swollen eyes wide with astonishment. The items here are quite remarkable, Brother Song, Qi'an remarked, hinting at the unchanging principles of alchemy. I comprehend. I can present you with 3 gifts. Given your current level of refining, I believe this item suits you perfectly. Song Qing immediately grasped Qi'an's intention. She held no aversion to the principle of equivalent exchange, and indeed, appreciated it. This crossbow was crafted by me during an unexpected opportunity. It is far more resilient and tenacious than ordinary iron. However, due to the complexity of its crafting, mass production is unfeasible. The string is composed of silk from the 6-eyed, venomous spider of the southern frontier, intertwined with the silk of the colorful silkworm. In a surprise attack, it can penetrate the protective vital energy of martial artists at the Qi refining stage, excluding those at the pinnacle of that realm. Its most valuable feature lies in the engraved formation on the crossbow. This formation amplifies the power of the arrows, posing a threat to experts at the spirit refining stage. But it may only be utilized thrice before the formation dissipates. Qi'an's interest was piqued. Is this a magical artifact? Chapter 33. I stand in the fierce wind. He was aware of the existence of magical artifacts. His uncle had once mentioned that during the pivotal battle of Xianxia, the cannons played a crucial role. Half of their might derived from gunpowder, while the other half stemmed from formations. Magical artifacts are unique to the Daoism dynasty, providing the foundation for its self-proclaimed legitimacy over the realm. At this moment, Qi'an suddenly realized the intricate connections between magical artifacts and the Celestial Monitoring Bureau. Song Qing hesitated for a moment, adhering to the principle of knowledge sharing. Before responding to Qi'an's query, it is not exactly a secret. Do you know what the 4th-rank sorcerer is called? I do not even know what the 7th rank of my martial system entails, Qi'an replied, shaking his head. Formation Master, Song Qing explained. The items crafted by alchemists are mere mundane objects. When a formation master engraves a formation upon them, they transform into magical artifacts. Based on his understanding of the sorcerer hierarchy and the recent revelations from the enchanting beauty, Chu Kaiwei, Qi'an suddenly connected numerous dots. The 9th-rank sorcerer, the apothecary, serves as a foundation for the 8th-rank Qi observation master, who in turn lays the groundwork for the 7th-rank feng shui master. However, the feng shui master bears no relation to its subsequent rank, the 6th-rank alchemist. It turns out that alchemists complement the 4th-rank formation masters. Alchemists produce formidable weapons, while formation masters refine them into magical artifacts. This sorcerer system possesses considerable depth. It is no wonder that the chief monitor holds such an exalted position within the Daoism dynasty. A must-win over Chu Kaiwei. There is no ulterior motive. Merely a desire to attain a genuine love in this frigid society. Qi'an resolved quietly to himself. The second item is a heartguard mirror. It is also a magical artifact. The material is rather ordinary, yet its true value lies in the formation engraved upon it. Capable of withstanding the full force of a Qi refining expert's strike up to 6 times, 3 times against a spirit refining expert, and once against a copper skin. Iron bone expert. Is the copper skin, iron bone ranked the 6th in the martial hierarchy? Qi'an finally discovered the name of the 6th tier within his system. It was aptly termed bone corrosion, heart-burning, a lethal concoction that, when applied to arrows, could claim the life of even a master of the spirit refinement realm. However, it would prove ineffective against those with copper skin and iron bones, as the arrows would fail to penetrate their skin. Qi'an nodded appreciatively, expressing his fondness for all 3 items. After a brief pause, he declared, this form of alchemy is known as grafting, drawing upon his past memories. Qi'an imparted the grafting technique to Song Qing, albeit in a somewhat cursory manner. While the procedural details were sparse, he elaborated extensively on the advantages, such as enhanced cold resistance, drought tolerance, and pest resistance of the plants, as well as improvements in the taste of the fruits. It echoed the wealth of theoretical knowledge found in his diary's experiments, though his practical skills were regrettably lacking. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for he would not be the one to execute the practice. Should Song Qing fail, it would merely reflect his own inadequacy. If he succeeded, the credit would entirely belong to Qi'an. Upon hearing the information, Song Qing was utterly elated, his excitement manifesting in animated gestures, as he yearned for spring to arrive, so he could embark on this grand alchemical endeavor. Daoism told me, such a remarkable ancient text on alchemy exists, and I was oblivious to it, he exclaimed, filled with fervor. With a light step, Qi'an descended the stairs of the stargazing pavilion, cradling the 3 artifacts, treasures beyond the measure of mere gold. He pondered the possibility of exchanging one of these artifacts in the black market for a reward that would open the heavenly gate. Yet he hesitated. Their utility was too great to part with. Indeed, the thrill of obtaining something for free remained an unchanging source of human joy. Tomorrow, he would indulge in the melodies of the brothel. He did not extract a single copper coin from the Celestial Monitoring Bureau, but the value of what he had acquired, if converted to silver, would surely compel his aunt to yield and lower her head, no longer daring to mock him. He envisioned the silver notes, imagining the satisfaction of striking his aunt's cheek in triumph, which only heightened his joy. Standing amidst the fierce winds, he wished to dispel all lingering heartache. Gazing skyward, observing the shifting clouds, he brandished his sword, questioning who among them was the true hero. With no one around, he boldly sang a melody from his past life. As he turned a corner, he encountered a group of strangers, their eyes meeting in an awkward exchange. Qi'an's song abruptly ceased, and with a stoic expression, he stepped aside. Among the trio descending the stairs, the central figure donned an indigo robe, his hair touched with frost, exuding an air of refined elegance. With striking features and eyes resembling dark, tranquil pools, imbued with the wisdom of time, he possessed the kind of charisma that could elicit gasps from young maidens. To his left stood a taciturn youth, gazing straight ahead with meticulous precision. To his right was a young man with a mischievous smirk and an unsettlingly seductive demeanor, which made Qi'an feel uncomfortable. However, when it came to physical appearance, this effeminate youth was among the rare few capable of rivaling the striking looks of Qi'an's brother. As the 3 passed by Qi'an, the effeminate youth emitted a derisive snicker, casting a sidelong glance in his direction. In that fleeting moment, Qi'an sensed the piercing gaze of something formidable upon him, causing him to involuntarily hold his breath while his heartbeat quickened. The trio ascended the staircase, continuing until they vanished around the corner, at which point Qi'an felt a wave of relief wash over him. That individual seemed to regard him with disdain, laced with hostility. Was it the audacity of the lyrics that provoked such a reaction? Indeed, moving forward, certain matters must be approached with caution, particularly in public settings. For instance, I wish the heavens could no longer obscure my sight, nor could the earth conceal my heart. May all Buddhas dissipate into nothingness. Additionally, for the sake of grand ambitions, one dares to challenge the sun and moon to reshape the heavens anew. On the 7th floor, Song Qing awaited at the stairway, having received a report from his junior disciple, anticipating the arrival of the trio adorned in indigo robes. Chu Kaiwei nibbled on a stalk of sugarcane, idly accompanying him against the wall. Upon reaching the 7th floor, Song Qing performed a respectful bow. Lord Wei. The middle-aged man, with frosted hair at the temples, nodded slightly. Lord Wei, the master has indulged in too much wine and is currently napping. I must ask for your patience for a moment. The stern-faced youth remained expressionless, while the youth of delicate demeanor furrowed his brow. The cultured middle-aged man, seemingly indifferent, entered the tea room with Song Qing and casually remarked, while ascending, I encountered an intriguing young man. He does not appear to be a disciple of the Qi'an. Just as Chu Kaiwei was about to speak, she was silenced by Song Qing's glance, who smiled and said, merely an inconsequential figure, yet rather amusing. The night watchman, notorious for his fearsome reputation, struck terror into the hearts of officials, as he required no justification for his actions. Song Qing was uncertain whether Qi'an had inadvertently offended this powerful eunuch. Intriguing? Inquired the cultured middle-aged man, his smile gentle. After a moment's hesitation, Song Qing assessed, a genius, a prodigy in alchemy, had he not strayed from the path of cultivation. Had he joined the Qi'an, his name would surely be inscribed in the annals of history. He neither spoke insincerely nor failed to imply the significance the Qi'an placed on Su Qian. The youth of delicate demeanor let out a cold laugh. The cultured middle-aged man smiled and nodded slightly. In the Su residence, within the inner courtyard, the aunt busily oversaw several maids and servants as they cut fabric, drew lines, and stuffed cotton to prepare winter garments for the family. With the weather growing increasingly frigid, the aunt planned to procure winter clothing for her children and husband. Green, having completed the final stitch, bit through the fine thread with her small silver teeth, admiring the intricately embroidered lotus flowers, envisioning how lovely they would appear on Sister Lingyin. Madam, yesterday I went to see eldest brother and found he has no winter clothing, still wearing autumn garments. Green, whispered softly. The aunt shot a glance at her closest maid and retorted coldly. What are you trying to say? Green, lowered her head and murmured. Let's make one for eldest brother as well. Absolutely not. The aunt huffed. That little rascal seizes every opportunity to vex me. There's no way I will make him clothing. The maids and servants continued their tasks quietly, feigning ignorance of the exchange. Every day, he comes to dine at our home, yet he shows no inclination to contribute to the household expenses. Isn't Delang's salary meant for the household? Green, murmured. Given his meager appetite, he barely manages to sustain himself. Aunt's beautiful eyes rolled dramatically in exasperation. That unfortunate nephew, though he had once saved the lives of our family, should have made an effort to improve our relationship. However, the little rascal seizes every opportunity to provoke her, deliberately making things difficult. The old adage rings true. Wolves journey far to feast on meat, while dogs traverse the same distance only to consume excrement. The steward hurriedly approached, halting outside the courtyard and calling out, Madam, the master has returned. Chapter 34. Su Lingyue vowed to repay her elder brother for his kindness throughout her life. Just as Aunt was vehemently criticizing her nephew, she heard the steward's call and retorted loudly, He has returned. So what? Shall I go out to greet him? The steward, visibly anxious, stamped his foot. Madam, Miss Lingyin has blood on her, and Miss Lingyue seems to have been crying. Both the master and Erlang looked troubled. And Delang has not returned. Something must have happened. Inside, the sounds of clattering suggested that something had been knocked over, followed by the concerned voices of the maids and servants. Madam, get away, Anne exclaimed, lifting her skirt as she hurried out, her face a mask of anxiety as she rushed towards the front hall. Upon her return to the front hall, Aunt's eyes brimmed with tears at the sight of her husband's grim countenance as he cradled their youngest daughter, who lay unconscious. She nearly broke down. It's nothing. She's merely asleep, Su Pingji reassured her, attempting to steady her emotions while passing the child to his wife. Take her back to her room to rest. Aunt clutched her daughter tightly, casting several anxious glances at her elder daughter to confirm her safety before releasing a sigh of relief. Yet, she did not leave. Her voice trembling, What happened? We stepped out for just a moment, and look at this. Su Lingyue began to weep anew. Su Pingdi exile deeply, recounting the events of the morning in full detail to his wife. Upon learning of Su Lingyue's harassment by a rogue, Aunt's brows furrowed in fury. The pallor of her face deepened upon hearing that Su Lingyin had nearly been trampled by a horse. She held her younger daughter tightly, terrified of losing her. When she learned that Su Qian had saved both daughters and had been injured in the process, she was momentarily stunned. Then, upon hearing that her nephew had been taken to the Ministry of Justice, she gripped her husband's hand tightly, her complexion paling. Ningyin, it's all right. He has already been released. This matter is resolved for now. Su Pingji reassured her, patting her hand for comfort. You see, if it weren't for Ningyin, Lingyue and Lingyin could have been in grave danger. He may have a stubborn temperament, but he has never faltered in his devotion to family. Would an ordinary person go to such lengths for our daughters? You always find fault with him, believing he squanders money on martial arts, lamenting that you raised him, criticizing him for his words, and feeling he is always at odds with you. But have you ever considered his perspective? Has living under someone else's roof for 20 years been easy for him? Is he truly so insensible? Women are often perceived as being easily swayed by flattering words, neglecting to observe the actions of others. Lingyue, when faced with adversity, would bravely confront her adversaries. Fortunately, this time there were no dire consequences. Would you truly not feel heartache if Ning Yin never returned? As Su Lingyue listened, tears streamed down her face, rendering her speechless. She felt a profound obligation to repay her elder brother for his kindness throughout her life. My aunt wiped her nose and lowered her head, overcome with emotion. Su Xinyan observed his usually strong-willed mother, now filled with fear and regret, stirring something in his heart. Despite often referring to that individual as a troublesome creature, it was evident that his mother still held deep concern for his elder brother. After nearly 2 decades of raising him, feelings had undoubtedly developed. Su Pingji glanced at his son and scoffed. Had it been your son accompanying him, he might have also faced abduction and mistreatment. Su Lang. After entrusting the young girl to the care of a maid and comforting the eldest daughter, my aunt returned to her room, burdened with thoughts. She surveyed the maids industriously crafting winter garments and suddenly declared, Greenie, reduce the winter garments for both the master and Erlang by 1 piece when Darling returns. We shall take his measurements. Greenie looked up in surprise, incredulous. Madam has changed her mind? My aunt huffed. Do you see me as a callous aunt? The maids and servants collectively thought the same. Su Qian departed from the stargazing pavilion, renting a carriage on the street, taking an hour to return to Su Manor. While heating water for a bath, he realized the injury on his waist was nearly healed. After applying some healing ointment, he returned to his chamber, ground ink, and penned several hundred words of chemical knowledge. Following his routine, he began to write in his journal. November 16th, a date worthy of remembrance. For I have finally resolved to abandon the simple yet monotonous life of the affluent. I crave power and strength. To this end, I have 2 notions. First, to alter my path of cultivation towards Confucianism. As long as I can win the favor of the 2 esteemed scholars, I believe they will offer their staunch support. Far more beneficial than struggling alone on the martial path. Alas, while others traverse realms with poetry, I engage in trade with it. Perhaps this is what sets the fortunate apart. Second, I shall endeavor to seduce Lady Kai Wei from the Astral Observation Bureau, with the support of the esteemed director. Even my lack of effort will lead to a life of comfort. Third, I shall sell a magical artifact acquired from the Astral Observation Bureau to secure an opportunity to open the heavenly gate. The first notion has its drawbacks, as it forces me to confront the fears associated with the rigors of my senior year. I may not be cut out for scholarly pursuits, and, as I approach 20, it feels rather late to change my path. The second notion carries the risk of bidding farewell to a life of multiple wives and the pleasures of entertainment, which is quite a sacrifice. The third notion is flawed, as my current cultivation level cannot compete with the Deputy Minister of Revenue. Moreover, without a powerful backing, it is exceedingly challenging to persistently advance on the path of martial arts. The example of my second uncle, who has been stagnating at the peak of Qi training for nearly a decade, serves as a testament to this truth. For now, I shall firmly grasp the opportunity presented by the Tianguan and Yun Lu Academy while contemplating future strategies. I have a premonition that the turmoil surrounding the tax and silver case is far from over. In the front hall of the Su residence at dusk, Su Qian had scaled the wall to dine at his second uncle's house. Upon returning to the front yard, he beheld Su Lingyin, who was unsteadily practicing her horse stance, her small fists alternating in playful punches as she animatedly provided her own sound effects. Clad in a delicate lotus-colored outfit and wrapped like a glutinous rice dumpling, her hair was styled in a childlike topknot. What wind are you caught in? Su Qian gently nudged her small behind with his foot. With a thud, the little one tumbled over. I am practicing martial arts, Su Lingyin declared, scrambling to her feet, hands on her hips, her round belly protruding. Clearly irked by her elder brother's sneak attack, her brows furrowing in defiance. Are you challenging me, brother? Perhaps the events of the morning had cast a shadow on her tender heart. This 5-year-old child felt compelled to learn martial arts. Indeed, I am, Su Qian replied. Father says that one must fight for dignity, and martial artists are no exception. This is called Zun, dignity? Su Lingyin nodded vigorously, then glared at her brother. I want to battle you. She dashed over, her tiny legs propelling her forward as she swung her fists wildly. Su Qian placed a hand on her forehead, and the little one, in a flurry of exasperation, flailed her punches, yet could not land a single hit on her brother. Her anxious little face contorted in frustration. Finding her antics bothersome, Su Qian proposed, I'll give you a chicken leg if you concede. All right. Su Lingyin's face lit up with joy, instantly ceasing her wild punches. What about your dignity? Brother, what is dignity? A future. He led the little one into the hall, and shortly thereafter, the banquet commenced. Lavishly adorned, as if it were a festival. The maids and servants, either intentionally or inadvertently, placed the finest dishes before Su Qian, who could not help but glance at his aunt. She was adorned in a gown embroidered with dark, intricate floral patterns, her face exquisitely refined, her eyes shimmering with a delicate allure, framed by thick lashes, embodying the unique charm of a woman, much like a plump begonia in full bloom. With her customary aloof demeanor, she seemed to regard Su Qian's humble achievements today as trivial. Yet, without her tacit approval, the servants would not dare to treat Su Lang with such exceptional courtesy. Su Lingwei, with her small chopsticks, gathered her courage to speak. "Brother, mother is making winter clothing for the family. Later, I would like to measure your size. I wish to personally craft something for you." "Oh dear, my brother." Su Qian felt his bones soften at her words. His sister had donned a remarkably resplendent outfit, her gown adorned with vibrant lotus flowers, the pale yellow shawl intricately patterned with cloud motifs. At merely 16 or 17 years of age, her striking attire complemented her delicate and charming visage, exuding an air of innocent exuberance, untouched by the complexities of the world. "Well, is it good?" Su Lingwei, feeling bashful, lowered her head upon noticing his silence. Her cheeks flushed. If it were the scoundrel Baoyu, he would surely respond differently. Regrettably, Su Qian had not indulged in the depths of dream of the Red Chamber in his past life. He merely nodded, uttering a simple thank you. Su Lingwei's face brightened with a radiant smile, complimenting her aunt beside her. Su Qian withdrew his gaze and declared, "Second uncle, Erlang, once we finish our meal, let us convene in the study. I have matters to discuss with you." In the study, after Green, he brought in 3 cups of steaming tea. She graciously took her leave. Su Qian lifted his cup, moistening his throat, reflecting on how the absence of MSG seemed to render the food somewhat lacking in flavor. "What are your thoughts regarding this afternoon's events?" Su Qian broached the subject directly, seeking the opinions of his second uncle and cousin. "Hasn't tea that matter already passed?" Su Shu displayed a hint of confusion. Su Xinyan furrowed his brow. "Are you suggesting that young master Zhou may seek retribution? A son of the Minister of Revenue, after suffering a setback at the hands of a mere clerk, would undoubtedly not let it rest easily." Su Shu waved his hand dismissively. No, under normal circumstances. Perhaps, but today, with the presence of the esteemed scholars from Yunlu Academy and the Bai Yi from the Tianjian, I believe that Zhou would not dare to stir trouble. This line of reasoning was sound and reasonable. It was not uncommon for the officials to exploit the common folk. Yet they exercised considerable caution when it came to matters involving the bureaucracy or powerful factions. Part of this awareness stemmed from a lifetime of exposure, as even the most reckless of officials recognized the perilous depths of the capital. The other part was from the warnings of their forebears. Su Xinyan shook his head. "Father, since elder brother has made such a statement, there must be a rationale behind it." He turned his gaze towards Su Qian. Su Qian spoke solemnly. "I have just received news from the Tianjian that the mastermind behind the tax silver case is none other than Lord Zhou Pingji." Chapter 35. Deliberation in the Study. The mastermind behind the tax silver case is Lord Zhou Pingji. Su Xinyan's hand slammed the tea table, rising in anger, his eyes wide in disbelief. He opened his mouth to curse, but found his throat constricted, as if something lodged within. Su Xinyan glanced at his father, whose handsome visage was marked by an unusual gravity. "Is this news reliable?" Su Qian nodded. "One of the officials responsible for the tax silver case, Chu Kaiwei from the Tianjian, conveyed this information to me." He relayed Chu Kaiwei's words. Su Xinyan raised his teacup, then set it down, contemplating. It appears that today's incident was not mere coincidence, but rather a deliberate act of vengeance by Zhou. Indeed, it was evident that a scholar capable of passing the imperial examination possessed a keen intellect. Su Qian felt a surge of satisfaction, realizing that this conversation would not be in vain. Had it merely been Su Shu's opinion, he would not have initiated this clandestine meeting, as it would serve no purpose. When pushed to the edge, his second uncle would simply say, "Brother, come with me to settle it." Yet, what could be expected from a brutish warrior? He was adept at wielding a blade, but when it came to strategizing, he was at a loss, as their expertise lay in entirely different realms. Su Qian inquired, "Erlang, what are your thoughts?" Su Xinyan cast a glance at his cousin, furrowing his brow in apparent dissatisfaction with the tone of his inquiry. "What should we do?" He retorted, "Naturally, one must strike first to gain the upper hand. The latecomer suffers the consequences." Su Qian was taken aback, finding it hard to fathom that Su Xinyan would utter such decisive words. At this point, Su Shu, who considered himself the head of the family and its cornerstone, could no longer remain silent. He chastised his son, "Refrain from your ignorant and arrogant notions. Even if you were a top scholar, you would still not provoke the Deputy Minister of Revenue. No sooner had he spoken than his nephew coldly countered. I believe Erlang's reasoning holds merit. Our adversary is not Zhou Li, but rather Deputy Minister Zhou Xianping. Zhou Li may hesitate to retaliate, but what of the Deputy Minister? We have not only thwarted his schemes, but also injured his legitimate heir. Any man of substance would surely seek retribution. Moreover, in the eyes of Deputy Minister Zhou, how does the Su residence differ from your aunt's? He has even less reason to let us off the hook. Su Pingji, feeling a challenge to his authority, interjected. That is unwise. We cannot contend with the Deputy Minister. Ning Yin has befriended the white-robed officials of the Astral Monitoring Bureau, and Xin Yin is a student of Yunlu Academy. With these connections, as long as we remain prudent, no one would dare provoke us. Is that truly the case? Su Qi'an Gao Tiun. Uncle, you may not be aware that the white-robed officials of the Astral Monitoring Bureau refrain from meddling in court matters. Su Xiqiu continued during the tax silver incident. I was also a student at Yunlu Academy. The reason my elder brother could return today is that Zhou Li acted unjustly, employing lowly tactics. However, if it were the Deputy Minister who took action, another tax silver incident could legally and justly lead to the annihilation of the Su family. Would the Astral Monitoring Bureau and Yunlu Academy come to our rescue? Would they defy the laws of Defeng on our behalf? Feeling the gravity of the situation weighing heavily on him, Su Pingji furrowed his brow. Yet, what course of action can we take against the Deputy Minister? A dignified fourth-rank official? I do not know. I am merely a simple traveler from another realm, Su Qian said, turning his gaze to his handsome younger brother. What are your thoughts, Erling? Su Xinyan remained silent for a long while. Just as Su Pingji was on the verge of impatience, he slowly spoke. I have been contemplating one matter. The stolen tax silver has incited the Emperor's wrath, clearly indicating the significance placed upon the treasury. The culprits ought to face severe punishment. Did those two scoundrels not take their own lives out of fear of retribution? Su Pingji remarked, casting a glance at his father. Su Xinyan ignored the comment and continued. I can conceive of two possibilities. First, the Deputy Minister has powerful backing. Second, the Emperor harbors reservations, perhaps to maintain a delicate balance. My elder brother once mentioned that the Minister of Revenue had reprimanded Deputy Minister Zhou for embezzling state funds. Why did he not also censure the other Deputy Minister or the Minister of Revenue himself? Su Qian's mind stirred with intrigue. Is it possible that Deputy Minister Zhou's political rivals are conspiring against him? Su Xinyan nodded, affirming, my teacher once said that throughout history, the essence of imperial strategy has always been balance. The Emperor's decision not to take action against Deputy Minister Zhou suggests that this matter is likely entangled in factional strife. What should we do? Unso su instinquito inquit? Su Qian, stroking his chin, pondered and replied, while the machinations of a monarch may suffice in ordinary circumstances. With the imminent imperial inspection, seizing any incriminating evidence against Deputy Minister Zhou could significantly enhance the likelihood of his downfall. The imperial inspection is a long-standing tradition. Even the emperor cannot act arbitrarily. The essence of Confucian dragon-slaying techniques lies in the principle of propriety. Therefore, Zhou's political adversaries will not rest easily. Su Xinyan was taken aback, surprised that his somewhat rough cousin would utter the term dragon-slaying technique. Was this truly the same cousin known for his quick speech? I simply watch a lot of historical dramas. Su Qian thought to himself. Of course, part of the reason stemmed from his extensive studies of history. Historical texts are the quintessence of human culture. Delving into history teaches one myriad lessons. Yet, history is also the most futile of pursuits. For humanity's only lesson from the past is that we cannot learn from it. Initially, Su Qian scoffed at this notion as a history enthusiast, but later recognized its truth. This realization emerged when, during his studies, his parents and teachers would repeatedly advise, you must study hard. Otherwise, you will regret it in the future. No one took it seriously until they faced setbacks and the harsh realities of society, awakening to this wisdom. Su Qian's cousin, who was indifferent to academics, had once failed in business and inadvertently exclaimed, you must study hard. Otherwise, you will regret it in the future. Upon uttering this, he suddenly fell silent. Su Xinyan raised his chin, adopting a tone of examination. What does elder brother believe we should do? You truly are relentless. If you were the heroine, this haughty disposition would be rather unappealing. I prefer a charming and playful elder sister with a 36D figure, Su Qian silently critiqued, maintaining a composed expression. Why would Deputy Minister Zhou orchestrate a tax silver scandal? It cannot be mere embezzlement, as that could be done at any time. Why risk drawing the ire of the imperial inspection, unless he urgently requires funds to cover a deficit, which is precisely to address the impending inspection? Qi'an fully utilized his logical reasoning. So, Su Xinyan raised an eyebrow. Thus, we must uncover the true motives behind Deputy Minister Zhou's embezzlement of tax silver. We need to solve this case, ensuring he cannot evade justice, leading him to confess and submit to the law. Su Qian intended to articulate this, but upon catching a glimpse of Su Erlang's half-smiling, half-mocking gaze, he refrained from voicing it. "I understand," Uncle Su exclaimed, slapping his thigh, excitement causing his words to fly forth. "Therefore, we must expose this matter, leaving that Zhou with nowhere to hide." He was elated, feeling that his intellect had finally shone through. "I'm not foolish," Uncle Su thought with pride. Su Xinyan scoffed. "Does father believe that? Given your position in the Imperial Guard, you can boldly investigate the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Revenue and access its records?" Su Pingji's expression instantly stiffened. Su Dalong let out a scoff, declaring of course it is impossible. Grateful for his uncle's guidance, Su Xinyan, feeling somewhat dissatisfied for failing to outsmart his cousin, pressed on. "Then what does elder brother propose we do?" Su Qian lightly drummed his fingers on the table, contemplating strategies, stating, "Dealing with the main force of Deputy Minister Zhou is not our responsibility. Our role is merely to be the last straw that breaks the camel's back." As for the method, he had yet to devise a plan. Su Xinyan nodded in approval and interjected, "Let us take a step back. We need not confront Deputy Minister Zhou directly. A dignified fourth-rank official, he possesses both cunning and skill, far beyond what we can contend with at present. Yet, every person has their vulnerabilities." Su Qian's eyes brightened with excitement as he clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Zhou Li, yes, compared to Deputy Minister Zhou. That debauched Zhou Li is much easier to handle. If the charges for impeachment are insufficient, we shall fabricate them. We can hand blades to Zhou Xianping's political adversaries, inciting them to assist us in eliminating Zhou Xianping." Su Xinyan's starry eyes flickered with a ruthless glint. With the upcoming court examination, should Zhou Li commit any act that incites public wrath, as his father, Zhou Xianping would be unable to escape blame. The emperor may be inclined to protect him once, but not a second time. At this point, Su Xinyan furrowed his brow, saying, "While the approach is promising, they are not fools. The tactics of framing and slander may not prove effective." Listening to the exchange between his son and nephew, Su Ershu suddenly realized that he, as the head of the family, had been sidelined in this clandestine discussion, unable to interject. However, as his son continued to dissect the situation, Su Ershu's thoughts became clearer, and the more he contemplated, the more plausible it appeared. Unable to contain his excitement, he slapped the table, exclaiming, "My son possesses the talent to be a prime minister. Does my nephew not share such potential?" Su Qian cast a sidelong glance at his uncle, seizing the moment to tease Su Erlang. "It seems that scholars' idle talk can lead to national calamity. You two cannot escape this stereotype." Su Erlang's lips twitched in response, retorting, "Please, elder brother, enlighten me." Unfazed, Su Qian replied, "I cannot provide a ready-made solution, but I can offer a line of thought." Su Ershu urged, "Speak quickly." Chapter 36, The Troublemaker. Do you know the process of solving a case? Su Qian began with a topic he was adept in. Observe the scene, gather clues. Then boldly hypothesize and cautiously seek verification. Gradually unravel the mystery to uncover the truth of the case. The flickering candlelight illuminated Su Ershu's bewildered expression. Su Erlang frowned in contemplation. Su Qian spoke eloquently. "What we must consider is not how to scheme against Zhou Li, but rather to observe him, gather information, then compile it, boldly formulate a plan, and meticulously scrutinize the process to assess the plan's feasibility." His articulate reasoning and rigorous thought left Su Erlang at a loss for words, silently acknowledging that his elder brother's perspective was indeed correct. It turned out that Ning Yin was also a resourceful and reliable child, which greatly pleased Su Pingji, who had previously worried that his nephew's stubbornness might lead to future misfortunes. Seeing that neither of the two men rebutted, Su Qian continued, "Siji, you possess the title of a licentiate and can engage with the scholars of the elite, thus gaining insights into some affairs of the court. You are to gather intelligence on Zhou Li, leaving no detail overlooked. Second uncle, the Zhou residence is located in the inner city, and the Imperial Blade Guards are responsible for patrolling both the inner and outer cities at night. You shall monitor the movements of the Zhou estate, but do not undertake this task yourself. Instead, Enlist a trustworthy confidant to keep watch. I wish to know every location Zhou visits, every action he undertakes, and every person he interacts with. The father and son nodded, suddenly struck by a thought. They turned their gaze to Su Qian. And what about you? Su Qian replied with a mysterious smile. I must secure a contingency for the Su family. Siji, we will discuss the details later, and I would also like to inquire about certain matters. Tonight, I shall stay in your quarters. Tick-tock. The sound of dripping water echoed in the silent room. Brother, are you asleep? No. Oh, brother, are you asleep? No. Oh, brother, you're pressing against me. Su Qian was taken aback, only to hear Su Xinyan say, mind your elbows. Oh. A moment of silence ensued as they listened to each other's breathing. Su Qian asked, are you unable to sleep? Su Xinyan replied with a hum, not quite accustomed to it. Neither am I, Su Qian lamented. How long has it been since we shared a bed? Su Xinyan pondered for a moment and responded, since we turned 10. After you devoted 100 taels each year to martial training and your relationship with Mother soured, we have grown distant. I thought you would smugly retort that we have never shared a bed before, and now, with Lingyue, that will forever be impossible. Memories of the original owner's childhood flashed through Su Qian's mind, and he sighed. It is not entirely Ant's fault. The duty of the Imperial Blade Guards yields little profit. Despite second uncle's efforts and salary, he only earns a little over 200 taels a year. Half of that goes to me, and the other half covers your expenses. It is inevitable that Ant harbors some resentment. Su Xinyan shifted the topic. If we cannot weather this crisis, the Su family may truly face ruin. If Deputy Minister Zhou cannot be toppled, after the court examination, calamity shall befall the Su residents. I will arrange a contingency plan. At worst, after the examination, our family can leave the capital. With second uncle and I possessing skills, we shall not lack for a means of livelihood anywhere. Su Qian expressed regret. Yet, Elong. You have toiled for 10 years to attain the status of a licentiate. Su Xinyan scoffed. Fame and fortune are but fleeting illusions. I am a scholar, studying the teachings of sages and cultivating the path of virtue. Why would I concern myself with mere titles? Su Qian wholeheartedly agreed. Without the birth of Su Xinyan, the great foam would remain in eternal darkness. The boat of friendship capsized, and Su Xinyan's breath quickened for a moment, abruptly turning over, pulling the bedding away, and feigning sleep in silence. Hey, Sijio, share some of your blanket with me. It's bitterly cold in the depths of winter. And even though my elder brother is in the realm of refinement, it is still quite uncomfortable. Su Qijiu curled up, tightening the quilt around herself, ignoring him. In Su Lingyue's boudoir, the blazing charcoal fire from the previous night had extinguished, leaving the air thick with carbon dioxide. A window slightly ajar allowed fresh air to flow into the room. Upon awakening, Su Lingyue, with her porcelain-like exquisite face, fluttered her delicate lashes like tiny brushes, gazing vacantly at the bed canopy above for a moment. After a few seconds, her bewildered eyes regained their luster as she propped herself up. She languidly stretched, causing the thick quilt to slide off, revealing her slender figure wrapped in a thin white undergarment, her bosom gently rising and falling. Her fair neck exhibited a graceful curve, while her tousled hair framed her delicate and charming features. Su Lingyue covered her rosy mouth with her youthful hand and yawned. The maid, who had been sleeping on a small bed opposite, stirred awake and leisurely began to dress. The room felt suffocating, prompting the young lady to instruct, open the window. The maid promptly rushed to comply. Su Lingyue rose from the bed, stepped to the window, and inhaled the chilly air wafting from the courtyard. Being the daughter of a martial general, she was not overly delicate. Su Pingji in his youth had often taken Su Erlang and Su Lingyue along when he trained Su Qian's physique. The siblings had laid a solid foundation back then, possessing excellent physical fitness. However, as they grew older, their aunt forbade her children from training with their unfortunate cousin. After all, the head of the family, Su Pingji, had decided that his nephew would pursue martial arts while his son would focus on scholarly endeavors. It was deemed inappropriate for a scholar to engage in martial training, and even less so for a daughter who might develop unsightly muscles and struggle to find a suitable husband in the future. As Su Lingyue reveled in the fresh air, she suddenly caught sight of a figure passing by the window, clad in a dark outfit with red trim at the cuffs and collar, characteristic of a constable's uniform. The siblings exchanged silent glances through the window for several moments. Su Qian glanced down at his sister's blossoming figure. Su Lingyue let out a shriek and swiftly slammed the window shut. My sister has grown up, Su Qian thought with a sense of relief. Though he hadn't raised her single-handedly, he had nonetheless witnessed her growth. Inside the boudoir, Su Lingyue crouched on the floor, her cheeks flushed as she hugged her chest. The maid chattered on, "Miss, you really ought to change this habit of yours. You should tidy yourself up before opening the window. Look, your elder brother saw you. Thankfully, he's family. What if it were someone else? Don't say that." Su Lingyue zito indiganti. In the past, Su Xinyan did not frequent this side of the house, and their parents' main residence was not located here, making it quite safe to open the window first thing in the morning. Why would my elder brother be in the inner courtyard, seated before Su Lingyue's dressing mirror, filled with confusion? The maid stood behind her, meticulously arranging her attire. After rummaging through the jewelry box, she lamented, "Miss, you possess no elegant hairpins or ornaments." Su Lingyue remained silent, letting out a sigh. Their family had faced repeated calamities. Their savings depleted, leaving them with a considerable burden to support 17 or 18 mouths, including the servants. Where would the silver come from to procure jewelry? The hairpins at Baokixwen were exquisite. I admired them yesterday and could hardly bear to leave. If they adorned your hair, dear miss, they would undoubtedly radiate brilliance. A flicker of desire crossed Su Lingyue's eyes, only to be swiftly suppressed. The maid continued, "But they are too expensive, 10 taels of silver each. Unless one can decipher the riddle in the shop, the owner might offer a discount." Su Linguilitsten absenti, sudeli inquit, lanera. Do you think our elder brother has changed considerably lately? The maid named Lanner paused, her face instantly brightening with a smile. "The Lang is much gentler and more interesting now, and he has become more capable. Previously, he always wore a stern expression, treating you and Lang poorly, only smiling when speaking to father." Su Lingyue appeared pleased with the maid's response, her lovely visage lighting up with a smile. It was not his fault. Mother had never favored him. Su Lingyue cherished the warmth blossoming in their sibling relationship, as it brought a refreshing breeze to her heart. The elder brother, once aloof and unengaging, had transformed into an intriguing companion with pleasant conversation. Su Qian approached the door of Su Lingyin's room. She had yet to reach the age for strict gender separation, so he entered without knocking, only to find Su Lingyin squatting on the floor, her small hands gripping a pig-bristled toothbrush, her face serious, as if undertaking a monumental task. The maid in the room was tidying up the bedding. "Why are you washing yourself?" Su Qian asked, glancing at the maid. "Father says boys must strive for self-reliance to master martial arts. Do you not realize you are a girl?" Su Qian pondered. "I know," the little girl replied, tilting her head with an innocent expression. "No, you do not," Su Qian asserted. "Do you understand the difference between boys and girls?" "Elder brother, I do not know," the little girl replied honestly, then asked, "What is the difference?" This led to a discussion of anatomy, which could easily become lengthy and complex, likely beyond Lingyin's comprehension. Drawing from his extensive education and refined upbringing in his previous life, Su Qian distilled the information into a simple yet comprehensible explanation. In brief, boys grow up to be jokers, while girls become little troublemakers. Su Lingyin's eyes brightened with understanding, and she joyfully exclaimed, "No wonder mother always calls me a little troublemaker." She dashed around the room, gleefully chanting, "I am a little troublemaker. I'm a little troublemaker." Su Qian quietly closed the door behind him, deciding not to have breakfast at home today. Chapter 37. Encouragement of Learning. The capital city was resplendent with blooming flowers, and street vendors selling breakfast were plentiful. Su Qian resolved his hunger at a stall located 2 streets away from the county office. The vendor was a slender, middle-aged man with dark skin, donning a grimy apron, who greeted everyone with a humble smile. His culinary skills were commendable, and Su Qian was quite satisfied with the meal. The only drawback was that the citizens of the great phone capital had a penchant for sweet foods. Even the soy milk was sweetened, and the tofu pudding was no exception. Su Qian had no intention of compromising in this city filled with oddities, so he instructed the vendor to omit the sugar, opting instead for soy sauce, pig fat, chopped scallions, and minced garlic. Additionally, he ordered 4 pieces of fried dough, 6 meat buns, 2 steamed buns, a bowl of congee, and 3 side dishes. After finishing his meal, Su Qian prepared to pay. "Sir, you're being too polite. It is my fortune to have you dine here." The vendor insisted upon seeing Su Qian's official attire, refusing to accept payment. His gaze swept over the empty plates left by Su Qian, his eyes glimmering with pity. "Are you truly not going to take it?" The vendor swallowed hard, realizing Su Qian had consumed enough for 4 or 5 people. This small business barely managed to scrape by, toiling from dawn till dusk. Yet, he still dared not accept payment. No, how could I take your money?" It was evident that the vendor had been battered by life as challenges. Well, I will sit here for a moment to digest. You may leave and not disturb me. Qi'an waved the vendor away. The vendor left, still looking anxious. The systemic issues within the Great Feng dynasty had festered for far too long. Until the officials were reformed, the lives of the common folk would remain bleak. Observing the vendor's busy figure, Qi'an recalled the pained, yet hesitant expression he wore when refusing payment, reminiscent of a beggar. Throughout history, the deepest harm inflicted upon the common people has always been at the hands of the unseen flies, the powerful who overlook their plight. He pulled out 10 coins from his pocket, stacked them on the table, and left in silence. Finally, as the vendor sighed in relief, he approached to clear the dishes. Reflecting on his misfortunes, upon reaching the table, he froze. There lay a stack of copper coins. The official not only paid but had given more than required. The vendor hurriedly rushed a few steps outside, only to glimpse the fleeting figure of the constable disappearing into the crowd, far away. He opened his mouth, his throat constricted as if choked by an unseen force. In all his years, it was the first time he encountered an official who actually paid for his meal. After the morning roll call, Qi'an sought leave from Magistrate Zhu in the back hall. Old Zhu readily consented. In haste, he returned to the Su residence. Pushing open the door to Erlang's room, the brothers exchanged knowing nods. And Su Erlang presented a set of light blue scholarly robes adorned with subtle gray cloud patterns that had been prepared in advance. Qi'an glanced at his younger brother's dark azure robe with cloud motifs and suggested, "That garment looks splendid on you. Let's exchange." Qi'an let out a cold laugh, his expression seemingly conveying, "What nonsense are you thinking?" For a martial artist of the essence refinement stage, the scholar's robe was utterly ill-fitting. His muscular physique and towering stature would stretch the loose garment to its limits. Meanwhile, the scholar's aesthetic ideal was one of flowing sleeves, fluttering garments. The two brothers departed from the Su residence, spending a few pieces of silver to rent 2 swift yellow steeds, galloping away from the capital. Their destination was Qingyun Mountain, located 60 miles outside the city, which housed a renowned academy, the Yundu Academy. Originally, Qingyun Mountain bore a different name, one now forgotten. However, once the Yundu Academy established its presence, the sounds of scholarly discourse echoed continuously, and pure energy swirled around, prompting the mountain to be renamed Qingyun. Riding side by side along the official road. After an hour, Qi'an gazed into the distance and faintly discerned the outline of Qingyun Mountain, along with the diminutive structures of the academy. His younger brother had been curious about the sacred sage. Qi'an slowed his horse, and once his cousin reined in his steed as well, the two horses transitioned from a gallop to a brisk trot. "Do you think the sage is of the highest rank?" He was immensely intrigued by the various systems of this world, but lamented the lack of channels for understanding. Qi'an proudly lifted his chin. "Do you think I would know? If you don't know, then you don't know. What else with that arrogant expression?" Qi'an rolled his eyes and continued, "How long did the sage live, if you know?" Qi'an nodded. 82 years. A dignified sage, the progenitor of Confucianism and Daoism. Even if he wasn't of the highest rank, could he truly have lived only 82 years? Well, for an ordinary person in this era, that might be considered a long life. Yet in this world, where martial prowess was extraordinary, even the sage could not attain longevity? One must not hastily draw conclusions. After all, my knowledge is limited. The Yundu Academy does not accept outsiders. That is the rule, and even I cannot persuade the teachers to make an exception. Nian Zima, are you truly confident, brother? Qi'an shook his head. It is up to human endeavor. They decided to send the women of the Su household to the Yundu Academy before taking action, ensuring that even if they faced retaliation from the Deputy Minister of Revenue, the Academy could shelter the women of the Su family. The tax silver case nearly landed me in a coffin. Must this troublesome matter remain unresolved? If handled poorly, it could lead to yet another crisis of extermination for the family. Qi'an spurred his horse, leaving Qi'an in his dust, unwilling to concede. Qi'an cracked his whip and raced against his elder cousin. Qingyun Mountain was neither majestic nor picturesque. If not for the pure energy soaring into the sky, it would bear no distinction from any ordinary wild mountain. Within the mountain, there were courtyards, pavilions, plazas, and waterfalls. The cobblestone paths resembled a spider's web, connecting these various locations. In a pavilion by the cliff edge, on the second floor of a refined room, one side of the corridor lacked a wall, allowing a view of the vast plains and the distant mountain silhouettes. The esteemed chess master Li Mubai, having sworn never to engage in the game again, stood by the corridor with a scroll in hand, listening to the fervent debate between his two friends behind him. I made a wrong move. I must start over. I care not, one exclaimed. Once a piece is placed, there is no regret. That is the rule. The sage states, to recognize one's error and amend, it is the greatest virtue. Is that not the sage's intent? Or is it, old rogue, do you wish to engage me in discourse? Very well, but know that only one of us shall leave this place alive. I am no easy prey, the other retorted. Li Mubai shook his head, dismissing the two as mere amateurs. Among them was Xianxia, a master of military strategy, and the other, an elder clad in black robes with a beard flowing to his chest, was Chun Tai, styled Yuping, one of the four great Confucians of Yunlu Academy. Each of the four scholars possessed unique traits. Li Mubai excelled in chess, Xianxia in military tactics, Yanggong, the reclusive Zhang, was adept in scholarly pursuits, while Qin Yuping was renowned for his governance skills, particularly noted for his work on national governance, which garnered significant acclaim in the cour de fond. Turning away from the corridor, Li Mubai returned to the elegant chamber, interrupting the quarrel of the two men. Where's the dean? He inquired. The grand princess has arrived. The dean is attending to her, Xianxia replied absently, his gaze fixed on the chessboard. Li Mubai nodded in acknowledgement, and Chun Tai sighed. In 3 months, the spring examination will commence, yet the students' enthusiasm for study is waning. Last night, I toured the dormitories and found only a handful laboring under the dim light. He gestured towards the chessboard, scattering the pieces with a distressed lament. Such indulgence leads to the ruin of ambition. Shameless old rogue, Xianxia exclaimed in anger. When one loses, it is merely indulgence. When one wins, it is a display of prowess. You, like Li Mubai, cannot afford to play. What does it matter to me? Li Mubai retorted, his temper flaring. The mention of this topic plunged the three scholars into a solemn silence. The students of Yunlu Academy faced formidable challenges in their pursuit of official positions. Even those who succeeded in the imperial examinations often found themselves relegated to remote and impoverished locales or cast into obscurity, which severely dampened their enthusiasm for the civil service examinations. After a moment of silence in the elegant chamber, Xianxia spoke gravely. This trend must not persist. We must rekindle the students' passion for the examinations. Chun Tai nodded solemnly. Even if we must struggle, we must persevere. Yunlu Academy cannot allow this pathway to governance to close. Li Mubai pondered. Let's hold a lecture to encourage learning, allowing the academy to take the lead. Xianxia fiddled with a chess piece. The dean advocates for learning year after year, yet the momentum wanes. It will yield little effect. Chun Tai stroked his beard in contemplation. We must devise an innovative approach to inspire the students to study diligently and prioritize the spring examination. What of writing? He proposed. A thankless endeavor. Li Mubai shook his head. Then perhaps poetry, Xianxia suggested, taking a sip of tea. Since ancient times, poetry has stirred the heart. Composing a resonant and compelling poem would be far more effective than mere lectures. Upon concluding their discourse, the three esteemed scholars exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. The literary realm of Dafeng has long been bereft of poetic brilliance. In chapter 38, the completion of poetry, Xianxia remarked, if Yang Ziqian had not taken up his post in Qingzhou, this task could indeed have been delegated to him. Among us, he possesses the greatest prowess in this domain. The mountain breeze swept into the chamber, causing Chun Tai's long beard to flutter as he chuckled. Brother Jinyan is even more suited for an official position in court than I. Old rascal, are you mocking me for dodging responsibilities? Xianxia retorted, unfazed, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. If you are so capable, then come forth. I shall listen attentively. Just as tensions began to escalate, Xianxia's young attendant entered briskly, bowing and announcing, Sir, your student Su Sijio has arrived. Su Sidu, what brings him here? Has he completed transcribing the Analects 300 times? Xianxia nodded. Invite him in. Once the attendant departed, Xianxia glanced at Chun Tai across the chessboard, a smile gracing his lips, speaking of which. I have recently taken on a new student, a cousin of Su Sijio, whose poetic talent is nothing short of extraordinary. Li Mubai interjected, he is also my student. Chun Tai regarded both the Zhang and Li with newfound interest. Is he the poet of the verse? Do not worry about the road ahead. For who in the world does not recognize you? Li Mubai and Xianxia exchanged proud smiles. Ha ha ha. Chun Tai erupted in laughter, pointing at his two friends. What amuses you? I laugh at how fame and fortune have clouded your judgment, and, oh, also at your jealousy. Qi'an sobered, half admonishing, half teasing. The name of Xianxia will undoubtedly endure through this poem, which indeed inspires envy. Yet, have you considered that exquisite verses are rare? How many scholars produce but a handful of remarkable poems in their lifetimes, and even fewer earn a place in the annals of history? The line "do not worry about the road ahead, for who in the world does not recognize you," is already a stroke of genius. To hope for another, or even two more, to submit your names in eternity, is somewhat presumptuous. Being overly fixated on fame and fortune, over time, how can the righteous spirit within you endure? Qi'an's words left Li Mubai and Xianxia feeling somewhat embarrassed. Deep down, they recognized the wisdom in Qi'an's remarks. Timeless verses are not crafted casually, and the individual in question is not merely a scholar. To serendipitously compose a single beautiful line is indeed a tremendous fortune. Expecting a mere clerk to produce a succession of fine poetry that would secure their legacy is, admittedly, a rather fanciful notion. You speak the truth, young Ping. They both acknowledged, bowing respectfully. For scholars, the three forms of immortality must be pursued with integrity, striving for a rightful path rather than shortcuts. We have indeed erred. To recognize one's mistakes and seek to amend them is the greatest virtue. Qi'an nodded slightly in approval. Moments latte. The attendant ushered Su Qian and Su Xinyan into the elegant chamber. The two bowed in unison. Students pay their respects to the teacher. Li Mubai and Xianxia exchanged surprised yet delighted glances at Su Qian's arrival. Please take a seat, Xianxia urged. Ningqiang, have you come to the academy with a remarkable verse for me to appraise? Li Mubai inquired, testing the waters. Su Qian shook his head and said, I have come here with a matter to request. Please do not hesitate to speak. He conveyed his intentions to the two esteemed teachers, concealing his desire for revenge against the deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue, merely stating that the mastermind behind the tax silver case was likely Deputy Minister Zhou, and that should the latter endure a thorough inspection from the capital, he would undoubtedly retaliate against the Su family. Li Mubai glanced at Xianxia, who also bore a troubled expression, and helplessly remarked, The academy prohibits outsiders from staying overnight. It is a rule. Scholars place great importance on such regulations. As Su Qian was about to voice his request, he heard Su Xinyan interject. Doesn't the Grand Princess stay at the academy from time to time? Xianxia shook his head. What status does the Grand Princess hold? Su Xinyan nodded in agreement. The academy forbids outsiders from lodging, unless they are of royal lineage. This naive youth remains as inarticulate as ever. The three eminent scholars present chuckled at this. Su Qian nearly burst into laughter. Erlang's sharp tongue remained as incisive as ever. Li Mubai shook his head, saying, Brother Jinyan, I find myself somewhat looking forward to seeing this student of yours step into the realm of destiny. That would indeed be quite terrifying, Xianxia remarked, his lips twitching. Only Qi'an observed Su Qian with a smile, suddenly interjecting. Are you Su Ningyan? Indeed, I am, replied Su Qian, bowing while dressed in scholarly robes, pretending to embody the essence of a true scholar. I have heard you possess considerable poetic talent. How about this? If you can compose a poem on the spot that satisfies the three of us, I shall take it upon myself to allow the women of the Su family to temporarily reside at the academy and ensure their safety. The permission for the Su women to stay at the academy was not the crux of the matter. It was the latter part of his statement, ensuring their safety, that truly represented the purpose of Su Qian and his brother's visit. Su Xinyan's expression brightened, and he turned to his elder cousin, eldest brother. He felt both elated and apprehensive. Composing poetry was not difficult, as any scholar could create a well-structured verse, but satisfying the three esteemed scholars was an entirely different challenge. Was this too difficult? Indeed, it was exceedingly so. Compose poetry? Are you compelling me to take advantage of you? Su Qian did not immediately acquiesce, but pondered his response. Spontaneous composition or fixed themes? The three eminent scholars exchanged glances, with Xianxia stating, encouragement to learn. It was indeed impossible to compose spontaneously. Otherwise, I could produce an immortal masterpiece in an instant, Su Qian sighed internally. Simultaneously, he felt relieved, for the topic had not exceeded his capabilities, as his modest literary foundation was sufficient to navigate it. The phrase encouragement to learn immediately brought to Su Qian's mind the ancient text he had studied in high school, but since it was a poem, that particular piece would not suffice. There are golden houses within books, and beauties within books. This well-known exhortation poem surfaced in Su Qian's mind. In the realm of encouragement related to learning, few could rival its renown. Just as he contemplated using this poem to secure favor with the three eminent scholars, he suddenly recalled the predicament of Yunlu Academy over the past 2 centuries. If memory serves correctly, this poem was penned by an emperor of the Song dynasty. Was it not? The air is tinged with the allure of fame and fortune, yet graduates of Yunlu Academy have always found their paths fraught with difficulty. Upon achieving the title of Xianxia, one cannot help but ponder where fate may cast them into some desolate corner of the world. My transcription of this poem is, in essence, a gentle jab at Yunlu Academy, an act that may yield unintended consequences. Observing his prolonged silence, Su Qian's brow furrowed deeper among the 3 eminent scholars. Xianxia and Li Mubai awaited eagerly, while Chintai sipped his tea with a smile. Su Qian withdrew his thoughts and clasped his hands, saying, "I have committed a faux pas. Gio, please prepare the ink for me." Su Qian procured the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, setting them upon the table. With deft hands, he ground the ink while holding the brush, rolling up his sleeves, dipping the brush into the ink, and turning to indicate to his cousin to take the brush. "My abysmal calligraphy shall not bring shame, I lament internally, for I possess no skill in this art. Yet, outwardly I adopt the fervent demeanor of a scholar, declaring, Gio, please write on my behalf." Su Qian nodded, sitting upright at the desk. In the stillness of a night and the crowing of the rooster at dawn, it is indeed the time for a young man to study. With dark hair, one is unaware of the diligence required for learning. Only when one's hair turns white does one regret the tardiness of their education. Upon completing the poem, Su Qian set down his brush, gazing intently at the elegant characters on the rice paper, his eyes shimmering with excitement and his countenance slightly flushed. Within the room, a brief silence ensued as Su Qian savored the lingering resonance of his poem. The 3 esteemed scholars hastened to the edge, silently fixated on the rice paper, their gazes unwavering. Chapter 39. Su Pingji does not behave like a filial son. What a splendid poem. Ning Yan truly possesses extraordinary poetic talent, exclaimed Li Mubai, clapping his hands with enthusiasm. His expression was one of profound excitement, a mixture of the joy experienced by a scholar encountering a fine poem and the anticipation of how the students of the academy would respond to it. Xianxia refrained from commentary, his gaze towards Su Qian growing ever more appreciative, as if he were truly the mentor who had nurtured such a student. The words, though simple, conveyed profound meaning. In the stillness of a night and the crowing of the rooster at dawn, it is indeed the time for a young man to study. Brother Jingyan, do you recall our youthful days spent in the academy? Chuntai reflected on the admonitory nature of the poem, feeling its depth resonate within him. Lingering in his thoughts, Xianxia paused, reminiscing about the past 6 months of study, and said with a hint of nostalgia, "Isn't that a reflection of our own experiences? In my youth, I was impoverished, often subsisting on just 2 buns a day. I frequently endured hunger in the dead of night, forcing myself to study under the light of a lamp." Li Mubai interjected, "Is that your excuse for pilfering my eggs every few days?" Xianxia retorted, "Such acts should not be labeled as theft. It was merely borrowing, and I did return them to you. Did I not?" Li Mubai huffed, "In times of poverty, a single egg is worth its weight in gold." Chintai cleared his throat, interrupting the quarrel between his 2 friends, and turned his attention to Su Qian, Gio. "Following the spring examination, regardless of your ranking, you will be qualified to serve in an official capacity. Have you contemplated your future?" Suddenly cutting to the heart of the matter made the crowd somewhat uncomfortable. Xianxia and Li Mubai promptly fell silent, instinctively planning for Su Gio. Chintai observed the 2 scholars who seemed poised to speak but held back, denying them the chance. Generally speaking, remaining in the capital before being assigned elsewhere is the conventional path to advancement in the officialdom. Although I am not an official, I do possess a modicum of respect in the courts of Defeng and could indeed assist you in remaining in the capital. As a teacher, Xianxia's face lit up with joy. "This is splendid. Gio, do not hesitate to express your gratitude to Brother Chun." No need. If you truly wish to repay me, I indeed have an idea," Chintai chuckled. Hearing his old friend's words, Xianxia and Li Mubai sensed something amiss. "No one has mentioned repayment after all." Chintai, with a beaming smile, continued, "Ning Yin, you are a piece of uncut jade. To become refined, you require careful chiseling. These two old fogies are rather crude. Why not come under my tutelage? Begone, shameless old rogue. Li Mubai and Xianxia erupted in furious indignation. Seizing the opportunity, Qi'an interjected. Esteemed scholars, Ningyan indeed has questions to seek guidance on. My purpose in coming to Yunlu Academy today is to gain insights without charge. I have been stuck in the refinement of essence stage for an extended period, lacking merit, and coming from a poor background. I have continually found no resources or opportunities to enter the Qi refinement stage. Qi'an bowed deeply, clasping his hands. Please assist me in opening the heavenly gate. This was his second objective for coming to the academy. Although he could sell the magical artifact gifted by Song Qing to procure the funds necessary for opening the heavenly gate, such a course of action would bring him no joy, for Qi'an is a seeker of happiness. Xianxia shook his head with a laugh. You are merely casting about in desperation. We cultivate Confucianism and Daoism. How can we assist you in opening the heavenly gate? The circulation of the martial artist Qi and the pathways of energy are matters known only to martial practitioners. The disparities between the systems are even greater than I had imagined. Qi'an felt some disappointment and, unwilling to relent, queried, I do not understand. If opening the heavenly gate necessitates the assistance of a master at the divine refinement stage or above, how did the first individuals open it? Do you believe that the path of martial arts was pioneered by a single person? Was it established in a single stroke? Li Mubai, holding a teacup, countered with a question before taking a sip. Qi'an shook his head, indicating his ignorance. It has been carved out by successive generations. Li Mubai gradually elucidated. Perhaps initially, the refinement of essence stage was already the pinnacle, and by sheer coincidence, someone opened the heavenly gate. Thus, the Qi refinement stage became the zenith of martial arts. Over the years, a comprehensive martial arts system was formed. Sheer coincidence? Qi'an seized upon the key phrase. While enlisting the help of a master at the divine refinement stage to open the heavenly gate is the safest and most convenient method, it is not the only path. This time, it was Chuntai who took up the conversation, smiling. When a child is born, they carry a trace of innate true Qi. As they grow older, the heavenly gate closes, and the innate true Qi becomes hidden within the body. To regain control of this Qi, one must reopen the closed heavenly gate. Qi'an nodded. Humans consume grains and produce impurities that block the heavenly gate, thereby obstructing the flow of Qi. These theoretical concepts have been taught to him by his uncle previously. There exist numerous methods. Aside from the well-known technique of opening the heavenly gate, there are two additional approaches. First, the method of breath regulation. This practice necessitates diligent cultivation from a young age, daily immersing oneself in medicinal baths to cleanse the meridians and connect with the heavenly gate. A pursuit that consumes countless resources over the course of several years. This method has now fallen into obsolescence. The second approach involves employing external forces to unlock the heavenly gate, a rudimentary technique originally utilized by our forebears, such as the ingestion of demon elixirs. These elixirs are concentrated essences of the demonic realm, brimming with formidable energy. Consuming one compels the forceful opening of the extraordinary meridians. However, due to the uncontrollable nature of this method, it is fraught with peril. Even though I have not gained anything for free, I have had a taste of it, and thus I am not a loss. Qi'an expressed his gratitude towards the learned gentleman for their instruction. Observe how humble, polite, and eloquent he is. The three esteemed scholars chuckled, stroking their beards in satisfaction with Qi'an's demeanor. At the heart of the academy lies the Sage Academy, also known as the Temple of the Sage, which venerates the legendary figure who founded Confucianism and Daoism. Surrounding the academy is a spacious courtyard paved with blue stone, ample enough to accommodate all the students of Yunlu Academy. Each spring and autumn, the academy's head would gather the scholars here, passionately inspiring them to diligently pursue their studies, to attain distinction, and to serve the state with unwavering dedication until their last breath. In the courtyard stands a low wall, its red lacquer weathered and peeling, its surface adorned with an unremovable layer of paper. This wall serves as the bulletin board of Yunlu Academy, displaying the writings, poems, calligraphy, and occasionally, the exceptional works of students. Additionally, it features various announcements from the academy. Two young scholars approached the bulletin board, one carrying a scroll of paper while the other spread rice, paste on the wall, before they united their efforts to affix a towering sheet of paper to the bulletin board. This action immediately attracted the attention of surrounding students, particularly the conspicuous large paper. What has been posted? They murmured. Let's go take a look. Huh? It's not an article. It appears to be a poem. What could be so interesting? Since the departure of Master Xiang from our academy, the poems penned by our teachers and scholars bear no distinction whether read or not. As they conversed, students gathered in small groups beneath the low wall, their eyes fixated on the newly affixed large paper. The characters inscribed on it danced elegantly, striking the paper with a vigorous energy, revealing a sense of sharpness between strokes and curves. "This is Master Zhang's handwriting," one student recognized. More students focused intently on the poem inscribed on the paper. At the third watch, the lamp burns bright. At the fifth, the rooster crows. How shameful for a young man to neglect his studies. How shameful indeed. After the autumn examinations, I have never again burned the midnight oil. At first glance, this poem appears simple and ordinary, yet it unveils profound truths, provoking deep reflection. How can it be ordinary? Young hair does not know the diligence of early study. Only when white-haired do we regret the tardiness of learning. The path of truth is simple, and the profound wisdom lies within. Regret comes too late for those with silver hair who delayed their studies. I have been excessively lax in the past, indulging in leisurely pursuits of games and mountain wanderings, while dedicating ever less energy to my studies. Upon encountering this poem, I realized that I will undoubtedly regret this in the future. Whose esteemed hand crafted this verse? An increasing number of individuals congregate beneath the low wall, gazing upward at the poetry inscribed upon it. As they immerse themselves in its sentiments, a profound resonance with this exhortation to learn emerges. The imagery depicted in the first couplet evokes a sense of shame among the students. Although they may have devoted themselves to their studies with diligence, who can truly claim to burn the midnight oil and rise with the rooster? Yet, this is no idle boast, as there are indeed examples of esteemed scholars and mentors who frequently share their own experiences as cautionary tales. Among the students, there are those who are exceptionally diligent, enduring sleepless nights in pursuit of knowledge. What truly stirs the hearts of the young scholars is the second couplet. With black hair, one is unaware of the need for early diligence. Only upon becoming white-haired does one regret having studied too late. It seems to foretell their future fates. Some young individuals, having recently neglected their studies, introspectively confront their apprehensions, fearing that in their old age, remorse will come too late. From within, a resolute desire to seize the fleeting springtime and commit to their studies arises. Not far away, at the edge of the plaza, three venerable scholars observe this scene. Chun Tai, stroking his beard, chuckles heartily. It is often said that poetry is of no utility, yet little do they know that poetry possesses the power to move hearts. Suning Yin is indeed an extraordinary poet. Witnessing the way this exhortation to learn invigorates the student's spirits, Xianxia's face brightens with a smile. This is no exaggeration. He has achieved this level of excellence in the span of a mere tea time. Not just in the present, but even throughout history, he would rank among the finest. Suddenly, Li Mubai inquires. He claims to have long neglected his studies. Do you believe him? The two scholars nod in unison, prompting Li Mubai to smile wryly. What evidence do you have? When composing poetry, he had someone else write it for him, Xianxia remarks. As a scholar, how could he allow another to take his pen? Chun Tai adds, unless he lacks skill in calligraphy. Every scholar should master this as a fundamental skill. Li Mubai laments, alas, he has already reached adulthood. It is too late to turn to Confucianism. Chun Tai expresses his deep regret. Such talent wasted on martial pursuits is truly a crime against nature. A mere brute is unworthy of Suning Yin's extraordinary gifts. Xianxia seems to recall something and, filled with indignation, states, according to Digio, their fathers arranged for Digio to focus on studies while Ning Yin was to pursue martial arts. How lamentable that Su Ping's ambitions do not align with his role as a father, allowing a potential scholar to wither away. This is indeed despicable. Li Mubai echoes his sentiments with anger. The two scholars wholeheartedly agree. Chapter 40, Conflict. Li Mubai gazes at the bulletin board, noticing an increasing throng of students gathering. Even the academy's instructors drawn by the commotion, excitedly applauding and praising the poem for its exquisite craftsmanship and profound simplicity. The ears of the great scholar perk up, catching fragments of conversation carried by the mountain breeze. Once there was a verse that resonated with the entire realm, and now emerges another poem urging the pursuit of knowledge. Might it be that the poetic tradition of our esteemed Defeng is on the verge of resurgence? For 2 centuries, exceptional poetry has been a rarity. Now, with these 2 compositions, we scholars of several generations can finally hold our heads high in the presence of posterity. in comparison to the former verse. This poem advocating learning shall undoubtedly circulate more widely, often invoked to admonish scholars. Yet, why is there no signature? Who is the esteemed scholar behind this creation? The absence of a name only suggests that this poem will be widely disseminated. Li Mubai felt a stir in his heart as he glanced at his two friends engaged in hushed conversation. With a composed demeanor, he discreetly retreated. Xianxia suddenly realized Li Mubai had vanished. "Where is Chun Jing?" he inquired, recalling his previous presence. Chintai scanned the surroundings and gestured towards the low wall. "Over there." Following the direction, Xianxia observed Li Mubai dismissing the surrounding scholars, diligently inscribing something on a large sheet of paper. Xianxia and Chun Tai focused intently, their pupils deepening as they discerned the details from 100 paces away. They recognized that Li Mubai, beside the characters of Poem of Encouragement, had penned a line of small text, at the end of Gengzi and the beginning of Xianxia. "My teacher Mubai encourages diligence, inspired. I composed this poem." The implication being, at the end of Gengzi and the beginning of Xianxia, Teacher Li Mubai urged me to strive for greatness, to which I wholeheartedly agreed, thus penning this poem. Is this even permissible? The two esteemed scholars felt their composure shatter in an instant. "Shameless rogue, put down that pen." The elegant pavilion behind the academy was built against the mountains, with the sixfold falls to the east and a bamboo grove that remained evergreen to the west. Bamboo is a rarity in the north, challenging to cultivate and propagate. The phenomenon of bamboo sprouting in the wake of a spring thunderstorm is a sight only found in the south. The academy's instructors had transplanted bamboo from the southern regions, laboriously nurturing it for 50 years to cultivate this lush grove. Scholars possess a particular fondness for bamboo, praising its integrity, often using it as a metaphor for humanity and self, a point of emphasis. One day, the head of Yunlu Academy visited and remarked, "The bamboo grove has flourished so." Bamboo, unafraid of the harsh cold, embodies the spirit of all seasons. Doesn't that describe me? With that, he decided to reside there henceforth, and thus the pavilion became his retreat. In a simple yet elegant tea room, an elderly man clad in hemp garments sat across from a young woman in splendid attire, while a row of armor guards stood watch outside the pavilion. The old man's grizzled hair fell haphazardly, exuding a sense of dishevelment and free-spiritedness. Deep lines marked his face, and when he smiled, the crow's feet seemed to surpass the others in prominence. At first glance, it was difficult to imagine that this seemingly disheveled scholar was the esteemed head of Yunlu Academy, a contemporary leader of Confucianism. The woman seated opposite him, having long surpassed her teenage years, wore her hair in a simple spiral bun, adorned with a resplendent golden hairpin, evidently dressed as one yet to be wed. She donned an exquisite gown of moonlight white, its hem trailing gracefully upon the ground. Her beauty was ethereal, reminiscent of a water lily, pure and unassuming. Her clear, luminous eyes resembled a crystal mirror, revealing an air of aloof elegance. After half a year apart, the silver strands in the director's hair had noticeably increased. The princess spoke, her voice cool and serene. "It is merely the burden of worries." The director chuckled softly as he sipped his tea. Upon ascending the mountain today, he had heard the disciples of the academy reciting a poem. "Do not lament the road ahead for lack of kindred spirits, who in the world does not recognize you." The princess's gaze flickered, akin to a shattering mirror. "Such a splendid composition has brought me great joy. I wonder who the esteemed scholar behind it is?" Upon hearing this, Director Zhao shook his head and smiled. "Why do you laugh at me, Director?" The princess inquired. "I am not laughing at you, Your Highness, but rather at the abundance of talent at Yunlu Academy, which cannot compare to the spontaneity of others. No, the entire Defeng academic circle has become intellectually numb and rigid, lacking in the spirit that poetry so cherishes." The director's words left the princess perplexed. With a tranquil expression, she delicately pinched her teacup with her elegant fingers, her demeanor exuding grace. Zhao sighed and said, "The author of that poem is not a scholar, but a mere clerk from Chonglu County." The princess's expression shifted slightly. Unlike ordinary women, this princess of the Defeng dynasty hailed from a scholarly family, proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Yet, she had studied chess under Wei Yuan, military strategy under Zhang Shun, and governance under Chen Tai. She could recite the classics of the sages with ease, and her writings rivaled those of the students at the Imperial Academy, possessing vast knowledge and wisdom. At the age of 18, The emperor had granted her permission to participate in the compilation of texts at the Hanlon Academy. 2 years prior, she had attempted to reorganize the historical texts of the previous dynasty, which provoked protests from the ministers, ultimately leading to its abandonment. Director, do you not consider taking up an official position? The princess asked earnestly, her tone sincere. Confucianism values humanity, and life is fleeting. Do not waste your precious time. Few knew that the position at the Qingzhou Tongjingxi was originally meant for Zhao Shou. However, he had declined the appointment, recommending Zhang Jusher instead. If wasting time can pave a path for future generations to pursue knowledge, then I would find joy in it, Zhao lamented. Yet alas, despite a decade of enlightenment in the bamboo grove, I cannot bridge the chasm drawn by the sage Cheng. Director, your fixation is too profound. Why must it be this way? The princess, maintaining her composure, poured herself more tea. Your father wishes to invite you back into the service, intending to reinstate Yunlu Academy. If you truly care for the students of Yunlu Academy, you should not refuse. Zhao smiled wryly. Is it that I can no longer manage Wei Yuan? Or has the dragon-slaying prowess of those noble scions become increasingly sharp? It is for the people of Defeng, for the common folk of the world, the princess declared, each word resonating with sincerity. Zhao's smile grew ever more sardonic. The tone of the grand princess shifted subtly, a sigh escaping her lips. Since the battle of the mountains and seas, the national strength of Defeng has been gradually waning, beset by relentless natural disasters. The calamities are innumerable, and the afflictions caused by bureaucratic corruption have become increasingly evident. The officials in the court are preoccupied with factional strife, and those who merely engage in empty rhetoric are countless. Yet, the few who genuinely strive for the prosperity of the nation are exceedingly rare. Director, the empire is in dire need of a mender. Without waiting for Zhao Shou to respond, she continued her impassioned discourse. 3 years ago, the northern barbarians violated the treaty, repeatedly encroaching upon our borders and plundering the common folk. The southern savages have ravaged the relay routes and launched surprise attacks on military garrisons, seeking to reclaim lost territories. The nations of the western regions observe with indifference, while the Buddhist sects exploit this turmoil to impose their teachings upon the Central Plains. Her voice grew stronger, losing its earlier chill. Director, as a scholar, should you not aspire to rejuvenate the national prestige? Zhao Shou regarded the grand princess for a moment, then shifted his gaze from her exquisite, noble countenance to the verdant bamboo grove beyond the window, shaking his head with a sigh. It is not a matter of reluctance, but of timing. Please, grand princess, return. Disappointment flickered in her eyes as she prepared to take her leave, when suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the pavilion. A teacher from the academy rushed in, exclaiming, Director, we face grave trouble. Li Mubai, Zhang Shun, and Chun Tai have engaged in a brawl. Chapter 41. The Poetic Talents of a Bureaucrat. The 3 esteemed scholars of the academy are embroiled in a fight. Is it because their philosophical debates exceeded the limits, and the gentlemen have escalated from words to blows? The grand princess was taken aback. She had previously studied at Yunlu Academy. The 4 prominent scholars often engaged in discourse, laughing joyfully in moments of happiness. Yet when urgency arose, they would unceremoniously hurl insults. However, a physical altercation had never been witnessed. After all, the esteemed scholars held noble positions and served as role models. How could they resort to violence so easily? Zhao Shou furrowed his brow, setting down his teacup as he inquired, what prompted this altercation? The elderly teacher shook his head, expressing his helplessness. I do not know. Mr. Mubai was originally inscribing characters when, all of a sudden, the 2 other gentlemen appeared out of nowhere, and then they began to fight. Pausing, the older gentleman added with a troubled expression. One called the other an old rascal, while the retort was that of a shameless old thief. It seems they are genuinely enraged. Even the usually composed director was taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. The grand princess declared, Director, accompany me to the scene. Zhao Shou replied solemnly, Within my domain, the teachings of the sage prevail. The grand princess momentarily lost her bearings, then beheld the statue of the sage holding a scroll, candles flickering, and the hall filled with curling blue smoke. Outside the hall, chaos erupted as gusts of wind swept in, extinguishing the candles. The director, Zhao Shou, was no longer visible across the table, and the grand princess, braving the fierce winds, advanced toward the entrance of the hall. The strong gusts caused her garments to billow behind her, clinging tightly to her form. Even the thick winter attire could not conceal her graceful silhouette. Gazing upward, She beheld the three scholars standing poised in midair. A mighty and profound aura surged within the three individuals, clashing against one another and stirring the air into a tempest. Xianxia scoffed, "Li Mu Bai, you shameless scoundrel. It was one thing to vie for students with me in the past, but today you stoop to such despicable acts. Has the wisdom of the sages been devoured by dogs?" The princess, slightly taken aback, was unaware of the transgression committed by the esteemed Li Mu Bai that could provoke such righteous indignation from Xianxia. They competed for students? Had they ever truly contended over pupils? Li Mu Bai retorted loudly, "As a teacher, what is wrong with refining my disciples' essays and poetry? Clearly, it is you, old scoundrel, who is envious of my talent." Qi'an interjected, "You should be silent. I can hardly bear to witness this." Li Mu Bai cast a sidelong glance at him. "What concern is it of yours, Qi'an? If Zhang is irate, there is reason. You should take your leave." At that moment, Xianxia produced a scroll from his robes and said leisurely, "It seems our contest of noble righteousness is evenly matched." He tore out a page and set it aflame. As the paper burned to ashes, a green mist emerged from thin air, buzzing towards Li Mu Bai. It was a swarm of emerald beetles, their mandibles menacing and countless. Li Mu Bai remained unfazed, retrieving his own scroll, tearing out 2 pages, and igniting them simultaneously. One page burned away, transforming into a crimson lizard, straddling the line between reality and illusion. The lizard puffed out its cheeks and suddenly unleashed a torrent of flames stretching dozens of feet, incinerating the green mist into cinders. Concurrently, the other page ignited, materializing into a youthful maiden clad in scant attire, her grace akin to a swimming fish, gliding towards Xianxia. As she approached, the scholar felt an overwhelming drowsiness wash over him. The maiden smiled alluringly, her lips curling upward as she neared Xianxia. Just then, Qi'an ignited a page of his own, revealing a resplendent golden elixir that radiated brilliance. A sudden shockwave hit Li Mu Bai, causing him to stagger, while Xianxia, burned by the elixir, broke free from his stupor and summoned his noble aura, dispersing the alluring maiden. The princess observed this scene in silence. A scholar of the 6th rank could learn the ultimate techniques of other disciplines and inscribe them into texts. Xianxia had just employed the methods of a Gu master, while the maiden from Li Mu Bai's paper appeared to belong to the witchcraft system, though the specific rank eluded her. As for Qi'an's manifestation, if she was not mistaken, it was a golden elixir from the Taoist tradition. The 3 esteemed scholars were locked in a fierce battle in midair, while the students below watched with rapt attention. Though they felt a mix of confusion and concern over the sudden conflict among their venerable elders. Witnessing such a rare confrontation among the great scholars was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle. As Xianxia struggled to subdue Li Mu Bai, a sudden idea struck him. "Li Mu Bai, your trousers have fallen." Li Mu Bai, startled, felt a chill at his waist and discovered, to his dismay, that his trousers had slipped down to his ankles. "Damn it!" he exclaimed, his composure shattered. "Everyone's trousers have fallen." Below, countless individuals bent in panic to adjust their garments. The milky white jade pendant at the princess's waist began to glow in response. A commanding voice resonated clearly in the ears of all present. "Here, it is forbidden for fellow disciples to harm one another. Floating in the air is also prohibited. Descend at once." As the words echoed, the righteous aura of the 3 scholars dissipated, and Newton regained his dignity, pulling them down from the air. Xiaoxiao, dressed in coarse robes with his white hair flowing freely, approached the 3 with a stern expression, his gaze sharp as he assessed the situation. Xianxia and Li Mu Bai exchanged silent glances, quickly reaching an understanding. The former scoffed, "It's nothing. We merely have differing opinions on academic matters, and neither can persuade the other." The latter added, "Thus, we resorted to a different approach. To persuade through reason aligns with the Confucian way." Suddenly, the great scholar Qi'an betrayed the 2, completing a double kill with his words. "I report them to the dean. They are deceiving you." Xianxia and Li Mu Bai turned in unison, glaring at him with fury. Qi'an gazed towards the low wall. "Surely the dean knows the poem sending Yang Qianji from Yinyang Pavilion to Qingzhou." Xiaoxiao, following his gaze, focused intently for a moment. Recognizing the small characters, an understanding dawned upon him. He was aware of Zhang Jinyan and Li Chunjing's envy towards the Ziyang recluse during this time. The poem inscribed on the low wall was indeed exquisite. Not only would it gain immense fame upon being circulated, but also held great potential for enduring legacy. Their dispute over reputation was, therefore somewhat understandable. What did their earlier concealment from me mean? Zhao, the dean, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Just as he was about to speak, his peripheral vision caught sight of the long princess approaching with a sweeping gown, exuding an air of cold elegance and nobility. He immediately swallowed his words. The long princess's clear, captivating eyes sparkled as she smiled modestly. What poem has caused a conflict between the two esteemed scholars? Zhang Shun and Li Mubai quickly bowed in greeting. It is merely a poem advocating for learning. The princess's gaze shifted to the low wall, her beautiful eyes igniting with brilliance. A fine poem indeed. After a moment, her lips parted gently. Who composed this poem? With a stiff resolve, Zhang Shun replied. It was composed by my student. Sending Yang Qianji from Yinyang Pavilion to Qingzhou is also his work. The princess's eyes flickered with interest. Is he the swift one from the Longville County office? Li Mubai interjected. His name is Su Qianan. He added, he is also my disciple. The princess felt a sense of familiarity with the name, as though she had heard it mentioned by someone, yet it eluded her memory. Such extraordinary talent, reduced to serving as a mere attendant in the offices of Chonglu County, is indeed a profound waste of ability. Even if one possesses only the skill to compose poetry, it would suffice for this princess to keep him at her court as a chief advisor, she mused. The scholars of the academy stood at a distance, admiring the exquisite beauty of the princess, who resembled a snow lotus, standing apart from the world. Her regal aura left all who beheld her in a state of reverie. Where is he? The princess's clear gaze swept over the crowd, lingering thoughtfully. He has gone to explore the mountains, Chintai remarked. The scholars, overhearing their conversation, were momentarily engulfed in astonishment. They had finally discerned the author of the exhortation to study. Chapter 42, The Sage and His Wife. The cold winds swept through the mountain peaks, causing the barren branches to emit mournful cries. On the cobblestone path, Su Qian turned his head to observe his cousin Su Xinyan, whose attire and flowing black hair danced in the breeze. This cousin, whose handsome visage evoked envy, seemed as if he had descended from the celestial realms. He pointed towards a distant waterfall, saying, "This is the place of enlightenment for a predecessor of our academy." Beside the waterfall stands a stone tablet detailing the life of that esteemed individual. In winter, the waterfall was frail and diminished, trickling lethargically into the clear pool below. Beside the pool stood a monument, depicting a copper figure seated in meditation, the inscription recounting the life of a scholar named Qianzhong, who lived 6 centuries ago, during the founding days of the Great Feng dynasty. At that time, the previous dynasty's rulers were blind to the plight of their people, officials were mired in corruption, and the aristocracy exploited the common folk, while the Central Plains were engulfed in turmoil and rebellion. The court of the Great Zhou engaged in a protracted struggle against various rebel forces, leading to immense suffering among the lower classes. Qianzhong, a scholar of the 2nd rank, traveled for 3 years and witnessed the dire conditions firsthand, filled with righteous indignation. He brought the grievances of the people to the capital of the Great Zhou, shattering the remnants of the dynasty's fortune with his very flesh and blood. Subsequently, the Great Feng was established, restoring peace and prosperity across the land. Is the scholarly realm truly so formidable? Su Qian questioned skeptically. Why have I not witnessed such greatness in the 3 esteemed scholars? Su Xinyan, unsure of the meaning of formidable, recognized it to be a crude expression. Recalling that his elder brother had just achieved recognition through poetry, he refrained from mocking him and responded, "Who told you they were scholars of the 2nd rank? They are merely gentlemen of the 4th rank." Su Qian could hardly believe it. How can they still call themselves scholars? Su Xinyan crouched by the pool to wash his hands, explaining, the term scholar has 2 meanings. One refers to those with profound knowledge and renown. The other specifically denotes scholars of the 2nd rank in Confucianism. The scholars of our academy belong to the former category. To shatter the fate of a nation with the grievances of the people, even in the twilight of a dynasty, is still beyond human capability. How powerful is the 2nd rank of Confucianism? And what the 1st rank? Su Qian fell into deep contemplation, after a while speaking with a hint of reverence. Does Yunlu Academy have any scholars of the 2nd rank? Su Xinyan shook his head in regret, stating, in the past 2 centuries, only 3 individuals have reached the 3rd rank. The 3rd rank of a great scholar is the realm of life determination. I learned this from my teacher when I accompanied the esteemed Zhang to his abode. The president of our academy holds the title of 3rd rank in life determination. Su Qian's tone instantly lightened as he casually remarked, not bad. The personalities of those three elderly gentlemen seemed somewhat flamboyant and frivolous, lacking a touch of composure and seriousness. Su Qian shared his assessment with Su Erlang. Erlang pondered for a moment. They were not like this before. Beyond the gentleman's realm lies the third rank of life determination. Perhaps this is related to their current state. Indeed, Xiang was once the same, but recently he has undergone a sudden transformation, as if he has become a different person. I heard my teacher mention that Xiang is merely half a step away from achieving life determination. The two brothers wandered aimlessly around the academy, with Su Xinyan showing his younger sibling some historical sites. As an institution with a rich history spanning 1,200 years, if not for the strict prohibition of outsiders disturbing the student studies, Qinyan Mountain would undoubtedly be a bustling tourist attraction. As they strolled, Su Xinyan suddenly called out in a low voice. Su Qian paused to look at him. With a glance, Su Xinyan turned away, feigning interest in the surrounding scenery. I thought long and hard yesterday. If it weren't for you, our father would have already faced execution, and the women in our family would have been consigned to the brothel. If it weren't for you, Sister Lingwei would have been in danger yesterday, likely subjected to the whims of someone named Zhou. If it weren't for you, the Su family might still be lost in the illusion of having survived the calamity, only to be suddenly annihilated one day. After speaking, he strode forward, covering a distance of several meters, before silently uttering a single word, "Thank you." At the Yaxing Academy, Su Qian followed his cousin up the steps and entered the hall past the incense burner. The 7-meter-high red pillars supported the dome, and within the academy, the revered Yaxing was the founder of Yunlu Academy. Amidst the slender flames of the candles, the Yaxing was clad in a blue scholar's robe, wearing a tall Confucian cap, one hand behind his back and the other resting at his waist, gazing into the distance. Beside the Yaxing stood a graceful white deer, its alabaster fur faintly adorned with cloud patterns. Su Xinyan pointed at the white deer, saying, "It is the origin of Yunlu Academy's name." Su Qian remarked, "Scholars possess elegance, with a white deer as their steed." Su Xinyan glanced at his older cousin and corrected him, "Not a steed, but a spouse." Su Qian reconsidered the Yaxing, murmuring, "There is little difference." Yet he refrained from voicing that thought. Su Xinyan seemed to know what his cousin was contemplating and said, "The Yunlu Chronicle of the Academy records that this white deer is a spirit. It once listened to the classics beneath the sage, later transforming into a human, thus accompanying the Yaxing. The two, a man and a spirit, grew up together, forming a deep bond and marrying. Such a union of man and spirit was not accepted in their time, nor is it now. However, upon learning of their relationship, the sage did not oppose their union, instead endorsing their marriage, stating, 'Great love knows no bounds. It is evident that as long as love prevails, human and demon can remain together in enduring companionship.' Since ancient times, the romance between humans and demons has been adorned with epithets, such as the undying knight, the grassroots hero, and the harmony of heaven and man. Hence, what is the epithet of this esteemed sage? Is it the horse that identifies a deer as a horse?" Su Qian respectfully clasped his hands before the statue of the sage, as Su Xinyan humbly paid homage to the sage's disciples. Su Qian's gaze traversed the hall and discovered 2 stone tablets of equal height standing on either side. One side remained blank, while the other bore inscriptions. Approaching the tablet, he read aloud, "To die with honor and repay the grace of the sovereign, leaving a fragrant legacy for all eternity." The characters were meticulously inscribed, neither flamboyant nor careless, emanating a noble and grand aura befitting a gentleman. This was left here by the sage of the National Academy. Su Xinyan joined him, standing side by side before the stone tablet. The sage of the National Academy is indeed correct. I have always been unclear about the intricate grievances between the National Academy and the Yunlu Academy. Su Qian's interest peaked, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Su Xinyan looked around cautiously, ensuring no one was in earshot, before whispering, "This matter dates back 200 years to the contention over the national heir." The contention over the national heir? Though Su Qian was a novice in history, he understood that this referred to the struggle for the position of the crown prince. During the reign of Emperor Renzong, the position had remained vacant for over a decade, with 2 royal princes as formidable contenders. One, the legitimate eldest son, the other, a prince born of a favored consort. The consort was exceptionally alluring, capturing Renzong's affection. Renzong intended to name the illegitimate prince as the crown prince, which met with vehement opposition from the court officials. Despite Renzong's repeated decrees, They were consistently rebuffed by the cabinet, led at the time by the scholars from Yunlu Academy. The age-old principle of preferring the legitimate over the illegitimate prince could not be contravened, even by the emperor himself. Brother, you speak truly. The rites and protocols are the favored means of scholars to slay dragons. This contest over the national heir saw both sides unwilling to concede, resulting in a 6-year stalemate during which the chief minister changed 4 times and numerous officials came and went from the court. In both the capital and the provinces, over 200 officials were implicated. It was not until a scholar from Yunlu Academy succeeded the chief minister that he chose not to uphold the principles of his predecessors. Instead, he resolutely aligned himself with Renzong, enduring slander, and ultimately resolved the matter. The tumultuous contention over the national heir finally concluded. Consequently, Renzong grew disdainful of Yunlu Academy, recognizing that its existence posed a threat to imperial authority. It was at this juncture that Sheng Hui proposed the establishment of a national academy, intending for the court to cultivate its own talents. Thus began the decline of Confucianism. This is the origin of the rivalry between Yunlu Academy and the National Academy regarding the orthodoxy of Confucianism. The National Academy is a state institution, while Yunlu Academy is private. How could a private institution possibly rival a national one? Su Qi'an suddenly comprehended. After Su Xianxia concluded his remarks, he adopted a tone of examination, inquiring about his elder brother's thoughts on the matter of contesting for the national foundation, emphasizing that it bore no relation to academia. Su Qi'an inwardly scoffed and replied with a smile. On the surface, it is a struggle for the national foundation. In reality, it is a contest for power. For scholars to realize their ambitions, they must wield significant authority, and the magnitude of a nation's power is fixed. When one possesses greater power, others inevitably lose theirs. The pinnacle of political rivalry is to overshadow the emperor and become a king without a crown. Su Xianxia, initially speaking casually, was visibly taken aback by this revelation. Su Qi'an cast a sidelong glance at him and asked, "Am I mistaken?" "Not at all. But such words should not be uttered carelessly," Su Xianxia replied, inhaling deeply. "Please continue." Su Qi'an nodded. No matter how formidable the Confucian art of dragon slaying may be, it ultimately pales in comparison to imperial authority. Mastering the arts of both civil and military affairs, one serves the emperor. This statement encapsulates everything. Throughout history, whether corrupt or virtuous, no minister has met a favorable end. Holding the reins of governance is but a transient state. In the end, they will face retribution, for a minister shall forever remain a minister. In my previous life, I studied history and noted that countless kings without crowns met dire fates. Qi'an man is an exception. The chaos of a collapsing imperial power is another matter altogether. Su Xianxia, with a sense of urgency, pressed for a solution. What remedy exists? These insights from my elder brother are not taught in the academy. None. Su Qi'an shook his head, sighing. The court is a battlefield. Political strife may be momentarily exhilarating, but it often leads to the family's demise. His words were peculiar, yet his eyes seemed to harbor a millennium of literary and historical wisdom. Su Xianxia found himself momentarily captivated by those eyes. However, my brother possesses another perspective. Su Qi'an shifted the conversation. Please do enlighten me. The deeds of Master Qianda are a living testament. When one can influence the fate of a nation, one transforms from a scholar dependent on imperial authority into an equal standing with it. Su Xianxia's eyes brightened, and just as joy began to surface on his face, he heard Su Qi'an leisurely remark, "Second young master, you are indeed perceptive and teachable." It dawned upon Su Erlang that he was the one being assessed. Su Qi'an fell silent, pondering a question in his mind. While Yunlu Academy had seen its prospects in the officialdom stifled, it remained the sacred ground of Confucian practice. What had been severed was merely the path to officialdom. Though Su Xianxia did not specify whether the decline was confined to the Academy's political prospects or encompassed the entire Confucian system, Su Qi'an suspected it was the latter. This suspicion arose from the words spoken by Su Erlang near the waterfall. For the past 2 centuries, Confucianism has only reached the 3rd rank. Was it because positions higher than the 3rd rank necessitated involvement in governance? Or did it pertain to the fortunes of Confucianism? What, then, does this monument signify? Why was it erected here? He inquired. Su Qi'an gazed at the inscription on the monument, his expression intricate, and sighed. This is but a continuation of the Confucian orthodoxy debate, or rather, a fragment of it. The remarkable Qianxia after establishing the Imperial Academy, recognized that to surpass the Yunlu Academy, a distinct educational system must be devised. Otherwise, the students of the Imperial Academy would merely remain as students of the Yunlu Academy. Thus, he devoted himself to the study of the classics of sages, annotating them anew while infusing his own thoughts. After 13 years, he finally established an educational system that emerged from the blue, surpassing the blue. To preserve the principles of heaven and extinguish human desires? Su Qian felt a stir within. Su Erlang nodded. Having engaged in prior discourse, he began to elucidate academic matters to his rough-hewn cousin, stating, Xianxia believed that all things in the world adhere to a certain principle, which is called Li, the essence of all existence and the ultimate correctness. Only by relying on Li can all things thrive. However, amidst the intertwining chaos of worldly matters, one may lose one's self and the essence of Li. Therefore, one must preserve the principles of heaven and extinguish human desires, Su Qian remarked. This tenet forms the outline of the Imperial Academy's philosophical school. Su Qian awaited Su Xinyan's explanation on its practical application. Su Xinyan continued. Cheng Yaxing, in his compilation of the sage's works, established a comprehensive set of rules. Scholars who adhere to these rules will not err. They will be correct and in harmony with the laws of heaven and earth. This set of rules elevates loyalty, filial piety, integrity, and righteousness to the heights of heavenly principles. Su Xinyan scoffed. If the sovereign demands the death of his minister, the minister must comply. If a father wishes for the demise of his son, the son must acquiesce. One must sacrifice one's life for great righteousness. One must face death to preserve integrity. Su Qian listened in silence, suddenly inquiring, what about the resignation from the old? Is that right or wrong? Su Xinyan was taken aback, staring blankly at his cousin. His mouth agape, yet a mysterious force constricted his throat, rendering him speechless. Su Qian comprehended. This force is termed the shackling of thought. Thus, this monument exists? Su Qian shifted his gaze back to the inscription. Indeed, Su Erlang nodded. The contention between the Yunlu Academy and the Imperial Academy is an academic struggle, a battle of ideologies. Yet, this monument has stood firm at the Yaxing Academy for 2 centuries, as long as it remains unyielding. The Yunlu Academy shall never surpass the Imperial Academy. The dean, having sat in the academy for over a decade, graying from tireless study, attempted to refute the contents inscribed on the monument, striving to establish a more mature and correct ideology. Yet he failed. For it embodies truth, it represents correctness. Su Qian asserted. Indeed, Su Xinyan sighed. Not only the dean, but also the eminent scholars and masters of the academy through generations have grappled with this monument. Yet none have succeeded. Cheng Yaxing's thoughts are not easily dismissed by ordinary individuals. Su Qian's mind began to speculate about the blank monument nearby. It was placed there by the dean, yet for over a decade, he had never inscribed a word upon it. Su Xinyan pointed towards the blank stone monument beside the table, stating, subsequently, some scholars and esteemed Confucians endeavored to inscribe characters on the stone tablet, hoping to rival the inscription of Cheng Yaxing. Yet, come the morrow, their efforts would invariably be erased. However, the brush and inkstone upon the table remained. Perhaps the dean harbored a glimmer of hope. Thus, whenever the students were struck by inspiration, feeling particularly accomplished, they would come forth to write upon the tablet. Regrettably, the individual the dean awaited never materialized. I once believed I could partake in this endeavor, having inscribed my own words upon the stone. However, at this juncture, Su Xinyan refrained from continuing, evidently reluctant to divulge his past youthful bravado to his cousin, lest he experience another social demise. To die for righteousness. To repay the king's grace. To leave a lasting legacy. Su Qian stood before the inscription, remaining silent for a moment before speaking solemnly. Brother, let me ask you, which holds greater weight, the monarch or the common people? Su Xinyan answered without hesitation, naturally, it is the common people. Su Qian pressed on, then tell me, why do you study? Su Xinyan instinctively replied, to serve the king and repay the nation. Upon uttering this, he found himself momentarily stunned. Su Qian, unfazed, continued questioning. Is the pursuit of historical renown truly the lifelong ambition of a scholar? Su Xinyan's silence spoke volumes. The actions of the 2 esteemed Confucians at Yunlu Academy, striving to gain recognition for their poetry, further illuminated the truth. Su Qian sighed deeply. If a ruler demands the death of his subjects, must they comply? If a father desires the demise of his son, must it be so? Why can't this wretched society grant a modicum of human rights. Su Qian smiled. Though I am not a scholar, I too wish to write something. Xinyan, prepare the ink for me. Su Xinyan furrowed his brow. Su Qian added, the brush and ink are laid out here for the very purpose of writing. If your work is lacking, it shall be wiped away by another on the morrow. Upon hearing this, Su Xinyan proceeded to grind the ink. After a brief moment, he stood before the tablet with brush in hand and inquired, what would you like to write, brother? This time, I shall write it myself, Su Qian declared as he seized the brush, contemplating the blank stone tablet. The visage of the street vendor from that morning suddenly emerged in his mind, a man who, despite his deep suffering, dared not demand a fair price. Pitiful as a dog, the bureaucratic issues within the Dafeng dynasty had long been entrenched, with the officials clad in fine attire, spouting loyalty to the king and love for the nation. Yet they never cast a compassionate gaze upon the impoverished populace. He recalled the haughty demeanor of Zhou Li as he galloped through the streets, and the unchecked tyranny of the officials in the capital. The existence of extraordinary martial power laid bare the flaws of the feudal dynasty, rendering the common folk devoid of even the courage to rise in rebellion. In his previous life, he had at least known of several fervent peasant uprisings. Yet in this world, the chance for such revolt was swiftly extinguished before it could even take shape. Taking a deep breath, Su Qian exhaled heavily and began to write, to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to set the destiny for the living, to carry on the teachings of the sages, to usher in peace for all generations. Upon completing his writing, Su Qian felt a refreshing clarity, releasing the pent-up frustrations within him. He tossed aside his pen and declared, Sitsi, this is indeed the endeavor of scholar. Thunderous. In Su Sitsi's mind, it was as though a bolt of lightning had struck, severing the chaotic fog of his consciousness, shattering the shackles of his soul. He stared blankly at his cousin, unsure if it was merely an illusion, but it seemed to him that a vivid purple aura flickered above Su Erlang's head. Crack! Suddenly, the stone tablet beside them emitted a sound of fracturing, revealing a colossal fissure that pierced through it. The brothers were taken aback, and before they could fully comprehend the situation, the entire Yaxing Academy began to tremble, dust cascading from the dome and candelabras toppling over. The statue of Yaxing released a breath of pure energy, bursting through the white clouds atop the mountain, creating a spectacle visible for miles around. Su Qian was bewildered, his expression growing grim. What on earth is happening? It seems I have stirred up trouble. What trouble? What trouble? Su Xinyan exclaimed with fervor. What does this have to do with us? We have never even been to the Yaxing Academy. With that, he cradled his head and dashed for the door, fleeing in haste. Scholar, wait for me. Su Qian sprinted after him, thinking to himself that, in critical moments, it is indeed the scholar's adaptability that shines. Chapter 44. A Hasty Escape. The brothers exited the Yaxing Academy, avoiding the main path and veering into the woods through a narrow side trail. Running for a considerable distance before pausing, Su Qian caught his breath, while Su Xinyan leaned against a pine tree, panting heavily, his fair complexion flushed with a captivating hue from the exertion. What shall we do now? Su Qian intended to consult his more methodical younger brother, cautiously probing. Did I not just unravel an ancient conundrum for the Academy? He had not anticipated that his offhand remark would provoke such a terrifying phenomenon, nor did he grasp the potential ramifications. Thus he followed Su Erlang in flight without hesitation. Su Xinyan, still catching his breath and calming his racing heart, haughtily replied, At most, it's merely a 200-year-old dilemma. Su Qian removed his water pouch and offered it to him. Su Erlang took a sip and continued, Had I been a newcomer to the Academy, I would have advised you to stay put and await the adoration and gratitude of the faculty and students. However, the current me wishes only to hasten your departure. He tossed the water pouch back to his cousin, waiting a moment to see his expression remained unchanged, devoid of bewilderment. There was a tinge of disappointment mingled with admiration. The admiration stemmed, of course, from his cousin's keen intellect, a stark contrast to their father's coarse simplicity. This realization brought genuine solace to the self-important Su Xinyan. The disappointment arose from his inability to showcase his brilliance before his cousin, to establish a sense of intellectual superiority. Indeed, even though his cousin had repeatedly crafted astonishing poetry and had just inscribed such earth-shattering lines upon the tablet, Su Xinyan still perceived his own intellect as superior. Without this mindset, he could not have composed the lines, Heaven did not give birth to me, Su Xinyan, and the great Feng endures like a long night. The two brothers swiftly navigated through the forest, stealthily making their way towards the stable. Leaving without a word was the wisest choice at this moment. Qi'an remained at the scene, facing the possibility of gratitude from the Yunlu Academy, perhaps even being revered as a great scholar, though that seemed unlikely. This was the favorable aspect. The unfavorable side was equally apparent. The Yunlu Academy was embroiled in a doctrinal conflict with the Guozijian, and while Qi'an might receive the Academy's gratitude, he would inevitably attract the animosity of scholars from the Guozijian. The court was filled with officials from the Guozijian. A single tax silver case could bring endless misfortune, and this was more perilous than 100 such cases. The sentiments of Xigio resonated with Qi'an, who chuckled, "Xigio, you are truly a fool." It was evident that Erlang was not a pedantic scholar, perhaps a consequence of his thorough study of military strategy. As long as we leave, I believe the Academy will not recklessly publicize our departure and will keep it confidential. He fell silent, deep in thought as they continued their journey, appearing contemplative and taciturn. Outside the Sage Academy, on the expansive plaza, Xianxia, clad in coarse garments and with graying hair, suddenly made an unexpected move, turning abruptly to gaze towards the rear of the Academy. Moments later, 3 esteemed scholars mirrored his action, their expressions grave as they peered into the distance. The princess, puzzled, instinctively followed their gaze, finding only the clear blue sky, devoid of anything unusual. Yet, in the next instant, a visible stream of pure energy surged skyward, piercing the heavens. The heavy clouds hovering over Qi'an Mountain dissipated before the eyes of the onlookers. Xianxia vanished first, followed by the 3 scholars, who demonstrated their extraordinary abilities by teleporting themselves to the rear of the Academy. The princess furrowed her brow, lifting her skirt as she hurriedly but gracefully followed suit. Her tall and curvaceous figure moved with an indescribable elegance, the essence of her swift strides only perceptible to those who could truly appreciate it. At the Yaxing Academy, a candlestick toppled, wax flowing thickly. In the vast hall, a gentle breeze of pure energy swirled like a spring zephyr, accentuating Xiao's silhouette as he swiftly scanned every corner of the hall. His gaze then settled on the cracked inscription of the Cheng family Yaxing. Within the depths of his ancient wells of wisdom, tumultuous waves surged, and he rapidly deduced the source of the ascending pure energy. The inscription that suppressed the Academy had shattered, releasing the vast righteous energy contained within the Yunlu Academy, which had overflowed and manifested the earlier spectacle. The question remained, how could the inscription of the Cheng family Yaxing have cracked without reason? Soon, Xianxia comprehended, his attention drawn to the stone tablet he had erected within the hall. As he studied the content inscribed upon it, he felt the entire world fading, disappearing, leaving only that line of unsightly characters deeply imprinted in his vision, engraved in his heart, becoming the singular reality of the moment. Amidst the refreshing and invigorating atmosphere, the figures of 3 esteemed scholars materialized, their subconscious gazes sweeping across the grand hall. Upon witnessing the fractured Cheng family's Yaxing stone tablet, their pupils instinctively constricted. How could such an intact monument be marred? This anomaly bodes well, suggesting that the seal suppressing the fortune of Yunlu Academy has begun to waver. Limubai Bundarat. Suddenly realizing that the dean's demeanor was peculiar, immersed in his own world, he appeared disoriented. The tablet had indeed cracked, in an era devoid of Yaxing. It was astonishing that anyone could disturb the Cheng family stone tablet. Zhang Shun and Chun Tai exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting astonishment and confusion. Soon, they likely Mu Bai discerned the dean's unusual state. To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to lay down a mandate for the people, to continue the teachings of the ancients, to open up the heavens for future generations, Zhang Shen murmured. He was profoundly moved by the spirit, character, and ambition encapsulated in these words, causing goosebumps to erupt across his skin, and the blood in his chest seemed to boil. This was indeed the duty of a scholar, the true endeavor one ought to undertake. Chun Tai's lips trembled. As officials, we must serve the people, for the nation, for all living beings, not merely for a single clan, nor for a select few. This scholar, acclaimed for his exceptional governance capabilities, trembled uncontrollably, his voice hoarse. It is like enlightenment. Pure enlightenment indeed. Li Mubai inhaled deeply, striving to calm his emotions. Who penned these words? The 3 scholars turned simultaneously towards Dean Xianxia, who had secluded himself for over a decade, laboring tirelessly to overturn the Cheng family's philosophy. If anyone in the present day could forge a new academic school, it would undoubtedly be him. Yet the dean had just shared their moment, and his current demeanor spoke volumes. Silence met their inquiry, and, after a prolonged pause, Xianxia softly instructed, "You may leave for now. We shall discuss matters later." He added, "A gentleman remained silent." The three esteemed scholars bowed and departed together. As the hall door closed, silence enveloped the space. Xianxia stood silently before the tablet, the intricately carved windows behind him allowing dappled sunlight to stream in. After a considerable time, he adjusted his attire and performed a deep bow before the inscription. "To hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying in the evening." The princess, lifting her skirt, finally arrived outside the Yaxing Academy, only to discover that within 10 paces of the academy, an energy barrier, resembling an inverted bowl, enveloped the premises, isolating the interior from the exterior. She remained unhurried, standing calmly on the steps outside the academy, akin to a tranquil flower in full bloom. Shortly after, the three scholars emerged side by side, their expressions grave, yet it was unclear whether the situation was favorable or otherwise. "Esteemed scholars, might you enlighten me?" the princess inquired, her gaze fixed on the academy. "Do not question, Your Highness," Chintai responded with a bow. "At present, we too are a loss." The princess smiled, her noble countenance maintaining an air of calm. After bidding farewell to the three scholars, she proceeded alone towards the elegant pavilion, her flowing gown dancing in the mountain breeze. Resembling a woodland spirit, a celestial being descending to frolic among mortals, 2 columns of armored soldiers remained stationed outside the elegant pavilion, resembling silent sculptures. This contingent of 24, known as the Golden Guard, served as her escort, while a separate group of 7 night watchmen awaited at the foot of the mountain. However, the academy harbored a deep disdain for Wei Yuan, forbidding the watchmen from ascending the heights. The princess, accompanied by her escort, descended the mountain to find the 7 night watchmen waiting by the roadside. Her voice, melodious and clear, conveyed, "The Yunlu Academy radiates pure energy," while the Yaxing Academy remains sealed. "Report this matter to Lord Wei," urging him to keep a vigilant eye on the academy and ascertain the truth. "Yes," replied the watchmen, clasping their fists. The princess continued, "Investigate a certain individual for me, Su Qi'an from the Lang County Yamen. As you command." Chapter 45. My elder brother is truly annoying. In the stargazing tower, at the Bagua platform, the chief overseer, clad in white with white hair and a white beard, sat before his desk, silently gazing towards the northwestern direction of the capital while delicately twirling a cup of wine in his hand. To his left, another table was laden with sumptuous delicacies, at which sat the oval-faced, large-eyed, exquisitely featured Chu Kai Wei. While indulging in her meal, she chattered incessantly. "Master, when will I advance to the 6th rank and become an alchemist?" The overseer replied with a smile. "When you cease to be preoccupied with eating and devote yourself to your practice, the time will come." Chu Kai Wei, feeling troubled, responded, "And it seems unlikely to happen in this lifetime." After swallowing her food, she continued her prattle. "By the way, that fake silver burns easily and explodes when thrown into water. It cannot be preserved at all. This is not favorable for reporting to the emperor." The overseer gently remarked, "The old emperor is merely overindulged. He can take a hike." Chu Kai Wei stuck out her little tongue. "I dare not speak such words. You go ahead." The overseer maintained a gentle smile. "Master, 4th senior brother seems to be losing his mind. You ought to intervene. He frequently ventures outside the city, claiming that the door to the mysteries of alchemy has opened for him. Master, I think Su Qi'an, that little swift hand, is quite remarkable. Can't we recruit him into the Tianjian? Oh, you may not know who he is. He is the one who solved the tax silver case." "Master, what does grafting mean?" The overseer sighed. "Kai Wei, my dear. Master, please tell me. Can't even food silence your tongue?" "Oh." A few seconds later, "Master, why do you keep looking that way?" "Kai Wei, I harbor some regrets." "Master, do tell. Why can't you employ the Confucian art of silence?" Just as a proud expression flickered across Chu Caiwei's face, she suddenly noticed that the food on the table had decayed in an instant, exuding a foul odor. Her lips pursed in distress. She appeared as though on the verge of tears, gasping for breath. "Master, I was wrong. Please revert back." The overseer continued to gaze towards the northwestern direction, cheerfully stating, "Let me impart another lesson. In the realm of alchemy, the vast majority of transformations are irreversible." As Chu Kai Wei wiped her tears and sobbed, she declared, "I shall never again accompany you, you old curmudgeon." At the edge of the bamboo grove, the esteemed director Zhao Shouqing spoke in a grave tone, No one is permitted to approach within 30 paces of this place. With a wave of his sleeve, a purifying aura expanded, enveloping the pavilion in a 30-pace radius. After completing this, he turned to face the three eminent scholars who had been summoned. Li Mubai, cradling a teacup in his hands, wore a solemn expression. After conducting inquiries, it was confirmed that no students were near the Xianxia Academy at the time, nor was there any information regarding who might have entered. The inscriptions on the stone tablet did not belong to any student of the academy. The handwriting is far too atrocious. I cannot believe it was produced by anyone trained at our institution. At this point, Li Mubai felt a twinge of unease. If it were not an academy student present today, aside from that troublesome disciple, who else could it be? Knock, knock. At that moment, Xianxia rapped the table, casting aside his previously nonchalant demeanor to counter his friend with a stoic expression. Handwriting can be easily forged, and ugly script is no exception. Qi'an Then what would be the motive for such forgery? That tablet has stood for over a decade. The teachers and students of the academy have all attempted to decipher it, eager to claim the glory. There is no reason to fabricate the handwriting. Moreover, at that time, Su Cijio and Su Ningyin happened to be out exploring the mountains. After a lengthy discussion, the three scholars remained silent for an extended period. Li Mubai took a sip of his tea and sighed. To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to give purpose to the people, to carry on the teachings of the ancients, and to pave the way for peace for all generations. How ashamed I am. I have long abandoned any thoughts of an official career, solely wishing to leave a lasting legacy, etching my name into the annals of history. Brother Chunjing, your lofty ideals are commendable, Xianxia praised, giving a thumbs up, and continued, allow me to guide you in the composition of the learning poem. Li Mubai quickly countered. To serve the nation and the people is not in contradiction with achieving historical renown. Director Zhao Shouqing was momentarily taken aback, gazing intently at Li Mubai. Astonished as he exclaimed, "You are on the verge of establishing your purpose?" Chintai and Xianxia were taken aback. Li Mubai chuckled, stroking his beard. In an instant, enlightenment dawned upon me. The other two eminent scholars felt a pang of envy. Once Director Zhao Shouqing pointed it out, they immediately sensed the subtle shift in Li Mubai's aura. The third-tier realm of establishing purpose is one where individuals seek their life-esque goals. Some pursue academic accolades. Others seek wealth, and still others aim to bestow blessings upon future generations. Each person follows their own path. Director Zhao Shouqing's path is to innovate a new school of Confucian thought, liberating countless scholars from the confines of traditional thinking, forging a new path. Thus, until he accomplishes this goal, he cannot ascend to the second-tier realm. No one inquired about Li Mubai's life goals, for at this moment, he himself was enveloped in a haze of uncertainty. Xianxia and Chun Tai exchanged a glance, silently resolving to retreat into seclusion at the Xianxia Academy for enlightenment, refusing to emerge henceforth. From this day forward, entry into the Xianxia Academy would be strictly prohibited for students. Zhao Shou, with his eyes brimming with inner brilliance, surveyed the eminent scholars present and declared, "This matter must not be divulged. I shall establish a covenant with the three of you." The trio of scholars exchanged knowing glances and nodded slightly in agreement. Zhao Shou gathered his breath, his voice firm and resolute. A gentleman must guard his words closely. As two riders swiftly galloped forward, they slowed their pace upon nearing the capital, allowing their horses to trot along the path. They had rented inferior steeds, marginally better than mere nags. Their affordability was a virtue, yet their lack of stamina was a significant drawback. They could not sustain high-speed pursuits for long. Should the horses perish, they would owe a hefty sum of silver. Both brothers were acutely aware of their financial constraints. Su Xinyan exhaled a heavy sigh and finally voiced his lingering curiosity. Should an elder brother provide some clarification? He referred to the astonishingly profound aphorism. "What do you wish for me to elucidate?" Su Qian retorted. "Elder brother merely serves as an enlightener. How could he articulate such earth-shattering words?" Su Xinyan proudly lifted his chin. "Such declarations can only be made by scholars. Look at you, reveling in the sentiment that all things are inferior, save for the pursuit of knowledge. I have at least completed 9 years of compulsory education and graduated from a police academy, not to mention being a seasoned keyboard warrior, steeped in keyboard culture, possessing a smattering of knowledge. In terms of intellectual prowess, you scholars are but my juniors." Su Qian felt an urge to express his frustration. After a moment's contemplation, He rephrased. Sitsi Jiu believes that contemporary Confucian thought harbors certain flaws, yet when I inquire what scholars ought to do, your response still conforms to the prevailing standards of this era. This statement plunged Su Xianxia into deep reflection. It speaks to the limitations of thought. Scholars, steeped in a particular ideology over time, inevitably conform to its shape. Even when they recognize the discrepancies, escaping its grasp proves exceedingly difficult. Su Qian spoke eloquently. We might frame it differently, a confinement of thought. Confinement of thought, Su Sitsi Jiu murmured, repeating the phrase. The headmaster of Yunlu Academy, too, was ensnared by such confinement, influenced by the Chung family's academic doctrines. He yearned to break through, to discover a new school of thought. Yet being caught in the vortex himself, how could he guide the scholarly world out of it? Only those positioned outside the whirlpool might truly accomplish this. Perhaps it is precisely because I, as elder brother, have not immersed myself in extensive study that I can't afford to take unconventional paths, to innovate, and to remain unshackled by Chang's rationalism. Of course, I too am bound by a form of ideological confinement, stemming from the thoughts of the 21st century. It's just that no one has yet delivered a jarring wake-up call. Su Qian mused inwardly. The essence of this confinement is, in simple terms, one's worldview, shaped by the era. When one is immersed in the present, influenced by its currents, one perceives no issue. It is only with the passage of time, achieving a certain distance, that one can attain a higher vantage point and discern the underlying problems. Su Jiu had been silent for quite some time, immersed in contemplation and introspection. After a while, he looked at Su Qian with newfound clarity in his eyes. Brother, your words have enlightened me profoundly. You truly possess remarkable wisdom. Su Qian silently assessed him, acknowledging his strong perceptiveness, while feigning indifference and allowing a mocking smile to surface. It is a pity that you did not inherit the esteemed lineage of the Su family. Instead, you bear the traits of the Li family. Brother, you are insufferable. Su Jiu retorted, suddenly disinclined to converse with him. Such remarks would undoubtedly provoke their mother to slam the table in exasperation, exclaiming, "This little rascal is simply incompatible with me." Chapter 46. Purchasing jewelry upon returning to the capital and reclaiming his deposit after returning the horses. Su Qian stepped out of the shop and remarked, Jiu, you may head home first. I have matters to attend to. Su Xianxia noted that, refraining from further inquiries, and made his way alone along the long street toward home. Su Qian purchased a piece of osmanthus cake from a vendor, savoring it as he walked. Before long, he arrived at a jewelry shop, Baoqi Xian. The proprietor of Baoqi Xian was a scholarly gentleman. It is quite common for learned individuals to engage in commerce, especially among noble families, as relying solely on rental income could not sustain the extravagant lifestyles of such families. In the capital, the prominent merchants and lucrative establishments often concealed noble patrons behind their operations. Despite the thriving commerce into foam, the heavy taxation bore down upon the peasantry. I have reason to suspect that the aristocracy is orchestrating this. The wealth generated from farming is limited. To attain true prosperity, one must extract profits from merchants. To improve the lives of the populace and enrich the national treasury, reform is imperative. Yet, among the esteemed officials in the court, who am I, a mere scribe, to voice my opinions? A modest aspiration. Let us first cultivate Erlang to become the prime minister of Defone. Imagining the proud demeanor of his little brother in a position of high authority brought a smile to Su Qian's lips. As Su Qian entered the shop, his gaze swept over the counter, where an array of jewelry lay upon red silk. Hairpins, adornments, hair sticks, and decorative combs dazzled his eyes. Among them, the gold pieces were the most expensive, while the value of jade depended on its type. Some surpassed gold in worth, while others were comparable to silver. Feeling the 3 coins of silver in his pocket, Su Qian mused that such a sum could hardly procure any precious jewelry. Just as he lamented his lack of funds, he stumbled upon a hard object underfoot, instinctively picking it up and slipping it into his pocket without altering his expression. Perhaps it was too natural an action for anyone to take notice. 1 coin of silver is utterly worthless. A coin of gold would be more fitting. He felt a sense of nostalgia akin to wandering through luxury boutiques in a previous life, where purchases were beyond reach. The sole difference now was that the shopkeepers were far more reserved, lacking the intrusive eagerness of former salespeople who clung to you, urging immediate expenditure. Do you offer any discounts here? Su Qian inquired, tapping the counter. The shopkeeper was an elderly man with a goat-like beard, dressed in the attire of a scholar. And he did not seem surprised by the words spoken. He gestured toward the sign hanging on the wall, smilingly declaring that if the guests could unravel the riddle, the treasures in his shop would be offered to them at half price. This was a unique custom of the Bowie Pavilion. Curious, Qi'an approached the wooden sign and glanced at the riddle inscribed upon it. The clouds disperse, the moon arrives, flowers cast their shadows. Relying on his extensive knowledge and logical reasoning skills, he quickly deciphered the enigma. Some of the jewelry weighed several taels, and with the addition of labor costs, he calculated that even with a discount, he could hardly afford anything of high quality. However, a clever idea soon formed in his mind. Women who ventured to the Bowie Pavilion to purchase jewelry typically hailed from affluent backgrounds and had received a modicum of education, ensuring they were not illiterate. Such women often shared a common trait. They were somewhat superficial. Believing themselves to be cultured, they enjoyed indulging in the finer arts, thus becoming particularly enchanted by the playful antics of the Bowie Pavilion. They favored purchasing jewelry of similar value from this establishment, not merely for the items themselves, but to engage in the challenge of solving riddles. When a riddle was solved, the shopkeeper would etch the correct answer beneath the wooden sign, bestowing it upon the customer alongside the jewelry. If they were unable to solve it, it was of little consequence. Once they managed to decipher even one or two riddles, they could boast to their intimate friends about their cleverness. This insight into the shopkeeper's strategy was derived from Qi'an's keen observation of the discussions between two young ladies nearby. Truly, it was a scholarly establishment, adept at attracting a refined clientele. Dear Sister Yu, I cannot decipher any of the riddles here. They are exceedingly difficult, one young lady lamented. Indeed, sister, the other replied. The shopkeeper is a learned scholar, and thus the riddles he poses are naturally challenging, even for the average scholar. Sister Yu, my husband has said the same. If only I could solve the riddle and take the wooden sign, I would surely earn his admiration. Foolish dreams. Oh, how vexatious you are. The two young ladies, both of refined appearance, furrowed their brows in frustration as they gazed at the wooden sign, murmuring to one another. Their attire was quite exquisite, suggesting they came from affluent families and had received a certain level of education. Otherwise, they would not have attempted to solve the riddles. Excuse me, ladies. A man's voice suddenly interjected. The two beautiful young women turned warily, and upon seeing the handsome and imposing figure of Qi'an, their caution lessened slightly, though they remained silent. The atmosphere in the Great Feng dynasty was relatively liberal, yet conversing with unfamiliar men on the street still bore a semblance of impropriety. Qi'an, unfazed, straightforwardly expressed his intent. I can assist you both in unraveling the riddle, but I would require half of the savings you accrue. If you save 5 coins, I shall take 2.5. Should you save 4 coins, I shall take 2. Upon hearing Qi'an's proposal, the shopkeeper looked up in surprise, scrutinizing him for a moment before scoffing and dismissing him. Although this man donned the attire of a scholar, a closer inspection of his physique and complexion revealed him to be a rather ostentatious character. Have you ever encountered a scholar with a robust build akin to that of an ox and skin of a weak hue? That scholar's robe was entirely ill-fitting. In response to Qi'an's suggestion, the younger woman's eyes sparkled with interest, while the elder, more composed and reserved, responded cautiously, "You may proceed, sir. Should you truly decipher the riddle, I assure you, I shall not renege on my promise." There was a palpable sense of distance. "Ladies, please choose one," Qi'an said with a smile. The elder woman hesitated, while the younger one seemed eager to try. Seeing no objection from her sister, she pointed at a wooden slip. The clouds part, the moon comes, flowers cast shadows. Her voice was soft and gentle. Qi'an immediately replied, "The capable are more industrious." The two young women instinctively turned to the shopkeeper, whose astonished expression spoke volumes. At that moment, the younger lady purchased a gold hairpin, gleefully clutching it in her hand, her eyes sparkling as they regarded Qi'an. After she secured the wooden slip, her gaze shifted, and her tone grew more familiar as she asked, "Might you continue to unravel riddles for me, sir?" The woman known as Sister Yu tugged at her sleeve. "Sister Yu, we came together. It would be unfair if I have, and you do not." After saying this, the girl named Leonor looked at Qi'an with hopeful anticipation. With a warm smile, Qi'an replied, "Of course, my lady, choose another. The eastern sparrow flies southeast." She pointed to another wooden slip. "Son," Qi'an declared. The shopkeeper was left dumbfounded. "Thank you, kind sir," the two young women said as they departed the shop, satisfied with their selected adornments. Qi'an, possessing an extraordinary sense of hearing, caught Lianer saying, "This gentleman is truly talented and remarkably handsome, far more robust than my own husband. Do not speak such nonsense," the elder woman admonished, seemingly wary of Su Qian overhearing. She quickly pulled Lianer away, leading her off in haste. In Chapter 47, Daily Life with Ant. Thus, Su Qian earned a total of 2 taels and 4 Qian of silver, in addition to his original 3 Qian and an extra one he had found, culminating in a total of 2 taels. He had set his sights on a golden hairpin, priced at 10 taels. By employing the same method, he assisted 3 more young ladies in solving riddles, finally amassing 5 taels of silver. This should suffice for the purchase of a golden hairpin. Yet I must also buy one for Ant. "Sir?" The shopkeeper's pale face interrupted Su Qian's musings. Su Qian remained silent, regarding him intently. "Might I request a favor, sir?" The shopkeeper's words bore little merit, for the rules had been established by him. "Please, do express your desires plainly, sir. I wish to acquire 2 golden hairpins. Yet I possess only enough silver for one, particularly of the discounted variety. I shall gift it to my gentleman." The shopkeeper, gritting his teeth, responded, "How embarrassing. Please refrain from returning. I would be immensely grateful. Is it that one cannot afford to play?" With a heart full of satisfaction, Su Qian departed, clutching the 2 golden hairpins. It was not a desire to engage in unscrupulous behavior. Su was not of that ilk. Yet the shopkeeper's excessive politeness left him with little choice. As for the shopkeeper's sentiments, they were of no concern to him. For someone capable of running such an establishment, losing 20 or 30 taels of silver was indeed painful, yet not a catastrophic loss. Furthermore, if one engages in such schemes and reaps benefits from them, one must be prepared for the possibility of encountering a skilled adversary. It is illogical to assume that only one party can profit while the other remains unscathed. Not long after leaving the shop, an icy shiver ran down his spine, as if fine needles were pricking his pores. His heart raced, and adrenaline surged. "Someone is tracking me, observing me with hidden hostility," Su Qian began to comprehend. Maintaining his composure, he feigned ignorance, all the while calculating. Who could be pursuing me from the treasure pavilion? It was evidently not the shopkeeper, who appeared eager to thrash him. However, a true master capable of instilling such dread would undoubtedly possess a formidable background. A mere treasure pavilion could not house such talent. The Cloud Deer Academy? That too was incorrect, for the learned scholars they were vying to take me as their flute-playing apprentice. How could they harbor any malice toward me? It must be the Zhou family. At this juncture, if anyone bore hostility towards him and was covertly monitoring his movements, it would undoubtedly be the Zhou family. An air of trepidation settled within Su Qian. His past experiences warned him that once one is being trailed, it signified that the pursuer was likely to strike soon, perhaps even tonight. His intention to visit the Cloud Deer Academy was indeed astute, although both he and his second uncle were formidable. The presence of women in the household was a liability. Su Qian's expression grew grave. A strategy to contend with the Zhou family was urgently required. Upon returning to the Su residence, Su Qian promptly rummaged through the cabinet to retrieve the military crossbow he had equivalently exchanged, or rather, acquired for free, from Song Qing of the Bureau of Celestial Observation, fastening it to his waist and securing the heart-protecting mirror to his chest. This provided him with a modicum of reassurance. Scaling the wall to the main residence, he observed Su Lingyin herding a gaggle of geese in the backyard. She stood with hands on her hips, stomping her feet forcefully, causing the young geese to scatter in a flurry of panic, honking in disarray. "Elder brother, do I appear imposing?" Su Lingyin beamed with pride upon noticing her brother's return. "Where did the geese come from?" Su Qian queried, momentarily bewildered, as he had seen none earlier that morning when departing. "Mother had someone purchase them, saying it would be cheaper to raise them ourselves." Su Lingyin tilted her head, sweetly adding, "I forgot the rest." "Be cautious, lest you trample the geese," Su Qian advised. "Are there no adult geese?" "The adult geese are over there. I shall go and fetch them," Su Lingyin enthusiastically declared, scampering into the flower bed with her little legs. Moments later, the piercing cries of a child echoed, reminiscent of a pig's squeal. The bushes rustled violently, and Su Lingyin emerged, wailing, dragging a large white goose that clamped its beak tightly around her small leg. She appeared as though she were on the brink of collapse, exclaiming for her elder brother to save her. Su Qian stood by, observing with amusement, unable to suppress his laughter. As dusk settled, Su Ershu returned from his duties, clad in military garb, a long sword and crossbow at his waist, exuding a demeanor markedly different from when he donned civilian attire. The three of them entered the study, where Green E greeted them with hot tea before gracefully departing. Su Qijiu remarked, "My elder brother and I have made the necessary arrangements. Tomorrow we can send our mother and sister to the academy. It is also time for Ling Yin's enlightenment. The teacher our father hired is not up to par and cannot instruct her, but the academy's educators will suffice." Upon hearing this delightful news, Ling Yin would surely weep tears of joy. Su Qian, for some inexplicable reason, recalled a humorous anecdote from his previous life about gifting a box of practice exercises to a kind-hearted child. Su Ershu was overjoyed, for this undoubtedly alleviated a significant concern of his. With the women of the family properly settled, he could be free from worry. "Qijiu, I owe you a debt of gratitude. Your father knows that allowing you to pursue your studies is the wisest decision of his life." Su Qijiu felt a tinge of embarrassment, replying, "Father, the credit belongs to my elder brother. I played no part in it." "Ningyan." Su Ershu looked at his nephew in surprise. After hearing his son's explanation, Su Ershu lamented, "Ningyan, the gravest mistake of my life was sending you to practice martial arts." He had now come to believe that his nephew was indeed a scholarly seed. "I merely applied the knowledge I acquired in my previous life effectively." Su Qian spoke solemnly. "There is something I must inform you, uncle. Upon my return, I was followed." The expressions of the father and son altered. Su Xinyan furrowed his brow. "Even if I were being followed, how could I know? I am merely a scholar in the awakening realm." Su Ershu rose, pacing anxiously, and said gravely, "Ningyan, you shall stay in a residence tonight. It would be prudent for us to be close by for mutual support. Additionally, I will be stepping out shortly to inform the Imperial Guard to enhance the patrols in the vicinity tonight." Su Xinyan and Su Qian exchanged glances, their moods heavy with concern. During dinner, Su Qian glanced at his elegant sister, Su Lingyue, and cleared his throat to capture the family's attention. He retrieved a small redwood box engraved with the words "Treasure Pavilion" from his bosom, slowly opening it to reveal a finely crafted golden hairpin. Its head was adorned with exquisitely carved flowers, embellished with pearls, cascading with delicate golden tassels. The sheer weight of the gold alone drew the family's attention. Su Lingyue and their aunt were left speechless, their wide eyes fixed on the golden hairpin. Such ornaments, due to their intricate craftsmanship and luxurious materials, were traditionally coveted by the daughters and wives of affluent families, unattainable for the ordinary woman. Anne had once possessed a beautifully carved golden hairpin, which she cherished dearly. Su Qian, being a solitary bachelor, would naturally not purchase such an ornate item without reason, as there were only 2 women in the household who could wear it. Aunt, as the matriarch, was one of them. Her lovely visage blossomed into a smile, her gaze softening. "At least you have some conscience. Bring it here." As her words fell, Su Qian placed the golden hairpin before Su Lingyue. "Sister, this is for you." Su Lingyue's eyes widened in disbelief. The jewelry from Baoqi Pavilion was quite renowned in the area, known for its exquisite craftsmanship and highly sought after by the daughters and wives of affluent families nearby. "Thank you, elder brother." Her fair face broke into a genuine smile, her eyes crescent-shaped like the moon. Aunt trembled, her ample bosom rising and falling, her eyes reddening as she fiercely questioned Su Ershu. "Tell me, do you want your nephew, or me?" She was at odds with this little rascal. Su Ershu shot a fierce glare at his nephew, hastily serving his wife some vegetables. "Calm down, don't stoop to the level of this little brat." Su Qian felt a kick through his calf and looked up to see Su Xinyan beside him, while Su Erlang quietly continued his meal. Chapter 48. Aunt. Humph. The little rascal still has some conscience. Aunt was furious, her beautiful face clouded with frost, a kind of anger that could not be soothed. Su Ershu felt a shiver run down his spine, complaining, "Ningyan, wouldn't it be better to use your silver to support the household rather than squander it on these gaudy trinkets?" He intended to undermine his nephew to regain his wife's approval and quell her anger. Su Lingyue replied coolly, "The family lacks neither clothing nor food. Even Father-S meals contain elder brother-S rations." Su Ershu was left speechless by his daughter's retort and thus shifted the topic again. "Ningyan, where did you get the silver?" Su Qian explained, "I found the jewelry on my sister's head to be rather inexpensive, so I kept it in mind, living frugally and saving some silver, plus there was a half-price riddle game at Baoqi Pavilion. It was unseemly to admit the jewelry was obtained for free." He certainly did not wish to experience a social death like Su Qijiu. Su Lingyue's hand, holding the bowl, trembled slightly, her heart melting tenderly as she gazed at Su Qian with starry eyes. In this household, Only her elder brother truly valued her. Their father and second brother never deemed it a problem for her to wear cheap jewelry. A young lady must also maintain her dignity. Elder brother, does it look good? She inserted the golden hairpin into her hair, the candlelight illuminating her delicate oval face, her features exquisite, and her eyes dark and sparkling, vibrant with life. Aunt felt even more envious. Su Qian felt a twinge of jealousy as he glanced at Su Erlang, his younger brother clad in a dark blue robe. His lustrous black hair styled with a jade hairpin, his lips red and teeth white, strikingly handsome. He then looked at his sister, now radiant with a golden hairpin, and their voluptuous aunt. In a family where each member's beauty seems to have been touched by angels, I find myself quite ordinary. Upon noticing that my features closely resemble those of Uncle Su Heir, I can't help but feel a bit less bitter. Come, Lingying, enjoy the meat. Su Qian offered her a piece of fatty pork, while serving Su Lingyue a slice of lean meat. Elder brother is truly kind, she remarked. Elder brother finds you most agreeable. Yet, I pondered why he did not come to my rescue earlier, recalling how he had mocked me instead. One must endure hardship to rise above others. Only through suffering can one become an unparalleled master. Is there a path to supremacy without hardship? Indeed, in dreams. As we near the end of our meal, Aunt coolly remarked, after the new year, Ningyan will turn 20. 20? I was taken aback that she remembered my age. Aunt, with a hint of pride, ignored my surprise, turning to Uncle Su to say, we must arrange a marriage for Ningyan. Su Lingyue and Su Xinyan simultaneously lifted their heads, fixating on their mother. I, however, was the slowest to react, stunned for a few seconds before disbelief set in. Could it be that my unfortunate aunt was genuinely concerned about my marriage? Was the sun rising from the west? It is well known that marriage is a serious affair, involving elaborate ceremonies and considerable expense. Aunt cast a glance at her unfortunate nephew and continued. I believe Lu Heir would be a splendid match. She has grown up in the household and shares a childhood bond with Ningyan. Moreover, it would not cost us much. Aunt was indeed being practical. Lu Heir, the charming maid, gasped, her cheeks flushed, caught off guard by the sudden proposal. Love can sweep one off their feet like a whirlwind, leaving one in a daze. Internally, she felt a mix of shyness, embarrassment, and a hint of joy. Su Lingyue glanced at the dull maid before her, feeling discontent. Mother, please don't take matters into your own hands. Let elder brother discuss his marriage with uncle. The unspoken implication was clear. Mother, do you not realize you're standing in elder brother's heart? Aunt, harboring resentment towards her daughter, scolded. Ningyan and Lu Heir are a perfect match, well acquainted with one another. How can you, a mere sister, oppose this? Su Lingyue turned her head away in indignation. No. Knowing each other well is excessive. We are not at that stage yet. Just as I was about to voice my opinion, my younger brother, Su Xinyan, interjected. Mother believes that if Lu Heir marries elder brother, it would not only save the bride price, but also provide a reason for elder brother to move out. A direct hit. Aunt retorted angrily. You child, you've never been good with words. Uncle Su made a definitive statement. Enough, you need not worry about this matter. Until he reaches the Qi training stage, Ningyan will not entertain romantic pursuits. Lu Heir's face fell, her head drooping. It seemed that, apart from the lady she had served since childhood, the entire family opposed her marrying the eldest son. After finishing dinner, Uncle Su made a trip to the Imperial Sword Guard, then returned to his study to discuss the matters of the following day with his nephew and son. Upon returning to his room, he found his wife sitting on the edge of the bed, visibly upset. Is it really necessary to be this angry? Uncle Su said, somewhat helplessly. His wife turned her head, her beautiful eyes glaring at him. Your little rascal has no conscience whatsoever. When I took him from your hands, he was no bigger than a kitten. Who raised him? All he does is infuriate me. Why bother nurturing him to this size? It would be better to feed him to the rats. As she continued her complaints, she suddenly noticed her husband pulling out a wooden box from his pocket, the surface engraved with the words, Treasure Pavilion. Her rosy lips parted in surprise and confusion as she looked at him. Ningyan asked me to give this to you. Uncle Su explained, neither of you is willing to back down, so he felt embarrassed to present it earlier. His wife eagerly opened the box, revealing a gold hairpin, heavier and more exquisitely crafted than her daughteress. She held it dearly in her hands, taking small steps to the bronze mirror, sitting at the vanity to adorn herself. An oval face lends an air of dignity to a woman, especially after she has become a wife. In contrast, a woman with a heart-shaped face is often charming. But once she becomes a wife, she exudes a captivating beauty. Uncle Su's wife belonged to the latter category. She gazed contentedly at her reflection in the bronze mirror, humming softly, "That little rascal does have some sense of conscience after all." Uncle Su stood by the window on the other side of the room, his expression serious as he gazed out at the quiet courtyard, the standard long sword of the Imperial Sword Guard resting at his side. That night passed without incident, and both Uncle Su and Su Qian felt a sense of relief after a sleepless night. Early the next morning, Su Lingyue, still dressed in her thin garment, pushed open the window, stretching her youthful form in the cool air. "Miss, what are you looking at by the window?" "Nothing in particular." After a moment, "Miss, are you waiting for something?" "Not waiting for anything." "Miss, hurry and get ready. I know you're so annoying." At dawn, Uncle Su left home to assemble the Imperial Sword Guard. Su Qian went out to rent a carriage, while Su Erlang stayed behind to direct the servants in organizing their belongings. Around noon, 2 carriages and several dozen riders left the city, heading toward the northwest, where Yunlu Academy was located. The carriages moved at a leisurely pace, taking 2 hours to reach the foot of Qingyun Mountain. The 3 men of the Su family breathed a collective sigh of relief. "Were we too jumpy?" "Unso Su Fdawen." Su Erlang, skilled in military strategy, replied slowly. "If it was indeed someone from the Zhou residence following my elder brother yesterday, then they have already missed 2 prime opportunities to strike. However, it is also possible that in the eyes of Deputy Minister Zhou, we are merely ants that can be crushed at any time. And he is not in a hurry to deal with us, as he has greater troubles of his own. Underestimating the enemy is a grave mistake in warfare. But this assumption holds only when both parties are relatively evenly matched or the disparity is not excessively vast. In comparison to the Su family, the Zhou family indeed appears lacking. However, there is an undeniable truth we must confront. As long as Vice Minister Zhou remains, our demise is inevitable," Su Qian remarked solemnly. The cheerful laughter of a little girl interrupted their conversation. She poked her head through the curtain, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she took in the scenery outside. Su Lingyin had always thought they were merely out for a leisurely outing. Irritated by her presence, Su Qian pointed towards the distant outline of Yunlu Academy and asked, "Do you know what that place is?" "I don't know, big brother." Su Lingyin giggled, her round face resembling an apple. "That is your second brother's academy," Su Qian replied. The mention of the academy made Su Lingyin alert. She looked at her elder brother with wide eyes. Su Qian nodded. "We are preparing to send you to study there, and you will not be allowed to return home afterward." The smile on Su Lingyin's cherubic face gradually faded as she stared blankly at her brother. Silently, she retreated back into the carriage, and moments later, her wails echoed from within. "Mother, I don't want to go to the academy. I don't want to study." "Wah, you're making a racket. Your brother is just teasing you," Su Qian remarked. "Why would he tease me?" she asked, still sobbing. "Because he is a scoundrel," he replied, which cheered him up considerably. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Su Qian and Su Sijio ascended the steps to visit Zhang Shun. But they were greeted by the esteemed, scholarly Mubai. "Where's the teacher?" "Su Sizu Ingui." "He is in seclusion," Li Mubai observed Su Qian with a subtle gaze. "I have already arranged accommodations for you." Su Sijio bowed in thanks and added, "My younger sister is at a formative stage. May I request permission for her to study at the academy for a while?" This request was reasonable. If it had been Su Lingyue seeking to study, the academy would have undoubtedly declined. But Su Lingyin, being a 5-year-old child, was not dismissed by scholars who often embrace the idea of introducing education to young children. Contrary to the common plight of ordinary families who could not afford such schooling, Li Mubai nodded in agreement. As 2 days swiftly passed, on that morning, Su Sijio, preoccupied with socializing with classmates, Su Ershu, who was gathering news, and Su Qian, who had not indulged in entertainment for 3 consecutive days, convened in the study. Green, he had already accompanied them to Yunlu Academy, and none of the 3 gentlemen were inclined to serve tea or attend to refreshments. They began consolidating the intelligence each had gathered, intending to devise a strategy to confront Zhou. Chapter 49, Social Death. Su Ershu's intelligence was as follows. In recent days, Zhou had been remarkably well behaved, likely due to a warning from Vice Minister Zhou. He exhibited no illegal or unruly behavior, spending his days reveling in the company of a group of young aristocrats, frequenting gambling dens, taverns, and entertainment houses. Moreover, during my surveillance, I discovered that Zhou frequents a particular residence, which bears no sign and is likely a private abode he has purchased outside. Within reside a maid, an elderly woman, a gatekeeper, and another woman, who is most probably his clandestine companion. Su Xinyin and Su Qian listened in silence, each lost in their own contemplations. Su Qian gazed down at the floor, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the table. Su Xinyan, looking up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, had his hands tucked into his sleeves, appearing somewhat dazed. Once Su Ershu finished speaking, he turned to his nephew and son, asking for their opinions. The nephew and son exchanged knowing glances, deliberately ignoring him. Su Xinyan finally spoke. The scholars of our academy are not of the same ilk as those from the Imperial Academy. There exists mutual disdain and hostility. However, those who are contemporaries in the examination may occasionally gather. Despite the opposition in scholarly doctrines, personal friendships can still be formed. Fellow candidates are, in a sense, akin to classmates. Cultivating good relations may prove useful in the future. As for the disputes over scholarly doctrines, they must take a back seat to personal interests. Zhou Li possesses an arrogant and overbearing disposition, harboring grievances with many of his peers from the Imperial Academy, which has led to conflicts. Yet he is by no means a mindless dandy. The individuals he clashes with are of rather ordinary backgrounds. Su Qian was not surprised by this. From Zhou Li's methods against him, it was evident that this scion, while not particularly clever, was effective and possessed a certain cunning and depth. His arrogance is predominantly directed towards those of lesser status and influence, undoubtedly complicating our endeavors against him. Su Qian sighed. Su Xinyan shot him a glance, admonishing, "Do not interrupt. Allow me to finish." Zhou Li has long been infatuated with the courtesan Fu Xiang from the Music Bureau, insisting on seeking her out each time he visits. However, he has repeatedly failed to gain her attention during the tea selection. Fu Xiang, the renowned courtesan of the Music Bureau, the beauty whom Captain Wang claims is worth a lifetime for a single night. Su Qian's spirits lifted. Su Xinyan raised his teacup, glanced at the empty vessel, and with a hint of resignation, set it down, stating, "I initially believed we could once again employ the strategy of driving the tiger and swallowing the wolf, leveraging Zhou Li's discord with his peers to devise a plan. Yet those peers lack sufficient weight, and given Zhou Li's cautious nature, provoking a more formidable scion would present insurmountable difficulties, rendering it nearly impossible. Zhou Li visits the Music Bureau frequently. If we wish to extract more intelligence, that courtesan Fu Xiang represents an excellent avenue to explore." With a deliberate tap on the table, Su Qian drew the attention of Su Ershu and Su Erlang, and solemnly remarked, "I must remind you of one crucial point. At all times, we must simplify our approach. The more intricate the plan, the more potential vulnerabilities it harbors. When confronting Zhou Li, we cannot afford to concoct overly complex or elaborate strategies, as the disparity between us is too great. Do not fall into the trap of convoluted thinking. Scholars are most prone to outsmarting themselves. In their calculations, they often complicate matters unnecessarily, striving for exquisite layouts and superior tactics. Especially the self-important and well-versed in military strategy, Su Tsigio. Su Tsigio furrowed his brow, feeling a mixture of agreement and defiance. "What profound insights do you possess, elder brother? Simple, the simpler, the better. Su Qianan Bunda. A truly untraceable crime is one of passion. Thus, our plans should reflect this. How do we simplify? First, limit the number of individuals involved. Second, avoid unnecessary complexity. Tsigio. If Zhou Li were to have a conflict with a certain young noble, whose father happens to wield influence over Vice Minister Zhou, what would you do?" Su Xinyan fell into contemplation. "Well, your silence speaks volumes." Su Qianan waved his hand, interrupting his younger brother's thoughts, which had likely conjured a multitude of palace intrigues and sinister plots. "My thought is this. We can disguise ourselves and seize the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow to that young noble, then swiftly depart." Su Pingji finally seized the chance to interject, slapping his thigh. "Ningyan, this idea resonates deeply with me." The brothers simultaneously rolled their eyes. "Su Siziu Fdawen, is it really that simple?" Su Qianan nodded. Simplicity does not equate to ineffectiveness. Oftentimes, leaving gaps can be advantageous. The beaten noble will wonder whom he has offended recently. Upon reflection, he will conclude, it must be that scoundrel Zhou Li. And Zhou Li will certainly deny any involvement, but that is inconsequential. Everyone will draw their own conclusions. The conflict will escalate. You struck me, and I shall retaliate. Su Tsigio, being astute and quick-witted, grasped his elder brother's intent after a brief contemplation. He nodded slightly, his expression one of haughty approval. "Not bad." He added, "What intelligence have you gathered, elder brother?" Su Qianan did not keep them in suspense, stating, I have learned who Vice Minister Zhou's political adversary is. Su Xinyan and Su Ershu both leaned in, their expressions instantly turning serious, adopting a posture of rapt attention. Su Qian chuckled. The Minister of Revenue. The Minister of Revenue? Su Xinyan's heart raced, instantly unraveling many of his previous doubts. No wonder Vice Minister Zhou was scheming over tax revenues. He was acutely aware that his superior was preparing to undermine him and desperately needed a substantial sum to cover his deficiencies. Moreover, being in the same ministry allowed the Minister of Revenue to catch Zhou's tail. Ningyan, how did you come by such information? Suudusu questin, somewat in sedulo. How could an ordinary person have access to the machinations of courtly giants? It was the maiden Kaiwei from the Bureau of Celestial Observations who informed me, Su Qian replied, silently adding that the cost had merely been a candied hawthorn skewer, a roasted goose leg, a serving of fermented rice balls, and a bowl of fish ball soup. The beautiful maiden with large eyes is easily appeased, which is an advantage. The drawback, however, is her disinterest in political affairs. And the Bureau of Celestial Observations does not meddle in state matters, thus her knowledge is limited. This is quite unfortunate. Dear Kai Wei, you could benefit from a copy of the self-cultivation of Su Dalong's virtuous partner. I shall write one for you. Su Qian clapped his hands, interrupting his contemplative cousin, and remarked, it seems that the information we have gathered is insufficient to formulate a detailed plan. However, there's no cause for concern. One cannot become plump in a single bite. What shall our next course of action be? Su Xinyan pondered for a moment and suggested, I propose we visit the Xianxia and seek intelligence from the courtesan Fuxian. However, I certainly cannot partake in this endeavor, as I have never set foot in such establishments. Indafing. Officials are notorious for their indulgence in the pleasures of the flesh, yet the standards differ for scholars without official titles. You have yet to complete your journey through the imperial examination, and already you are contemplating dalliances? It is evident that you lack reliability. Do not expect a promising future. This reminded him of his days as a student, when parents forbade their children from indulging in online gaming. Any student who spent all day in internet cafes was destined to become a social misfit. Leaning back in his chair, Su Qian turned his gaze aside and spoke in a relaxed tone. I certainly cannot go either, as I have yet to enter the Qi gathering stage. Thus, the question arises, who shall take on the task of gathering information at the Xianxia? The two brothers instinctively directed their gaze towards Su Ershu. What are you looking at me for? Am I someone who frequents the Xianxia? I cannot even recognize characters. I would only make a fool of myself. Su Ershu expressed his disinterest in such establishments. Noticing his father's reluctance, Su Xinyan shifted the responsibility back to Su Qian, saying, Elder brother, your poetry is well received at the Xianxia. Su Ershu immediately dismissed his son's suggestion, furrowing his brow as he retorted, your elder brother is an honest man who does not even visit the brothels. To send him to the Xianxia for inquiries would be folly. He might get ensnared and fail to accomplish the task, while his virtue is compromised by the women there. For a martial artist at the peak of refining essence, losing one's purity before entering the Qi gathering stage would indeed be a significant loss. Su Qian, who had never visited brothels to listen to music, nodded in agreement, affirming that he was not of that ilk. Su Ershu then suggested, how about you, Xianxia? He still believed that such places should be the domain of scholars. This was a deeply ingrained notion. Su Ershu's refusal to go to the Xianxia stemmed not only from the fact that it was a domain for literati, which he found distasteful, but also from another reason. Su Xianxia declined for the same reasons, as did Su Qian, who had an additional concern, social death. The three exchanged glances, engulfed in silence. Chapter 50. The Pitcher. Why does everyone fear social death? This relates to a rule within the inner city. Unlike the outer city, which has no curfew, the inner city is home to respectable individuals. For the safety of the nobility and dignitaries, the streets must be void of people after the evening drums have sounded. It is well known that the Xianxia operates at night. This implies that visiting the Xianxia encompasses more than mere inquiries. One must also stay overnight within its confines. This explains why Su Pingji opposes Su Qian's visit to the brothel. After all, he is a young man brimming with youthful vigor, staying overnight at the brothel. How could any young lady resist teasing him? Therefore, anyone who enters the brothel inevitably succumbs to temptation. The three gentlemen present each embody a particular persona. The virtuous Su Tsigio, who refrains from visiting the brothel, the steadfast Su Qian, who remains resolute, and the devoted family man Su Pingji. Deep down, All three are acutely aware of a singular truth. Regardless of circumstances, indulging in such pursuits is still indulgence. And that fact remains unchanged. Though I have never engaged in such activities in my past life, I can vividly imagine the mortification of being caught in the act and having the police inform my parents. The very thought is unbearable. Qi'an maintained an upright posture, his expression grave and dignified, as amusing anecdotes about the brothel surfaced in his mind. There was an incident when Captain Wang initiated a conversation about a certain official who, while visiting the brothel, unexpectedly encountered his own son during a tea gathering. The awkwardness of father and son sharing the same fate was palpable. The following day, the incident became the talk of the capital, a source of mirth, to the extent that even Captain Wang heard of it from Magistrate Zhu. In an era that places great importance on propriety and reputation, such occurrences are a burden too heavy to bear. Qi'an glanced at his Uncle Su and Su Erlang, and an amusing image involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Su Xianxia exclaims, "Oh, father, you're here too. This lady is mine for today, and tomorrow she shall be yours." To which Uncle Su retorts, "Get lost. Who do you think you are? I shall have her first." Qi'an interjects, "You both step aside. I intend to indulge myself." The very thought sent a chill down his spine. Clearing his throat, Qi'an suggested, "Let us set aside the matter of the brothel for now and continue our pursuit of information. After all, visiting the brothel is not imperative, and we cannot be certain that we will obtain valuable insights from the renowned courtesan. Let us reconvene the day after tomorrow to summarize our findings. If there are no significant revelations, we shall reconsider our visit to the brothel." Upon hearing this, Su Erlang and Uncle Su's attitudes softened, and they nodded in agreement. Qi'an mused that perhaps he should make a sacrifice and visit the brothel the following evening. The next day at noon, Qi'an took leave and returned to the Su residence. Once lively, the household now felt rather desolate. Half of the maids and caretakers had departed, leaving only the doorman, old Zhang, and a few servants to manage the estate. Uncle Su and Su Erlang had yet to return. Qi'an, familiar with the layout, made his way to the inner courtyard, entered Su Erlang's room, and rummaged through the belongings until he unearthed a moon-white scholar's robe, crafted from exquisite fabric adorned with matching cloud patterns. He changed out of his constable's uniform and donned his younger brother's most presentable attire, fastening a moderately fine jade pendant to his belt. Standing before the bronze mirror, Qi'an observed his appearance at that moment. "It is acceptable, yet I find my physique excessively masculine, lacking the delicate charm reminiscent of a youthful beauty. Had I possessed the exquisite looks of my previous life, I would effortlessly don such garments. Alas, my current form lacks a certain resonance." Qi'an smoothed the creases across his chest, satisfied as he departed. The structure of the capital of Dafeng can aptly be summarized as a set of nested dolls: the palace city, the imperial city, the inner city, and the outer city. In contrast to the populous and chaotic outer city, Qi'an perceives the inner city as akin to a former CBD, where only the affluent reside. In this era, those dwelling within the inner city are individuals of status and standing. Notably, my aunt has long harbored aspirations to liquidate her properties in the outer city and relocate to the inner city. Regrettably, a spendthrift nephew has rendered her yearning for the inner city unfulfilled. The journey from Su Manor to the gates of the inner city would take Qi'an a good 3 to 4 hours on foot, given his current pace. He hired a carriage, and after an hour, he arrived at the nearest gate of the inner city, presenting the prepared pass and smoothly gaining entry. The soldiers guarding the city meticulously inspected the carriage, their faces betraying disappointment upon realizing Qi'an bore no substantial luggage. This signified that he was not there for commerce, thus evading the gate tax. The streets of the inner city are broad and interwoven, adorned with magnificent houses surrounded by lush trees along the main thoroughfare, while various courtyards dot the side streets. The level of urban development, the attire of pedestrians, and the number of carriages far surpass that of the outer city. I must certainly bring Lingwei to the inner city for a visit. Its vibrancy cannot be compared to that of the outer city. Qi'an lifted the curtain of the carriage, gazing at the splendid scenery, the image of Su Lingyue's exquisite beauty emerging in his mind. He did not immediately proceed to the pleasure quarters, for it was still early, and seafood merchants were not operating during the day. After paying for the hired carriage, Qi'an aimlessly strolled through the streets. Before long, he arrived at a bustling marketplace, glancing up at the archway at the street's entrance, Yongkong Street. The width of this street was unlike anything Qi'an had ever witnessed. It spanned 200 meters, with neatly laid stone slabs extending to the horizon. On either side, shops and residences stood in orderly fashion, accommodating 10 carriages side by side with ease, as pedestrians thronged the thoroughfare. This was no mere street, it was a grand plaza. Standing beneath the archway, Qi'an was genuinely awestruck. Yongkang Street is one of the main roads of the capital, and though my uncle had mentioned its vastness, I had not anticipated it to be this grand. Qi'an mused to himself about the significance of such spacious thoroughfares. When the emperor or noble families ventured out, guards would clear the area in advance. The 200-meter width rendered most military crossbows and firearms ineffective. Even if an assassin were to hide within the buildings flanking the street and launch a surprise attack, upon seeing this distance, they could only helplessly abandon their intentions. Qi'an darted through Yongkang Street like a wild dog untethered. Yet restrained by the constraints of his modest budget, he curbed his shopping impulses. Suddenly, a luxurious carriage caught his attention, dazzling his titanium alloy eyes. It was drawn by 4 robust steeds, topped with a domed roof adorned in silver and gold. The carriage windows were draped with brilliant yellow satin, while below them hung a translucent white jade curtain to shield against the dust. The wheels were lined with meticulously arranged golden studs, encased in jade as well. The true essence of this carriage lay in its material, crafted from the royal-grade golden silk Namma wood. How disheartening, Qi'an mused. I suppose a lifetime of toil would scarcely afford me even a single wheel of such a carriage. As he felt a familiar pang reminiscent of his past life as a mere cog in the societal machine. The opulent carriage stood at the roadside, guarded by a line of armored soldiers wielding long spears. Intriguingly, another group of soldiers engaged in a game of tossing arrows into a pot. The stall owner, an elderly Daoist in a tattered robe, had his silver hair pinned with a wooden hairpin, with unruly strands cascading down. His stall displayed an eclectic assortment of coins. Silver ingots, gold ingots, Taoist scriptures, Bodhi prayer beads, and jade mirrors, among various other trinkets. Setting aside the other items, the mere presence of gold and silver ingots on the stall, unclaimed by passers-by, signaled the old Taoist's exceptional character. Qi'an lingered to observe. Soon grasping the game's rules, the player, standing 30 paces from the ceramic pot, would blindfold themselves and turn away, launching 3 arrows. Hitting even one arrow would yield items from the 3rd tier, comprising assorted gold, silver, and jade. Hitting all 3 would grant the chance to select one item from the coveted 1st tier, which included only 2 treasures, the Bodhi prayer beads and the jade mirror. Alas! Missed again. How infuriating! Step aside. It's my turn, declared one of the soldiers as they took their turns, yet all returned disheartened. The pile of silver before the old Taoist growing higher. After a round of failures from 15 soldiers, Qi'an noticed a stir in the carriage's curtains. A soldier stationed by the window leaned down to listen, then approached the stall owner. Old Taoist, my master has commanded. 60 taels of gold for all the items at your stall, the soldier announced with a booming voice. Qi'an, standing a short distance away, watched in astonishment. Was this a case of bypassing the game for instant riches? Faced with the allure of 60 taels of gold, the old Taoist shook his head resolutely, stating, "Rules are rules." The soldier, tensing visibly, fixed a piercing gaze upon the Taoist for a moment before abruptly turning back to the carriage to report. Moments later. The carriage's owner summoned the soldier back, preparing to depart. Seizing the opportunity, Qi'an stepped forward and inquired of the old Taoist, how much to play around. The seated old Taoist looked up, scrutinizing him briefly before handing over 3 arrows, 1 chin of silver. Qi'an accepted the arrows with a smile, feeling confidence swell within him. Tossing arrows into the pot from 30 paces was not a formidable challenge for a martial artist of the refining essence stage. However, with one's back turned and eyes covered, it is nearly impossible to hit the target. The eyes are the most vital of the 5 senses. Losing one's sight diminishes a warrior's tactile intuition and heightens the difficulty of striking true. The likelihood of success rests solely on fortune. Qi'an's appearance may lack charm, yet he possesses unwavering confidence, for he has not stumbled upon any silver for several consecutive days. Could it be that my arrival in the inner city and encounter with this game of throwing arrows has somehow accumulated my luck? If I succeed, both gold and silver ingots will be mine. The life of a fortunate one is simple yet monotonous. Qi'an approached 30 paces away, turned around, blindfolded himself with a black cloth, and casually threw the arrows behind him. Thud, thud, thud. 3 arrows struck the target almost simultaneously, drawing gasps of astonishment from onlookers. The commotion caught the attention of a figure about to leave a luxurious carriage, from which a melodious voice floated. "Stop the carriage." Upon hearing the arrows strike the target, the corners of Su Qian's mouth curled uncontrollably into a grin. He tore off the black cloth and pointed at the gold and silver ingots on the stall. "Ha! Old priest, all of these are mine." The old priest glanced at him, calmly collecting the ingots into a bundle, then pointed at the exquisite Bodhi prayer beads and a small jade mirror at the top, smiling as he said, "Young master, choose one." Su Qian, in a tone of negotiation, replied, "Old priest, I do not desire these. I only want the silver." The old priest, unyielding, retorted, "Rules are rules." After a pause, he added, "These two items are rare treasures, incomparable to mere gold and silver. Do not let their luster blind you. No, I want these mundane items." Su Qian inquit jida. What purpose do they serve? The old priest, uncertain, merely stated that they awaited a fated individual. The old man appeared quite solitary. Su Qian suspected the old priest was deceiving him, yet lacking evidence, he hesitated, contemplating his inexplicable fortune. Who can say what constitutes a treasure? Silver is much more practical. At that moment, a soldier approached and said, "Young master, my lord requests your assistance." Su Qian turned to glance at the opulent carriage nearby. "What does your master desire?" "That string of Bodhi beads," the soldier replied, his gaze shifting from the stall to Su Qian. "My lord is willing to offer 60 taels of gold. So my fortunate streak has indeed manifested here." Su Qian beamed with warmth. "Thank you for your generosity. It is a deal." He had the soldier produce a single silver coin in exchange for 3 arrows. The soldier added, "My lord said you may throw several times, and we will cover the cost of the silver. Should you fail, it matters not." As soon as he finished speaking, he beheld Su Qian, blindfolded, casually hurling the arrows. Thud, thud, thud. 3 arrows accurately found their mark in the target once more, eliciting yet another round of astonished gasps from the crowd. The soldier regarded Su Qian with eyes full of respect. If once is a stroke of luck, then twice signifies that the other party is no ordinary individual. This seemingly unremarkable young man, adorned in scholarly attire, is undoubtedly a master. Having secured 60 taels of gold, Su Qian's heart brimmed with unrestrained joy as he tore away the black cloth, just in time to see the luxurious carriage's curtain fall from afar. He dared not gaze too long at the eminent figure within and turned to the guard, clasping his fists in gratitude. "I am grateful for your trust." The guard returned the gesture with utmost respect before returning to the carriage. Moments later, he approached with a bulging bag of coins. Su Qian accepted the pouch, retrieving the jade mirror from the old Daoist, and watched as the carriage departed. He withdrew his gaze, casually stowing the palm-sized jade mirror into his bosom while gleefully weighing the heavy pouch of coins. It appeared to weigh around 3 to 4 jin, too burdensome to carry at his waist. "I must exchange it for silver notes. Carrying such heavy gold is sheer folly." With this thought, he could not help but glance back, only to find the old Daoist had vanished, and the stall was tidied up completely. Su Qian stood silently by the roadside for a while. He made another trip to the money shop, converting the gold into 4 100-tael notes, 1 50-tael note, and 3 10-tael notes. Gold is not part of the currency system, thus requiring conversion into equivalent silver, for which the money shop issues silver notes. The exchange rate between gold and silver is 18. 60 taels of gold equals 480 taels of silver. With 480 taels, one could easily indulge in the charms of a lower-tier courtesan, though such an endeavor seems imprudent. Just consider, with 480 taels, I could enjoy the company of multiple courtesans over several months, whereas redeeming a single courtesan would deplete my finances and obligate me to cover her living expenses. If she were to unexpectedly conceive, that would entail yet another significant expense. Moreover, my current salary is only sufficient to support a legitimate wife, rendering the lavish lifestyle of the wealthy unattainable. Furthermore, I have no intention of redeeming a courtesan. Such private use of public resources is utterly unacceptable. As dusk fell, Su Qian arrived at the renowned Xianxia in the capital, nestled within a narrow alley. As the lights flickered to life, various carriages lined the alley's entrance, and the sounds of strings and woodwinds filled the courtyard, accompanied by enchanting melodies. He understood that the alluring nightlife was commencing. Strolling along the winding paths of the alley, Su Qian recalled the cultural insights he had gleaned from Chief Wang. A typical brothel is a 2- or 3-story establishment, often accompanied by 1 or 2 annexes, which would be considered quite upscale. The Xianxia does not possess such towering structures, for there is no necessity. The courtyard within this alleyway are entirely comprised of the Xianxia. State-owned enterprises indeed exhibit considerable financial prowess. Access to the Xianxia is restricted. Common folk are not permitted to indulge here, not due to any formal decree, but because the base consumption fee is 5 taels of silver. This amount does not pertain to the cost of engaging with courtesans, but rather to the table fee. 5 taels of silver equates to several months' wages for an ordinary citizen, particularly from a well-to-do household. Consequently, the clientele of a Xianxia predominantly consists of 3 categories. Firstly, wealthy gentry and merchants. This group is most willing to part with their money, for their otherwise low social status fuels a fervent obsession with the company of officials' wives. Secondly, officials. For them, the Xianxia serves as a venue for post-work tea gatherings. They are inclined to frequent such establishments whenever social engagements arise. It is noteworthy that officials from the Ministry of Rights can enjoy complimentary services, as the Xianxia falls under its jurisdiction. Thirdly, scholars. These individuals exhibit more refinement than the wealthy gentry and merchants, delighting in poetry and literary exchanges, and are less demanding than officials, thus gaining favor among the courtesans of the Xianxia. The courtesans themselves can be categorized into 3 types. Firstly, the wives of officials who have fallen into disgrace. These women endure the harshest fates, forced into a life of infamy and subjected to humiliation. Secondly, women captured during warfare. Without delving into distant examples, one need only consider the battles at Xianxia 2 decades prior, where numerous women were seized from both northern and southern territories by the victorious western nations and the Great Feng, subsequently filling the Xianxia across various provinces. Thirdly, women voluntarily recruited as courtesans. These individuals willingly embrace the noble profession of enhancing the seafood trade in Great Feng, a commendable spirit of resilience. As one ages, learning persists. Captain Wang has become my mentor, mused Qi'an, finally identifying his objective for this visit to the Xianxia. He paused before a courtyard. The plaque above the entrance inscribed with Xianxia. The gate stood ajar, adorned with 2 vibrant red lanterns, and within the courtyard bloomed plum trees, their branches embellished with budding flowers. A young doorkeeper, aged around 16 or 17, stood vigil at the entrance, regarding Qi'an with a scrutinizing gaze. He bore another familiar title. I am Yang, a scholar from Chang'an County. Having long heard of the renowned courtesan Fu Xiang, I have come to pay my respects. Qi'an mimicked the customary bow of a scholar, engaging politely with the doorkeeper. Xianxia is the residence of the courtesan Fu Xiang. The opening fee here demands 10 taels of silver, double that of a standard establishment. The Xianxia boasts a total of 12 courtesans, classified into 4 ranks based on their grace, talent, and beauty. Fu Xiang belongs to the highest tier, acclaimed for her dual mastery of poetry and music. Having grown accustomed to the indifferent demeanor of the doorkeeper, Qi'an paid his fee and was granted entry into the courtyard. Qi'an felt a surge of joy within, as the sounds of laughter and the melodies of silk and bamboo wafted from the courtyard, indicating the commencement of a tea gathering. The doorman's invitation to enter suggested that the courtyard was not reserved for a private party, but rather open to the public. There were 2 modes of enjoyment for visitors. One could either reserve the entire venue or join as an individual guest. Had it been the former, Qi'an would have faced a futile endeavor today. Chapter 52. A family must be harmonious and complete. The Yingmei Pavilion, where guests were entertained, was located on the ground floor, its sliding doors facing the courtyard wide open, with delicate silk curtains hung to shield against the chill of winter. A dozen or so guests sat within the wine house, indulging in drink, laughter, and the appreciation of plum blossoms. Braziers filled with glowing coals burned in each corner, warding off the winter's bite. A maid guided Qi'an inside, and the assembled guests turned their heads to observe the young man clad in a moon-white scholar's robe, tall and slender in stature. Flashes of the tea-gathering etiquette recounted by Officer Wang raced through Qi'an's mind, prompting him to temper his smile with decorum as he bowed to the assembly. I am Yang, a scholar from Chang'an County. Greetings to all esteemed gentlemen here. Among the attendees were both opulent gentry clad in brocade and students from the Imperial Academy, their ranks neither too high nor too low. Some averted their gazes nonchalantly. Others scrutinized him, while a few returned his bow with a smile. It seemed that during the current inspection period, the officials of the Great Feng had become considerably more subdued. Had it been in the past, with the status of Miss Fu Xiang, this place would undoubtedly have been booked in its entirety. Qi'an sat down with ease, his gaze persistently drawn to the courtesan serving as the host of the gathering. She possessed a complexion imbued with the blush of spring, her eyes sparkling with enchanting allure, exuding a fragrant beauty that was both colorful and natural. This woman was truly captivating. Even Qi'an, who had experienced countless encounters, was taken aback. In terms of facial features, the courtesan was on par with his aunt, Su Lingwei, and Chu Kaiwei, each possessing distinct charms and characteristics. She belonged to that rare category of breathtaking beauty that could easily turn heads on the street. Yet, in terms of demeanor, the courtesan embodied the grace and elegance of a refined lady. In terms of attire, she donned a gossamer gown that defied the modesty typically observed by women of her time. With her shoulders partially exposed and her long neck accentuated, her bosom was enveloped in a layer of sheer fabric, hinting at the contours beneath. Her allure was undeniably potent, and her position as the courtesan of the gathering was well-deserved. The role of the host, also known as the Lingguan, was to preside over the drinking games, playing a pivotal role in setting the ambience of the gathering. This task was traditionally assigned to renowned courtesans or flower fairies, as it demanded an exceptional level of literary cultivation that ordinary women could not attain. At that moment, they were engaged in a game of couplets. With Qi'an seated next to a middle-aged man adorned in a pale blue robe, his accessories jingling softly. When it was his turn, the middle-aged man raised his cup and pondered for a moment before declaring, "Ice-cold wine, 1 point, 2 points, 3 points." The courtesan raised a small flag in response, offering a series of compliments on the couplet. The smile on the middle-aged man's face broadened, clearly pleased. This underscores why a courtesan with profound literary knowledge was essential for the role. Without such depth, even the most eager of ordinary courtesans would struggle to flatter effectively. After the appraisal, the stunning courtesan's enchanting gaze fell upon Qi'an, capturing the attention of everyone at the banquet. Qi'an, who was not particularly adept at crafting couplets, felt a pang of anxiety despite maintaining a composed exterior. His eyes wandered to the plum tree in the courtyard, and a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He deliberately took a sip of wine, adopting a carefree demeanor, and proclaimed loudly, "In the 12th month, plum blossoms bloom in myriad forms." Marvelous! The onlookers' eyes brightened at this, and smiles adorned their faces, acknowledging his merit as a contender for the title of courtesan, treating him as an equal player in this contest. The courtesan chuckled softly, as was her custom, and proceeded to lavish praise on Qi'an's couplet. However, her smile bore a hint of professionalism, and she ceased to regard him further, her posture somewhat rigid, only taking a drink when prompted. Qi'an observed the courtesan's body language with a keen eye, drawing upon his knowledge of behavioral psychology to conclude that she regarded their level with disdain. She remained patient in her companionship. At that moment, a servant ushered someone into the room, a remarkably handsome young man with fair skin, cool eyes, and thin red lips, his features exquisitely refined, bordering on androgynous. The guests turned their heads in astonishment, even the courtesan displaying a look of surprise. Such a striking lad was a rarity, even for her. The youth, dressed in scholarly attire, entered and casually scanned the room, suddenly freezing in place. Qi'an felt a twitch at the corner of his eye and managed to stammer out, "What a coincidence." The handsome young man, with a slight twitch of his lips, echoed, "What a coincidence. Do you two know each other?" inquired a middle-aged man in a light blue robe, astonished. "Not merely acquainted. He is my younger brother." Qi'an suppressed the tumult of embarrassment and awkwardness, responding with a composed smile. "You may recall me, Yang, from Chang'an County." He deliberately revealed his surname to gently remind Xianxia to use a pseudonym, demonstrating a fundamental awareness of counter-surveillance. Xianxia, lacking such awareness but quick-witted, grasped his cousin's intent and clasped his fists towards the assembly. "I am Su Pingyan, a scholar from Chang'an County." He then took his seat, as directed by the servant. "Did you just mix my name with uncle's?" Qi'an masked his inner turmoil with another sip of wine. The drinking games continued, and after a brief interlude, the servant ushered in 2 more individuals. To the left stood a striking young man clad in a thick azure robe, adorned with a jade pendant at his waist and an emerald hairpin securing his hair, an impressive figure indeed. To the right was a robust, tall man with a square face, his features pleasing to the eye, dressed as a wealthy gentleman, exuding a rugged air distinct from that of merchants and scholars. As the imposing middle-aged man entered the tea room, he casually surveyed the surroundings, suddenly freezing, his entire being petrified. Qi'an, Su Exingen. The maid noticed that the guests were lagging behind, turned her head, and gently said, "My lord, this way please." Zupingzi steeled himself and entered the tavern. Su Xinyan and Su Qi'an silently straightened their backs. Once Su Ershu took his seat, the three of them tacitly avoided looking at each other, maintaining a serious posture, their eyes observing their noses contemplating their hearts. The two young rascals acclaimed they had no time. It was one thing to bid farewell to the old year, but I had an inkling of their true feelings. Yet, Ning Yin never frequented the brothel. Wasn't my second uncle on duty tonight? In the past, whenever I had conflicts with my aunt, he would say that marrying such a beautiful wife was a blessing beyond measure, unwilling to chastise her. He was merely indulging himself. My elder brother claimed to never visit brothels. I wonder where my robe had gone. How shameless. Father professed his deep love for mother, claiming he would never enter such places. The inner thoughts of the three were far more colorful than their stiff expressions. Su Qian felt that he had added another item to the list of life's most embarrassing moments. That is, encountering his uncle and younger brother while indulging in such activities. My goodness, I have socially perished. However, upon reflection, I realized that I was not the only one facing such a fate, which eased my heart considerably. The drinking game continued. Su Xinyan managed to respond competently, being a scholar after all, while Su Qian gauged the atmosphere, sometimes failing to keep up, and thus had to face penalties. Su Pingji, from beginning to end, did not partake in drinking, much to the disdain of the others. My uncle truly had no sense of propriety. He had never received an education, so what was he doing in such company? Did he think he could simply sleep with the courtesan? Su Qian silently complained. Father was indeed wasting money. Su Xinyan thought to himself. Both were feeling anxious, as their mediocre performances failed to win the favor of the courtesan. The handsome Su Xinyan, due to his overly conventional demeanor, gradually lost the courtesan's attention. The most concerning issue was a formidable competitor, a striking young man clad in a sky-blue thick robe. He hailed from the Imperial Academy and possessed considerable talent. Although he arrived late, his remarkable abilities overshadowed the rest, causing the courtesan to stifle laughter behind her hand. This young man, holding up his wine cup, took a small sip and declared, "This time, allow me to set the stage." The crowd had no objections, and the courtesan smiled and said, "Please, young Master Zhao." Young Master Zhao surveyed the room and recited, "Pine leaves and bamboo leaves, all green." It was indeed a couplet of repeated characters. Some guests were taken aback. Pine leaves and bamboo leaves, all green. How exquisite. I'm truly outdone. Brother Zhao is exceptionally talented. He truly is a scholar from the Imperial Academy. As the round continued, everyone managed to respond in kind. Young Master Zhao wore a faint smile, his demeanor somewhat haughty. The courtesan's eyes sparkled as she gazed at him intently. Judging by her expression and subtle movements, it was evident that she held a favorable view of this Zhao and greatly admired his talent. Su Qian furrowed his brow and turned to glance at Su Xinyan. The latter, upon observation, revealed a furrowed brow between the two brothers. Originally, according to Su Xinyan's intentions, the elder brother, a master of poetry, was expected to thrive in the tea house. However, after half a day of engaging in drinking games and couplets, poetry remained elusive. In truth, the tea house had long been lukewarm towards poetry. Over the past 2 centuries, exceptional works were scarce, as scholars were generally not adept at crafting verses. Naturally, during the tea games, they would steer clear of their weaknesses. The guests present that evening exhibited a wide range of qualities, and even the couplets posed a challenge, prompting the illustrious courtesan, with her refined elegance, to deliberately avoid poetry to spare her guest from embarrassment. At that moment, the courtesan gracefully rose, bowed slightly, and spoke softly, "I'm feeling somewhat fatigued. I shall take my leave. Please enjoy your drinks." Thus, the tea game concluded. Subsequently, should the courtesan take a liking to someone, she would instruct a maid to bring that person into her quarters. If not, the maid would usher them out, paving the way for the next round of tea games. The crowd awaited with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation as time trickled by. After a quarter of an incense stick, a maid approached, her voice sweet as she announced, "My lady requests the presence of young Master Zhao for tea." The guests shook their heads in regret, sighing, while others chuckled and congratulated young Master Zhao. He wore a victorious smile, embodying the demeanor of a conqueror. At this juncture, the 3 men from the Su family could no longer remain seated. Chapter 53. I compose poetry for trade, not for crass showmanship. What to do? The 3 of us lost 30 taels in the tea game. Even if we sought the company of a maid from this courtyard, it would cost us several taels. Su Urshu was fraught with anxiety, feeling as though they had regressed to a time of hardship. His brow furrowed as he turned to his son. Siji, quickly think of a way. Is this merely a matter of money? This is an issue of failing to extract any useful information, the brothers silently lamented. Su Xianxia looked at his father. What can I do? It was all a gamble. My brother and I came here on a whim. Does father not possess any self-awareness? His tone grew somewhat harsh, revealing his own impatience. This situation was indeed a dire loss. The money was secondary, but the lack of information was paramount. As he glanced at young Master Zhao being led away by a maid, Su Qian suddenly recalled the courtesan's title, Master of the Qi'an and Poetry. He promptly requested ink and rice paper from a maid attending the guests. Clearing a space on the table, he pulled Su Xianxia closer. Siji, you shall write for me. Without hesitation, Su Xianxia adjusted his posture and grasped the brush. Su Qian recited rapidly. Among the myriad blossoms, one alone blooms with grace. Capturing the charm of the gentle garden, Su Xianxia wrote swiftly, producing a calligraphy of exceptional elegance. Su Qian continued. In the dappled shadows, reflections dance upon the shallow waters. As subtle fragrances waft in the moonlit dusk, Su Xianxia paused, struck dumb, as if turned to stone, muttering the last two lines to himself. Hurry up! Su Qian nudged him. Su Erlang awoke from his reverie, his expression taut as he hastily completed the writing. Su Qian snatched the rice paper and summoned a maid, instructing her to deliver the poem to Lady Fu Xiang and to inform her that Yang awaited here. Though reluctant, the maid hastened away after Su Qian slipped her a handful of silver coins. In the master bedroom, a fourfold screen concealed the bathing tub, while wisps of steam lingered around the wooden beams above. Lady Fu Xiang was immersed in warm water adorned with rose petals, her hair elegantly pinned up, and her neck long and fair. Beads of water clung to her fragrant shoulders and bosom, reflecting a captivating luster in the candlelight. Her skin, smooth as polished jade, resembled that of a beautiful statue. A personal maid attended her beside the tub, praising her complexion while adding, Young Master Zhao is already awaiting you in the tea room next door. The guests outside say he is a scholar from the Imperial Academy. What is so remarkable about a scholar? Lady Fu Xiang chuckled, playfully splashing the water. With young Master Zhao's talents, passing the provincial examination should be a mere formality. The maid whispered with a knowing smile, I knew you would favor a man of such intellect. Unlike that bothersome Zhou Li, who flaunts his father's position. She continued, young Master Zhao is exceptionally gifted. I hope you treat him well. Who knows, it might lead to a beautiful tale in the future, perhaps even securing your name in history. Lady Fu Xiang playfully poked the maid's forehead, sighing, for a woman to be remembered in history is an arduous task. So many scholars yearn for what is unattainable. The door to the master bedroom swung open as another maid entered, standing in the hall and announcing brightly, My lady, the guest surnamed Yang sent a poem for you. Lady Fu Xiang frowned slightly, while her senior maid reprimanded, What an undisciplined act. My lady has already chosen young Master Zhao. How can this be altered? Have you accepted a bribe? The young maid hung her head, not daring to retort. Lady Fu Xiang replied coolly, Just place it on the table. Inform the guest that I have acknowledged it. The maid, visibly relieved, sighed and set the rice paper down before exiting. After her bath, Lady Fu Xiang donned a sheer gauzy dress, her graceful form partially veiled, her bare, snowy feet gliding to the table. Please invite young Master Zhao in, she instructed, her gaze falling upon the rice paper, which she casually picked up. Her eyes suddenly froze, entranced by the poem. To Fu Xiang from the Shadow Plum Pavilion. The words captured her attention. Among the blooming flowers, one alone stands in splendid beauty, claiming the charm of the breeze in the small garden. Sparse shadows stretch across the clear, shallow waters, as subtle fragrances drift in the moonlight at dusk. As the maid approached the door to summon young Master Zhao, she suddenly heard her lady's sharp voice call out, Wait. Turning back, she saw Lady Fu Xiang clutching the rice paper tightly, her hands trembling, her expression displaying an unfamiliar and peculiar emotion. The voice of the courtesan was urgent and piercing. Who sent this poem? Which gentleman? Speak quickly. The maid, taken aback, stammered. I believe it was someone surnamed Yang. The courtesan, disregarding all else, rushed toward the door. My lady, how can you present yourself in such disarray? The maid implored, holding her back tightly. Let me go. Quickly, release me. Flustered, with flushed cheeks, she insisted, We must not let that gentleman depart. Bring him back at once. The maid, perplexed, could not fathom how a mere poem could provoke such an unprecedented display of emotion from her normally composed mistress, who is usually known for her erudition and grace. "Calm yourself, my lady. I shall summon the poet immediately," the maid assured before departing. Left alone, the courtesan sat at the table, disheveled and lost in thought, staring blankly at the paper in her hand. The shadows of the willows stretch across the clear water, the subtle fragrance wafts in the moonlit dusk. Tears streamed down her delicate cheeks as she buried her face in her arms, sobbing softly. In the main hall, some guests had taken their leave, while others lingered. After the tea gathering concluded, the unsuccessful suitors faced two choices: either continue to another venue for the next event, or, if fatigued by drink, select one of the maidens for companionship. Yet, the young lady remained unimpressed. Su Pingji observed his nephew, worry etched on his brow. The poem had been delivered. It had yielded nothing but a fleeting remark. Clearly, Su Qian's verses had failed to move the courtesan. Su Xinian skulk. How could a mere woman comprehend the essence of poetry? Su Pingji fixed his gaze upon his son, inquiring, was Ning Yan's poem not exquisite? The proud Su Erlang, having come to respect his elder brother's poetic prowess, sighed. Indeed, it was remarkable. Su Dalarang, equally bewildered, held unwavering confidence in the poem's merit. Its reputation was vast, especially the final couplet, celebrated as the pinnacle of verses on plum blossoms. The lines had become immortal, encapsulating a moment steeped in solitude and frost. Such a claim was extraordinary. The terms subtle fragrance and willow shadows had even been adopted as titles for poetic forms, underscoring the poem's esteemed status among ancient literati. Notable figures like Ouyang Xiao and Sima Guang had bestowed high praise upon those lines. Consequently, the author of this celebrated 7-character regulated verse had achieved timeless renown. Though Su Qian could not recall the name. This cannot be. She has no reason to dismiss my poem. If it were presented to the esteemed scholars of Yunlu Academy, they would treat me as their own son. Su Qian mused, contemplating a possibility. The courtesan, famed for her dual talent in poetry and music, might merely be a facade, a mere figurehead lacking true scholarly depth. Yet, therein lay a paradox. If the courtesan were indeed a mere vessel for a constructed persona, she could not command the respect of the literati. Unlike the superficial antics of modern entertainers, the courtesans of this era possessed genuine talents. The reasoning was simple. The scholars of antiquity were far less easily swayed than the youth of later generations. With a furrowed brow, the maidservant attending to the fragrant lady hurried towards the crowd, her small steps quickening as her anxious gaze searched among the throng. Upon spotting Su Qian, her expression relaxed, and she approached gracefully, performing a slight curtsy. "Young Master Yang, is it you who composed this poem?" The Su family members exchanged glances, a sense of relief washing over them. "It is I," Su Qian replied with a nod. The maid's face brightened with a smile, her demeanor becoming increasingly respectful as she lowered her eyes and gently said, "My lady requests your presence." Su Qian calmly nodded and followed the maid towards the main chamber on the opposite side of the loft. This scene caught the attention of the guests intending to stay at Yingmei Xiaoga, who began to murmur among themselves. "Oh, why is he going in as well? This is quite irregular. How can two people enter together?" One of them recalled the maid mentioning a poem, and he had just seen Su Qian and that handsome young man writing something. A middle-aged gentleman, dressed like a wealthy man, approached Su Xinian and Su Pingji, clasping his hands in greeting. "Gentlemen, might I inquire what Miss Fu Xiang intends? Why did that young man enter? What poem did you compose?" Su Erlang remained silent, while Su Pingji fixed his gaze on the middle-aged man and shook his head. It was merely an offhand couplet. "I heard that gentleman say his calligraphy is unrefined, and he requested this young man's assistance in writing." Su Ershu, an old hand at such matters, adopted a posture of detachment, distancing himself from his nephew and son. The crowd immediately turned their attention to Su Xinian. Su Erlang let out a haughty snort, exuding an air of aloofness, disdainfully ignoring their inquiries. His demeanor incited irritation and embarrassment in the middle-aged questioner, who, with a flick of his sleeve, returned to his seat, originally intending to stay. Su Pingji discreetly exchanged a glance with his son, and the two exited Yingmei Xiaoga one after the other. "It would be unwise to linger here. It's best not to reveal our connections," Su Pingji advised his son. "I understand," Su Xinian replied, shivering in the biting wind. Inside, the warmth of the charcoal fire contrasted starkly with the cold outside, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Su Pingji glanced at his son and remarked, If we had stayed at Ingmei Xiaoga, those maids would have charged merely a couple of silver coins. Now, seeking other women instead of maids will cost at least 5 taels, including the tea expenses. Pausing, he noted his son's lack of the usual sharp retort, questioning his knowledge. A strange relief washed over him. Su Ershu produced a silver ingot from his pocket, a standard piece weighing 5 taels. Erlang, take this silver. The Su family had been ruined by the tax silver incident, and even after a month, Su Pingji managed to acquire some silver through dubious means. Yet overall, they remained in a precarious financial state. Su Ershu doubted his son could produce 5 taels of silver. Su Xinyan felt a slight stir of emotion, murmuring, "Father, what about you?" Su Ershu chuckled nonchalantly. "When I was refining my essence, I was unfazed by the cold or heat. Even if I had to sleep by the roadside for a night, it was of no consequence. Your constitution, however, cannot withstand the chill of the night wind." Su Xinyan clasped his hands within his sleeves, slightly bending his back as he braved the biting night breeze. His gaze somewhat dazed as he fixed upon the 5 taels of silver. After a moment, he hoarsely declared, "I do not want it." Su Ershu insisted that his son accept the money. In the midst of their tug-of-war, a clink resonated as a bar of official silver slipped from Su Xinyan's grasp. Precisely 5 taels, no more, no less. The father and son fell into a contemplative silence as they stared at the silver on the ground. Meanwhile, a maid opened the door to the main chamber, gesturing for Su Qian to enter while she herself had no intention of following. "Young master, please come in." As the door parted, a warm fragrance enveloped him, revealing a floor adorned with a layer of exquisite silk carpet, which was not only costly, but also labor-intensive to produce. The carpet was embroidered with azure lotuses and swirling clouds, and as a woman walked upon it, she seemed to tread on blossoms. The master strode forth, gliding effortlessly. A 3-panel folding screen, imitating the renowned painting rain on banana leaves, separated the sleeping area from the splendid hall. A captivating young woman knelt gracefully before the screen, seated upon a small couch where a phoenix-tail zither rested. Clad in delicate gauze, her skin glimmered like jade, partially concealed yet alluring as she smiled sweetly towards the entrance. Their gazes met, and she lowered her head slightly, a bashful smile gracing her lips. It was that gentle lowering of her head that evoked the image of a water lily, shy and delicate against the cool breeze. Su Qian recalled this poetic line. In the midst of the wine game, she was as poised as a refined lady, yet beside the couch, she exuded an enchanting allure, captivating to the point of leaving one speechless. Such charm could only be cultivated by the women of the courtesan bureau. Su Qian felt a duality in his thoughts, both profound and perplexing. "My lord?" the courtesan asked, her eyes twinkling with a dreamy smile. "Why do you gaze at me so intently?" With a sigh, Su Qian responded, "I have long heard of Miss Fu Xiang's unparalleled beauty, a rare sight in this world. I once doubted it, but now I am convinced. Even to proclaim her as the most beautiful woman under heaven, I would wholeheartedly believe it." "Young master, do not jest," Fu Xiang replied, her lips pursing slightly, lowering her head in bashfulness, her eyes sparkling with delight. Clearly, she was quite pleased. In the adjoining tea room, Zhao Gongzi had consumed an entire pot of tea, his bladder protesting twice before he could no longer endure it. Was he merely there to drink tea? Frustrated, Zhao Gongzi exited the tea room, making his way toward the main chamber, only to be halted at the doorway by the maid. "I have waited long in the tea room. Why has Miss Fu Xiang not come to see me?" Zhao Gongzi inquired with irritation. "Please do not blame me, young master. The lady has chosen another," the maid replied. Zhao Gongzi felt as though a series of thunderclaps had struck upon his forehead, followed by a surge of anger as he exclaimed, "Miss Fu Xiang clearly chose me. So why has she suddenly changed her mind? Is it mere amusement at my expense? If you do not provide me with an explanation, do not blame me for being impolite." His fierce tone and menacing words instilled a sense of fear in the maid, who instinctively considered calling the attendants in the courtyard. "Pinger, since young master Zhao is dissatisfied, take the poem outside for him to see," came the alluring voice of the courtesan from within. The maid cautiously glanced at young master Zhao, then opened the sliding door just enough for her to slip through. Moments later, she re-emerged, handing the rice paper to young master Zhao. He took it, cast a brief glance, and his expression of anger instantly froze, gradually yielding to astonishment, shock, and disbelief. He stood rooted to the spot for what felt like an eternity, his fingers relaxing, causing the rice paper to flutter gently to the ground. Outside, the guests were astonished to find that young master Zhao had indeed exited. Was it over? Their expressions revealed an unsettling realization. He had been dismissed. "Zhao, what has happened to you?" A similarly aged young man, dressed as a scholar, approached with a facade of concern, yet was clearly driven by curiosity. Earlier, the maid had called away someone named Yang, and shortly thereafter, young Master Zhao had appeared, looking utterly dejected. It was evident that he had been thwarted midway. Deprived of the blooming flower, dressed in a blue robe, young Master Zhao slowly surveyed the crowd and murmured, "I have lost, and I concede with full acceptance." What could this mean? How had he lost? Zhao, that person composed a poem, correct? What kind of verse could compel Miss Fu Xiang to breach protocol? The guests urged him to speak, their impatience palpable. Ignoring their inquiries, young Master Zhao continued to mutter as he walked away. The myriad blossoms wither, leaving only the solitary beauty. The crowd's hearts stirred, realizing he was reciting the poem from earlier, capturing all charm in the little garden. At that moment, young Master Zhao had reached the courtyard, and the guests instinctively trailed behind, listening intently. Branching shadows crossed the water so shallow. The subtle fragrance wafts in the moonlight of dusk. The guests, unable to keep pace, remained behind, and a brief silence enveloped the air. After what felt like an eternity, a scholar, tears brimming in his eyes, stammered, "This poem, upon its release, shames the countless poets of yore. I must take my leave, for I shall go elsewhere to spread this poetry. I, too, shall depart, for how could I miss the opportunity to elevate the name of our poetry scene?" The guests dispersed in a flurry, eager to join the tea gathering at another residence, ready to unveil this remarkable verse to the world. Chapter 55. The plan begins to take shape. I must express my gratitude to you, young master. Should I ever attain lasting fame, it shall be credited to your influence. Fu Xiang's eyes shimmered with tender affection, rendering her even more enchanting. Su Qian understood her meaning. Throughout history, many renowned courtesans have achieved immortality through their poetic prowess. This opportunity would make any woman of the world ecstatic. In this realm, two types of individuals seek fame, scholars and courtesans. What I desire is your profound gratitude. Su Qian chuckled lightly, displaying a hint of frivolity, and inquired, "How shall you repay me?" The room was as warm as spring, and after imbibing a fair amount of wine, he found himself feeling quite overheated, so he removed his outer robe and placed it upon a round stool. Fu Xiang bit her luscious, full lips, shyly suggesting, "Young master, the night is long. Why not allow me to play a tune for your enjoyment?" Su Qian paused, realizing she had misunderstood his intent, and smiled without offering clarification. It is reminiscent of the elegance of women from ancient times. When a man approached, she would say, "Do not rush, let me play a piece for you." Unlike the later generations, who might say, "Hurry up," after patiently listening to her performance. Su Qian had to concede that this courtesan was indeed talented. Her skills in both music and poetry were exceptional. Though he was not musically inclined, he found himself able to immerse in her melody. Sipping tea to soothe his throat, which had grown parched from drinking, he casually initiated a conversation. "Miss Fu Xiang, with such beauty, has no one sought to redeem you?" This was evidently not a pleasant topic, and the courtesan sighed softly. For the maidens of the teaching bureau, redemption is not as simple as it seems. Even if one were to encounter a devoted lover, the Ministry of Rites would not consent. In reality, the costs were exorbitant. For a renowned courtesan in the teaching bureau, the process of redemption was arduous and required significant financial expenditure, far surpassing that of other brothel courtesans. I recall Captain Wang mentioning that the redemption for an ordinary brothel courtesan ranges from 500 to 1,000 taels. For a courtesan of the teaching bureau, the cost might even double or more. What does 2,000 taels signify? I would have to forego food and drink for a decade to save such an amount. And even then, with my above-average income, I could acquire several pleasing concubines instead. Su Qian instinctively calculated in his mind, concluding that this venture would be a substantial loss. Nevertheless, with Fu Xiang's beauty, one would be hard-pressed to find a second in the capital of Dafeng. Su Qian praised her. The courtesan chuckled, her heart elated. Yet she playfully retorted, "Do not jest with me, young master. The most beautiful woman in the capital of Dafeng is the princess of Jinbei. I am merely a willow among the reeds." By referring to herself as me rather than your humble servant, she established a closer rapport, her tone imbued with a touch of coyness. The princess of Jinbei? Once again, he heard of this legendary beauty, the most renowned in the capital. In his past life, he prided himself on having encountered countless beauties, yet now, having seen the nearly flawless Su Lingyue and Chu Kaiwei. He could hardly fathom the level of beauty that would earn this princess the title of the capital's most exquisite. Perhaps it was merely the allure of her status. He mused. That princess hailed from a scholarly family in the southern regions. At the tender age of 9, she accompanied her parents to the Jade Buddha temple to offer incense, where the abbot bestowed upon her a poem, a soul of exceptional grace amidst a crowd of blossoms. Her elegance illuminated by the morning sun, revered by multitudes, she embodies the beauty of the nation, her spirit entwined with the mortal realm, capturing the heart of the emperor. From that moment, her fame soared, and by the age of 13, she was ushered into the imperial palace. Curious, Su Qian inquired, how did she become a princess? The alluring courtesan, with her delicate hands emerging from her flowing sleeves, gracefully picked up a porcelain vial and poured out the essence of the guqin. Nurturing the instrument as she spoke, 19 years ago, following the great victory at Shanhaiguan, the Prince of the North, as the second greatest contributor, was gifted the most beautiful woman in the capital by the emperor. It is no surprise, for the prince is the emperor's own brother. And while the beauty is undoubtedly stunning, the current emperor has devoted himself to the path of enlightenment, shunning worldly pleasures. Su Qian's curiosity shifted to another matter. Who, then, was the foremost contributor? Wei Gong, replied the courtesan. At that time, he commanded the 3 armies. Had he not been a eunuch, the princess would not have occupied her current position. With a playful smile, she added, what I share with you, my lord, are merely candid words. But once we step outside this door, let us refrain from further discussion. Matters concerning Wei Gong are best left to be whispered among the common folk. Considering my role in a state enterprise, realization dawned upon Su Qian. He had heard of Wei Yuan, a figure of great renown. Although a eunuch, he was exceptionally talented, adept in governance and military affairs. Had he not suffered an early and unfortunate loss, he could have easily attained the highest honors and served as the prime minister. As their conversation meandered, Su Qian skillfully guided the dialogue, a skill honed through rigorous practice in interrogation techniques. After some time, they finally broached the subject of Zhou Li. This man is licentious and frivolous, devoid of literary merit. I take no liking to him. Whenever he participates in the tea gatherings, I treat him as if he were invisible, the courtesan expressed indignantly. The Bureau of Music is under the Ministry of Rights, and he, a mere son of a minister of the Ministry of Revenue, does not intimidate me. Su Qian feigned curiosity, smiling as he asked, what leads you to deem him licentious and frivolous? Is not the pursuit of pleasures commonplace? The courtesan hesitated, her voice softening. This matter does touch upon some secrets of the court. I only gleaned a few details from other officials. If young master wishes to know, I shall share. But it must remain confidential. Her tone was a blend of playful entreaty and gentle persuasion. Su Qian, perfectly portraying surprise, assured her that his interest was but fleeting and that he would not divulge her words. This tale begins with last year's Lantern Festival. Zhou Li, a man of extravagant tastes, fixated on a maiden amidst the lanterns. Seizing the opportunity in the throng, he committed an inappropriate act, even injuring her attendant in the process. It so happens that the maiden possessed a notable lineage. She was the illegitimate daughter of the Marquis of Valor. Had she merely been a commoner, the affair might have been manageable, but her mother is the sister of the Marquis's legitimate wife. With such a blood relation, the illegitimate daughter garnered considerable favor from the mistress, receiving treatment not much different from that of the legitimate daughter. It was merely the lack of a formal acknowledgement that set them apart. Su Qian quietly clenched his fists. How was this matter resolved? The Duke of Weiwu lodged a complaint with the emperor, and the Deputy Minister of Revenue submitted a letter of explanation. After several days of wrangling between both parties, the emperor ultimately decreed Deputy Minister Zhou was reprimanded for his inadequate parenting, fined a year's salary, and ordered to compensate the Duke of Weiwu with 5,000 taels. Zhou Li was placed under house arrest for 3 months, with a stern warning of severe punishment should he offend again. The phrase severe punishment should he offend again struck Su Qian like a bolt of lightning, igniting a flurry of inspiration within him. Zhou Li had long coveted the beauty of the Duke of Weiwu's illegitimate daughter. Having recently suffered a setback and endured humiliation, he impulsively plotted to target her once more. The information he had previously gathered on Zhou Li coalesced in an instant, acting as the foundation upon which a scheme would be constructed. Thus, he dispatched individuals to abduct the Duke of Weiwu's illegitimate daughter, concealing her in a private residence, intending to indulge in debauchery and subsequently silence her. This seemed quite reasonable. Of course, his ultimate aim was to frame and defame. He had no intention of harming an innocent girl. This initial draft of the plan was set, though further discussions with Erlang were necessary to refine the details, ensuring that everything appeared natural and justifiable. Noticing Su Qian lost in thought, the courtesan called out to him, her lips slightly pursed in a manner that was both playful and reproachful. "My lord, do you intend to sit here with me all night? I cannot lose my virtue. Can I? If not for the entire night, then what? Shall we indulge all night?" Chapter 56, the core of the plan. The maidservants had prepared warm water, and with great trepidation, Su Qian allowed them to assist him in bathing. As each article of clothing was removed, the two young maidservants beheld a tall, athletic, and virile physique. The contours of his muscles were smooth and full, brimming with strength, exuding the allure of a robust man. These two maidservants were seasoned professionals, having attended to numerous high-ranking officials during their baths, some portly, some gaunt, and others with sinewy physiques akin to that of young Master Yang, who was both well-proportioned and remarkably fit, yet not lacking in explosive vigor. Such a physique was a rarity in their experience. This was the extraordinary gift of reaching the pinnacle of the refinement stage, where the body existed in its optimal combat condition, devoid of excess fat and without overly bulging muscles that would compromise flexibility. As Su Qian, clad only in undergarments and bare-chested, approached the bedside, the courtesan, draped in a sheer veil and seated upon the opulent brocade bedding, instantly became entranced, her gaze fixated on Su Qian's pectorals and abdominal muscles. The maidservants discreetly withdrew from the master bedroom. Su Qian lifted the embroidered quilt adorned with mandarin ducks and slipped beneath it. The fragrant courtesan immediately nestled closer, wrapping her arms around his neck, her soft and voluptuous form draping over him, as she whispered sweetly in his ear, "My lord." A wave of intoxicating scent wafted into his nostrils, and the usually composed Su Qian's expression turned serious, his body tensing. The courtesan, taken aback for a moment, then giggled playfully. Could it be that my lord is still uninitiated? The thought of this possibility made her body soften with desire. "No, in my past life, I have also encountered women, though I have never slept beside a beauty as exquisite as you," Su Qian mused. "Miss Fuxiang, have you ever heard of a remarkable skill?" "What skill?" she inquired. "To fall into a deep slumber in merely 3 seconds upon touching a pillow." I don't believe it." "Then keep your distance. I shall demonstrate." With a smile, the courtesan stepped back, assuming he was merely indulging in playful banter. 3 seconds later, he was snoring softly. Fuxiang nudged him, "Young Master Yang." The only response was the sound of his rhythmic breathing. That night, Su Qian awoke with a start, a silent sigh escaping his lips as he became aware of the deep, steady breaths beside him. Feeling the satin-smooth body pressed closely against his own, he summoned immense willpower to coax himself back into slumber. The following morning, at the hour of the hare, Su Qian's internal clock roused him naturally. He sensed a heavy weight upon him, and, upon opening his eyes, discovered the courtesan sleeping soundly beside him, her flawless, pale leg draped across his waist, while her delicate arm rested on his chest. Cautiously, he removed her limbs and rose from the bed, hurriedly donning his garments. As he arranged his attire, a surge of anger washed over him upon realizing that the silver notes in his money pouch had vanished. All that remained was a small, exquisite jade mirror, no larger than his palm. Su Qian's immediate suspicion fell upon the maidservants of the Yingmei pavilion, who might have stolen his silver while he slept. Such a scenario was not implausible. Yang Ling was merely a scholar, and although his societal standing was not insignificant, the brothel was a government-run establishment backed by the Ministry of Rights. Just a lowly scholar. If they had pilfered his money, they would surely deny it vehemently. What could Su Qian do? The brothel cared little for its reputation. While the brothel might disregard its standing, Miss Fuxiang did not, if word of this incident spread. Who would dare to patronize her establishment? Su Qian concluded that the courtesan was likely unaware of the theft, and it was her maidservant who had succumbed to the temptation of the silver notes. As he felt remorse for his carelessness in safeguarding his money, he approached the bedside, intending to rouse Fuxiang. At that moment, his gaze fell upon the mirror, and his expression froze in disbelief. The once pristine surface of the jade mirror now bore faint traces of something additional. Peering closely, he discerned the vague outlines of several silver notes, etched as if they were delicately inscribed within the mirror surface. What? A line of bewildered thoughts raced through Su Qian's mind. How do my silver notes end up in the mirror? This is the fruit of my hard work. You must return it to me, or I shall shatter you. He grasped the jade mirror and shook it vigorously, tilting it as if to pour its contents out. With a clattering sound, the silver notes materialized from thin air, floating momentarily before gently descending to the ground. In the stillness of the room, Su Qian held the mirror, lost in contemplation for an extended period. So, this mirror truly is a treasure? Is it my extraordinary fortune that has bestowed upon me such fortune, or is it the Taoist who intentionally gifted me the mirror? If it is the latter, what could be his motive? What gives him the right to bestow such a treasure upon me? Has he discerned my inexplicable luck? How is this possible? Even Kai Wei, who is well versed in the art of divination at the Bureau of Astronomy, has not detected my peculiar connection to the Taoist path. I am utterly unfamiliar with this system. After a moment's contemplation, he drew a sharp breath, as if pained by a sudden realization. This inexplicable gift left him feeling uneasy. First, he tucked away the silver notes. Su Qian concealed the jade mirror in his bosom, storing the silver notes in a separate pouch. He then quietly departed from the room and enjoyed his breakfast under the attentive care of the maidservant. Isn't the young master waiting for the lady to awaken? The young maid inquired. Typically, when a guest rises, the lady attending to him would also awaken. Yet this particular guest behaved unusually, sneaking out alone. No need. I fear she would berate me for being less than beastly, Su Qian replied nonchalantly. I have pressing matters to attend to. Several hours later, at the Su residence, Su Xinyan and Su Cizhou sat in the study, with steaming tea at hand. Su Pingji appeared invigorated, showing no signs of fatigue, while Su Erlang seemed somewhat dispirited. The father and son exchanged no words, mutually avoiding the topic of the previous night's events, as if they had never set foot in the Bureau of Courtesans. The silence hung awkwardly until Su Qian's arrival shattered the tension between them. Why were you gone for so long? You come back only to bathe. Is the Bureau of Courtesans unclean? Su Ershu raised an eyebrow in complaint. Su Xinyan cleared his throat, wishing to avoid further discourse about the Bureau, and asked, Did you gain anything? Su Ershu instantly ceased his complaints, adopting an attentive posture. Su Qian relayed the information he had gathered from the floating fragrance establishment and articulated his plans. The crux of the matter is, how do you abduct the illegitimate daughter of the Marquis of Weiwu? Su Xinyan pointedly addressed the issue. If we cannot resolve this aspect, the plan cannot succeed. Su Ershu pondered. First, we should send someone to keep watch, then wait for an opportunity to strike. The illegitimate daughter of the Marquis will undoubtedly have attendants when she travels, but not too many, as she is not the legitimate daughter. We can create a diversion and seize the moment to abduct her. Su Qian and his brother listened intently. In matters of strategy, Su Ershu held greater authority. However, executing the plan during the day would make it challenging to abduct someone under the watchful eyes of the public. If we attract the attention of the Imperial Guards, we would only bring ruin upon ourselves. By night, however, it would be impossible for the two of us to invade the Marquis's estate. A mysterious smile crept across Su Qian's face. What if I could resolve this issue? In the front hall of the Su residence, the doorman, Old Zhang, happened upon a servant who had fainted in the flower bed. Alarmed, he rushed over to investigate, discovering the servant merely unconscious. Old Zhang shook him awake and asked, How did you come to faint here? The servant appeared bewildered for a moment, seemingly trying to recall his identity and location. Upon facing Old Zhang's inquiry, he scratched his head. I was just boiling water for Delang, who was bathing inside. I only recall him suddenly calling me into the room, and then my memory fails. Old Zhang in the entrance scrutinized the servant for a moment and inquired, How do you feel? My head hurts a bit. Does her backside hurt? No. Old Zhang exchanged a glance with the servant, visibly relieved. In the Tianjian, Song Qing, whose dark circles had become increasingly pronounced, leaned over the table cluttered with a haphazard array of bottles and jars. He had not conducted any alchemical experiments today. Instead, he was fervently engaged in writing. Why are the fruits from grafting superior? What profound principles of heaven and earth are involved? If the grafted entities indeed surpass the originals, then by grafting humans and horses, the Dafeng would no longer fret over the scarcity of warhorses. Each soldier could serve as a steed capable of long-distance travel and valiant combat, thereby enhancing the military prowess of Dafeng. The more he wrote, the more exhilarated he became, radiating enthusiasm. At that moment, a figure in white entered, exclaiming excitedly, Brother Song, The alchemical prodigy, Qi'an, has arrived and wishes to meet you." The term alchemical prodigy was a term of endearment the white-robed members of Qi'an used for Qi'an. Chapter 57, Abduction. Qi'an received a warm welcome from Qing as they sat at the table, sipping fragrant tea and engaging in amicable conversation. "To be honest, I have some doubts about you," Qing remarked, taking a small sip. "Over the past few days, I've thoroughly investigated your ancestry. Was it truly appropriate to mention such an investigation in front of him?" Qi'an was not taken aback. He responded with a smile. "How did that go?" "Impeccably clean." Qing shook his head, choosing not to pursue the topic further, and handed over a stack of Qi'an paper. "Take a look at my recent research." Qi'an thought to himself that he had already crafted a clever narrative about wandering sages, yet Qing seemed uninterested, typical of those engrossed in technical matters. He took the manuscript and glanced through it, nearly spitting out his tea in shock. Besides the plant grafting theory he had shared with Qing, this fellow had extrapolated and developed several cases. For instance, grafting humans and horses. A plethora of advantages was listed, such as Defoe no longer needing to worry about warhorse resources and soldiers not having to fret over the lack of exceptional steeds. "Because we are seasoned soldiers, we can serve as our own steeds." Another example, capturing avian demon tribes and crossbreeding with humans to create half-demons capable of serving as an air force. Understand the concept of monster girls? Understand reproductive isolation? Qi'an set aside the Qi'an paper, striving to regain his composure after the jarring revelations. "I came to see Tianjin today to seek Brother Song's assistance. Feel free to speak. You should be aware of my conflict with Minister Zhou. Kaiwei mentioned it to me." Qing set down his teacup, his expression turning serious. "Regrettably, I cannot assist you. Tianjin does not interfere in court politics. It is not permitted by His Majesty. Furthermore, a powerful minister exceeds my capacity to influence." "Master Song, do not be hasty," Qi'an remarked. "I simply need you to articulate your thoughts." "That is impossible," Qing retorted firmly. "I, Song, am a person of integrity and honor, and I shall never engage in such actions." Qi'an pondered for a moment, feeling a twinge of shame. "I apologize for my lack of foresight, Master Song. Let us return to discussing your grafting theory. Forgive my candor, but I believe it to be an endeavor doomed to failure." Qing furrowed his brow, adjusting his posture to assume a more scholarly demeanor. "You must be aware of the example of the cat that can only thrive in a glass bottle. Yet, I sense your confusion regarding the reasons for its failure." Leaning forward, Qing's breaths quickened as he fixed his wide eyes upon Qi'an. "Do you know the reason?" Qi'an replied, "I have not participated in the research, so I cannot ascertain the true cause, but I can offer you a theoretical foundation." "Theoretical foundation?" Qing, who lacked this very component, was intrigued. Founders of schools of thought were rare, and the vastness of alchemy required theoretical support to advance. Under the sudden brilliance in Qing's gaze, Qi'an slowly continued. "Have you heard of the periodic table of elements? What is the periodic table? How does it relate to my experiment?" Qing's mind was flooded with questions, his breaths growing more rapid as he felt he was on the verge of grasping the truths of alchemy. As a fervent enthusiast of the craft, his every nerve was electrified with excitement. Before he could voice his inquiries, Qi'an calmly stated, "The principle of alchemy is equivalent exchange." In the inner city of the Waiwuhu residence, on Shuefu Street, a domain of nobility, the path was lined with marquises, earls, and dukes. The Waiwuhu title had been inherited since the power struggles of 3 centuries past, now holding little sway in contemporary affairs. As a side door opened, a young maiden with a slightly round face emerged, surrounded by maids and attendants. Dressed in resplendent robes, her skirt flowed to her ankles, revealing the delicate embroidered shoes with each step. At the age of 16 or 17, her beauty was striking, her bright, spirited eyes radiating an air of haughtiness, enhancing her presence and drawing the gaze of many. Zhang Yuang entered the sedan chair, which the bearers slowly carried in the direction of the city god temple. She intended to offer incense, partake in a vegetarian meal, and then visit the residence of her close friend, the Count of Wenyuan, for tea and conversation. There, she would peruse the clandestinely circulated forbidden texts among women, discuss the eligible young men of marriageable age, evaluate the outstanding scholars from this autumn's imperial examination, and speculate on their prospects in the upcoming spring examination. Perhaps she would even find her own future husband among them. After traversing 2 streets, an unexpected commotion erupted as the maid accompanying the sedan chair suddenly heard a ruckus. Two horse-drawn carriages behind them had inexplicably lost control, and the drivers, gripped by fear, frantically whipped the reins. Make way, make way! The pedestrians scattered in a frantic attempt to evade the approaching danger. Quick, stop the carriage! The maid, alarmed, directed the attendants to intercept the carriage while urging the bearers to take cover. However, the attendants were insufficient in number, managing to halt only one carriage, while the other collided violently, sending two bearers tumbling. The sedan chair was overturned in an instant. The remaining bearers and the maid instinctively sought refuge, darting aside as chaos erupted around them. After a brief moment of turmoil, the two carriages continued their reckless flight. The maid, in a state of desperation, scrambled to her feet and rushed to inspect the sedan chair. Miss, are you all right?" There was no response. A wave of dread washed over her as she abruptly lifted the curtain, only to be taken aback moments later, exclaiming, "The second miss is missing." The interior of the sedan was utterly vacant. In a secluded courtyard within the inner city, Xianxia realized she had been abducted, though the identity of her captors remained a mystery. Having regained consciousness for a while, and after alleviating the initial throbbing in her head, she found herself enveloped in a state of continuous fear. As the illegitimate daughter of the esteemed Marquis, her treatment was only slightly inferior to that of the legitimate daughters, far surpassing that of her other sisters. Both her father and stepmother treated her with great fondness, and she shared a close bond with her legitimate sister and cousin. Having lived a life of luxury and indulgence, she had never encountered such a dire situation. The surroundings were eerily silent, her hands and feet bound, and her mouth stuffed with cloth, leaving her in a state of sheer terror. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed from outside the courtyard, followed by the sound of footsteps approaching. Xianxu's heart raced, a surge of fear erupting within her. She was uncertain of the fate that awaited her, but she instinctively knew it would not bode well. The footsteps halted outside the door, and a voice called out with a lewd chuckle, "This woman is truly beautiful. I had a sneak peek earlier. Her bosom is ample and soft, quite delightful. How shameless." Another voice interjected, pausing briefly before adding, "And she didn't invite me along." Xianxia felt a mix of humiliation and anger, tears brimming in her eyes. The two figures continued their conversation. "She's still a virgin. Of course. The second daughter of the Marquis is still waiting for marriage." Xianxia was taken aback. They knew who she was and that her father was the Marquis, yet they dared to abduct her? This indicated that the mastermind behind this scheme was certainly not an ordinary individual. "What do you think young Master Zhou will do with this woman? Although she is an exquisite beauty, keeping her might not be wise." "Huh, you've overthought it. Young Master Zhou will likely play with her for a while, then, when he tires of her, simply strangle her and bury her in this courtyard. Who would know? Once young Master Zhou grows weary of her, we can enjoy the spoils as well. This woman, with her delicate skin, is far more enchanting than those in the brothels. Indeed, if it weren't for young Master Zhou's curiosity, we would have dealt with her already. After all, she is the daughter of the Minister of Revenue. Let us go, let us drink. Is that wise? It's almost dusk. Let us buy the wine and return." The sound of footsteps gradually faded away, followed by the closing of the courtyard gate, suggesting that the two individuals had ventured out for a drink. Young Master Zhou, the son of the Minister of Revenue? A vision of a richly attired young man flashed through Xianxu's mind, recalling the events of last year's Lantern Festival. He had not forgotten her, the pampered young lady, raised in luxury and meticulously cared for, had been terrified to the point of trembling, tears streaming down her cheeks. As she struggled to emit sounds, writhing in her bindings, she suddenly noticed that the ropes around her wrists had loosened slightly. Xianxia froze momentarily, then fell silent, yet her hands began to twist with determination. Time passed, and the delicate skin of her wrists became chafed and sore, but at last she managed to free herself. She quickly sat up, untying the ropes from her feet, and stealthily approached the door, listening intently for a moment. Confirming that the courtyard was empty, she cautiously made her way outside. Glancing around anxiously, she bit her lip and dashed towards the courtyard gate with a speed she had never known before, pulling at the latch. The door would not budge. It was locked from the outside. A desperate cry escaped Miss Zhang's lips. Across the street, Su Qian held a bowl of noodles, standing beside Su Xinyan. "Your lewd remarks are quite amusing," remarked Su Delang, teasing his companion. Su Erlang ignored him, his gaze fixed on the gate. Will she be able to get out? Why was the gate locked? The instinct for survival can awaken hidden potentials. Trust me, she will find a way out. Climbing the wall would suffice, Su Qian explained softly. If the door were left unlocked, the evidence would be too conspicuous. This small courtyard had been privately purchased by Zhou Li, housing a woman of considerable beauty. Currently, that woman, along with the servants and doorkeeper, totaling 4 individuals, were confined within a mirror. The jade mirror was capable of containing both objects and living beings, a fact Qi'an had tested with his own servants. Without that mirror, the plan to abduct the Zhang family's young lady would have been exceedingly challenging, perhaps even leading to disastrous consequences. At that moment, the 2 men saw a head emerge from the wall. The disheveled hair of Zhang Yueying peeked over. After cautiously surveying her surroundings, she climbed over the wall and jumped down. It seemed she had twisted her ankle. As she lay on the ground for quite some time before, amidst tears, she mustered the strength to rise. Leaning against the wall, she hopped away towards the street. As a young lady accustomed to a life of luxury, her ability to reach this point was a testament to the immense distress she had endured. They had gone out to buy wine, and she knew they would return at dusk. Casting a glance at the setting sun, she was aware that she was not truly safe yet. Perhaps she would not get far before being pursued, or perhaps she would encounter them after just a few more steps. Just then, a squad of armored city guards passed by. Fearing an encounter with kidnappers or being pursued by them, Zhang Yueying, upon sighting what she perceived as her savior, rushed forward in tears, exclaiming, "I am the daughter of the valiant Marquis. I have been abducted. Please save me." Several guards exchanged glances and promptly surrounded her. The onlookers paused in curiosity as the senior guard inquired, "Who has taken you?" "It is Zhou Li, the son of the Minister of Revenue." Zhang Yueying sobbed uncontrollably. The ominous sound of the curfew drums echoed in the air. Qi'an placed the bowl down on the street and suggested, "Let's find an inn to rest for the night. We shall return home tomorrow and await news." Chapter 58. As night fell over the Marquis of Weiwu's residence. The portly middle-aged Marquis sat in his chair, his countenance grim. 2 elegant women were present in the hall. One knelt, weeping bitterly, while the other offered her quiet consolation. The sudden disappearance of the second daughter, compounded by the incident involving the carriage collision, led the Marquis to surmise that she had been abducted. He mentally reviewed potential adversaries, contemplating political rivals, though it seemed unlikely. After all, his hereditary title had remained unchallenged through generations, gradually pushing him to the periphery of power in the imperial capital. Nevertheless, the united interests of the nobility constituted a formidable force that could not be overlooked. Yet, the Marquis could not recall any political enemies who would resort to such drastic measures as abducting a female member of his family. As for personal vendettas, he had not recently made enemies. The Lord had already reported the incident to the authorities and informed the city guards, reassuring the women, "Do not fret. Inger will be found. Sister, Inger is but a frail girl. If she encounters peril, even if she is retrieved, she may not survive." The mother trembled with anxiety. The Marquis's expression twitched, growing increasingly somber. At that moment, a servant hurriedly entered, exclaiming, "My lord, the young lady has been located." The Marquis and the 2 ladies rushed to the front hall, where they beheld their daughter, haggard and tear-streaked, accompanied by the returning guards. After instructing the steward to reward the guards, the Marquis scrutinized his daughter for a moment, releasing a sigh of relief. "Inger, what transpired?" In her mother's embrace, Zhang Yueying recounted her ordeal. "It was that Zhou Li who kidnapped me. He not only sought to tarnish my honor, but also intended to silence me permanently." She vividly recounted her escape from the den of wolves, detailing how she had seized the opportunity during a moment of negligence by her captors. "My lord, you must seek justice for me and for Inger." Zhang Yueying's biological mother trembled with indignation. "That Zhou Li has repeatedly humiliated Inger, thus besmirching the dignity of our house," the legitimate wife asserted solemnly. The Marquis, enraged, slammed his palm onto the table, shattering it, his body trembling with fury. "That Zhou is far too insolent." The following day, at the east gate of the Meridian Gate, the civil and military officials attending the court were taken aback to see the valiant Marquis donning armor, albeit without any weapons at his side. An intriguing event unfolded that day in the court. The valiant Marquis, clad in armor, ascended the throne and tearfully recounted the illustrious achievements of his ancestors while accusing Minister Zhou. He proclaimed, "Our forebears braved dangers and fought valiantly for the emperor. How can it be that their descendants are subjected to bullying without protection from your majesty? Does this not chill the hearts of all valiant soldiers?" The uproar was significant. The main culprit, Zhou Li, appeared bewildered, wondering when he had ever abducted Miss Zhang. completely unaware of any such transgression. Emperor Yuan Jing, in a fit of rage, commanded the Dali Temple, the Ministry of Justice, and the censorate to investigate the matter and deliver a verdict within 2 days. As a suspect in the case, Zhou Li's first destination was the censorate, where he was interrogated by the city inspector. This sixth-rank official wasted no time and delivered a harsh beating to Zhou Li. After leaving him in tears, he struck the gavel and declared, "Zhou Li, is it not true that the courtyard where the valiant Marquis's illegitimate daughter was detained is your private residence?" To which Zhou Li could only concede, yes. It was a common practice for influential nobles to acquire private residences within the inner city, and Zhou Li had purchased the courtyard without involving anyone else. His name was on the deed, and there were official documents confirming the purchase at the local government office. Since it is indeed your residence, there is no further debate. Sign here. 2 bailiffs stepped forward, one presenting a confession document, while the other compelled Zhou Li to affix his signature. According to the review process of the 3 judicial bodies, the censorate's findings were submitted to the Ministry of Justice, which, disagreeing with the censorate's conclusion, ordered a retrial. Thus, Zhou Li was transferred to the Ministry of Justice, where his treatment underwent a drastic transformation. He was provided with abundant food and drink, and the responsible official even arranged for a doctor to apply healing ointment to Zhou Li's lacerated backside. After several hours of questioning, the Ministry of Justice overturned the censorate's ruling, declaring Zhou Li innocent and asserting that someone had framed him. The case file was then handed to the Dali Temple, which wasted no time in administering another beating to Zhou Li. Following a thorough interrogation, the Dali Temple dismissed the ministry's verdict, concluding that Zhou Li was indeed guilty. The following day, as the Dali Temple, the censorate, and the Ministry of Justice each held differing opinions without yielding a resolution, Emperor Yuan Jing ordered a joint hearing by the 3 judicial bodies, escalating the case. The Dali Temple dispatched a chief and 2 assistants. The ministry sent 2 officials and 4 clerks, and the censorate sent 2 city inspectors, totaling 11 officials, to jointly deliberate on the case. During this assembly, the Ministry of Justice maintained that Zhou Li was innocent, asserting that he had been wrongfully accused by a malicious party. Conversely, both the Dali Temple and the censorate unanimously deemed Zhou Li guilty. The 2 sides engaged in lengthy disputes throughout the day, yielding no clear victor and, consequently, no resolution. It was not until dusk that a white-clad official from the Astronomical Bureau was summoned to the court, arriving to assist in the investigation at the emperor's behest. After the Bai Dao Ming from the Qi'an conveyed his intentions, he turned to Zhou Li, who was kneeling before the hall, and admonished him. "Zhou Li, have you not abducted the esteemed daughter of the Wei Wu Marquis, Xianxia?" Zhou Li shook his head vehemently, exclaiming, "I did not, it was not me. I am wronged." The officials fixed their gazes upon the Bai of the Qi'an. This Bai, with righteous indignation, declared he lies. Zhou Li's face drained of color. 3 days later, Deputy Minister Zhou was dismissed from his position and consigned to military service for embezzling state funds and failing to discipline his son. His son, Zhou Li, was exiled to the southern frontier. A troop of 50 riders ambled along the official road, led by Uncle Su on horseback, reveling in the spring breeze. Upon hearing the news of Deputy Minister Zhou's downfall, Su Pingji pulled his brothers Su Qi'an and Su Erlang to drink throughout the night, finding both satisfaction in revenge and relief from heavy burden. Riding behind Su Pingji, Su Erlang remarked, "I wish to ask you something, elder brother." Su Daolang glanced at him. "Are you curious why Zhou Li would accept this crime, or why the prominent figures at court, including the Wei Wu Marquis, could not see through this rather unrefined frame-up?" Su Erlang pondered. "I have only considered part of it. For Zhou's political adversaries, it matters not whether Zhou Li is innocent or not. They will seize this leverage and relentlessly pursue Zhou. For the Wei Wu Marquis, it presents an opportunity for revenge. Previously, he could not prevail over Zhou due to lack of allies, but now it is a fortuitous chance. Hence, he made a grand entrance to the court that day, provoking much discussion among the officials. As for whether his daughter was indeed kidnapped by Zhou Li, he may harbor doubts, yet without sufficient evidence. It is clear that the more contemptible figure is Zhou, the eldest son, who has repeatedly humiliated his daughter. What perplexes me is that this was not Zhou Li's doing, and both Deputy Minister Zhou and his cohorts are well aware of it. They should have devised a counter-strategy. Do you suppose I ventured to the Qi'an that day for no reason? Do you recall the title of the 8th grade official at the Qi'an? The eyes of Su Xinyan sparkled with clarity. during the tax silver case. The sorcerers of the Qi'an were involved in the investigation and adjudication of the case, indicating the current emperor's reliance on the Qi'an. Su Qianan gazed ahead, buoyed by the spring breeze. At first glance, the case appears irrational, but upon closer inspection, it leaves no trace. Ah, my elder brother. This is my specialty. Coupled with the factor of factional strife, the case is bound to be complicated and difficult to investigate. Thus, the simplest and most effective method is, of course, to seek assistance from the sorcerers of the Qi'an. Su Xianxia nodded in agreement. So, elder brother, you bribed the sorcerers of the Qi'an. Vulgar. Su Qianan spat, declaring openly, the matter of the alchemist cannot be termed bribery. It is an equitable exchange. Pausing, he continued, remember, apart from blood relations, all friends and foes in this world are driven by the pursuit of interests, especially in the realm of politics. No one will be kind to you without reason, nor will anyone harbor enmity towards you without cause. Even a close friend who befriends you must find your existence to be of some positive utility. In the future, when you ascend to a position of power, your elder brother hopes that you will be a capable minister rather than a mere upright official. Su Qian imparted his personal beliefs to his younger brother, saying slowly, remember, harmonize with the world. To cultivate his younger brother into the chief minister of the great phone, he must first shape him in his own likeness. Otherwise, what purpose would it serve to nurture a chief minister whose principles diverge from his own? Su Xianxia gazed into the distance and declared aloud, what if I become lost in the fog of power in the future? Su Qian replied, half in jest and half seriously, that will be your own destiny. Of course, if you were to become a treacherous minister, bringing chaos and turmoil, I would cleanse the ranks. Good. Su Xianxia retorted, if one day you were to become a tyrant, I would too. I feel as if I've just set a flag. Su Qian coughed lightly and turned to Su Pingji. Second uncle, you must bear witness to this. Get lost. Su Pingji snapped back. You speak of internal strife, as if I do not exist? Chapter 59. This child is quite challenging. I shall not teach him. A caravan gradually came to a halt at the foot of Qi'an Mountain. From within an opulent carriage, the grand princess descended via a small ladder, ascending the mountain amidst a throng of soldiers. The mountain breeze gently caressed her flowing skirt and elegant hair as the noble and striking grand princess faced the wind. Squinting her bright eyes, at a pavilion halfway up the mountain, she observed a white-haired elder seated at a desk with a young boy across from him. Beside the boy sat a young girl, engrossed in needlework, her beauty breathtaking. The elder spoke in a deep voice. How many times have I told you? Your grip on the pen must be correct. The boy replied, I know, sir. The elder insisted. Then why haven't you corrected it? The boy retorted, correct what? Never mind, today I shall not write. Let us recite the three-character classic together. With a sigh, the elder cleared his throat. At the beginning of man, nature is inherently good. The boy interjected, at the beginning of man, what is nature? The elder corrected him. At the beginning of man, nature is inherently good. The boy replied, human nature is inherently good. The elder inquired impatiently, why did you pause? The boy replied, I forgot. The elder, exasperated, said, let's start again. At the beginning of man, nature is inherently good. The boy repeated, at the beginning of man, what is nature? The elder was driven to distraction. Outside the pavilion, the grand princess could not stifle her laughter, her eyes sparkling like clear ice, bringing her beauty to life in an instant. The elder recognized the grand princess and immediately rose, respectfully bowing. I pay my respects to the grand princess. With her noble and ethereal demeanor, the grand princess nodded slightly, her voice ringing clear as ice. Since when has the Cloud Deer Academy acquired such a young scholar? The elder gestured for the two sisters to come forward and pay their respects. Su Lingyue stood and offered her courtesy, while Su Lingyin gazed blankly at this woman, whose stature and grace surpassed that of their mother. The elderly gentleman, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, the child is impolite. I hope the esteemed princess will not take offense. He was not overly anxious, for despite the princess's cold and noble demeanor that commanded respect, she was a scholar with a heart as expansive as any man's. He continued, these two are relatives of the students from the academy, and due to matters at home, their female relatives are temporarily residing at the academy. The astute and perceptive princess immediately discerned the implications of his words. She scrutinized the elegantly poised young lady and the not-so-bright child, and with a gentle smile inquired, which student do you refer to? Being somewhat of a scholar herself, she was well aware of the academy's regulations. Without the consent of a distinguished scholar, the female relatives of students could not possibly dwell on Qingyun Mountain. Su Linghua softly replied, "My elder brother, Su Xinyan." She refrained from mentioning Su Qi'an, as her elder brother was not a student of the academy. The princess's gaze flickered as she recalled the brotherly connection, having already investigated Su Qian's background. The mastermind behind the tax silver case was Deputy Minister Zhou, and about a fortnight ago, Su Qian had clashed with Zhou's son in a bustling market. The princess turned her attention to the charming and graceful young lady, her tone softening. "When did this happen?" "Almost a fortnight ago," Su Linghua responded. She was acquainted with Kai Wei, who was aware of Deputy Minister Zhou's involvement in the tax silver case. Thus it stood to reason that the seemingly unremarkable clerk would also be privy to this information. Knowing he had offended Zhou, sending the female relatives to the academy could be seen as a strategic move. However, would it not have been more prudent for the entire family to flee the capital? By sending the women to the academy, while the men remained in the city, what intentions might they harbor? Reflecting on the catalyst that led to Deputy Minister Zhou's demotion and military assignment, the princess narrowed her beautiful eyes, nodded slightly, and continued her ascent with regards. "Yach." The princess scrutinized Zhao Shou, slightly surprised. "It has been a fortnight since we last met, and the dean's demeanor has changed remarkably." Previously, the dean had been disheveled, with graying hair cascading down and a gloomy expression etched upon his brow. Now, however, his eyes sparkled with clarity, his spirit vibrant and unrestrained. Zhao Shou did not answer directly, instead laughing heartily. "The sage says there are no distinctions of age and learning. The accomplished come first." His implication was that there was someone young who could serve as his teacher, perhaps related to the events at the Yaxing Temple that day. The princess harbored a keen interest in the changes at the Yaxing Academy, her thirst for knowledge insatiable as it pertained to the Confucian struggle for doctrinal supremacy and the future political landscape. What truly transpired that day? The Yaxing Academy had been sealed off, with no one allowed entry, and even the night watchman was rendered powerless. The princess gathered her wandering thoughts, gazing out at the deep green bamboo grove, and sighed. Does the dean know about Deputy Minister Zhou's demotion and military assignment? For the court of Defone, this was merely the opening act of a party struggle. Zhao Shou smiled and shook his head, unwilling to elaborate further, and gestured for a chessboard, saying, "Li Mubai has not played chess since his 3 victories over Wei Yuan. There are few in the academy who can engage in a match with me. Today, as the esteemed princess graces us with her presence, I implore you to partake in a game with me." The princess, with a hint of resignation, replied, "Why must the headmaster subject himself to such humiliation by playing chess with me?" Meanwhile, in a pavilion perched upon a neighboring cliff, 3 eminent scholars had just concluded their discourse. A young attendant brought forth a letter, claiming it was from the princess, who had visited the academy. In her handwritten note, she remarked upon the emergence of a remarkable poem in the capital, one that had captivated the literary circles and was hailed by the National Academy as the pinnacle of poetry in a century, surpassing the farewell verses from Yunlu Academy. Furthermore, unlike the farewell poem, this celebrated work emanated from the Bureau of Music, featuring tales of talented scholars and beautiful maidens, thus rendering it more engaging and widely disseminated. At the end of her note, the princess included the poem that had recently gained immense popularity among the literati in the capital. "I have secluded myself for several days, and a stunning masterpiece has emerged in the capital," Xianxia mused as he contemplated the accompanying poem, titled "A Gift of Floating Fragrance from the Shadowy Plum Pavilion." Amidst the myriad blossoms, one stands alone in beauty, capturing the essence of charm in the small garden. The sparse shadows stretch across the gently flowing water, while the subtle fragrance drifts in the moonlit dusk. Zhang Shun resembled a statue, remaining silent for a considerable time. He gently set down the paper and turned to Li Mubai and Chen Tai, who were engaged in tea and conversation. "Chun Jing, Yu Ping, do take a look at this," he said. His sudden display of seriousness left the 2 scholars momentarily taken aback. Li Mubai took the paper, quickly scanning it before his gaze deepened, shedding his previous relaxed demeanor. "Let me see." Chun Tai, observing their reactions, reached for the paper. After reading it through, he savored it for a long while. With a deep sigh, Chun Tai remarked, "The phrases sparse shadows and subtle fragrance exquisitely capture the unparalleled elegance of the plum blossom. It truly reflects a delicate sensibility." Li Mubai then commented, "Though Ning Yan's poem, 'Who in the World Does Not Know You?' inspires great ambition, it pales in comparison when it comes to the depth of its meaning, the elegance of its wording, and the excellence of its spirit." Zhang Shun stroked his beard and sighed, Once this poem is released, it shall be an insurmountable ode to the plum blossom. Who is this youngling, endowed with such talent, yet remains unknown to me? Qi'an perused the handwritten note once more and said, "It appears to be a scholar from Chongla County, who composed this poem as a tribute to the courtesan, floating fragrance in the Bureau of Music." At this juncture, the tea room fell silent. As the three learned men refrained from speaking, an air of melancholy began to permeate the atmosphere. After a prolonged contemplation, Xianxia stated, "I believe we should promptly inform the headmaster and invite this scholar to join the academy. Such talent must not be squandered." Qi'an and Li Mubai readily concurred. Indeed, that makes perfect sense. On this occasion, to escort their aunt and sisters, the students Su Xiao and Su Ningyan first paid a visit to their teacher. The three esteemed scholars had just finished their lecture and, recognizing the visit from their valued students, gathered in the hall to enjoy tea together. Xianxia first glanced at his disciple, whose demeanor had undergone a transformation, and remarked with satisfaction, "Xiao, it seems that transcribing the sayings of the sages has greatly benefited you." Su Xiao felt a wave of embarrassment and nodded in agreement. Li Mubai expressed his astonishment, remarking, "Transcribing the sayings of sages aids in entering the realm of self-cultivation? How did I fail to realize this?" Su Erlang opened his mouth, but ultimately chose silence. He had indeed brushed against the threshold of self-cultivation, but that was only after encountering the 4 lines inscribed by his elder brother on a stone tablet. It was a subtle, gradual process. However, it was not appropriate to voice such thoughts publicly, even though everyone was aware of the origin of those 4 lines. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Qi'an glanced at Li Mubai and Xianxia, smiling as he remarked, "You two reside in the capital. Are you aware that a peerless masterpiece has recently emerged there? The shadows are slanting over the clear waters. The subtle fragrance drifts in the moonlit dusk. Remarkable, simply remarkable. Ningyan, though gifted in poetry, must not succumb to arrogance. One must remember that there are hidden talents among the scholars of the world." This old fellow was clearly envious of their talented student, yet such sage words were irrefutable. Xianxia could only reply, "This poem is indeed astonishingly brilliant. Ningyan need not take it too seriously, as the lament of plum blossoms is an eternal classic, and quibbling over it is futile." Li Mubai nodded in agreement. Although the current scholars lack some spirit, there are exceptional instances that Yongling may never produce another work of such caliber. However, with Ningyan's talent, the possibility of a 3rd or 4th masterpiece in the future is highly likely. Su Xinyan glanced at his cousin and remarked, "This poem was also composed by my elder brother." Chapter 60, The Night Watchman Arrives. Upon hearing this, Qi'an, who was sipping tea, immediately sputtered. Li Mubai and Xianxia froze, abruptly turning to glare at Su Qian. The poet was not Yongling. The young lad seemed to have lost his senses. Casually selling him out, Su Qian, steeling himself, replied, "It is my pseudonym." "Is that so?" "Indeed." Still skeptical, they pressed him, "What were you doing at the teaching office?" Su Qian straightened his posture and replied, "To court the young maiden." The room fell into a sudden silence. The 3 venerable scholars felt a constriction in their chests, as if they were choking on bile. After a few seconds, Xianxia stood up, pointing at Su Qian's nose. He paced frantically within the room, visibly agitated. "An eternal classic, and you apply it to a woman of the streets? Does she deserve it? Does she?" Yes, it would be better suited to you." Su Qian silently scoffed, while outwardly adopting a posture of attentiveness to his teacher's admonition. Li Mubai was equally incensed. To use the lament of plum blossoms in such a manner is utterly vulgar and tasteless. It is a sheer waste of fine poem. If it could be altered to a gift to Mr. Mubai of Yunlu Academy, you would likely be laughing like a pig, Su Qian mused internally. 2 lines of poetry, immortalized through the ages, wasted on a woman of the streets indeed. Yet, one must not judge solely by appearances. Without this poem to gain the favor of the famed courtesan, how could he extract useful information? How could he ensnare Zhou Li? If Zhou Li were not undermined? What if Deputy Minister Zhou persevered? What if his political rivals failed to overthrow him? What fate awaited the Su family? Poetry has always been derived from others. There is no sense of loss in that. Moreover, it cannot resolve the pressing troubles at hand. What use is a wealth of words if they cannot be transformed into tangible benefits? Only when exquisite verses can be exchanged for practical gains do they hold true value. Qi'an sighed inwardly upon realizing that Yongling was merely a pseudonym for Su Qian. Initially astonished and skeptical, He soon found it quite reasonable upon further reflection. Such poetic talent could not simply appear out of thin air. If Li Mubai and Zhang Shun could accept him as a disciple, why could not he, with two mentors, also take on a third? Chen Deru quietly resolved to seize the opportunity to welcome this gifted poet into his fold. After enduring a barrage of words, Su Qian humbly admitted his fault and promised that henceforth, any fine poetry or verses he crafted would first be subject to the revisions of his two esteemed teachers. Li Mubai and Zhang Shun reluctantly calmed down. Apart from the regret of having missed out on timeless masterpieces, the two scholars genuinely felt that Su Qian's poem, applied to a courtesan from the teaching bureau, was a waste, a squandering of talent. Su Xinyan, possessing a modicum of conscience, timely intervened to ease the tension and shift the topic. My younger sister has been receiving enlightenment at the academy for several days. I wonder if there have been any results? The three scholars exchanged glances, and Chen Tai could not help but chuckle. Your sister truly possesses a steadfast resolve, unyielding and strong. Zhang Shun replied helplessly. In the span of 10 days, her instructor has changed 4 times. Li Mubai added, each has sworn never to teach young children again. In the small courtyard, the family reunited after a long separation. The aunt joyfully welcomed her husband and cherished son, while the second uncle embraced his young daughter and wife with delight. Upon seeing her father, Su Lingyin was overcome with emotion, clinging to his leg and crying out. Su Heir Shu felt a pang of pity, believing his daughter had suffered under the rigorous instruction of the academy's teachers, who must be quite strict. Standing to the side, Su Lingwei, clad in indigo robes, observed the scene with a gentle smile on her slender, youthful face. Being older, she could not unreservedly throw herself into her father's embrace like her little sister, nor was she the eldest son, and thus did not enjoy the same affection from their parents. The child caught in between often finds herself in an awkward position. Having not seen each other for 10 days, Su Qian walked over and took his sister's delicate hand, scrutinizing her closely. Her waist, cinched with a sash, was dainty enough to be grasped with a single hand, and her bosom began to swell, the budding form of a young woman presenting an alluring sight. With a heart-shaped face and large, expressive eyes, she was flawless from any distance, lacking only a touch of feminine charm, yet radiating a pure and vibrant beauty typical of youth. Su Lingwei instinctively pulled her hand back, but restrained herself. The warmth of her brother's palm made her cheeks flush, and her eyes sparkled as she softly called out, "Elder brother." On the way home, Su Lingwei unexpectedly expressed a desire to ride a horse. But since she had no knowledge of horsemanship, she requested her father's approval to ride alongside Su Qian. The sun shone warmly, and the breeze brushed coolly against their faces. Riding horses in the depths of winter felt akin to riding a motorcycle in the harshest of seasons, sans a helmet. Su Lingwei, being a woman, nestled closely in Su Qian's embrace, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the scenery around her, a profound sense of safety washing over her, one she had never experienced before. Su Xinyan also had a sister in his arms. "Second brother, the horse is jolting. I feel nauseous. Then let us return to the carriage." "I don't want to. I want to ride on your neck." Su Erlang furrowed his brow, perturbed by the little imp's antics. At that moment, an aunt from the carriage lifted the curtain and peered out with a captivatingly beautiful face. "Master, during my absence from the estate, have you been indulging in mischief?" Su Xinyan and Su Qian replied in unison, "No." The aunt appraised the two with a discerning gaze. "I wasn't inquiring about you, so mind your own business." 3 days later, it was a day of rest. In the early morning, Su Qian fiddled with a jade small mirror, its surface reflecting the shadows of military crossbows, bronze mirrors, and simple blades, resembling a painting with indistinct strokes. For the time being, he utilized this mirror as a storage pouch, stuffing a myriad of items into it. Upon arriving at the main residence and having breakfast, Su Lingwei, with an eager expression, said, "Eldest brother, let us go out for a stroll today, since you have a day off." Su Erlang recalled the recent incident involving Zhou Li's horse-riding escapade and frowned, replying, "I also have a day off today. Let father accompany you instead." Su Lingwei pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "Never mind. I suddenly feel a bit dizzy." Su Erlang. In the morning, they enjoyed music at the opera house, returned home for a midday nap, and planned to visit the black market in the evening. Su Qian needed to seize the opportunity to break through to the Qi training stage. At that moment, the doorman, old Zhang, hurriedly approached and announced, standing in the hall, "Master, 2 officials are waiting outside." "Officials?" Su Pingji casually inquired, sipping his kanji. Su Erlang asked, "Eldest brother, Are they your colleagues? Su Qian was indifferent. They probably aren't. Old Zhang continued. I cannot say for certain. But they are dressed in black and have a peculiar gong tied to their chests. The three men of the Su family exchanged solemn glances, each discerning the gravity of the situation in the other's eyes. Night watchmen, quickly let them in. Su Pingji hastily rose and moved towards the front hall, with Su Qian and Su Xinyan following closely behind, their minds racing as they pondered the purpose of a night watchman's visit. In the Defeng dynasty, the term night watchman bore ominous connotations, often associated with accusations, imprisonment, and the seizure of property. Yet, upon introspection, one would surmise that, given Su Erlang's standing, night watchmen would hardly regard him with disdain. Soon, the three men encountered the visiting night watchman in the front hall, clad in standard black attire, their short capes billowed behind them, and a gong inscribed with intricate incantations adorned their chests. Both night watchmen were relatively young, with the one on the left bearing a serious demeanor and an unsmiling expression. On the right stood a young man, his demeanor in stark contrast to the surrounding atmosphere. A smile beamed across his face, and his eyes narrowed into slits. With a playful glint in his eye, the youth surveyed the three members of the Su family and inquired, "Which one of you is Su Qian?" Stepping forward, Su Qian replied confidently, "I am." The youth, still with a slight nod, said, "Come with us for a moment." Su Pingji's brow furrowed as he stepped in front of Su Qian, clasping his fists together and speaking in a grave tone. "Gentlemen, what offense has my nephew committed?" The serious-looking young man frowned slightly. Meanwhile, the other, who maintained a cheerful demeanor, remarked, "He who does not engage in wrongful deeds by day has nothing to fear from the night watchman." Given the nature of the night watchman's conduct, one might wonder if a refusal to comply would result in immediate violence. Su Qian placed a hand on his uncle's shoulder and addressed the two watchmen. "Very well. I shall accompany you." He followed them out of the Su residence, where a carriage awaited. The solemn watchman gestured towards the carriage, indicating for Su Qian to enter. The perpetually smiling youth removed a gong from his chest and struck it forcefully, proclaiming, "Be cautious of fire in these dry times." The night watchman's office was located far within the inner city, necessitating several hours of travel on foot from the Su residence. Thus, the provision of a carriage for Su Qian was not a matter of privilege, but rather a means to conserve time. The stoic watchman took the reins. While inside the carriage, Su Qian sat opposite the affable youth. "Why have you summoned me?" Su Qian pondered. "Is it regarding the Jolie case?" "That cannot be. For while I cannot guarantee a flawless crime, I can assure you that in the absence of surveillance in the Great Feng dynasty, it is implausible for them to trace the kidnapping of the second miss of the Zhang family back to me. Even if there were traces, they would not be able to pinpoint me so swiftly." Reaching into his bosom, Su Qian retrieved a silver note worth 10 taels, exhaling in relief. He sincerely presented the note, stating, "I am a law-abiding citizen, admiring your esteemed service to the nation and the people, and I humbly offer this 10 taels for you to enjoy a cup of tea. Should you enlighten me on the events that have transpired, I will be most grateful." The watchman's gaze settled on the silver note, a harmless smile gracing his face as he squinted his eyes. The rules of the night watch are stringent. Accepting bribes exceeding 10 taels results in 50 lashes. Over 50 taels leads to exile, and exceeding 100 taels warrants execution. Clearly, I have no need to face punishment for merely 10 taels. Su Qian offered an awkward smile, prepared to retract the note, when the youth with narrowed eyes leisurely remarked, "If you wish to extract information from me, you must offer more." Su Qian, devoid of any pretense, handed over 30 taels. The youth chuckled, his eyes narrowing further, as he tucked away 2 of the silver notes and handed another through the curtain. "Having accepted 30 taels, we each receive 10, and the remaining 10 can be spent tonight at the tea house, perfectly dividing at 5 taels each." The stoic watchman accepted the note with a low hum of acknowledgement. The cheerful young man crossed his legs, grinning at Su Qian. While rules hold great importance, when all parties tacitly disregard them, being overly earnest may lead to social exclusion. Chapter 61. Irrefutable evidence. He scrutinized Su Qian with subtlety, noting the tension in his frame and the forced smile upon his lips. "I am merely tasked with escorting you for questioning. The intricacies of the matter remain unclear to me. However, remember this when you reach the court. Conceal nothing that ought to be revealed, and do not utter what should remain unspoken, even under duress." Am I not aware of this principle myself? It hardly warrants 30 taels of silver. What utter nonsense! This is no different from a half-hearted excuse to involve the relevant authorities. Su Qian thought, suppressing the urge to strike the man with the squinty eyes. Yet, fear restrained him. The carriage traversed bustling markets and lengthy thoroughfares, finally arriving at the watchman's office just past the hour of the snake. Qi'an disembarked, escorted by 2 watchmen into the imposing edifice renowned for its authority. The office, reconfigured from 2 courtyards, featured towering lofts. Watchmen clad in black, bearing bronze gongs, moved in and out, their expressions stern and imposing. Will I be cast into the watchman's prison, a place notorious for devouring men whole? He paused to observe the unfolding events. After all, he was a law-abiding citizen, not a criminal. Taking a deep breath, he sought to calm his fluttering heart. Soon, he was led into a small courtyard, where 2 watchmen stood guard. Upon the handover, the squinty-eyed man lingered at the entrance, offering a smile tinged with irony. Step inside, and may fortune favor you. With that, he departed alongside his serious-faced companion. As Qi'an entered, the 2 watchmen swung open the door to a grim chamber, their tone devoid of warmth. Go in. The room was a torture chamber, equipped with an array of implements of agony, and at its center stood a long, empty table. The chief interrogator had yet to arrive. Qi'an dared not take a seat. Instead, he pondered why the watchman had summoned him. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, footsteps echoed as someone entered the courtyard. The door swung open, revealing 2 middle-aged men adorned with silver gongs embroidered on their chests. Qi'an's muscles tensed as he quickly scanned the newcomers, astonished to recognize one as an old acquaintance. His high-bridged nose and pronounced features bore the trace of southern blood, a remnant of his mixed heritage. It was the very silver gong he had encountered during the tax silver case in the government office. Here we meet again. Xianxia nodded, his gaze betraying no warmth. The 2 silver gongs settled behind the table, their demeanor serious, their eyes piercing as they scrutinized Qi'an. You shall answer my inquiries. Should you lie, severe punishment awaits, the unfamiliar silver gong intoned solemnly. Qi'an's heart sank. These 2 men regarded him with the eyes of a criminal. Xianxia furrowed his brow. Before answering, please adjust your attire. It is the most basic of courtesies. Only then did Qi'an realize his collar was askew, a consequence of hastily pocketing banknotes in the carriage. Once he had straightened himself, he noticed Xianxia's expression soften, as if a burden had been lifted. The silver-clad figure inquired, are you aware that the mastermind behind the tax silver case is the former Vice Minister Zhou? Qi'an candidly responded, I have heard Ms. Kai Wei from the Astronomical Bureau mention it. Do you know that Zhou Li's actions against you are motivated by revenge? Indeed, I am aware. Qi'an recalled the admonition from the squint-eyed youth and resolved to speak without reservation. The day the white-robed officials from the Astronomical Bureau stormed the Ministry of Justice to rescue him was witnessed by many, rendering denial futile. It was better to acknowledge the truth openly, presenting an image of clarity and grace. Are you aware that Zhou Li wishes to see you dead? Yes. Thus, in order to evade retaliation from the Zhou family, you abducted the illegitimate daughter of the Marquis of Waiwu, framing Zhou Li for the crime. The unfamiliar silver-clad figure's eyes glinted with sharp insight. Indeed, Qi'an was unfazed by this accusation, even feigning a semblance of bewilderment and panic at being wronged. I do not comprehend what the esteemed official is implying. On the day the illegitimate daughter was kidnapped, you were not on duty at the Chonglu County office. Where were you? I was at the brothel, listening to music. I admit my dereliction, as I often sneak away to indulge in such entertainments. This, he noted, could be corroborated by the Constable Wong and the other clerks, for they all indulged in similar distractions. Moreover, what business was it of the night watchman if I, a mere clerk of Chonglu County, spent my time at the brothel? How do you account for the issuance of the receipt? Records indicate you were present in the inner city multiple times. Xianxia stated solemnly. I am wronged. Qi'an exclaimed, his eyes wide with fervor as he defended himself. I have never set foot in the inner city, nor have I ever retrieved a receipt from the office. They are framing me. Any visits I made to the inner city were arranged through intermediaries, and my hands are clean. The intermediary was Yang Ling. What relation does he have to me? Qi'an. The 2 silver-clad figures examined him for a moment, failing to uncover any incriminating details in his words. They exchanged glances, seemingly taken aback. In matters of interrogation, I too possess expertise. Qi'an sighed with relief, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the implements of torture, causing his heart to constrict anew. Xianxia sighed. Indeed, had we not possessed evidence in advance, we might have been swayed by your earlier dialogue. Once again, they are framing me. Qi'an maintained a stoic expression, yet his tone held conviction. As a graduate of a police academy with several years of experience in law enforcement, he felt confident in navigating various interrogations. Unless they resorted to coercion, that would be an entirely different matter. With Zhou, the vice minister, having fallen from grace and in the absence of evidence, he believed the night watchman would not subject him to undue hardship. The unfamiliar silver-clad figure produced a small notebook from his pocket, opened it, glanced at Qi'an, and read aloud. On the first day of October, the day of Rinxiu, Qi'an returned from Yunlu Academy, purchasing 2 golden hairpins at Bao'Kixuan, during which he was followed, presumably by someone from the Zhou residence. That evening, I repelled an assassin from the Zhou family. On the second day of October, the day of Guihai, I relocated the female relatives to Yunlu Academy for their safety. On the 5th day of October, the day of Bingyin, I entered the inner city and visited the Ministry of Music, staying overnight at the Shadow Plum Pavilion. The poem Gift of Floating Fragrance is suspected to be authored by Qi'an. On the 7th day of October, the day of Wuchun, a carriage collided violently with the daughter of the Marquis of Weiwu, abducting her through unknown means. A stranger, bearing a silver gong, closed his notebook and cast a derisive glance at Qi'an, sneering softly. Qi'an felt a chill creeping through him, as if he were lacking warm clothing in the depths of winter, and he shivered slowly. The night watchman had been trailing him since the day he set foot in the academy. All his schemes had been laid bare before the watchman. Why was he being followed? He was merely a lowly courier. This was illogical, and Qi'an seethed with silent rage. He felt a despair as deep as an abyss. Framing the deputy minister of revenue and kidnapping the Marquis's daughter, combined, these charges were enough to warrant execution for his entire family. No scholar from Yunlu Academy could save him, nor could the white-clad officials of the Astral Bureau. There was no one to rescue him. He had meticulously cleaned up after himself, leaving no incriminating evidence. Yet the watchman had witnessed his every move. Fate had conspired against him. Qi'an's forehead beaded with cold sweat, which slowly trickled down his cheek and fell to the ground, all under the mocking, icy gaze of the 2 silver gongs. Suddenly, he noticed an illogical detail. If the watchman had observed the entire process, why had he not exposed him? By simply submitting the notebook, Zhou could absolve himself, and the executioner's blade aimed at the Su family would once again descend after a delay of a month and a half. Why wait until the deputy minister, Zhou, had fallen before inviting him for tea? Qi'an exhaled deeply, releasing a torrent of negative emotions, and bowed his head submissively. This humble one confesses, it was all my doing. How the esteemed gentleman choose to proceed is entirely at your discretion. The serious-faced silver gong raised an eyebrow and exchanged a knowing glance with Liuchen, both breaking into smiles. Very astute. Indeed, Liuchen remarked. The earlier conversation was merely a test. Had you shown any weakness during the interrogation or crumbled under irrefutable evidence, true retribution would have awaited you. Pausing for a moment, he softened his demeanor, his smile becoming more relaxed. But now, what awaits you is an invitation from the watchman. Chapter 62, Qualification Assessment. An invitation from the watchman? Qi'an found it hard to believe and remained silent, hesitating to respond. You are indeed a talent. I confirm that in the back hall of the government office. However, the watchmen have their rules. The Qi refinement stage is the minimum requirement. Liuchen shifted to a more relaxed posture, no longer as confrontational as before. As guardians of the great Feng and protectors of His Majesty, it is natural to maintain high standards. Yet you have proven yourself through your own abilities. Even at the refinement stage, the watchman would be inclined to recruit you. Is it because my methods are sufficiently ruthless and my thoughts intricate that I am being considered despite the standards? Yes. The half-southern blooded silver gong had expressed admiration for me during the resolution of the tax silver case. The stern-faced silver gong explained, of course. The primary reason is that the Grand Princess recommended you. The Grand Princess? Qi'an was taken aback once more. Who is she, and why would she recommend me? I did not even know her. True, I have heard of her at Yunlu Academy, but we have never met. Why would she endorse me to the night watchman? Filled with confusion and perplexity, Qi'an sensed that the 2 silver gongs had no intention of providing clarity. Perhaps even they were in the dark. As for why they refrained from reporting him, Liuchen smiled and said, you should understand the duties of a night watchman. The deputy minister Zhou, who oversees the corruption of officials and the embezzlement of the national treasury, is not aligned with the night watchman. In fact, the downfall of deputy minister Zhou has been aided by the night watchman. Qi'an suddenly comprehended. Deputy minister Zhou is destined to fall. We have already begun to take measures against him. Your small scheme has merely expedited our progress, the stern-faced Silver Gong remarked. Liuchen glanced at him and said, Lord Sun, as previously agreed, I will take this individual under my wing. Please grant us a moment of privacy. Lord Sun did not leave, but instead fixed his gaze on Qi'an. You have the power to choose. Will you follow him or me? The disparity in power between us is minimal, yet he is rigid and inflexible. Following his gong, you will lead a mundane existence, whereas with my gong, you could own a modest abode in the inner city within 3 years. The prospect of acquiring a residence in the capital after 3 years of labor was indeed an enticing temptation. Qi'an politely declined Lord Sun's overture, stating, During the tax silver case, Lord Li provided me with an opportunity for redemption, a kindness I've always remembered. I wished to work under him. This was but one reason. Another was his reluctance to stray from his principles and engage in dubious dealings. Lord Sun nodded slightly, approvingly remarking, It is commendable to know gratitude. Without further ado, he exited. Once the door was closed, Liuchen gestured to the seat opposite him, smiling gently. Please sit and introduce yourself. I am Liuchen, and I shall be your superior from now on. You may address me as such. If it feels uncomfortable, you may call me Lord Li. Is it acceptable to call you Brother Chun? Qi'an took his seat and, feeling somewhat apprehensive, addressed him as Lord Li. While working under my command, you must act with integrity. This you must remember, Liuchen advised before beginning to introduce the Night Watchmen's organization. At the lowest tier are the White Gongs, who have no official standing and perform menial tasks. Next are the Copper Gongs, the legitimate Night Watchmen, who must at least be at the Qi refinement stage, earning a monthly salary of 5 taels of silver and 2 shurs of rice. Above them are the Silver Gongs, enjoying the benefits of 100 households. The highest rank is the Golden Gong, with only 10 in the capital, directly answering to Lord Wei. Qi'an nodded, acknowledging that he was aware of these fundamentals, and that Wei Yuan was the head of the Night Watchmen's organization. The duties of the Night Watchmen include overseeing officials and safeguarding the capital. You will gradually familiarize yourself with the specifics of the role. Liuchen scrutinized Qi'an. You are currently at the pinnacle of the refinement realm. I have 2 suggestions for you. First, gradually accumulate merits while awaiting opportunities. Second, pay 400 taels of silver, and I shall assist you in opening the heavenly gate. Without hesitation, Qi'an chose the latter. Liuchen narrowed his eyes. Quite affluent, aren't we? Qi'an, with unwavering composure, attributed the funds to the enchanting Maiden Kai Wei from the Bureau of Celestial Observation. Liuchen nodded. I will first arrange for you to change your household registration and handle the relevant procedures. Having spoken, he exited, soon returning with a pair of young men, one with slanted eyes and the other with a serious demeanor. Song Tingfeng, the man with the squinting smile, introduced himself, assessing Qi'an from head to toe. Not bad. You've come in and become a colleague? Zhu Guangxiao, the serious young man, spoke little thereafter. Qi'an followed the two to complete the onboarding procedures. Along the way, Song Tingfeng casually chatted. Working under Chief, Li is generally quite relaxed, devoid of the usual intrigues and schemes. The downside, however, is that one must exercise caution when it comes to financial gains. Minor greed is acceptable, but do not overreach. Could you return the 30 taels of silver to me? Qi'an gazed at him earnestly. Song Tingfeng reciprocated with an equally sincere gaze. When did I ever take your money? Scoundrel. Qi'an grinned. Oh, I must have misremembered. By the way, we plan to visit the Bureau of Courtesans tonight. Would you care to join us? Song Tingfeng extended the invitation. I detest this corrupt, bureaucratic socializing. Qi'an replied with a smile. Certainly. After completing the paperwork, Song Tingfeng led him deeper into the government office, explaining as they walked. After officially becoming a night watchman, there is an additional procedure to test your qualifications. Test your qualifications? Qi'an envisioned placing his hand upon a crystal stone to gauge his combat prowess. It is a protocol established by Lord Wei, Song Tingfeng clarified, encompassing tests of wisdom, strength, and introspection. As they arrived before a loft, they stepped over a high threshold into a grand hall, where 2 lines of poetry were inscribed on a supporting pillar. With a sincere heart, I serve the temple dust. Not for personal gain do I seek. This was penned by Lord Wei, meant as a reminder for us, Song Tingfeng remarked. Clearly, it bears little significance. Qi'an shot him a sidelong glance, his words laden with implication. Song Tingfeng feigned ignorance, leading him inside. As you are now at the refinement realm, your combat ability need not be tested. We shall begin with the wisdom assessment. He summoned the clerks from within the loft and issued his instructions. Moments later, two clerks entered, each bearing a brocade box. Song Ting Fong smiled. Within their boxes, one is empty, while the other contains something. You may choose one of them to ask a single question. Among them, one speaks only falsehoods while the other speaks solely the truth. Song Ting Fong let out a soft sigh. You have the time it takes to burn an incense stick to ponder this. I cannot offer you any hints. Zhu Guangxiao succinctly advised. This question is quite challenging. Think carefully. Nodding, Song Ting Fong remarked. Though Wei Gong claims this is merely a game, few can discern the answer. I grasped it only after the incense had burned down. It is said that only the esteemed officials of Jinluo can comprehend this riddle within 20 breaths. An attendant lit an incense stick and placed it aside. Having grappled with such simple logical puzzles in my previous life, I turned to the attendant on my left and inquired, if you were in his position, what would you tell me? The attendant appeared taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a question, and after a considerable pause, muttered, nothing. Nodding, I placed my hand on the brocade box held by the attendant on my right, declaring, the answer lies within this box. Song Ting Fong opened his mouth, his expression stiff as he glanced at his stoic companion. How long? Zhu Guangxiao responded, somewhat exasperated. Excluding the time the attendant was lost in thought, 12 breaths. The air fell silent for a moment. Song Ting Fong clasped his hands and shook his head in resignation. Your ability to solve the tax silver case is not merely luck. He was aware of who Su Qian was. As Li Yuchen was one of the main judges in the tax silver case, during which Song Ting Fong and Zhu Guangxiao had tirelessly pursued non-existent monsters outside. Chapter 63. Su Qian. I still have a chance for redemption. To reach the heart of the matter, ascend the stairs from here and continue to the top floor. Song Ting Fong instructed, pointing to the stairs. This stage has no specific requirements, but remember to follow your instincts. Being overly contrived will lower your score. What purpose does the score serve? Su Qian retorted. Why do you assess one's aptitude? The scores are graded in 4 tiers, B, C, and D, with higher aptitude being more easily cultivated, Song Ting Fong replied, lifting his chin. I am a robust individual. Su Qian mused silently, playing along with the jest as he ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he noticed an ancient bronze mirror hanging on a red-painted pillar directly opposite the stairs. The mirror reflected his figure, and an inexplicable pang of anxiety coursed through him, causing his muscles to tense involuntarily before gradually relaxing. As his myriad thoughts settled, his mind became tranquil, relinquishing all aspirations, desires, and personal ambitions. The fleeting notion that the mirror was unusual crossed his mind, but quickly sank into the recesses of his consciousness, forgotten. The thought of forcefully entering a sage-like state also faded away. With a light step, he turned the corner and arrived at the hall on the 2nd floor, where a statue of the Buddha, resplendent and dignified, was enshrined. Offerings adorned the incense altar, and the air was thick with fragrant smoke. An attendant stood before the Buddha, observing him intently. Su Qian looked at the Buddha statue with a calm demeanor for a moment before turning away and heading towards the stairs to the 3rd level. The attendant watched his departing figure, bowing his head to write something on paper, seemingly to evaluate him. The 3rd level housed the Daoist sage, adorned in a Daoist robe, wielding a wooden sword and standing upon a cloud. Another attendant observed Su Qian's arrival in silence. After Su Qian casually glanced around and then turned to leave, the attendant similarly picked up his brush to record his assessment on the parchment spread before him. The 4th level was dedicated to a Confucian sage, dressed in traditional robes and wearing a scholar's cap, gazing into the distance. The attendant remained standing before the clay statue, quietly watching Su Qian. As Su Qian noted the striking resemblance of this sage's statue to that of the Yunlu Academy, he felt a fleeting pang of nostalgia before departing without a backward glance. He ascended to the highest 5th level. The 5th level honored a man clad in a yellow robe, standing majestically with his sword in hand, his brows sharp and his gaze commanding. Although Su Qian did not recognize him, the resplendent yellow dragon robe spoke volumes. He was undoubtedly a monarch of the Deping dynasty or perhaps the founding emperor. Upon reaching this level, Su Qian suddenly grasped the true essence of the heart inquiry. Assessing one's moral character was paramount, while measuring qualifications was merely a facet of it. The mirror served to prevent one from acting against their true intentions, compelling them to offer incense and pay homage. Regrettably, he had not paid respect to the Buddha, nor to the Daoist sage, nor to the Confucian sage. which implied that he was a person lacking reverence for the divine and dismissive of the 4 books and 5 classics. While such a stance might not bear grave consequences, failing to pay homage to the figure on the 5th level would be catastrophic. A man devoid of loyalty to his emperor, father, and the gods was unfit for this era. What organization did the Night Watchmen belong to? They were spies and protectors under the emperor's command. They could disregard the 3 teachings, yet not betray the emperor. Thus, the heart inquiry served as a moral filter. Qi'an, without question, was deemed unworthy. He had ascended 5 flights without offering a single bow. A person of such lowly stature would surely be expelled from the Night Watchman's office. What was more concerning was that the Night Watchmen were aware of his transgressions against Zhou Li, and he feared the past might resurface. These thoughts flickered through his mind and then settled, fading into the background. Qi'an anxiously battled against the sage mode, forcing himself to kneel before the emperor's likeness. His consciousness warring within him, his body stiffening, muscles spasming in tremors. The attendant standing before the emperor observed Qi'an for a moment before descending the stairs. Minutes later, the attendant returned, finding Qi'an still rooted in place, his entire frame rigid and trembling as if seized by cramps. The attendant regarded Qi'an as one might appraise a rare creature, and spoke softly. "I have exchanged evaluations with my colleagues downstairs." He continued. When Lord Wei established the heart inquiry, he stipulated that should anyone ascend 5 levels without bowing, they must be a person of profound wickedness. "Brother, grant me another chance." Qi'an's heart raced with anxiety. Thus, Wei Gong bestowed yet another opportunity, establishing a 6th trial, one that had never been traversed before. The official regarded Qi'an with an enigmatic gaze. "You are as unique as a scorpion's excrement. Relax your body, do not cramp." Qi'an ceased his internal battle against his sage-like persona, adjusting his breath and successfully calming his muscles. It was then he realized his back was drenched with sweat. Following the official, he navigated past the statue of the monarch into a deeper area, where dappled sunlight streamed through intricately carved windows, casting delicate patterns upon the wooden platform within. Upon the platform was inscribed a verse, "Slaying 1,000,000 enemy chieftains, the blood upon my sword still fresh. Returning, I wield a golden mace. None in the court dare to speak." The poem exuded an impressive might. "What does this poem signify?" Qi'an inquired, glancing at the taciturn official. Initially tempted to slip him some silver notes to extract information, he reconsidered, pondering whether such a mere official could comprehend the intentions of that powerful eunuch. It seemed improbable. He admonished himself not to stray from his purpose, for that would lead to ruin. A poetic duel? Unlikely, as the theme was evidently not one of literary competition. The trial of the heart pertained to moral character and required an approach from that perspective. Why had Wei Yuan placed this verse here as part of the moral evaluation? Qi'an dismissed irrelevant thoughts, actively engaging his mind. The 6th trial was tailored for someone like him, one without a sovereign or a mentor who disrespected deities and eschewed reverence. Essentially, a last chance. Surely, it was meant to unearth some precious moral values from within him. Should he lack such values, his fate would be sealed. Suddenly, a valuable moral principle dawned upon him, reminiscent of a couplet he had seen in the hall. "Wishing to dedicate my heart to the dusty realm, not seeking personal gain." The duty of the Night Watchman was to oversee the officials, and Wei Yuan's poem similarly conveyed loyalty and the assertion of authority over the court. With this realization, Qi'an felt a profound clarity. He understood the eunuch's intent. The poem was not meant for poetic contest, but rather for empathy. If a wretched individual devoid of military or moral integrity were to confront his own conscience in this trial, he could not feign the creation of an empathetic poem. Conversely, if he could produce such a verse, it indicated the presence of cherished virtues within him, and Wei Yuan was willing to afford him another chance. With a sigh, Qi'an exhaled deeply and extended his hand. "Ink and brush, if you please." The official handed him a brush, preparing the Xian paper upon the platform. Qi'an hovered the brush above the paper, closing his eyes. "Though I possess no sovereign in my heart and disdain the reverence of deities, I am no irredeemable villain. I harbor a sense of justice and stand firm upon my principles. I have never exploited the common people, nor have I ever relied on my official position to extort or harass. Even though this may be the norm in society, and despite my desperate attempts to amass wealth, I implore you to empathize with me. Thus, I shall compose a poem as you desire." Qi'an, with unimpeded thoughts, inscribed the following in an unsightly script. "You feast on the people's sustenance. Their essence is your bounty. The common folk are easily oppressed, yet heaven cannot be deceived. The official stood, his expression dazed as he gazed at the 4 lines upon the paper. He accepted the rice paper, fixed his gaze upon Qi'an for a moment, and said, "The inquiry of the heart has concluded. My lord may proceed at his discretion, but before the results are revealed, do not leave the yamen. Each night, watchman's qualifications must be personally adjudicated by Lord Wei. I shall deliver this to him forthwith." He nearly dashed from the floor, the sound of his footsteps echoing down the stairs, rapidly fading from hearing. Qi'an felt as though he had been drained of vitality, leaning against the wooden platform to catch his breath before descending as well. Song Tingfeng and Zhu Guangxiao awaited their colleague on the first floor. Upon seeing Qi'an, they waved with smiles. "How many times did you kneel?" His grinning demeanor resembled that of a fox. The departing official did not divulge the process or outcome to him. Qi'an opened his mouth, ultimately opting for silence. Zhu Guangxiao, with a serious countenance, slightly furrowed his brows. "You appear rather unwell." "Not merely unwell. I feel as though I've teetered on the edge of life and death twice, more exhilarating than a roller coaster." Qi'an wearily shook his head and remarked, "I wish to find a place to sit and enjoy some tea, to rest a while." Song Tingfeng, with a playful arch of his brow, suggested, "Shall I summon a courtesan to massage your shoulders and legs?" Qi'an, chuckling, nodded. "Let us invite the renowned courtesan from the teaching bureau." Song Tingfeng was taken aback and then burst into hearty laughter. "I too dreamed of such a fantasy in my youth." Chapter 64, Various Cultivation Systems. The most prominent structure of the night watchman's yamen is the imposing Haoqi Tower in the central courtyard, with its pointed roof and tiered eaves appearing unified from all angles. The lower 4 levels are encircled by a corridor, while the 5th and 6th levels serve as observation halls, overlooking the entirety of the night watchman's yamen. The man known in the martial world as Wei Qingyi, a powerful eunuch, resides within this tower. In the tea room on the 7th floor, a man clad in azure leaned against a soft couch, a scroll in his hand. His sky-blue garment was intricately embroidered with elaborate cloud patterns, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. His raven hair was bound with a jade hairpin, his temples touched with frost, a clean-shaven face, and deep-set eyes that bore the weight of time as passage. Wei Yuan was a man of both grace and appearance, refined and handsome, with a demeanor that was profound and reserved. In the tea room, there were 2 companions accompanying Wei Yuan, one being a solemn man whose features were rigid and sculpted, devoid of any emotion. The other possessed a delicate aura, strikingly handsome, with phoenix-like eyes and willow-shaped brows, his thin, rosy lips evoking a fleeting impression that he might be a woman disguised as a man. The effeminate gentleman stood in the observation pavilion, basking in the warm sunlight, one hand resting upon the hilt of the dagger, suspended at his waist. What could be more delightful than enjoying the scenic beauty here on such a splendid day, devoid of clouds, rather than sequestering oneself indoors with a book? He remarked. Wei Yuan, setting down the tome he had been perusing, chuckled. The number of worthwhile books seems to dwindle. Recently, I have heard that the Astronomical Bureau has acquired a new blue-covered book, which purportedly delineates the essence of all things in the universe. My curiosity is piqued. Xianxia, in just 10 days, it will be the day of the Emperor's ancestral rites. Inform the relevant parties to intensify patrols in the inner city and restrict commerce within its bounds. The man with a rigid countenance merely acknowledged with a grunt. The effeminate gentleman exhaled deeply and inquired, "Father, do you truly intend to forego contending for the post of Deputy Minister of Revenue and place your own people in power?" "This is a necessary concession," Wei Qingyi replied, directing his gaze towards the entrance of the tea room, where a blue-clad clerk entered with his head bowed. "Lord Wei, I bring you the results of the qualifications test for the newly appointed Gonglu, as well as the household registration. Please assess them." The clerk presented a stack of documents. Wei Yuan opened the household registration and glanced at it. The newly appointed Gonglu was named Qi'an, a swift and capable individual from the county of Changlu. Both his father and uncle hail from the military. This information was of both significance and insignificance. Significant due to the unique identity of the night watchman, which required a lineage of at least 3 generations of unblemished reputation. Qi'an was a native of the capital, born and raised. Thus, his identity was deemed acceptable. The insignificance lay in the fact that every night watchman generally shared a similar clean background. Beneath the household registration was the result of the intelligence assessment. Wei Yuan glanced at it, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Qianro, how many breaths did you take to answer the questions?" The effeminate gentleman, beautiful as a flower, raised his chin slightly and replied, 15 breaths. Yang Yin took 19. The newly appointed Gonglu had managed it in 12 breaths. The effeminate gentleman raised an eyebrow and assessed, not bad. The man with the rigid face showed no emotion and remarked, to unravel the tax silver case in such a brief period showcases considerable intellect. It is not surprising. Wei Yuan chuckled, his gaze fixated on the subsequent remarks, adding, the clerk who presented the documents was dazed for about 5 breaths. Impossible. The effeminate gentleman suddenly turned and strode into the tea room. Yang and Frowenet. This indicated that the time for contemplation was merely 7 breaths. What remarkable acuity. Yang Yin rose and clasped his fists, stating, Father, I would like to take this individual. He is registered under your name and will be under the tutelage of Silver Gonglu Liuchen. Wei Yuan set down his teacup and looked towards the effeminate gentleman. You have encountered him at the Astronomical Bureau. The effeminate gentleman pondered for a few seconds before smirking. Ah, that brash lad. Upon hearing that the newly appointed Gonglu was working under Liuchen, Yang Yin nodded in satisfaction. Each golden Gonglu oversees 7 silver Gonglu, and Liuchen was among his ranks. Father, what is his combat capability? Yang Yin inquired. At the pinnacle of refining essence, there is no need for further testing. Wei Yuan chuckled and said, this individual was recommended by the Grand Princess. I observe his quick wit. He is capable of handling tasks, so I made an exception for him to join the night watch. The Grand Princess. Yang Yin exchanged glances with the effeminate man, realizing that this information had not been disclosed to them by Wei Yuan. As Wei Yuan continued to review the assessment results of the examination of the heart, his gentle demeanor gradually shifted to one of seriousness, and the depth of his gaze sharpened. Yang Yin straightened his posture, directing his attention to the parchment. Meanwhile, the effeminate man boldly approached Wei Qingyi, peering over to take a look, and immediately burst into laughter. What an audacious lad, even more so than I. Adoptive father. How shall we handle this? His grin bore a hint of schadenfreude. Wei Yuan retrieved the paper from the bottom of the stack, revealing an ugly scrawl. You consume the bounty of the people, their fat and marrow. The commoners are easily oppressed, but heaven is not so easily deceived. Wei Qingyi's pupils abruptly froze as he stared at the 2 phrases, remaining silent for a long time. The commoners are easily oppressed, but heaven is not so easily deceived. Yang Yin etched. The effeminate man's eyes flickered as he recovered from his momentary shock, his focus sharply contrasting with Yang Yan's stoicism. You consume the bounty of the people, their fat and marrow. Huh. So this little rascal believes he feasts upon the people's essence rather than that of the imperial family. Yang Yin pondered for a moment and inquired, what do you think, adoptive father? Wei Yuan retorted, what do you think? Yang Yin deliberated. To eat the Lord's bounty is to bear the Lord's burdens. Implicitly, he disagreed with the statement. Wei Yuan nodded. One day, when that little gong rises to a golden bell, you may debate with him yourself. The effeminate man raised an eyebrow. Do you believe that lad will someday become a golden bell? As long as he is a warrior, it should not be a problem. Wei Yuan replied with a gentle smile. Each of the 3 teachings has its own rules. Sorcerers are burdened by the fortune of the world, and so are shamans. In this contemporary age, only warriors possess the purest essence. Though I despise warriors who transgress with brute force, I cannot deny that the more unruly a warrior is, the more courageous and diligent they become. Those who hold no reverence or fear are bold enough to overturn the heavens and the earth. At this point, Wei Yuan retrieved a new inkstone from beneath the table, pouring in vermilion and clear water, grinding it into red ink, and dipping his brush. He inscribed the characters Jia Shang upon the household register. Rebellious and unruly as a warrior, yet with a heart for the world as a chivalrous spirit. The greatest chivalry is for the nation and the people. Jia Shang. Since the establishment of the Night Watch, only a handful have received such an evaluation. In a certain secret chamber, Liuchen pointed at a wooden tub and said, strip off your clothes and sit inside. Finally, he was about to step into the realm of qi cultivation. Su Qi'an suppressed his inner excitement, glancing at the pungent bath filled with dark green liquid. This concoction was called marrow cleansing liquid. This single tub was worth nearly 150 taels of silver. He swiftly shed his clothing, pants, shoes, sitting stark naked in the bath. Liuchen asked, you haven't lost your virginity, have you? Su Qi'an nodded. My second uncle is a captain of the Imperial Blade Guards, and he has spoken of this to me. Before reaching the qi refinement realm, one cannot break through the corporeal form. He comfortably leaned back in the bathtub and inquired, "Chief, are you at the spirit refinement realm?" Li Yuchen affirmed with a sound. "And the realm that follows spirit refinement is called copper skin and iron bones, correct?" Li Yuchen nodded once more. Qi'an chuckled. "The name lacks elegance. Why not call it the diamond realm? Copper skin and iron bones sounds rather lowly, suggesting that we martial artists are merely unrefined country bumpkins. The Buddhist sect refers to their third rank as diamond." Li Yuchen provided the explanation. "Ah, I see." Qi'an nodded, eagerly seeking knowledge. "Chief, among the myriad cultivation systems in the world, which is the most formidable?" Li Yuchen answered without hesitation. "The Daoist sect claims to be the strongest." "What about the other systems?" Qi'an pressed. "Every other system believes itself to be the strongest." "Ah, understood." However, all systems share a consensus that martial artists are the most crude and unrefined, lacking sophistication. "I know a bit about that," Qi'an replied. "For martial artists possess only brute strength, devoid of any otherworldly qualities. They remain insufficiently flamboyant. This is merely the surface. There are greater secrets within, pertaining to the limits of the cultivation systems." Qi'an straightened his posture and ventured, "Chief, could you enlighten me?" Chapter 65. A Peerless Genius. Li Yuchen sat majestically on the chair beside the bathtub and nodded. "You may explore this knowledge in the library at your leisure. However, since I am here to supervise you, let us discuss it now. In your understanding, is the first rank the pinnacle of any system?" Qi'an nodded in agreement. The ranks of various cultivation systems were originally vague, lacking clear standards until the sage, in his later years, classified them into 9 ranks. A system that has persisted to this day. Yet, the sage did not categorize himself within these ranks. "Why is that?" Qi'an inquired. "Listen to me first." Li Yuchen continued. "In addition to the sage, there are 4 beings beyond the ranks: the Gu God, the Wu God, the Daoist sovereign, and the Buddha. They are revered as eternal and undying." Now Qi'an understood. It is incorrect to say that deities and Buddhas do not belong to the ranks. Does that mean such beings truly exist? Li Yuchen shook his head. "I cannot say for certain." Qi'an pondered for a moment and ventured a guess. "I have heard that the sage lived only 82 years. By your account, he should have achieved immortality. Thus, there must be an element of exaggeration." Li Yuchen could not answer this question, for it bore no answer. Since ancient times, legends of immortals have been passed down, with the pursuit of immortality being the lifelong aspiration of every ruler. Yet, who dares to claim they have encountered an immortal? While other systems possess transcendental existences beyond ranks, martial artists do not. A first-rank martial artist is the utmost pinnacle of the present age. Li Yuchen redirected the conversation. "Thus, it is widely perceived that martial practitioners belong to a crude system." Qi'an suddenly discerned an inconsistency. The astrologers of the Xianxia do not share this reputation. Li Yuchen nodded in agreement. Yet, it is undeniable that the astrologers contribute the most among all systems. Qi'an recognized this knowledge. The 9th rank astrologer is a healer, skilled in the art of revitalization, dedicated to saving lives. The 7th rank astrologer serves as a geomancer, adept in analyzing terrain, selecting burial sites for both common folk and nobility, and making remarkable contributions to domestic arrangements. The 6th rank astrologer is an alchemist, significantly advancing societal development and fulfilling the material needs of the populace, making substantial contributions to both industry and handicrafts of this era. Classmate Song Qing is a leading figure in this regard, pouring his heart and soul into the cause of human-animal relations. Qi'an felt that perhaps he had traversed to this world too early. If he waited a few decades, he might be able to compose a guide to evaluating foreign customs. Additionally, Qi'an understood that the astrologers of the Xianxia are responsible for updating and formulating the almanac, which is of utmost importance to agrarian civilization, directly influencing agricultural yields. Compared to other systems, the astrologers are a paragon of service to the nation and its people, contributing to the advancement of civilization. "Boss, I suddenly feel pain." Qi'an furrowed his brow. The medicinal liquid permeated his pores, akin to a multitude of fine needles, causing him to experience a sharp pang throughout his body. "Pain is expected. It signifies the cleansing of sinews and marrow," Li Yuchen remarked. "In a moment, you will feel as though you are being torn apart by 1,000 blades. That will be the moment I open the heavenly gate for you. You may speak to divert your attention." Qi'an nodded. "So, our emperor has devoted himself to the path for over 20 years in pursuit of immortality? It is well known throughout the realm that the current sovereign has appointed a strikingly beautiful Daoist as the national master, dedicating himself to the pursuit of enlightenment for decades. There were even down-and-out literati who penned tales of the emperor and the enchanting Daoist engaging in a shared cultivation of passion, though the outcome was inevitably met with censure from the river crab divine beast. However, while martial practitioners may not possess transcendent ranks, surely they should be able to extend their lifespans? Why pursue the elusive notion of immortality when one can simply focus on the cultivation of martial arts? In response to Su Qian's perspective, Li Yuqian countered, "How long did it take you to refine your essence?" 17 years, Su Qian replied, having been stuck at the pinnacle of essence refinement for 2 full years. It is somewhat slow. Those from affluent families typically reach the pinnacle around the age of 16, with 15 being the limit due to physical development concerns. Li Yuqian continued, however, even those from noble families may not smoothly transition into the qi refining stage. For in addition to the daily discipline required to strengthen their bodies, they must also contend with the allure of beauty. The more affluent one is, the more susceptible they are to temptation. The essence refinement stage is merely the beginning of the martial practitioner's journey. One can only imagine the difficulty in achieving higher realms and extending one's life. I understand. Miss Fu Xiang will surely berate me for being less than beastly. Tonight, I shall enlighten her on the art of the whip. Su Qian resonated deeply with this sentiment. The original protagonist is a martial arts enthusiast, possessing a stubborn disposition and a penchant for fixating on trivialities. It is precisely such a character that allows one to diligently hone their physique day after day, laying a robust foundation for the path of a martial artist. Despite this, the protagonist finds himself engaged in a fierce struggle with his own hands daily, striving to prevent either hand from exhibiting arrogance. Were it left to Su Qian himself, he could not guarantee his ability to persist for so many years, nor could he assure steadfastness in the presence of alluring beauty. After all, while a man generally employs his intellect, at times, the head devoid of reason takes precedence. Gradually, Su Qian's enthusiasm for conversation waned, even when discussing topics of personal interest related to cultivation. His brow furrowed deeper, the pain soon surpassing his threshold of endurance. It was nearly sufficient. The purpose of a medicinal bath was to invigorate the body, awakening dormant energies. Lu Yuqian rose, placing a hand firmly atop Su Qian's head, and spoke solemnly. Opening the heavenly gateway is an arduous endeavor. For those with good aptitude, I merely need to guide the energy within your body through 3 circulations, and you will naturally discover your sense of energy, enabling a harmonious connection between the internal and external. What about those with inferior aptitude? Su Qian inquired, concern etched upon his features. Lu Yuqian replied, the poorer the aptitude, the more circulations are required. The limit for an average person is 9 circulations. Thus, if by the 8th circulation you have yet to uncover your sense of energy, then the path of a martial artist is not suited for you. Lu Yuqian gazed intently at him. I am quite eager to assess your aptitude. With that, he closed his eyes, ceasing further conversation. Moments later, Su Qian felt a warm current surge from the crown of his head, descending to his dantian and coursing through his limbs. His body seemed to instinctively memorize the path of circulation, and upon completing one cycle, energy surged forth autonomously, freeing itself from the guidance. Lu Yuqian opened his eyes, his expression slightly bewildered as he regarded the youthful figure in the bath. Su Qian returned a similarly perplexed glance, as if the experience were deceptively simple. Try to circulate a few cycles on your own. I wish to observe your progress, Lu Yuqian suggested. After concluding 3 circulations, Su Qian opened his eyes. Lacking a mirror, he could not behold the subtle transformations brought about by entering the realm of energy cultivation. First, his eyes sparkled with clarity reminiscent of stars. This singular change in his gaze was sufficient to elevate his charm to new heights. Next, his demeanor grew more profound, introspective, and dignified. Lastly, the skin, having absorbed the medicinal essence, stimulated the pores and expelled impurities, such as blackheads. His flushed skin radiated a delicate vitality, as the newfound power within him surged. Su Qian stretched his limbs and raised his hand, striking the window with an open palm. The lattice window shattered with a resounding crack. The outward projection of energy was a marvel of the early stage of energy cultivation. Had he been wielding a sword or dagger moments ago, Su Qian would have been able to unleash sword or blade energy. Certainly, the power will not be significant, for he has only just entered the Qi refinement stage. Unlike my second uncle, who has reached the pinnacle of this stage and can cleave walls with a single stroke or manipulate object from afar. Excellent. Liu-kun, with an impassive countenance, nodded slightly. Continue to circulate your qi. The practice of transporting energy is a profound method of cultivation. Yet one must not neglect the honing of the physique. Having said this, he departed the secluded chamber, and the moment he stepped out the door, a flurry of improbable thoughts flooded Spring Brother's mind. Li Yuchen glanced at the cracked window, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. A prodigious talent. How fortuitously have I encountered such an individual? Ah, his aptitude assessment has concluded. I shall inquire with Lord Wei about his rank. If it is AB rank, then with a week S worth of qi circulation to have discovered his own energy perception, he might already qualify for that rating. Consequently, the corresponding resources would increase. Should he achieve AB rank, he may even ascend to an A rank, which signifies a golden talent, marking him as a key candidate for training by the Watcher. He has not undergone a combat assessment. Thus, a B is improbable. I might be overthinking this. Exiting the courtyard, he made his way directly to the central courtyard of the Watcher's office, towards the towering Haoshi building. After being announced by the clerks within, Li Yuchen ascended to the 7th floor, where he encountered his immediate superior and the latter's superior. Yang Yin nodded slightly in his direction. The effeminate man, however, appeared disinterested as he turned to gaze out at the scenery beyond the building. Lord Wei, he bowed at a 90-degree angle, his demeanor humble. We were just speaking of you. Fortunate indeed to have acquired talent, Wei Yuan remarked with a warm smile. Fortunate indeed to have acquired talent must refer to Su Qian. How remarkable that Lord Wei would bestow such praise upon him. Yet, I have not even informed him of the qi circulation matter, Li Yuchen mused. A flicker of confusion passing through his mind as he respectfully replied, I wish to inquire about Su Qian's rating and also to report a small matter to Lord Wei. You have taken him under your wing. It is only right that you know his ranking, Wei Yuan said in a gentle tone. But do not dwell too much on it, nor take it to heart. Maintain a calm disposition. The first part of his statement was agreeable. Yet the latter left Li Yuchen somewhat perplexed. What does Lord Wei mean? To maintain a calm disposition and not to take it to heart suggests that Su Qian's rating is rather low, cautioning me against developing feelings of disdain or neglect towards him. Yet why the admonition to refrain from publicizing this? Given Lord Wei's status, he should not be so protective of a mere copperbell. Li Yuchen furrowed his brow, unable to decipher the intentions of the Grand Eunuch. At that moment, Wei Yuan opened the household registration and pushed it to the edge of the desk. See for yourself. Li Yuchen's gaze fell upon the registration, where he beheld the striking red characters, a rank. Spring Brother nearly lost control of his composure, exclaiming in astonishment, Lord Wei, a rank? How could it possibly be in a rank? I have served in the Watchman organization for over a decade and have never encountered anyone rated as A-class. Even the esteemed Jin Lu only possesses A-class credentials. What does it mean to be rated A-class? It is no wonder they wish to silence me. Should this information circulate, it would undoubtedly lead to the downfall of that young man, Su Qian. Which watchman would accept such a notion? Simultaneously, Li Yuchen discerned an anomaly. The qualification test comprises 3 trials: intellect, strength, and introspection. Su Qian, being at the refining essence stage, is ineligible for the strength assessment. Thus, it is evident that he has attained an A-class rating based solely on 2 tests. If one were to factor in his talent in qi cultivation, would his evaluation not ascend? Has he already surpassed the grading system established by Wei Gong? Would Wei Gong then reconsider his rating, or would it remain unchanged? Contemplating this, Li Yuchen felt a flicker of excitement within him. Wei Yuan closed the household register and casually remarked, remember to keep your lips sealed. If you have matters to report, do so. Li Yuchen exhaled, carefully choosing his words. I have already opened the heavenly gate for Su Qian and, according to protocol, collected 400 taels from him. Wei Yuan replied, return it. A talent with an A-class rating is inherently entitled to resource advantages. Charging for opening the heavenly gate renders the rating system meaningless. Li Yuchen nodded in acknowledgement. Wei Yuan glanced at him and smiled. Not bad, is it? Have you discerned the qi sensation in 3 cycles? The effeminate man who had found the qi sensation in 3 cycles, along with Yang Yin, appeared particularly intrigued and focused on Li Yuchen. As Li Yuchen spoke, he scrutinized the expressions of the 3 high-ranking individuals. Their reactions varied. Yang Yan's typically impassive countenance was rarely seen to exhibit shock. The effeminate man entered the tea room from the observation pavilion, casting a cold, scrutinizing gaze upon Li Yuchen, sneering, impossible. His reaction was the most intense. Meanwhile, the usually refined and gentle Wei Yuan seemed momentarily dazed. Li Yuchen lowered his head quietly, feeling immense satisfaction at their responses. Be on your way. Wei Yuan bid farewell to Li Yuchen, then turned to his two adopted sons, inquiring about their thoughts. Yang Yin pondered, should we offer him special attention? Wei Yuan shook his head. No need to force growth. Let's observe. He then turned to the effeminate man and smiled. You are not much older than he. He cannot yet be compared to you, but the future remains uncertain. This is excellent, as it may provide you with some motivation. The elegantly delicate man nodded in agreement. Upon exiting the Haoki building, Li Yuchen encountered several silver yuan. Lord Li, what brings such a smile to your face? Li Yuchen instinctively touched his face, realizing his lips were nearly splitting at the corners. Just a trivial matter, he waved dismissively, laughing heartily as he walked away. Su Qian had entrusted someone with a message for his family while he remained at the watchman's office, repeatedly practicing his breathing and manipulating his qi. He distinctly sensed the benefits brought by the flow of vital energy to his body, invigorating his cells and enhancing his spirit. His physical form and strength surged in a delightful manner. This state persisted until dusk, at which point it stagnated, signifying the conclusion of the advantages he had gained from entering the realm of qi cultivation. At present, he felt capable of defeating 10 versions of his former self. It dawned on him that during his sparring sessions with his second uncle, the latter had not been earnest, instead feigning a demeanor of seriousness. Had he unleashed his full strength, it was likely that he would have met an untimely demise. Su Qian casually practiced several sets of punches, exuding an unprecedented vigor. He concentrated his vital energy into his fists, sinking his waist as he extended them towards the ground. Bang! The earth emitted a muffled sound, cracking open like a spider's web, with dust swirling around. In the Su residence, Su Xinyan furrowed his brow, pacing back and forth in the rear hall. Su Pingji sat silently on a chair, his expression solemn. Aunt glanced at her eldest daughter, who was nervously twisting the hem of her skirt. Her eyes, slightly red and delicate brows tightly knitted. Noticing her mother's gaze, Su Lingyue pouted and, with a quavering voice, called out, Mother, stop pacing back and forth. It's giving me a headache. Aunt scolded her son irritably and tentatively suggested, Master, let us wait for news. It would be best to do nothing after the watchman took him away. Su Urshu spoke in a deep voice. Aunt bit her vibrant lips, suddenly stampeding her foot in frustration, exclaiming, running some connections is better than just sitting here. Su Xinyan frowned, saying, what connections? We still don't know the purpose of the watchman taking my brother. Now is not the time for connections. All you do is stir up trouble, Aunt retorted angrily, her hands clenched into fists hidden within her sleeves. At that moment, the doorkeeper, old Zhang, rushed in, his voice preceding him even before he entered the hall. Master. The eldest son sent word. Su Xinyan was the first to approach, and the family rose from their seats. Su Lingyue, her skirt billowing, dashed to the door, anxiously watching old Zhang. Standing on the steps of the hall, old Zhang announced, the eldest son says he has become a watchman and will not return home tonight. Do not worry. Su Pingji and Su Xinyan exchanged bewildered glances. Accompanied by his squinting and expressionless colleagues, Su Qian received a somewhat ill-fitting uniform, a badge, a copper gong, and a standard long knife at the office of a magistrate. A properly fitted uniform would take another 2 days. The copper gong was a ceremonial tool exclusive to watchmen. Song Tingfeng, chewing on a candy bean, remarked it serves 2 purposes. First, when tied to the chest, it acts as a shield, protecting vital areas and can withstand a full-force strike from a master in the spirit refinement realm. Second, striking the gong produces a sound wave that could destabilize an enemy's spirit, resulting in dizziness and headaches. It sounds rather ordinary. However, the heart-protecting mirror gifted to me by Song Qing can withstand 3 strikes from a cultivator of the refining spirit realm, while its copper skin and iron bones can endure 1 impact. Ah, is this not an enhanced version of the bronze gong? Su Qian's heart stirred. Produced by the Celestial Monitoring Bureau? Indeed, magical artifacts can only be forged by the 4th-tier array masters of the Bureau. Song Tingfeng remarked, you are expected to report for duty punctually tomorrow. The chief has stated that you will be accompanying us from now on. The Night Watch team comprises a minimum of 2 and a maximum of 4 members, responsible for monitoring different areas of the capital city. Typically, shifts rotate every 3 days. Xiao and I have just completed our night patrol, and the upcoming 3 days will be dedicated to daytime surveillance. What area will we be assigned to? Qi'an inquired reluctantly, for being on night duty is even less humane than the grueling 996 work schedule. The areas are provisional and will be randomly allocated with each rotation. This is to prevent any unscrupulous night watchmen from colluding with each other for theft or misconduct. Song Tingfeng chuckled. Stealing silver or engaging in illicit activities. Of course, such occurrences are rare, but we must remain vigilant. Qi'an nodded in agreement. Every department has its share of scoundrels. At that moment, an official hurriedly approached, saying, Lord Song, Lord Zhu, Lord Li has summoned you. Brother Chun is looking for us. Qi'an followed his 2 colleagues towards Li Yuchen's office. Each Silver Bell officer has an independent office known as a hall. In this era, sitting in an office is referred to as sitting in a hall. Silver Bell officers typically do not patrol, as that task falls to the junior Bronze Bell officers. Li Yuchen's office is called Chunfeng Hall. The room was tidy and devoid of any unpleasant odors, with documents meticulously arranged and the blue and white patterns of the 2 cups facing the same direction, alongside equally arranged potted plants. Brother Chun truly is a refined older gentleman. Qi'an cast a glance around Chunfeng Hall. Inside the spacious hall, Li Yuchen sat at his desk, pushing a file towards the edge. There have been sightings of a demon in the Dahuang Mountain of Taikang County, which has claimed numerous lives. You are to investigate and ascertain the situation. If the demon's power is not formidable, eliminate it on the spot. The personnel from the 6 doors of the government office will assist in the case, and they are already waiting outside. Yes, Qi'an, you should also go. Gather some experience. Your combat power assessment has not been conducted yet. So consider this a practical exercise. A demon devouring humans, right after assuming office. Am I truly a lucky sovereign or an unfortunate one? Chapter 67. Case analysis. There are 2 counties surrounding the capital, Taikang and Chang'an. Song Tingfeng unfurled the file for reading, while Qi'an and Zhu Guangxiu stood on either side, intently focused on the document. The contents of the file are as follows. To the north of Taikang County lies Dahuang Mountain, with its main peak towering over 1,000 meters high, stretching for several miles, rich in limestone, sustaining hundreds, if not thousands, of lime craftsmen. Since mid-year, a demon has emerged from the rivers within Dahuang Mountain's territory, frequently coming ashore to devour the living, resulting in the deaths of numerous lime craftsmen. Lacking detailed information, the seasoned detective Qi'an reviewed the file and made his assessment. This must be a case that has just been reported, thus necessitating our investigation and the refinement of the case files. Li Yuchen's gaze swept over the 3 individuals, his expression grave as he spoke. Sun Yin, tighten your sword 2 inches upwards. The position of the gong is misaligned. Shift it 1 inch to the left. Are you out of your mind? Have you developed a severe case of obsessive-compulsive disorder? Qi'an retorted, to which he responded affirmatively. As they exited the Spring Breeze Hall, just as Qi'an crossed the threshold, he suddenly felt something peculiar underfoot. Instinctively, he bent down to retrieve it, only to freeze in place. The weight of silver coins was heavier than anticipated. Let us go, Song Tingfeng urged, turning his head. Oh right, Qi'an said, tucking the shards of silver into his pocket and proceeding to catch up. Inside the hall, Li Yuchen retrieved a money pouch from the box and hung it at his waist. Just as he was about to depart, he furrowed his brow abruptly. Opening the pouch, he spilled a pile of silver coins and meticulously counted them, his expression instantly darkening. I've lost 3 coins. As someone who was often jested about by his colleagues regarding finances, the loss of 3 coins was enough to cause him considerable distress. The 3 of them encountered the constables from the Jingzhou prefecture outside the watchman's office. To their surprise, the leader was a woman, accompanied by 2 younger males. The Jingzhou prefecture, colloquially known as the government office, was represented by constables whose attire closely resembled Qi'an's own. Their garments were predominantly black with red trim at the collar and cuffs, and instead of the character for catcher embroidered on their chests, there was a fierce mythical beast, the Bylin. Qi'an discreetly assessed the trio, noting 1 at the Qi cultivation level and 2 at the refining essence level. The woman, introducing herself as LV Qing, clasped her fists and addressed them. Esteemed officials, I am LV Qing. I have dispatched someone to bring the horses to the city gate. Let us converse in the carriage. Riding horses is for haste, while taking a carriage affords a space for discussion without wasting time. The watchman, being of higher status, naturally drew a sense of subservience from the other constables. Yet this Qi cultivation woman maintained a demeanor that was neither submissive nor overbearing. A spacious carriage awaited at the roadside, accommodating 6 without feeling cramped. The 3 watchmen occupied one side, while the 3 from the prefecture sat opposite, clearly delineating their positions. With a cheerful smile, Song Tingfeng introduced himself, as well as Zhu Guangxiao and Su Qian. You should be familiar with this individual. He was detained at the prefecture during the tax silver case. The 3 constables scrutinized Su Qian closely. The self-identified woman constable, L.V. Qing, clasped her fists again and remarked, I have long admired your reputation. The tax silver case had been handled by the prefecture, and, as the head constable, she remembered Su Qian well. At that time, I thought you were quite capable and repeatedly urged the prefect to recruit you. L.V. Qing sighed regretfully upon realizing Su Qian had become a watchman. Su Qian responded with a few humble remarks, subtly inspecting the woman constable. It was indeed a rarity to see a woman in such a commanding position. In the grand dynasty of Dafeng, not all women are confined to the seclusion of their chambers. Some exceptionally gifted women receive substantial cultivation from various government offices. This particular female captain possesses striking beauty, likely in her early 30s, with brows more pronounced than the average woman, exuding a sense of vigor and grace. Her figure, lithe yet robust, conveys the agility of a female leopard. The swell of her bosom suggests she is wearing a corset. It is only now that Su Qian comprehends why the tax silver case was not transferred to the Ministry of Justice, but rather was handled in collaboration with the local government and the night watchman. Initially, he found this perplexing, as there seemed to be a conspiracy between the Deputy Minister of Justice and the Ministry of Revenue. These intricate details only became clear to him in retrospect. The case files are rather simplistic, lacking in many details. The case was first taken up by your office. Let's share insights, Song Tingfeng remarked. When precisely did the creature make its appearance? In June or July, replied the female captain, her voice tinged with a smoky timbre, exuding an alluring magnetism. Did anyone get a clear glimpse of the creature? Song Tingfeng inquired again. Initially, local gray households frequently went missing. When their families searched for them, they discovered claw marks and bloodstains along the riverbank. Subsequently, the disappearances of these households escalated, and the claw marks proliferated along the river's edge. The local headmen gathered the gray households to cast nets in the river, intending to capture the creature, but their efforts were in vain. The nets were easily torn apart. It must be amphibious, Su Qian mused inwardly. Upon hearing this, Song Tingfeng furrowed his brow and asked, What puzzles me is why this matter, which occurred in June or July, is only now being reported. The creature exclusively preyed upon the gray households venturing into the mountains and did not attack the villages. So initially, the magistrate of Taikong did not take heed. It was only when the death toll rose that he dispatched hunters to join forces with the gray households to eliminate the creature, yet they returned empty-handed. As Lu Qing spoke, she frequently cast glances at Su Qian, but to her disappointment, this talent who had unraveled the tax silver case remained silent and deep in thought. After several exchanges, the magistrate of Taikong grew weary of the matter, or rather, with the impending arrival of an imperial inspection. He intended not only to cease handling the case, but also to suppress it. Zhu Guangxiao stated solemnly, Then why was it reported again? After a brief silence, Lu Qing replied, The gray households dared not ascend the mountains to burn ash, yet taxes still needed to be paid. With no alternative, they took a longer route into the mountains to avoid the river, but misfortune struck. The 20 or so individuals who ventured into the mountains to burn ash never returned. With no other recourse, the nearby gray households reported the matter to the government office. Song Tingfeng and Zhu Guangxiao exchanged glances, choosing to remain silent. At that moment, Su Qian tapped on the long bench and addressed the 3 officials from Jingzhou Prefecture, asking, Do you have a map of Dahuang Mountain and the nearby villages? We do, Lu Qing replied. Considering the creature's unknown capabilities, we plan to conduct a preliminary investigation ourselves, without the local gray households, lest unforeseen events arise. Lu Qing turned to her seated colleague, who retrieved a scroll of maps from their satchel. Su Qian took the map, gradually unfurling it. It was a topographical chart of the majestic Huangshan mountain range. After scrutinizing it for a moment, he remarked, I have a hypothesis that I believe you should be made aware of. The members of the carriage turned their attention towards him, with Song Tingfeng narrowing his eyes in a smile. The female captain's eyes glimmered slightly as she straightened her posture. Please, do share. Su Qian continued. The creature's attacks on the populace exhibit a certain regularity, or rather, a pronounced intentionality. This may not merely be a case of a rogue demon causing havoc. Lu Qing furrowed her delicately shaped brows. What leads you to such a conclusion? It initially preyed upon the gray households near the riverbank, and then its range began to expand, radiating outward along both sides of the river. Eventually, it moved into the mountains to consume the gray households there. This is not simply for the sake of hunting. First and foremost, the river in Xianxia stretches for hundreds of miles, teeming with fish and shrimp. A wild beast's dietary choices are dictated by its environment rather than personal preference. If food is abundant nearby, it would not venture far afield, seeking a more delectable meal at the expense of its safety. Secondly, if it were an intelligent creature, unlike a mere beast, it would have an affinity for human flesh. In such a case, it would not overlook the nearby villages. Yet, it has not. It only devours those gray households that encroach upon Huangshan. Analyzing this through the lens of behavioral psychology, it suggests a conscious expulsion. Behavioral psychology? Lu Qing pondered, is it marking territory? Before Su Qian could respond. Song Tingfeng shook his head. No, if it possessed intelligence, it would not delineate territory in such a manner. Marking territory near the capital would be tantamount to courting death. Conversely, if it were merely a feral beast, it would not engage in driving away the gray households. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Qing's pupils constricted. What could exist within Huangshan that it values? A brief silence enveloped the carriage. Chapter 68, The Mine. The carriage soon exited the inner city, where several official steeds awaited, led by white-clad attendants at the city gates. Su Qian and his companions mounted swift horses, traversing the bustling streets of the outer city. In merely half an hour, they departed the outer city, and the 6 riders immediately quickened their pace, hastening towards Huangshan. The official horses galloped with remarkable speed, nearing 50 miles per hour. Su Qian mused, could my horse from my previous life run this fast? Could the disparity in spiritual energy levels, often depicted in novels, hold any truth? This speculation seemed plausible, for cultivating qi is inherently a method of breathing and regulation. The group arrived at the outskirts of Huangshan at noon, halting by the official road to tether their horses to a tree trunk by the roadside. After consuming some provisions, they took a narrow path into the mountains. The 6 of them galloped onward, reaching the river that flowed at the foot of Huangshan within a quarter of an hour. Along the river, they searched for a moment, discovering several indistinct footprints, approximately 3 feet long and 1.5 feet wide, each with 4 toes. Lu Qing and her 2 colleagues unstrapped their backpacks, retrieving explosive packages to distribute among Su Qian and the others. Centered around the paw print, we proceeded downstream to drop the explosives, while you ventured upstream in hopes of coaxing the creature out of the river. This had long been a predetermined strategy. The management of gunpowder by the Great Feng dynasty was exceedingly stringent. Its formula remained a closely guarded secret, and all materials necessary for its production were monopolized by the court. Even the night watchmen and quick-handed officials like Lu Qing possessed only a rudimentary understanding of gunpowder's composition, mostly gleaned through intuition. Both parties ignited the explosives and cast them into the river. A thunderous explosion resounded, sending the water splashing several yards high. Soon, the explosives were depleted, and the group stood by the riverbank, gazing at the swirling muddy currents. After a prolonged wait, the creature did not surface. If only we had the assistance of a sorcerer from the Bureau of Celestial Monitoring, Su Qian lamented. The art of divination could pinpoint the creature's location by observing the aura of the demon. Song Tingfeng scoffed softly, remarking, the sorcerers from the Bureau of Celestial Monitoring are far more esteemed than us night watchmen. They heed only the Emperor's summons. Do not expect them to be bothered with such trivial matters. Esteemed, you say? I beg to differ. You must not have witnessed the reverence they exhibit when they look upon me. Su Qian nodded in agreement. The 2 groups reconvened, and Song Tingfeng shrugged, saying, it seems it will not emerge. My suggestion is to venture into the mountains. If there is indeed something amiss in the Great Yellow Mountain, Su Qian interjected, let's first inspect the areas where the gray households gather limestone. Lu Qing thoughtfully nodded in agreement. The 2 parties then entered the mountains in shifts, maintaining a distance of several dozen meters apart. Song Tingfeng gestured toward Lu Qing's silhouette, saying, the head of the Bureau possesses quite an impressive figure. Look at that rear. So firm and toned, with powerful legs that could leave you breathless. The girls from the pleasure quarters, though charming, are simply too frail. I concur. Moreover, a woman trained in martial arts, with defined abs and a graceful silhouette, reminds me of my wife, Tifa, Su Qian reflected. Yet, she seems accustomed to binding her chest, which is not ideal. as it can lead to deformity and sagging. Song Tingfeng paused and burst into laughter. Indeed, you have noticed. I lack a companion as amusing as you. Zhu Guangxiao is a dullard, incapable of offering anything of substance. For the men, engaging in risque conversations is an ever-entertaining pastime that alleviates the passage of time. Zhu Guangxiao shot him a glance, but remained silent. The gray households primarily collected limestone from the main peak of the Great Yellow Mountain. From a distance, the party could see the exposed, rocky slopes, akin to a face marred by white patches. Years of extraction had left the towering peak riddled with gaping holes. The two groups aimlessly searched the mountain for a considerable time, yet discovered nothing of value. As they gathered to quench their thirst, Lu Qing remarked, Mount Dahuang not only boasts high-quality limestone, but also a wealth of vegetation that can be felled on-site to serve as dye. The lime burners find it exceedingly convenient to excavate and burn, with the process of burning and crushing occurring in tandem. At the foot of the mountain, a river flows, facilitating transport. With less wood needed, the lime produced is exquisite, and the effort is halved while the profits are substantial. Another constable from the Yamen interjected, Thus, the taxes are burdensome. Without the extraction of lime, survival becomes arduous. Consequently, the matter was reported to the Yamen. Su Qian fell silent for a moment, then sighed. Excessive taxes and levies breed a populace of refugees. The wealth derived from the common people is the most delectable sustenance. The group fell into an immediate silence, none daring to respond. Song Tingfeng cleared his throat, attempting to shift the conversation. The monsters do not emerge from the water. We lack sufficient manpower for a mountain search. Lu Captain, do you have any suggestions? Although he had just been admiring her physique, Song Tingfeng did not underestimate her because of her attributes. Lu Qing pondered. Let's split into 3 groups, with pairs sent to locate the village heads of nearby settlements. I will return to the capital to gather searchers. I shall seek assistance from the magistrate for a sorcerer from the Astral Monitoring Bureau. That would be a waste of time, Su Qian interjected, waving his hand. Select one person to find the village heads, while the rest remain here. Lu Qing frowned slightly. Su Qian glanced at her. If there are no results, I shall personally go to the Astral Monitoring Bureau to seek out a sorcerer. His tone conveyed confidence. Could the sorcerers truly heed his call? Lu Qing scrutinized Su Qian for a moment before nodding slightly, dispatching a companion to summon someone. In less than half an hour, the peak-level constable returned with an elder. My surname is Zhang. I am the village head of Hego Village, located outside Mount Dahuang. The elder performed a somewhat unrefined bow, his voice trembling with excitement. At last, I have awaited you, esteemed officials. If you had delayed any longer, the villagers would have faced starvation. This matter has lingered for nearly half a year. Lu Qing fixed her sharp gaze upon him, her demeanor commanding. I ask you, where did the last dozen or so individuals who enter the mountain perish? The village head pointed towards the southern mountains. They entered from the opposite direction of the river. Song Tingfeng's interest peaked. Are there also lime kilns in that area? Through their prior investigation, they discovered that the densest concentration of lime production was not far from the river. The lime burners would certainly avoid this route, fearful of the monsters lurking nearby, for once the creatures reached the shore, none could escape. The village head nodded. There are a few scatter points, but not as many as here. Let us there, Lu Qing commanded in a low voice. Yes. The village head appeared quite apprehensive of the female constable. The group made their way southward, traversing the rugged mountain path, the ascent proving extremely challenging. They had to consider the elderly village head, thus their pace was not swift. Here it is. The village head halted on a narrow trail, pointing ahead to a cleared area. It was a site of excavation, strewn with loose stones, and the vegetation had been felled. Several cavernous kilns were present, designated for lime burning. A few individuals conducted a thorough search of the site, yet discovered no valuable clues. It had evidently been cleaned out. Song Tingfeng and Lu Qing exchanged glances, both shaking their heads. Su Qian suggested, let us investigate the kiln. They fashioned torches from materials at hand, unsheathed their swords, and cautiously entered the earthen kiln, initially presumed to be a shallow structure for burning ash. They soon realized something was amiss. This was no mere kiln. It was undeniably a tunnel hewn by human hands. After traversing for the duration of a tea session, they finally reached the end. Song Tingfeng squinted, declaring, kilns need not be excavated to such depths. This is clearly an excavation for something specific. And the stone walls bear no signs of soot or fire. Lu Qing summoned the village head, demanding, what is going on here? The village head appeared bewildered, stammering, I do not know. Qi'an raised his torch, scrutinizing the rock face, and examined the ground meticulously for a moment. Ultimately picking up a fist-sized piece of white, or is this what they are mining? He pondered. It does not seem to be limestone. With a surge of energy, he crushed the white ore in his palm, producing a crisp sound as it turned to powder. He held the torch aloft, casting the powder into the flames. Suddenly, the torch blazed with a fierce flame, a vivid yellow tinged with a dim purple. Saltpeter. Qi'an's pupils constricted. The sudden eruption of flames startled everyone in the cavern, and the sound of drawn swords echoed. Realizing Qi'an was the cause, Lu Qing, with a hint of anger, inquired, "What are you doing?" Chapter 69, The Masterstroke of Shooting. Qi'an slowly surveyed the faces of his colleagues, his voice steady as he stated, "This is saltpeter." The term was unfamiliar to the few ill-read martial artists present. Song Tingfeng exchanged glances with his companions, frowning as he asked, "Saltpeter?" Qi'an carefully articulated, "Let me rephrase. You may be more familiar with the term niter. It is a principal ingredient in the creation of gunpowder." The countenance of each individual present shifted uncontrollably. Gunpowder was a closely guarded secret of the Great Feng, one of the means that instilled awe across the lands. Any formula or material related to it was stringently regulated, particularly saltpeter. Even the town criers had but a rudimentary understanding of its components. The discovery of a saltpeter mine on Mount Dahuang, along with evidence of its extraction, caused Song Tingfeng's expression to lose all semblance of humor. He declared solemnly, "We must return to the capital at once to report this matter." Compared to the disturbances caused by supernatural beings, the discovery of a saltpeter mine was of paramount importance. Lu Qing fixated on the grizzled village head, commanding, "Find him and take him away." The existence of a saltpeter mine on Mount Dahuang and the village head's professed ignorance of it warranted interrogation, regardless of the circumstances. Two constables removed ropes from their waists, securing the village head's hands behind his back and escorting him outside. The village head must be unaware of the situation. Otherwise, he would not have led us here. This is illogical, and an analysis of his body language and other subtle details suggests that he does not possess any insider knowledge. It is improbable that an uneducated old man could be the reason behind driving away the Gray residents due to the existence of a niter mine. We must consult professionals to ascertain the timeline of the niter extraction here before reaching any conclusions. Qi'an, lost in various thoughts, held a torch aloft as he stepped out of the cavern. Suddenly, he heard Lu Qing's piercing scream, "Be careful." At that moment, he heard a whistling sound slicing through the air, and a dark shadow shot towards him from the side, too swiftly for him to react. Bang! The copper gong on his chest shattered, and Qi'an felt as though he had been struck head-on by a high-speed train. The tremendous force sent him flying, plunging his consciousness into darkness. The sudden onslaught caught everyone off guard, prompting varied responses. 3 constables from the government office drew their swords and unfastened their crossbows. Zhu Guangxiao executed a sweeping kick, sending the village head tumbling into the stone cave, while Song Tingfeng drew his blade and shouted, "Get inside and don't come out." Perched upon a massive rock beside the cave was a creature, 2 zhang in length, resembling a giant salamander, its body encased in thick armor. It boasted sharp horns on its forehead and amber vertical pupils that glimmered with a cold, brutal ferocity. Its forelimbs bore 4 toes, and its cheeks were swollen, seemingly harboring hidden projectiles ready to unleash a surprise attack. Puff! A shadow, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, shot forth, targeting Song Tingfeng. The latter squinted, his body reacting faster than his mind, instinctively leaning back to evade the lethal strike. Lu Qing stepped forward, shattering stones beneath his feet, kicking up clouds of dust as he gripped his sword and struck. The blade hummed, vibrating at a high frequency. Clang, clang, clang. A series of grating sounds echoed as the blade struck, producing dazzling sparks. It was then that everyone noticed the creature's long tongue, sheathed in a layer of fine scales. The beast seemed to sense the pain, retracting its elongated tongue while supporting its massive body with its limbs, towering over the group from atop the boulder. With a guttural roar, it opened its cavernous mouth, releasing a deep, resonant growl that startled the birds in the forest, sending them flapping into the sky. Song Tingfeng and the others felt momentarily dazed, as if struck on the back of the head with a mallet. A chill ran through Qi'an at the thought of the spirit refinement realm, and he fought against the dizziness, striking the hilt of his sword against his chest. Clang! The sonorous tone of the gong rang out like a bell at dusk, dispelling the disorienting sound waves and restoring clarity. Once both sides regained their composure, they swiftly formulated a response. Lu Qing, retreating, instructed his two peak spirit refinement colleagues. Use the crossbows to target its eyes, jaw, and mouth. These are relatively softer areas. Meanwhile, Song Tingfeng tossed the gong to Zhu Guangxiao, saying, "You take the front to hold it off, be careful." He had just clearly observed the damage to Su Qian's gong, realizing that a single gong could not withstand the creature's tongue. Contemplating Su Qian, Song Tingfeng felt a pang of melancholy. Although the gong could resist a full-force strike from a spirit refinement realm warrior, the monster had managed a surprise attack. Caught off guard, Su Qian might very well have had his heart shattered by the residual force. If his experience spanned merely a day, it would indeed be a tragic fate. Reining in his emotions, Song Tingfeng dashed forward, sword drawn, launching a side attack on the creature. The amber-eyed salamander stirred, seemingly about to turn and lash out with its tongue. Before it could act, Zhu Guangxiao struck the gong, sending vibrations that unsettled the monster's spirit. Simultaneously, he infused his blade with energy, unleashing a powerful arc of sword qi amidst a deep growl. The air shimmered with heat as the formidable blade of energy sliced through, leaving the creature no room to evade its path. The massive beast, unable to escape, raised its head and braced itself against the oncoming blade with its hardened brow. It then swung its tail, as if it possessed eyes on its back, delivering a precise strike to Song Tingfeng. He blocked with his sword, but was sent flying. Meanwhile, Lu Qing seized the opportunity, thrusting his blade towards the monster's abdomen, yet it deftly evaded the attack, as if foreseeing it. In the spirit refinement realm, both warriors and demons possessed a robust mental acuity, capable of radiating their awareness outward, rendering the surrounding environment vividly clear in their minds. No act of tracking, ambush, or lethal intent could escape the perception of a spirit refinement warrior. This was the unique marvel of their realm. My goodness, almost perishing before even accomplishing a task. Having barely broken through to the Qi refinement stage, his youthful innocence remained intact, only to face the specter of death. Su Qian, after a brief moment of unconsciousness, regained his senses. Listening to the distant sounds of fierce combat, he did not rise but instead crawled forward, unnoticed by all, until he reached a vantage point. He retrieved a small jade mirror from his possession, activated it, and poured out the military crossbow and bone-corroding poison gifted by Song Qing. After calmly applying the poison, he silently raised the crossbow, aiming at the creature, waiting for the opportune moment. Clang! Zhu Guangxiao struck the gong, disorienting the monster's ethereal essence and clouding its perception. Just as Su Qian prepared to shoot, the creature suddenly flipped, leaving Song Tingfeng and the others momentarily bewildered, unsure of its intentions. Damn it! Surprise attacks are ineffective against masters of the spirit refinement realm. Su Qian cursed inwardly, understanding the true reason behind the creature's maneuver. The safest course of action was to continue waiting, allowing Song Tingfeng and the others to wear down the beast, inflicting significant damage to lower its spiritual awareness. This would grant him the opportunity to utilize the military crossbow, a weapon capable of slaying those in the spirit refinement realm, to deliver the fatal blow. However, Su Qian soon abandoned this notion. Lu Qing, resembling an agile female leopard, sprinted forward with powerful legs and with a sharp reprimand. Finally plunged the vibrating blade into the monster's abdomen. Blood stained the blade, hissing as it met the flesh like a red-hot iron, releasing smoke. The creature roared in pain, its head twisting as a shadow shot forth into the air. Lu Qing's countenance darkened, her delicate face betraying a flicker of fear as she found herself unable to evade the impending strike. At that moment, a figure surged from the side, enveloping the female captain's robust and graceful form, rolling her away to safety. Song Tingfeng's timely intervention followed, as he plunged a blade into the soft abdomen of the creature, thwarting its pursuit of its companion. Lu Qing felt herself ensconced in powerful arms, the weight of a man pressing down upon her. She momentarily gasped, her gaze locking onto the man, exclaiming in astonishment, "You're alive!" Su Qian grinned wryly barely. "If it weren't for the heart-guarding mirror that Song Qing gifted me." Just as Lu Qing opened her mouth to respond, she noticed the monster's tail descending from above, prompting her to clutch Su Qian tightly and roll with him. With a resounding thud, the ground where they had previously lain was furrowed deeply. Su Qian flashed her a smile before they separated, synchronizing their efforts with Song Tingfeng to encircle the creature. He had abandoned the notion of ambush, opting instead to engage directly. Understanding that 3 practitioners of the Qi refinement realm could hardly contend with a monster of the spirit refinement realm. Ultimately, the creature would remain unscathed, leaving Su Qian as the solitary target. Seeing their companions still alive, Zhu Guangxiao and Song Tingfeng's eyes brightened with concealed delight. Su Qian retrieved a vial of bone-eroding poison from his robe, applying it to the blade before tossing it to Lu Qing, instructing her to coat her weapon. She glanced at him, then retreated a few steps to apply the poison, subsequently tossing the vial to Song Tingfeng and Zhu Guangxiao. Unfortunately for Song Tingfeng, as he applied the poison, the creature locked onto him, its long tongue grazing his arm, leaving a gruesome trail of shredded flesh. Lu Qing managed to slice the creature, witnessing the wound rapidly darken and emit a foul odor. She turned to Su Qian with exhilaration. It's effective. With Su Qian's participation, the 4 practitioners of Qi refinement coordinated their assault, while 2 additional practitioners of spirit refinement provided range support, significantly tilting the odds in their favor. The creature was immensely powerful, its tongue an unparalleled weapon. Yet, its considerable size and bodily structure hampered its agility, preventing it from maneuvering with the finesse of human martial artists. As its injuries multiplied, Su Qian shouted a warning, wielding his saber with focused energy to sever the creature's thrashing tail, rescuing Lu Qing, who had traded blows for her own safety. His palm split open, blood flowing freely as he glared at Lu Qing. Are you trying to get yourself killed? A woman should not fight so recklessly. Lu Qing met his gaze, unexpectedly exhibiting a hint of feminine fragility, indeed. A terrifying roar erupted from the creature, shaking the very air and unleashing a dreadful mental storm. Prepared for such an eventuality, Su Qian and the others swiftly retreated, widening the distance to evade the creature's long tongue. However, as the creature forced them back, it pivoted, its claws striking with ferocity, making its escape. It burrowed into the forest, violently toppling trees in its wake, carving a clear and brutal path through the underbrush. Lu Qinghua's face turned pale with alarm as she exclaimed, "Chase it! We cannot let it escape." Once a demon enters the water, annihilating it becomes a formidable challenge. Song Tingfeng leapt gracefully, traversing the branches like an unparalleled martial expert. With a powerful thrust against a tree trunk, he soared into the air, surveying the entire forest below. The muscles in his right arm swelled, straining against the loose fabric of his sleeve. "Huh!" The dagger shot forth, tracing a gleaming silver arc in midair. A heartbeat later, the anguished roar of the demon echoed through the dense woods. Exhausted, Song Tingfeng plummeted back into the thicket. Zhu Guangxiao followed suit. While his agility did not match that of Song Tingfeng, his explosive power was equally formidable. He sprinted close to the ground, catching up to the demon before launching himself into the sky, striking down fiercely upon it. With a resounding crack, the demon, its back pierced by a blade, swept its tail and sent him flying, continuing its desperate flight. Only Lu Qing and Su Qian remained in pursuit. The agile female captain, resembling a female leopard, clung resolutely to the demon's trail, never faltering, yet failing to close the distance. Soon, they burst forth from the woods, the rushing river coming into view. With a splash, the demon plunged into the water, sending sprays of droplets flying. The valiant female captain, filled with disappointment, caught a glimpse of Su Qian soaring high. Unfastening a military crossbow from his waist, without so much as a glance, he elegantly pulled the trigger. At the instant the arrow was released, a powerful wave of energy surged forth. The captain barely registered the arrow's fleeting shadow before the sound of its entry into the water reached her ears. Mere moments later, a miraculous scene unfolded. Blood-colored ripples spread across the river's surface as a monstrous creature, measuring 2 zhang in length, slowly surfaced. Its demise was marked by an arrow that had pierced its head. Lu Qing turned her head in astonishment towards the young, upright watchman. Su Qian shrugged nonchalantly. "I have always been fortunate,"